At the moment consciousness returned, the salty sea breeze filled his nostrils. No. Lin Fei's thoughts stalled for a second. My nose is gone. The realization made his eyes snap open as he sprang up from a worn beach lounge chair. Before him stretched a sky of azure blue and a beach of golden sand. And there stood a solitary pink house with Came House written in enormous letters on its walls. Came House. Lin Fei's head throbbed as he looked down at his body. He was wearing an orange Kame-style martial arts GI, old-fashioned, but washed pale. His hands were calloused, but clearly too small. His legs were short, yet compact, full of explosive power. This was Kuririn's body. He staggered toward Came House, pushed open the half-closed door, and the mirror inside revealed his current appearance. A short, bald figure. The 6 incense scar marks on his forehead stood out starkly, his nose-less face scrunched together in a somewhat comical appearance. He really had no nose. This was truly Kuririn, the character in Dragon Ball who was known as Earth's strongest warrior, yet constantly chased after the shadow of Saiyans, full of talent and regret. Just as he absent-mindedly touched the incense scars on his forehead, a voice devoid of emotion resonated directly in his mind. Detected host soul and body are fully synchronized, activation conditions met. System initializing. Lin Fei's body froze. System. Newbie gift pack has been issued, please receive it, host. A semi-transparent blue holographic screen unfolded before him, displaying only a few lines of text. Newbie gift pack contents as follows: choose one of 3 appearance templates. Lin Fei's breathing suddenly quickened. He quickly focused his attention on the first reward. 3 options appeared side by side on the screen, each accompanied by a dynamic character model. Option 1, Saitama Hero Form. Description: possesses the potential to break through the limiter. Skill: Serious Punch. Option 2, Garu Monster Form. Description: demonic horns, whole body covered in hardening armor, possessing extremely high martial arts talent and evolutionary ability. Option 3, Boros Cosmic Overlord. Description: cyclopean giant armor, restrains energy upon release, can unleash power capable of destroying planets. Lin Fei hardly hesitated at all. Garu's martial arts talent was extremely strong, but his upper limit depended on his opponents. Boros's power was innate with clear limitations. Only Saitama, that man's strength was pure unreasonable, achieved by the most basic training that broke through the limiter of life itself. His growth had no endpoint. I choose option 1, Saitama template. Lin Fei thought silently. Choice confirmed. Saitama appearance template. Template fusion beginning, estimated time 10 seconds. The fusion process will be accompanied by intense physical transformation. Please endure, host. As soon as the system prompt ended, an indescribable excruciating pain exploded from the depths of every cell in Lin Fei's body. His bones groaned, emitting an agonizing cracking sound. He felt his spine being forcibly elongated by an invisible force. His limbs, which had been somewhat stocky from years of martial arts practice, were being repeatedly compressed and reshaped, becoming more compact, every inch of muscle fiber containing explosive power. His height was increasing at a visible speed. The 1.53 meter stature quickly broke through 1.6 meters, 1.7 meters, finally settling around 1.75 meters. The previously loose-fitting martial arts GI instantly became tight, outlining a perfect inverted triangle physique. The most bizarre change occurred on his face. The 6 incense scar marks on his forehead faded rapidly, as if erased by an eraser, until they vanished completely, the skin becoming smooth and new. In the mirror, the short and comical Kuririn had disappeared. In his place stood a well-proportioned bald youth wearing an orange martial arts GI. His facial contours became more defined and strong. Although he still had no nose, the combination gave him a peculiar calmness and composure. This appearance was exactly like that man who solved all problems with one punch. The excruciating pain came fast and left just as quickly. Lin Fei moved his body around, and an unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged through him. He could clearly feel that within this new body lay a primordial, yet incredibly pure power. Template fusion complete. Passive skill: Serious Punch equipped. Skill description: the host can concentrate all body power into one punch, delivering an attack that exceeds current limits. Power grows with the host's base strength with no upper limit. Lin Fei slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The air emitted a slight explosive sound. This was Saitama's seed of power. Although it was just newly fused, it already gave him the initial capital to survive in this dangerous world. He suppressed his inner excitement and began organizing Krillin's original memories in his mind. From becoming Master Roshi's disciple to participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament alongside Goku to being killed by Piccolo's minions and then revived by the dragon. It was all vividly clear. The current timeline was before the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku had already gone to the heavens to train for a long time. There was still about 5 years until the Saiyan Raditz arrived on Earth. Peace was only temporary. Lin Fei knew he should be called Krillin now. He was very clear that with the original Krillin's strength, he would almost be cannon fodder in the upcoming Saiyan crisis. That kind of fate he would never accept. System: besides the newbie gift pack, are there any other functions? Krillin asked in his mind. This system is the invincible copy system. The text on the screen refreshed. Copy ability: by defeating or killing enemies, you can copy their core abilities or genetic talents. Romance heroines: by establishing deep relationships with important female characters in this worldview, you can copy their exclusive talents. Krillin's breathing paused for a moment. defeating enemies to copy abilities that was easy to understand. But the second one, if he Rama, could he obtain her genius invention ability? If he romanced Android 18, could he obtain her infinite energy core? This feature was simply exactly his taste. In his past life, he was a passionate young man. Although he had a weakness for women, he had his own bottom line. But now Yamcha, that playboy's relationship with Bulma was already precarious. Could he? Krillin shook his head and temporarily suppressed these unrealistic thoughts. Strength was the foundation of everything. Without sufficient strength, let alone a harem, he couldn't even protect his own life. Training rewards: complete Saitama-style exercise daily, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 kilometers run, and earn energy points or skill points based on completion to enhance your attributes and skills. Skill fusion: the host can consume skill points to attempt fusing different skills, creating entirely new powerful techniques. Reading the system introduction, Krillin's heartbeat quickened. Copy, train, fuse. This system was practically tailor-made for a path to strength in the Dragon Ball world. He now possessed Saitama's body template and growth potential, plus the Dragon Ball world's unique cultivation environment and countless powerful enemies to copy. Frieza's freezing bloodline cells, perfect regeneration, Majin Buu's magic. Just thinking about these made Krillin feel an uncontrollable excitement. He was no longer the strongest Earthling who could only cheer for Goku and feed in critical moments. He was going to walk a completely different path. A bald path that pierced through the entire universe with his fists. Just then footsteps sounded outside came house, accompanied by a crisp and lively female voice. "Hey, Master Roshi." "Krillin, are you there? I brought the latest Capsule Corporation sports car." It was Bulma. Krillin's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively glanced at his reflection in the mirror. A strange bald man, 175 meters tall, still wearing Krillin's clothes. How was he supposed to explain this? Say he was Krillin's long-lost cousin. Or claim he ate some strange fruit and had a second growth spurt. The door creaked open. Bulma at this time was in the prime of her youth, 16 or 17 years old. She had her signature aqua blue ponytail playfully swaying behind her head with her movements. She wore a tight pink crop top with her name's English abbreviation printed on it. The fabric seemed to struggle to contain her impressive curves. She wore an extremely short denim skirt that revealed her long, straight, flawless, white legs shining with an ivory-like luster in the sunlight. She took off her goggles, those sapphire blue big eyes full of amusement. Her cheeks carried a faint blush from flying the plane. When she saw Krillin in the room, she was completely stunned. "You? Who are you?" On Bulma's delicate face, long eyelashes fluttered, her rosy lips slightly pursed with a hint of inquiry. Due to the close distance, Lin Fei could even see the delicate texture of her collarbone skin. The form-fitting nature of her attire was striking. "How did you get here? Where's Krillin?" Krillin opened his mouth. Krillin's originally somewhat high-pitched voice had become much deeper now. "Bulma, it's me. I am Krillin." "Huh, you're Klin." Bulma extended one finger and unceremoniously poked the chest now hard as iron. She rose on tiptoe and tried to touch his gleaming bald head. "Stop lying. That little Klin only came up to my chest." Bulma made a comical gesture. "And besides, you look like a boiled egg. You're bald too, but this body, these features." Bulma's cheeks inexplicably reddened. The lack of a nose was strange, but the man before her had valiant brows and deep eyes. The compact, fluid lines of his muscles radiated raw masculine vitality. If this was Klin, then Yamcha might as well be a stray dog on the roadside. Klin's mouth twitched. He could feel the system interface flashing madly at the edge of his vision, but he had no time to look. "I really am Klin." Klin sighed helplessly and tried to explain in the gentlest tone. "I don't know why either. I just suddenly grew taller." Just then a lazy yawn drifted from the second floor of Kame House. "What is all this racket so early in the morning?" Carrying a huge turtle shell, wearing sunglasses, and a floral shirt, Master Roshi sauntered downstairs. He was still half asleep, holding a photo book titled Cool Beach. "Master Roshi." Bulma looked as if she had found a savior. "Come look. This guy keeps saying he's Klin. Is he really Klin?" Roshi pushed up his sunglasses and let his gaze fall on Klin. The old man's movements froze. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes narrowed into slits. An invisible pressure instantly filled the whole room. As the god of martial arts, he judged people not only by appearance, but by their chi. This chi. Roshi stroked his beard, his tone turning odd. "It's grown much sharper, but this aura still holds a touch of sleaze wrapped around honesty, and honesty wrapped around a love of pretty women. It's definitely Klin." "Klin. Master, could you please praise me in a more normal way? You really are Klin." Bulma blurted out, giving him another look filled with lingering doubt. Ding. Detected a strong emotional fluctuation from the key person, Bulma. Temporary quest triggered, prove your identity. Quest description: even though Master Roshi acknowledged you, Bulma is still doubtful. Use a method only Klin would know to erase her suspicion. Quest reward: Charm 5, unlock character stats panel. Klin stared at the system notification and cursed inwardly. This system really found an opening. A method only Klin knew. Countless memories flashed through Klin's mind, finally freezing on one image. He took a deep breath, looked at Bulma, and broke into the standard Klin grin. Simple, honest, and a little sly. "Stop." Bulma's face turned tomato red. She dashed over and clamped her hand over Klin's mouth. "Don't say it. Don't you dare mention that. It was her darkest secret." To make the invisible man appear, she'd once had to make Rashi's nose bleed. Fine, I believe you. You're Krillin. That perverted Krillin. Bulma ground her teeth, but her hand had already gone slack. Quest complete. Reward issued Charm 5. Character stats panel unlocked. A warm tingle ran through Klin's skin as if warm water were flowing over him. He could clearly feel Bulma's gaze shift, as if she found him more agreeable. He seized the moment and called up the stats panel in his mind. A pale blue holographic frame appeared on his retina. Host Lin Fei Krillin current template Saitama integration 5, combat power. Before Raditz reaches Earth, the combat power system cannot be generated. Basic stats, strength, 500. The host can convert strength proportionally to combat power. Speed, 480. Stamina, 500. Intelligence, 150. Charm, 85. Skill list Turtle School Martial Arts includes Afterimage Fist and Kamehameha. Skydance Crane School Technique allows free flight. Solar Flare blinds the enemies. Serious Punch Power multiplied by 500. Current status healthy, energetic, a little hungry. After reading the data, Krillin became confident. The lack of a combat power value made sense. After all, the Scouter first appeared in the Saiyan arc on Raditz. 500 strength meant his combat power was currently around 500. It was a delicate number. In the original story, when Raditz descended, Goku's and Piccolo's combat powers were around 300,400 after removing their weights. But this was far from enough. Raditz was 1500, Nappa 4000, Vegeta 18000. So much pressure. This time he refused to be a background character. System, can that Saitama-style training start right now? Anytime. Today's training quest is incomplete. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 kilometers run. Reward, all stats 100. Hey Krillin, what are you spacing out for? Bulma waved her hand in front of him. Your body suddenly grew taller. Do you have any problems? Want me to test you? She took a watch-like device from her capsule case. Bulma flashed a sly grin. It can measure all kinds of body functions. Perfect. I'd like to test my current body too. Krillin grinned and dropped flat onto the floor of Kame House. What are you doing? Bulma blinked. Training. Krillin began doing push-ups, so fast that only afterimages remained. 1, 2, 3, 50, 99, 100. A few seconds, just a few seconds, and 100 perfect push-ups were done. Then sit-ups. The floor began to groan under the strain. Bulma watched the device. The numbers were jumping wildly. Heart rate. No acceleration at all. Breathing. Completely unchanged. Are you a monster? Bulma looked at him in disbelief. Krillin ignored her and continued squats. Each descent tightened his thigh muscles like steel cables, an explosive beauty of power. As she watched, Bulma's gaze grew fixed. The old Krillin doing these moves had only ever made her think of a funny little monkey. But now sweat dripped down his chiseled jaw beneath the orange GI muscles shifted with every breath. Gulp. Bulma swallowed. Yamcha hasn't been training much lately. All he does is play baseball and chase girls. She muttered. Ding. Detected an increase in Bulma's affection toward the host. Current affection friendly, a 60,100, ambiguous, 65,100. Hint, when affection reaches 90 or above and a true soul deep bond is forged, the copy function can trigger and grant the talent genius inventor. Krillin finished the last 100 squats and stood up refreshed. 10 kilometers left. He glanced at the sea outside the window. Then I'll run a little faster. Boom. The door of Kame House burst open from the air pressure. Klin's figure vanished on the spot. On the sea, a white line of water shot toward the horizon like an arrow. It was the shockwave left by Klin's feet as he ran across the surface too fast. The photo book in Rashi's hand fell to the ground. After all, he could walk on water too, but by using chi techniques. But Krillin just now didn't use chi at all. Pure physical strength. That kid. Rashi's sunglasses slipped halfway down, revealing stunned old eyes. Could a second growth spurt really make someone this strong? 10 minutes later, Krillin returned to Kame House, steaming with heat, carrying a giant deep-sea tuna. Breakfast is sorted. Krillin casually threw the several hundred-pound tuna onto the ground with a dull boom. Today's training quest complete. Reward strength 100, speed 100, stamina 100, intelligence 100. Strength 600. The host can convert strength proportionally to combat power. Speed 580. Stamina 600. Intelligence 250. Charm 85. Intelligence 250. Who are you calling dumb? Klin's eyes narrowed. The stat increases were modest, but the visible sensation of growing stronger made Krillin deeply thrilled. Krillin. Bulma suddenly leaned in, her expensive perfume reaching his nose. She held a towel and handed it to him awkwardly. Wipe your sweat. Krillin took it before he could thank her. Rashi suddenly picked up the shell from the floor, heaved it onto his back, and walked over with a serious face. Krillin. Yes, Master Rashi. I don't know what happened to you, but for a martial artist, a sudden surge in power is often accompanied by a loss of inner control. Despite his usual silliness, Rashi now carried the bearing of a true grandmaster. Come attack me. Show me how far you've come. A spar. Klin's eyes lit up. Defeating an opponent was also a path to growing stronger. Of course, in later arcs, Rashi's power would be left behind, but at this stage, his experience and technique were still top tier. Alright. Krillin didn't waste words. He assumed the turtle school starting stance. Forgive me, master. The next second he moved. No flashy move, just a single straight punch. But under the Saitama template, that punch was absurdly fast. Rashi's pupils contracted. His hunched body expanded, suddenly muscles bulging, the precursor to his full power state. Not a full transformation, but he was serious. Bang. Fist and palm met. A shockwave burst outward from the two, shattering the windows of Kame House. Bulma screamed and crouched down, clutching her skirt. Krillin felt as though he had punched a thick wall. The recoil forced him back 2 steps. As for Rashi, the old man slid backward 5 or 6 meters, carving 2 deep furrows in the wooden floor before crashing into the wall. Rashi shook his numb palm. His sunglasses were completely shattered. He looked at Krillin, his eyes full of shock. Then a relieved smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Good kid. The power in that punch. Even Goku would be in trouble if he didn't take it seriously. Ding. Defeated Master Rashi, normal state. Judged as defeated, a powerful opponent, provisional. Copy system activated. Congratulations, host. Acquired passive skill, perverted heart strike through. Error. Correcting. Congratulations, host. Acquired skill, muscle control, beginner. Skill description: freely control muscle expansion and compression, instantaneous burst power 20. Krillin stared at the panel and nearly laughed out loud. Almost copying perverted heart was ridiculous. But muscle control combined with Saitama's body was a godly skill. It seems this bald-headed path will be more interesting than I thought. Krillin clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through him. At the dining table of Gue Xianwu, Krillin stared blankly at his own arm. The muscle control beginner he had just copied from Gue Shinran's moves was far more exquisite than he had imagined. It was not merely the simple display of muscles like a bodybuilder, but a micro-regulation of body density. He tried to focus his mind. The biceps, once bulging like rocks, slowly contracted and compacted under the skin like flowing water. Visually, his arm circumference shrank by a full circle. It transformed from an exaggerated bodybuilder shape into a sleek, streamlined form, looking less intimidating, yet the internal hardness had increased several-fold. Compress, Krillin muttered inwardly. It was like compressing a spring to its limit. In this state, both impact resistance and instantaneous burst speed would skyrocket. What are you doing? Buerma asked, her mouth full of tuna, speaking indistinctly. Your arm keeps swelling and shrinking. Oh, it looks disgusting. Just adjusting my state. Krillin replied, casually reaching for his chopsticks to pick up some meat. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. The specially made hardwood chopsticks, upon touching the fish, instantly exploded into wooden splinters from the middle. The air suddenly went silent. Gue Shinran's hand holding chopsticks froze mid-air, his eyes wide behind his sunglasses. Krillin looked at the 2 broken pieces in his hand, his mouth twitching. Power overflowed. The fusion of the Chi-Yu template was still ongoing, coupled with the newly acquired muscle control. His body was like a barrel packed with gunpowder. Any tiny movement would trigger an explosion. He thought he had only gently squeezed the chopsticks. That's the 3rd pair already. Buerma rolled her eyes and tossed him her fork. Use this iron one. If you can crush this too, I'll slice you up for research. Krillin caught the fork. This time he held his breath, treating it like fragile porcelain, carefully controlling every muscle fiber in his fingers. So that's it. It wasn't just combat. Every movement in daily life was a cultivation of muscle control. To master this unruly, bald power, he had to engrave this control into his very marrow. After dinner, night fell. Waves crashed against the beach. Krillin did not sleep. He stood on the open ground outside Gue Xianwu, the task countdown on his system panel already ticking. Adhere to Chi-Yu's training method for 7 days. Day 1, push-ups, 100-100, completed sit-ups, 100-100, completed squats, 100-100, completed 10 kilometers run, completed. Looks simple. No, the real torment was only beginning. The system's prompt rang, coldly detected host completing first day basic training. Chi-Yu template deep fusion initiated. Cell recombination will proceed during sleep. Pain suppression none. Pain suppression none. Krillin was about to ask what that meant when a piercing, agonizing pain erupted from the depths of his marrow without warning. Ugh! He groaned, collapsing to his knees on the sand, his fingers digging deep into the grains. This was not the pain of injury. It was the pain of growth. It felt as if countless tiny hammers were smashing his bones, then reforging them into something denser. Every muscle fiber was being torn, stretched, and forcibly healed. His body grew hot, his temperature spiking instantly to the point of boiling an egg. The sea breeze hitting his body caused large clouds of white steam to rise. So this is the price of breaking the limiter. Krillin gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Sweat evaporated the moment it emerged. In the original story, Chi-Yu had also endured this inhuman torture before going bald. Now, though he was already bald from the start, the suffering he had to undergo was not diminished in the slightest. He curled up on the beach all night. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight touched the pink walls of Gue Xianwu, Krillin climbed out of the sand pit. He shook his neck, producing a crisp crack. He was not tired as expected. Instead, he felt alarmingly energized. He looked down and saw that the skin on his arms was even smoother. But when he pressed his finger against it, the texture felt like high-density special rubber, incredibly tough and resilient. Just one night of growth was equivalent to 3 years of hard training for an ordinary person. Krillin pushed open the door of Gue Xianwu. Morning, everyone. He reached for the doorknob, not exerting any force, just a casual twist. Crack. The round brass doorknob, as if made of Play-Doh, was directly deformed by his grip, then torn out along with the inner lock cylinder. Krillin clutched the twisted lump of metal, staring at the dark hole in the door, lost in thought. Inside, Buerma, still in her pajamas and yawning, and Gue Shinran, who was secretly hiding something under the sofa, both turned their heads simultaneously. Well, Krillin raised the doorknob, offering an awkward but polite smile. This lock seems to be of poor quality. Over the next 3 days, Gue Xianwu was enveloped in a strange atmosphere. Gue Xianren felt his disciple had gone mad. In the past, Krillin trained hard, but it was for chasing girls and showing off. Whenever he had free time, he would definitely sidle up and ask lecherously, "Master Wu Tian, can you lend me that collector's edition of Bunny Girl Weekly?" Or he would be drooling over the sea with a telescope. But now, Gue Xianren sat in his lounge chair holding the latest issue of a photo book, yet unable to focus. His gaze kept drifting toward the window. That bald head was doing push-ups. That was normal. But he was doing them on 2 fingers with a massive rock weighing at least 5 tons which he had hauled from the seabed pressed on his back. Sweat poured like a waterfall soaking the sand beneath him. Krillin's eyes were frighteningly focused, counting out loud. The raw hunger for power emanating from his very bones even made Gue Xianren's heart race. Even more absurdly, last night Gue Xianren tried to tempt Krillin into resting with a rare swimsuit special. Krillin merely glanced at the cover, then turned around and continued doing squats. Gue Xianren was so shocked he nearly dropped the book. Was this still the lecherous little bald head? Had he been possessed by some god of martial arts? Has this kid truly grasped the essence of martial arts? Gue Xianren stroked his beard, his gaze behind the sunglasses growing deep. He could feel that the chi within Krillin was expanding every day. Meanwhile, Bu Erma's attitude was also undergoing a subtle change. Because of a malfunctioning aircraft, actually, she didn't want to leave. Bu Erma had already stayed at Gue Xianwu for 3 days. At that moment, she sat on a folding chair holding a glass of iced juice, claiming to be a supervisor, but her eyes never left Krillin. Under the sunlight, Krillin was bare-chested. Thanks to his refined muscle control, his muscles no longer sporadically bulged like on the first day, but instead displayed an extremely symmetrical, lean, and powerful silhouette. When his back muscles contracted, they looked like a fully drawn bow brimming with explosive power. Bu Erma took a sip of juice, her gaze slightly unfocused. She was a facecon and a sucker for strength. Although Krillin had no nose and no flowing hair, this extreme masculine tension somehow appeared. Very pleasing to her eye. Is this really Krillin? Bu Erma muttered to herself. She couldn't help but think of Yamcha. That playboy after the last martial arts tournament rarely trained anymore. Every day, he either played baseball basking in fan cheers or fooled around with a bunch of girls. Huff. Krillin finished a set of squats and casually tossed aside the terrifying rock on his back. The ground shook with a boom. He shook the sweat from his head and turned to walk toward Bu Erma. The sunlight hit him from behind, gilding his silhouette. Water. His voice was a little hoarse. Bu Erma instinctively handed over the towel and water bottle beside her. Krillin took the bottle, tilted his head back, and drank. The line of his Adam's apple rolling was clearly visible. A few drops of water slid down his chin, over his chest, and finally disappeared into his waistband. Bu Erma's face inexplicably flushed. She quickly looked away, and to hide her embarrassment said loudly, "Hey, how much longer are you going to train? You've eaten all the food at home. That was supposed to last us a week." "Sorry." Krillin put down the water bottle, not apologizing, with a flattering smile like before, but looking at her naturally. "My strength is growing too fast. The consumption is indeed quite high, since there's nothing to eat." He paused, his gaze shifting toward the distant primeval forest. "I'll go hunting. It's also a good chance to test my current fists." "I'm coming too." Bu Erma immediately jumped up. "It's too boring here. That old pervert just reads porn mags. I want to go look for rare ores for my experiments." "No, it's too dangerous." Krillin instinctively refused. The forest now was full of prehistoric creatures. "I have capsule weapons." And Bu Erma suddenly leaned close to Krillin. Her big blue eyes stared straight at him with a hint of slyness. "Aren't you stronger now? Can't you even protect me?" Krillin looked at Bu Erma, so close, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a set of white teeth. Though he was bald, his smile radiated a strange confidence. "All right, stay close to me and don't wander off." Bu Erma was stunned for a moment. In that instant, she saw a sense of security in Krillin that she had never felt before. It was as if even if the sky fell, this bald head could hold it up. "Who needs your protection?" Bu Erma retorted stubbornly, but her body obediently went to grab the capsule case. A smile she didn't even notice tugging at the corner of her mouth. Compared to Yamcha, who always said, "Bu Erma, stop messing around," Krillin now seemed more manly. The primeval forest was humid and sweltering. Giant ferns blocked out the sky, and the air was thick with the smell of rotting leaves and animal droppings. Bu Erma drove an off-road vehicle ahead, while Krillin sat cross-legged on the roof. The reason he didn't sit inside was that he was afraid he might accidentally yank off the door handle or crush the seat. Ever since he crushed the doorknob, he had become even more cautious with his strength. "Hey, Krillin, is that the purple gold or I'm looking for?" Bu Erma excitedly braked, pointing at a cliff ahead. "Watch out." Krillin's voice suddenly rang out from above with an unshakable calm. The next second, the earth trembled. The bushes beside the cliff exploded as a Tyrannosaurus Rex over 10 meters long charged out. Its skin was grayish-brown, and saliva dripped from its fangs. It clearly regarded the 2 tiny figures as its lunch. "Ah, a dinosaur." Bu Erma screamed, reaching for the capsule gun at her waist, but the off-road vehicle was already jolting violently from the dinosaur's roar, and her hands were shaking too much to hold it. The dinosaur opened its gaping maw and lunged at the vehicle, its shadow engulfing Bu Erma. She closed her eyes in despair. Annoying. A calm voice sounded. There was no earth-shattering roar, no flash of a Kamehameha. Only a dull thud of flesh colliding. Slap. Like swatting a mosquito. Buerma opened her eyes tremblingly, and she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Krillin stood on the hood of the off-road vehicle in a casual punching pose. And the once ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex remained in its charging posture, but its head was gone. To be precise, everything above the neck had been turned into a mist of blood and minced flesh by some terrifying force evenly sprayed across the forest behind. The massive headless body swayed twice and collapsed to the ground. This, Buerma's jaw dropped, nearly dislocated. One punch. The skin of this dinosaur was thick enough to deflect bullets. Krillin looked at his fist, frowning slightly. Still haven't controlled the force properly. I only meant to knock it out, but I overdid it. All that good meat, but the head part is ineatable. He muttered to himself. Ding. Killed ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. Copy system activated. Obtain passive skill fragment Beast Instinct. Skill description significantly enhances perception of danger, can react instantly even during sleep. Krillin shook the blood off his hand and jumped off the vehicle. With one hand he grabbed the dinosaur's tail weighing dozens of tons and dragged it as easily as a ragdoll. Buerma, dinner is sorted. How about grilled dinosaur meat? Buerma nodded, dazedly watching Krillin's not-so-broad back, her heart suddenly pounding twice. This guy was absurdly strong. The giant dinosaur became the best barbecue ingredient. By the campfire the aroma of meat filled the air. Krillin ate heartily. This high-energy meat was exactly what he needed to replenish. Just then the communicator on the table rang. Buerma glanced at the screen, her expression changing. It was Yamcha. After hesitating she answered. Hello Yamcha. Buerma. Where are you? I called your home and no one answered. Yamcha's voice carried a casual tone. Cancel tonight's date. Puer is sick. I need to take care of him. Buerma's eyes instantly turned cold. Puer sick? That thing never even sneezes in a year. In the background, she could faintly hear girls giggling and the sound of a baseball bat. Are you at the baseball field? Her voice trembled. Huh. No, I'm at home. I gotta go, busy. Beep. Beep. The call ended. Buerma's knuckles whitened as she gripped the communicator, her eyes instantly reddening. In the past she might have thrown a tantrum or hidden away to cry. But now she looked up and saw Krillin. Krillin held a skewer of grilled meat, watching her quietly. The firelight reflected on his bald head and in his calm, deep eyes. He seemed to have heard everything but asked nothing. No cheap comfort, no kicking someone when they were down. He just chuckled softly and handed her the best, most tender piece of dinosaur meat. Have something to eat. His voice was soft but steady. When you're full you'll have the strength to throw away the trash. Buerma was stunned. Throw away the trash. She looked at him and her tears suddenly stopped. She took the steaming meat and bit into it fiercely. Krillin looked up at the starry sky. The 7-day training period was about to end. The fusion level of the Chi-Yu template within him was approaching the first critical point. The campfire had dwindled to a pile of dark red embers. From deep within the forest the chirping of insects rose and fell, occasionally punctuated by the muffled roars of ancient colossal beasts. Buerma curled up on the back seat of the off-road vehicle covered with Krillin's spare martial arts uniform, breathing deeply. Krillin sat cross-legged on the roof of the car, not asleep. The system countdown reached 0. Day 7 training complete. Chi-Yu template basic adaptation period finished. Current fusion rate 10. There was no dazzling light effect nor the golden glow of leveling up. An indescribable tingling ache crawled out from the depths of his marrow. Unlike the excruciating pain of the previous days, this sensation felt more like all the bones in his body had been shattered and then reassembled by an invisible giant hand. Krillin bit down on his collar, veins bulging on his forehead. His spine emitted a continuous series of crackling sounds like beans popping in a pan. The originally well-fitting martial arts trousers were visibly shortening upward. The muscle fibers in his thighs were frantically tearing, thickening, and then compressing. This was not merely growing taller, it was a leap in life level. The price Chi-Yu paid for breaking the limiter was his hair, but the system seemed to have transformed that cost into an extreme modification of this body through some means. Although his hair still hadn't grown back, this inhuman torment lasted for a full 2 hours. Only when the eastern sky began to glow with a pale white did the tingling ache recede like a tide. Krillin stood up. He realized that his perspective had changed. Previously he had to look up slightly to see the world, but now he could see everything clearly. He looked down at his own palm. His fingers were slender and powerful with large knuckles, and his skin showed a healthy bronze color, no longer the comical chubby feeling it used to have. Congratulations to the host, body reconstruction complete. Height 1. 80 meters. Physique correction perfect, streamlined muscles, no longer the bloated bodybuilder type. Acquired trait bald head, force field, the brighter the bald head the stronger the charm. Krillin touched his forehead. The texture was still smooth. 1 meter, 80. Krillin flexed his limbs and the joints cracked like thunder. This was the perspective of a man. The car door was pushed open. Buerma came out, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her hair a mess like a bird's nest. Good morning. Krillin, is there anything to eat? The dinosaur meat from last night was too. Buerma's voice abruptly stopped. She stared blankly at the man on the car roof, who had his back to her. In the faint morning light, that figure's back was broad and straight. The orange martial arts uniform was stretched taut, and the inverted triangle of back muscles cast a breathtaking shadow in the sunlight. You? Krillin slowly turned around. His bald head reflected a dazzling beam of light in the morning sun. Krillin jumped down from the car roof and walked up to Buurma. A shadow fell completely enveloping Buurma. She had to tilt her head back, her neck aching to see his face. This sense of pressure. Krillin, good morning. Krillin greeted with a smile. What, after just one night you don't recognize me? Buurma circled him 3 times, reached out to pinch his arm, and finally stood on tiptoe, trying to compare their height difference. This is unscientific. Buurma grabbed her own hair in frustration. How did you grow so much taller overnight? I don't know either. Krillin stretched his neck. Maybe the T-Rex I ate last night was too nutritious. Bullshit. Buurma complained verbally, but her body honestly didn't move back. On the contrary, she moved closer. This explosive body exuded a deadly masculine pheromone. For Buurma, who was in an emotional vacuum unilaterally suffering from cold violence, it was like poison. Hey. Buurma suddenly poked Krillin's chest, her cheeks flushing. You? How tall are you now? 1 meter 80. I'm factually a bit taller than Yamcha. Buurma muttered softly, then averted her gaze in some confusion. Well, since you've become so big you can carry all the luggage today, I'm going to wash up. With that, she rushed toward a nearby stream, as if fleeing. Krillin watched her back, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In this world of appearances, strength was certainly important, but appearance was definitely a bonus. Krillin opened the status panel. Host Lin Fei Krillin, current template, Chi Yu fusion rate 10, combat power value not loaded. Strength 900, host can proportionally convert strength value into combat power. Speed 880, constitution 900, intelligence 250, charisma 85. Krillin's eyes sharpened. It's about time to go back. Krillin clenched his fist, and the air was crushed in his palm, producing a crisp sound. The martial arts tournament was about to start. That was the best place for him to make a name for himself. 10 minutes later, Buurma returned after washing up, water droplets still on her face. She had changed into a more revealing outfit, hot pants and a tank top, seemingly deliberately or inadvertently flaunting her figure. Girl's little tricks. Hey Krillin. Buurma kicked the tire of the off-road vehicle. The car is out of gas, and I didn't bring spare capsules. It's still hundreds of kilometers to the city. What do we do? She actually had a spare can of gas. But seeing that shiny bald head, she just wanted to tease him. Out of gas. Krillin glanced at the heavy off-road vehicle, then at the hotly dressed Buurma, and smiled. Then let's run back. Huh. Hundreds of kilometers. Run back. And how can I run? I'm not a martial artist. Buurma stared at him with wide eyes. I'm not asking you to run. Krillin walked up to her, turned his back to her, and crouched down. His broad back was like a solid wall. Hop on. Concise. Buurma was stunned. Her heart raced 2 beats traitorously. This. Was he going to carry her on his back? You said it. Don't blame me if you get exhausted. Buurma bit her lip, didn't act coy, and directly jumped onto Krillin's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. So hard. That was Buurma's first impression. All muscle, rock solid. And Krillin's body temperature was very high. Buurma could feel the burning vitality through his clothes. Hold on tight. Krillin supported her thighs with both hands. The touch was warm and smooth. Whoosh! Krillin bent his legs slightly, and the ground instantly cracked open into a 2-meter-wide crater. His entire body shot into the sky like a cannonball. Ayah! Buurma's scream was torn apart by the wind. Scenery sped backward, trees becoming green blurs. The wind pressure was so strong it was hard to keep eyes open. But Krillin seemed prepared. A faint layer of chi enveloped Buurma on his back, shielding her from the airflow that would have blown her away. Too fast. Where are you taking me? Buurma pressed tightly against Krillin's back, shouting loudly. West City, to your home. Krillin's voice was terrifyingly steady, completely unbriefless despite the high-speed run. Why go to my home? I want to ask your father to make me a special gravity training suit. Krillin lightly touched the crown of a giant tree with his toes, gaining momentum to launch another few hundred meters. Besides, I also need to see the so-called Capsule Corporation. Actually, it was to intercept. According to the original timeline, Yamcha should be going to West City to apologize to Buurma. Since he wanted to achieve mental clarity, he couldn't give that wild dog any chance. Why ask my father? I can make it too. Buurma hummed in his ear, her warm breath spraying on his neck. But, you really have changed a lot. Where have I changed? Before you would have taken the chance to cop a feel. But now your hands are well behaved. Buurma rested her chin on his shoulder. Krillin smiled. He didn't speak. Well behaved. That was because the muscle control skill was constantly active. Otherwise, with his current strength, a slight carelessness would crush her thigh. Besides, the highest level hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Taking the initiative to take advantage is a low move. Making the other person unable to resist teasing you is the superior strategy. Also, I prefer being passive. Hey Krillin. Buurma suddenly quieted down, and after a while she spoke softly. Yamcha has never carried me on his back. He just rides that broken motorcycle and lets me eat dust on the back seat. Oh, Krillin responded indifferently. Then he really is useless. You think he's useless too, right? Buurma said indignantly, as if finding a kindred spirit. All day he just shows off, and when danger comes he runs faster than anyone. Last time we met, the Red Ribbon Army was the same. Along the way, Buurma entered rant mode, complaining about Yamcha's poor taste, his fickleness, and his lies. Krillin just listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with indeed, and that's too much. With each acknowledgement, Buurma's resentment toward Yamcha grew. With each kilometer he ran, Buer Ma's dependence on Krillin deepened. When the futuristic steel jungle of West City appeared on the horizon, Buer Ma had completely forgotten the unpleasantness of yesterday's phone call. "We're here." Krillin landed in an empty alley. The concrete floor was dented with 2 shallow footprints. Buer Ma jumped off his back, feeling somewhat reluctant to end it. So fast. She looked at her watch in disbelief. Only half an hour. It's 400 kilometers from the forest. Not bad I didn't go full speed. Krillin dusted off his clothes. "Let's go to your place. I'm hungry." "You only think about eating." Buer Ma rolled her eyes at him, but then naturally linked her arm with Krillin's. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a feast. And introduce you to my parents." After saying this, Buer Ma herself was taken aback. Introduced to parents. This sounded like bringing a boyfriend home. She snuck a glance at Krillin. 1 meter 80 tall, a straight posture. Although he was bald in this era full of individuality, it actually looked cool. It seemed not bad. Just then the roar of a motorcycle suddenly came from the entrance of the alley. A flashy red hover motorcycle stopped. On it sat a man wearing a baseball jacket with long hair and a scar on his face. "Yamcha? What's going on?" The tea god looks kind of handsome. He was holding a slightly wilted bunch of roses, about to walk toward the main gate of Buer Ma's house. Seeing the 2 people walking out of the alley, Yamcha took off his sunglasses, his movements frozen. Buer Ma was holding a man's arm. A man taller, stronger, and more imposing than him. Buer Ma. Yamcha's gaze fell on their linked arms, his face instantly turning livid. Who is he? The air froze. Awkwardness descended unexpectedly. Buer Ma instinctively wanted to let go, but Krillin's arm tightened slightly, trapping her hand. Krillin looked at Yamcha. The wilderness bandit who once made him look up in awe now seemed nothing more than a weakling. Krillin stepped forward, blocking Buer Ma, and looked down at Yamcha. "Isn't this Yamcha? It seems that after not seeing you for a long time, not only has your strength regressed, but your brain has also become dull." The afternoon in Shidu was scorching sunlight refracting off towering glass curtain walls onto the streets. Hover cars whizzed along the aerial tracks, emitting a low hum. At the alley entrance the air was stiflingly heavy. That bouquet of once vibrant red roses now lay silently on the dusty concrete ground. A few petals had scattered from the impact like a shocking pool of blood. Yamcha removed his iconic windproof sunglasses, revealing eyes now bloodshot. His gaze, like a rusty saw, was fixed on Bulma's arm linked with Krillin's. There the girl's fair and delicate fingers tightly gripped the man's bronze forearm, the fingertips turning white from the pressure. It was an instinctive protective posture. The bulging muscles on that man's arm gleamed with a rock-hard luster in the sunlight, exuding a terrifying sense of power. "Are you out of your mind?" Yamcha's voice squeezed out from the depths of his throat, trembling with disbelief, then turned into extreme absurdity and anger. The cross-shaped scar on his cheek twisted with the twitching of his facial muscles, looking particularly ferocious. "Where did this bald punk come from with such big talk?" Yamcha laughed in exasperation, stepping forward, his aura suddenly becoming sharp. "Bulma, is this why you've been away from home for days? Your so-called quest for rare ores was actually to find a fitness trainer." His gaze was full of contempt and jealousy, scanning Krillin up and down like a searchlight. Though he had to admit that the bald man before him had a physique as perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture in the eyes of a true martial artist, this muscle-bound guy, who looked like he only lifted weights, was nothing but a superficial showpiece. Dead muscle and true chi are 2 different dimensions. "Yamcha, watch your mouth." Bulma immediately bristled, her eyebrows shooting up. She let go of Krillin's arm and was about to rush forward to argue. "Just because your mind is dirty you think everyone else is like you, eh? He is Krillin. We just came back from Master Wutian." "Krillin?" Yamcha looked as if he had heard the biggest joke of the century. He froze for a moment, then burst into exaggerated, piercing laughter. He bent over with laughter, even wiping tears from the corners of his eyes. "Huh. Bulma, if you're going to lie, can you at least come up with a more believable script? Do you think I'm blind or stupid?" Yamcha pointed at the man who was half a head taller than him, his finger almost poking Krillin's nose. "That noseless little runt Krillin barely reaches my belt. This guy, eh?" He gestured exaggeratedly at the height difference, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Are you trying to tell me that in just a few days that pickled egg not only fermented and expanded, but also got a full-body plastic surgery? Other than both being bald and noseless, what about this guy resembles Krillin?" Facing Yamcha's barrage of insults, Krillin remained silent. He just stood there quietly, hands in the pockets of his orange martial arts uniform, his gaze as calm as a bottomless ancient well. This calmness was not due to cowardice, but stemmed from an absolute sense of looking down. In the corner of his vision, the system's pale blue light screen bounced cheerfully, scrolling lines of text. Ding. Detected host encountering X provocation. Triggering urgent mission, a man's dignity. Mission description: Yamcha strongly doubts your identity and speaks disrespectfully of your goddess. This is not only a proof of identity, but also a contest for male territory. Please completely crush Yamcha's self-confidence without killing or maiming him. Mission restriction: due to the host's current excessive power and many uncontrollable factors, please ensure to activate precise control mode. Warning: one punch could turn Yamcha into an abstract painting on the wall. Please operate with caution. Mission reward: all attributes 100. Bulma's affection significantly increased. Looking at the no maiming restriction, Krillin sighed inwardly. This was the hardest part. If it were the old Krillin, he might need to go all out against Yamcha, even use his wits. But now after integrating the Chi Yu template, his power had grown exponentially. Having to control his strength as delicately as embroidery under such power was more exhausting than carrying a mountain. Yamucha, long time no see. Krillin finally spoke. His voice was low and steady, carrying a casualness only old acquaintances would have without even a hint of anger. He took a step forward, completely shielding Bulma behind him. That broad back instantly blocked the sunlight, casting a cool safe zone for Bulma. Where's Pure? Isn't that cat always following you like a shadow? Still sick? Or is it helping you delete other girls' phone numbers from your contacts so you can come here and put on a show of devotion? Krillin asked calmly. Yamucha's laughter was suddenly cut off as if by an invisible pair of scissors. His pupils contracted sharply and his face instantly turned pale. This matter. Pure helping him delete records. Only he and Pure knew, not even their closest teammates were aware. You? How do you know? Yamucha's voice wavered. The panic of being exposed instantly shattered half of his original aura. But he quickly regained his composure, knowing he must never admit it at this moment. So he roared in anger and shame. Bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? No matter who you are, since you know my name, and still dare to act so arrogantly in Shido, it seems you're asking for trouble. I am Krillin. Krillin pointed at his own shiny reflective head, then at his handsome face that indeed had no nose. He revealed a helpless smile. Other than being a bit taller and more handsome, is it that hard to recognize? These words precisely struck Yamucha's sore spot. Yamucha stared hard at that face. Indeed, no one knows the arrangement of features, the occasional salty fish demeanor. It did overlap with the Krillin in his memory. But how is this possible? That wretched, cowardly little bald head, who always complained about having no luck with women. How could he possess such a suffocating pressure? More importantly, the way Bulma looked at this guy just now. That look was all too familiar to Yamucha. It was the look Bulma had when she saw rare gems, when she saw the latest tech products. It was a look full of curiosity, admiration, and dependence. That was something he as a boyfriend had never truly received. A strong sense of crisis mixed with jealousy instantly overwhelmed Yamucha's reason. I don't believe it. Yamucha suddenly assumed that classic opening stance. Hands like claws, body crouched like a wild wolf poised to strike in the wilderness. White aura burst from his body, stirring up dust on the ground. That useless Krillin couldn't possibly have this kind of aura. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The violent gust of wind tousled Bulma's hair. She instinctively wanted to grab Krillin. Krillin, be careful. Though she voiced concern, Bulma did not step forward to stop him. Instead, holding the capsule box in her arms, she obediently retreated to the corner. Those big blue eyes sparkled not with fear, but with a secret, almost fanatical excitement. It was the instinctive thrill of a woman witnessing a powerful male fighting for her. Bulma, step back a bit so you don't get your dress dirty. Krillin waved his hand lightly. Then he flexed his wrist, and his neck joints gave a crisp crack. He said to Yamucha, don't worry, I'll control my strength. This casual remark became the last straw that broke Yamucha's reason. Arrogant. Yamucha roared, and the concrete under his feet exploded with a boom. His entire body turned into a gray afterimage, letting out a sharp shriek that tore through the air and lunged straight at Krillin. Yamucha moved with astonishing speed. As one of the primary combatants in the early days of Dragon Ball, his origins as a desert bandit had endowed him with a unique talent for wildness and agility. Now striking with fury, he surpassed even his usual limits. Wolf Fang Fist. With that signature roar, the air itself seemed to echo with the mournful howl of wolves. A storm of fists descended like a torrential downpour. Each phantom strike carried a white energy aura, sealing off every possible escape route for Krillin, above, below, left, and right. The essence of this technique lay in its speed and ferocity. Once caught in its rhythm, the opponent would be torn apart like prey beset by a pack of wolves until utterly exhausted. Terrified bystanders screamed and fled in all directions. A few bold ones hid behind shop windows at a distance, peeking out, and some even pulled out cameras. Yet at the epicenter of this tempest, Krillin seemed to stand in a different dimension. In his eyes, Yamucha's movements were not only slow but almost comically sluggish. It felt like watching a videotape playing at 0.2x speed. Krillin could clearly see every detail, the contorted expression on Yamucha's face, the tension in his muscles, even the single bead of sweat slowly flying off his forehead. Is this the gap? A flicker of boredom crossed Krillin's mind. Huff! A straight punch from Yamucha, carrying a gust of force, brushed past Krillin's left ear. Seemingly a close call, yet handled with effortless ease. Huff! Then came a tricky sweeping kick, grazing Krillin's forehead. The wind pressure it generated made Krillin's eyelashes flutter slightly. Every attack missed by a hair's breadth. Yet it was as if they had been precisely calculated. Each time Krillin dodged, he moved only the minimal distance necessary. His upper body tilted slightly left, swayed right, ducked, then turned sideways. Like a willow catkin in the wind, no matter how violently the gale raged, he danced with it, untouched by a single leaf. How is this possible? Yamucha grew more alarmed with each passing moment, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. This feeling was too bizarre. His fists had clearly touched Krillin's martial arts uniform, and he could even feel the heat radiating from his opponent's body. Yet he couldn't land a solid hit. It was like attacking a wisp of smoke with all his might. Every ounce of power struck emptiness, leaving him so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. Too slow. Kuririn dodged with the grace of a leisurely stroll, while commenting in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. Your left foot stance is unstable. Your center of gravity is too high. Your lower body is as flimsy as stepping on cotton. Is this all you've got? This condescending critique was more humiliating than a slap in the face. Shut up. Just shut up. Yamucha's eyes turned bloodshot, his face flushing a deep purple from shame. He couldn't accept it. Absolutely unacceptable. This little bald-headed kid who used to look up to him now dared to speak to him in a tone reserved for elders scolding juniors. Wolfang fist revised. He recklessly ignited his inner chi, forcibly boosting his speed by another 30%. The barrage of fists became a solid wall of energy, pressing down on Kuririn with suffocating force. Now that's a bit more interesting. Kuririn finally took his hands out of his pockets. Facing the oncoming onslaught where the fist paths were nearly invisible, he simply extended one finger. His index finger. Then, ding, 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 ding. A series of crisp metallic clashes exploded at the alley entrance. Bulma, watching from afar, was dumbfounded, nearly dropping her capsule case. She saw Yamucha swinging his fist like a mad dog, the punches so fast they were only blurs. Yet Kuririn stood rooted to the spot, his feet planted firmly. Using only that right index finger, he traced arcane trajectories in the air. Each tap precisely struck Yamucha's fist wrist or elbow joint. That single finger was like an insurmountable chasm. It hurts. Yamucha felt as if his hands were about to break. Every collision with that finger was like punching a solid steel pillar. The recoil numbed his entire arm, and his bones groaned under the unbearable strain. Is this finger made of iron? Yamucha was horrified. His opponent showed no fluctuation of chi, no exertion. Why was it so terrifyingly hard? Had enough. Kuririn's voice suddenly turned cold, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. He spotted a momentary opening, when Yamucha's old strength was spent and new strength had yet to arise. That index finger, which had been purely defensive, gently thrust forward. It pierced through the rain of fists, aiming straight for the center of the brow. Crack. A dull thud. With that finger, Kuririn used roughly 0.5 of his power. But to Yamucha, it was like being struck in the forehead by a 1,000-pound hammer. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Yamucha's forward momentum abruptly halted, his eyes bulged from the excruciating pain, and his face instantly contorted. Then the immense impact erupted, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. His feet scraped against the concrete floor, producing a piercing screech and carving 2 deep grooves. He slid for over 10 meters before finally crashing into a large iron bin filled with kitchen waste at the alley entrance, barely coming to a stop. Splash. Watermelon rinds, rotten vegetable leaves, and stinking fish scraps that had been sitting for who knows how long covered Yamucha from head to toe. A dead silence fell over the scene. Only the rustling of wind through the garbage remained. So strong. Bulma covered her mouth with both hands, her blue eyes reflecting Kuririn's silhouette, sparkling with countless stars. This was a battle on an entirely different level. That absolute control, that composed demeanor gave Bulma an unprecedented sense of security. She used to find Yamucha's roguish charm attractive. But now that so-called charm appeared frivolous and childish in the face of Kuririn's overwhelming power. Kuririn walked step by step toward the garbage pile. Yamucha scrambled out of the mess, his once proud long hair stained with filth, his expensive limited edition baseball jacket ruined and dirty. But the fury in his eyes had not been extinguished by the crushing defeat. Instead, it blazed even brighter from the intense humiliation. I don't believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Yamucha trembled as he straightened himself. He brought his hands together at his waist, and a dazzling blue light began to coalesce in his palms. This is. Bulma's face turned pale as she screamed in alarm. Kamehameha. Yamucha, you've lost your mind. This is a residential area. Do you want to blow up the entire street? I don't care anymore. Since you dare to treat me like this, we'll die together. Yamucha had completely lost his sanity. He poured all his remaining chi into this single strike. Kamehameha. With a hysterical roar, a massive blue energy wave 1/2 meter in diameter blasted forth. It surged forward with devastating force, aimed directly at Kuririn's face. Though inferior to the original of Kamesenin, this full-power Kamehameha was enough to level a 5-story building. Kuririn stopped walking, looked at the oncoming blue light, and sighed softly. Still so immature. This kind of uncontrolled power only harms the innocent. He did not dodge. Facing the lethal energy wave, he simply raised his right hand slowly, fingers spread, palm facing forward. It was pure physical strength. Boom. The raging blue beam slammed into Kuririn's palm with a deafening roar. But shockingly, Kuririn's arm didn't even tremble. The energy wave struck him like it had hit an indestructible reef, unable to advance a single inch. Is that all? Kuririn said flatly. Then his 5 fingers suddenly clenched. Pop. A soft sound like bursting a bubble. The violent energy was crushed in his bare hand. It scattered into specks of blue starlight, dancing brilliantly in the sunlight, before fading completely into the air. Barehanded, crushing a Kamehameha, Yamucha stood frozen, his hands still in the pressing pose. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, his mind a blank. All his rage turned into deep terror in that instant. Was this even human? This exceeded his understanding of martial arts. Kuririn dusted off his hands as if nothing had happened, walked over to the completely petrified Yamucha, and cast a shadow over him. Kuririn looked down at Yamucha, his deep eyes devoid of mockery, holding only a calm that made Yamucha feel despair. You've grown weak, Yamcha. Kiririn's voice was soft, yet it struck Yamcha's heart like a heavy hammer. The wind in the alley seemed to carry a stale, defeated scent. Yamcha leaned against the cold wall, his body slowly sliding down until he slumped to the ground. He gasped for breath, not from physical exhaustion, but from the overwhelming powerlessness that surged from the depths of his soul. Kiririn stood before him like an insurmountable mountain. It's not that I'm too strong, but that your heart is burdened with too many distractions. Kiririn crouched down, meeting Yamcha's eyes at the same level, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment. Baseball women fame the cheers of fans. These things fill your heart. The martial path is a very honest thing. If you deceive it, it deceives you. How long has it been since you lost sleep over a single technique you couldn't master? How long has it been since you felt the agony of pushing past your limits? Each question was like a sharp thorn piercing Yamcha's heart, leaving him utterly unable to refute. Yamcha opened his mouth, but his throat was too dry to make a sound. He recalled the version of himself that once trained relentlessly in the wilderness, perfecting the wolf fang fist to survive. He remembered the passion he felt when he first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Back then, though he was weak, there was light in his eyes. But now his eyes held only murky desires. This bouquet. Kiririn picked up the tattered rose bouquet from the ground. The petals had all fallen off, leaving only bare stems and a few leaves. He looked at it for a moment, then gently placed it on Yamcha's knee. It's withered, but it's still something you bought. Take it back. Give it to Puer if nothing else. Unfortunately, the you right now doesn't deserve Bulma. Nor does you deserve this flower. After saying that, Kiririn didn't spare Yamcha another glance. He stood up and turned to walk toward Bulma, who was waiting in the corner. Sunlight stretched his shadow, broad and resolute, overshadowing Yamcha's curled-up form. Let's go. I'm hungry. Kiririn reached out naturally to Bulma. Bulma stared at this man dazed. In that moment, she felt as if she saw the bearing of a true master. That kind of commanding presence, that calm authority when reprimanding someone, was utterly captivating. "Emin, let's go home." This time Bulma didn't hesitate. She firmly clasped Kiririn's hand. His hand was large, warm, with thick calluses on the palm, the proof of relentless daily training. The rough texture against her skin brought a tangible, real sensation. The two walked side by side out of the alley, their backs gilded with a golden edge of sunlight. Yamcha still sat slumped on the ground, watching the receding figures. He wanted to rush up and fight again, to curse loudly, but his body felt as heavy as lead. The scene of Kiririn crushing the Kamehameha with his bare hand replayed in his mind over and over. Each repetition deepened his despair. The gap was too vast. Even jealousy seemed laughable. Damn it, damn it. After a long while, Yamcha let out a wounded beast-like roar and slammed his fist into the concrete floor. His knuckles split open, instantly blood streaming, but he seemed to feel no pain. The martial path is honest. He let out a bitter laugh, staring at the bare rose stems on his knee. I lost. Completely and utterly. Yamcha staggered to his feet, as if drunk. He took one last long look in that direction. The direction of the Capsule Corporation, the direction of Bulma's home. His gaze gradually cleared. The restless, vainglorious aura seemed to dissipate, replaced by a determined resolve that came from cutting off all retreat. Just you wait, Kiririn. Yamcha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to walk in the opposite direction. His steps were unsteady but growing ever firmer. I'm not going back to the baseball team. I'm heading to the Kame house. If I don't train these lazy bones anew, if I don't avenge that finger strike, then I, Yamcha, will truly be nothing but a joke for the rest of my life. Way City Center Capsule Corporation headquarters. This massive hemispherical architectural complex was simply the pinnacle of human technology. Automated security robots, anti-gravity elevators, and holographic projections visible everywhere all demonstrated the family's boundless wealth. Bulma almost ran the entire way, dragging Krillin through the front door. The blush on her face had not yet faded, partly from the thrill of the earlier battle, but also because the two had been holding hands the whole way back. Servants and robots passing by watched in surprise. Though the young miss had changed boyfriends several times, she rarely displayed such a girlish demeanor. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Bulma pushed open the giant electronic door and shouted, her voice brimming with barely concealed joy. Oh my, is that Bulma back? A beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes who always looked as youthful as a 20-year-old girl walked out carrying a tray. That was Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief. Her eyes immediately lit up when she spotted Krillin standing beside Bulma. Oh ho ho, and who might this be? Mrs. Brief had absolutely no concept of personal distance. She set down her tray and immediately leaned in, even reaching out to pinch Krillin's arm in amazement. What a strong young man. These muscles, oh my, they're so firm. Much better than that boy Yamcha, who only knows how to pose. Bulma, is this your new boyfriend? You've got good taste. Mom. Bulma's face turned bright red, and she quickly pulled her mother away. Stop touching him randomly. This is Krillin. Krillin. He's that little bald guy from before. Krillin. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, what a transformation. Come in. Annie just baked some cupcakes. You must eat more. Just then Dr. Brief rolled out of the lab on a unicycle hover vehicle, a black cat perched on his shoulder, a pipe clenched between his teeth. Oh, it's Krillin. You've grown so tall. The doctor adjusted his glasses, his wise eyes scanning Krillin through the lenses. His focus was clearly different from what one might expect. Your body density seems unusually high. Each step you take produces a distinct vibration against the ground. I heard an explosion outside just now. Did you cause that? Sorry, Dr. Brief. We had a little sparring match. Krillin nodded politely. It's fine, it's fine. Young people should have energy, that's a good thing, Dr. Brief said with a wave of his hand, appearing entirely unfazed. Just don't go demolishing the gravity chamber I just fixed. Upon hearing the words, gravity chamber, Krillin's normally calm eyes suddenly flashed with intense interest. This was one of the core objectives of his visit. Or rather, it ranked second only to winning over Bulma. While the Saitama template was powerful as the fusion level increased, the normal Earth environment had become inadequate for training. During the fight with Yamcha, just now, he hadn't even broken a sweat. To continue improving and not merely play a supporting role during the future Saiyan invasion arc, he needed to raise the intensity. Dr. Brief, actually, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Krillin didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I need a training device with adjustable gravity. I know this isn't difficult for you. Oh, gravity training. Dr. Brief became interested. How many times Earth's gravity are you talking about? Starting at 100 times. Krillin stated the number calmly. Dr. Brief nearly dropped the pipe from his mouth, and even the usually composed black cat bristled in shock. 100 times. The doctor's eyes widened. Young man, do you understand what you're saying? That's the gravity found tens of thousands of meters beneath the ocean or on the surface of a massive planet. A normal person's bones would be crushed to powder in an instant, and their internal organs would rupture. Krillin clenched his fist, and the air around his palm crackled with a sharp report. If you don't push yourself to the limit, how can you ever break through it? And also, Bulma suddenly chimed in. She pulled out a stack of design sketches from her bag. She had drawn them secretly on the way back. Dad, not only do you need to build the gravity chamber, but you also have to help me with this. I want to make a custom battle suit for Krillin. The material needs to be the latest nanomemory fiber with super high elasticity. Otherwise his clothes will burst the moment he exerts himself, and that would be expensive. As she spoke, she cast a pitiful glance at the orange martial arts uniform on Krillin's body, which was already showing signs of bursting. Seems her expression, full of concern. Krillin scratched his bald head, somewhat embarrassed. These past few days he had indeed burst several shirts, mainly because ordinary fabric simply couldn't withstand the tension of his expanding muscles. Alright, I'll do it all for you. Dr. Brief looked at his daughter with affection, then gave Krillin a meaningful glance. It seems this household is going to get quite lively from now on. Follow me. There's a prototype in the basement. Dinner was held in an atmosphere that was extremely strange, yet harmonious. The long dining table was piled high with delicious food. Mrs. Brief kept piling dishes onto Krillin's plate, and even attempted to feed him cake herself, but Bulma blocked her with a darkened expression. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief was dragging Krillin into discussions about the limit data of human biomechanics. While handling this family of geniuses, Krillin simultaneously checked his system panel. Mission complete, a man's dignity. Evaluation, you shattered the most fragile pride with the most casual approach. Yamcha has left and gone to Kame House to train hard, though he likely still won't catch up to you. This kid finally has some fighting spirit. Rewards issued 1. All stats 100. Strength 1000. The host can convert the strength value proportionally into combat power. Speed 980. Constitution 1000. Intelligence 350. Charm 85. 2. Bulma affection settlement flustered heart 85,100. Almost lovers 89,100. 89 points. Just one step away. Once it breaks through 90, the special devour function will trigger, allowing him to acquire Bulma's genius attributes. Krillin turned to look at Bulma sitting beside him. She was biting her fork, her gaze somewhat dazed as she stared at his profile. When she noticed him looking, she immediately panicked and lowered her head to drink her soup. Bulma's ears were completely red, and even her blue hair seemed to have grown more vibrant. Tonight, Bulma suddenly said in a small voice barely above a whisper. You can sleep in the room next to mine. That room had previously been used when Yamcha came to visit. Though Bulma was usually carefree and bold when it came to matters like this, she was still quite conservative. Bulma had personally replaced all the sheets and pillowcases with new ones, and had even sprayed a bit of her favorite perfume inside. Okay. Krillin's lips curved slightly upward, his eyes gentle. That night someone was destined to lose sleep. Meanwhile, far away across the sea, a Kame House. Waves crashed against the shore. Rashi was giggling foolishly at a limited edition swimsuit magazine when he suddenly let out a massive sneeze. Achoo! Strange, which beauty is thinking of me? Just then the front door was thrown open. Yamcha stood at the doorway looking utterly wretched and reeking of garbage. He dropped to his knees with a loud thud, his knees smashing against the wooden floor. Master Potato, please train me. I need to become strong. Strong enough to defeat that bald monster. Rashi froze, his snot bubble popping. His sunglasses slipped down halfway, revealing small eyes full of shock. Yamcha, while I'm touched by your determination, and I know it's good for young people to face setbacks. Rashi pointed to the creaking front door. Could you pay for the door first? This is the second one broken this week. And that smell on you. Did you fall into a septic tank? In the underground laboratory of Capsule Corporation, the air was thick with the distinctive scent of machine oil and ozone. The massive hemispherical gravity chamber stood in the center like a dormant steel beast. The heavy alloy door was wide open, revealing the empty, cold training space inside. Although it's a prototype, the core stabilizer is quite good. Dr. Brief held his pipe in one hand, tapping on the complex control panel with the other. The theoretical limit is 300 times, but by then the foundation of this villa would probably collapse. He turned to look at the eager bald youth standing beside him, a strange glint in his eyes behind his glasses. Klin, are you sure you don't want to wear protective gear? Even astronauts wear pressure suits to protect their internal organs. No need. Klin was bare-chested, wearing only loose training pants. His skin had a healthy bronze hue under the cold lights, and beneath his unexaggerated muscles lay astonishing explosive power. Only by letting the body directly feel the crushing force of gravity will the cells remember this fear and then evolve. Klin stepped into the chamber. The heavy hydraulic door closed slowly behind him, emitting a grating locking sound. The world fell silent instantly, leaving only the faint hum of the ventilation system. Let's try 2 times first, the doctor's voice came through the speaker. 10 times directly, Klin gestured at the camera. Dr. Brief's hand trembled slightly at the control panel, and the black cat on his shoulder let out a sharp cry. The doctor sighed and pushed the red lever. A low-frequency vibration instantly filled the entire space as the red light in the gravity chamber flared. It was not the feeling of carrying a heavy load. Gravity was omnidirectional. In that instant, Klin felt as if the blood inside him had turned to mercury. The once light fluid suddenly became unbearably heavy. Every heartbeat required 10 times the effort to pump this heavy blood through his limbs and organs. Cough. Klin grunted, his knees buckling as he nearly fell. His eyes were pulled downward and his vision blurred. Each breath of air felt like swallowing blades, his diaphragm contracting violently against the invisible pressure. This was 10 times gravity. It was not simply the equivalent of 10 Klins piled on top of him, but pressing on every inch of skin, every blood vessel, every organ. An ordinary earthling would have already suffered internal bleeding and ruptured organs. But Klin did not fall. The power of Saitama, that bald demon, was not innate. It was obtained through breaking his limiters day after day. This feeling of being pushed to the brink was the best fuel for breaking the limiter. Klin gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his neck like writhing earthworms. Slowly, inch by inch, he straightened his back. His bones crackled and popped like an old wooden ship groaning in a storm. Breathe. In. Out. He forced himself to regulate his breathing, pressing the heavy oxygen deep into his lungs. First item. Push-ups. 100. Klin lay down. Even this simple action under 10 times gravity felt like lifting a mountain. His hands pressed against the floor made of high-strength alloy, which now dented slightly under his palms. 1. Down, up. Sweat barely left his pores before being yanked down by gravity, splattering on the floor. 2. His triceps screamed, muscle fibers tore and reknitted at the microscopic level, growing stronger. This was what he wanted. Delivering milk and farming at Kame House, though taxing, was too inefficient for someone with Saitama's physique. He needed this violent, irrational torment. Outside the control room, Bulma held a tray with a towel and a special electrolyte drink. She stood before the large one-way glass rooted to the spot as she watched. She had seen Yamcha train. Yamcha liked to shout and show off each punch, accompanied by a flashy pose as if a camera were always filming him. But Klin was different. The bald youth inside had no wasted movements. He just lay there mechanically, silently repeating the monotonous push-ups. A small puddle of sweat had formed beneath him, and steam rose from his bare back. Due to gravity, the white vapor did not drift upward, but flowed eerily along the ground. The scene was not beautiful, it was even fierce. But Bulma could not look away. She saw the muscles on Klin's back undulate with each movement like a drawn bow. Every muscle trembled, yet held a rhythm that sent a chill down her spine. It was a pure display of masculine strength without any pretense, only the raw desire to become stronger. 98. 99. 100. Klin finished the last push-up, then flipped over to do sit-ups without resting. His abdominal muscles were sharply defined like carved rock. Bulma felt her cheeks grow warm. As the heiress of the world's richest family, she had seen many impressive men, polite gentlemen or handsome and powerful martial artists. But none had ever given her this feeling. This vitality that radiated even through the thick, blast-proof glass. 10 minutes later, the gravity device shut down. The red light went out, green light came on. The pressure valve hissed, and the heavy door slid open slowly. Klin got up from the floor, looking as if he had just been pulled from the water. The sudden disappearance of 10 times gravity made him feel as if his body was about to float away. Sweat dripped from his bald head, slid down his chest, and disappeared into his waistband. Bulma's gaze involuntarily followed that drop of sweat until it reached a dangerous point. She snapped back to reality and quickly looked away, flustered. Here, a soft white towel was handed to him. Klin looked up and saw Bulma's evasive eyes. Thanks. He took the towel and wiped his face roughly. This is a special sports drink to replenish salt. She shoved the cup into Klin's hand, and her fingertips touched his burning palm, recoiling as if shocked. This gravity chamber isn't bad. Klin downed the drink in one gulp, his atoms apple bobbing, and let out a satisfied sigh. But the floor is a bit soft. Tell the doctor to use harder material next time. That's aerospace-grade titanium alloy. Bulma couldn't help retorting. You're the freak. She saw steam rising from Klin's body and was about to tell him to shower, but instead said, your muscles. Are they bigger than yesterday? Klin looked down at his chest and casually squeezed. Maybe they're pumped. Don't you like this kind? He took a step forward, less than half a meter from Bulma. A strong wave of pheromones mixed with sweat hit her. It wasn't unpleasant, but carried a primal aggressiveness. Bulma felt her heart skip a beat, and she backed against the cold control panel with nowhere to retreat. Who said I like it? She stubbornly turned her head away, revealing reddened ears. Hard and lumpy looks uncomfortable. Oh. Krillin smiled, didn't press further, and knew when to stop. I'm going to take a shower. By the way, what's for dinner? Training like this burns too many calories. I think I could eat a dinosaur. As Krillin turned and walked away, his broad back muscles formed a perfect inverted triangle under the light. Bulma took a deep breath and patted her burning cheeks. Bulma, get a grip. He's just a bald guy. And he's only a teenager. But despite her words, her mind was filled with the image of sweat sliding over his chest muscles impossible to erase. For the next 3 days, Krillin virtually lived in the gravity chamber. From initially only being able to perform basic movements under 10-fold gravity, by the 3rd day, he could already engage in high-intensity shadow boxing training under 12-fold gravity. That exhilarating sensation of bones being compressed and rejuvenated was utterly addictive. Under such extreme pressure, the assimilation degree of the Chiyu template skyrocketed like a rocket. Where to? My workshop. The materials for the battle suit have arrived, but I need precise body measurements. Yesterday's scan data had some errors. If the nanofibers aren't fitted properly, they won't just fail to disperse impact forces, but will actually restrict your movements. Ma spoke with a serious expression, adopting the demeanor of a true scientist. That is, if one ignored the rather tight low-cut camisole she had deliberately changed into today. The workshop was located on the top floor of the villa with excellent natural lighting. Everywhere were piled blueprint circuit boards and various unidentified mechanical parts. Stand on that platform. Ma pointed to a circular platform in the middle. Krillin complied, stepping onto it, and casually untied the sash of his bathrobe. Ma's hand, which was adjusting a tool, paused momentarily. Although she had seen it many times over the past few days, the sight of this body brimming with aesthetic power once again completely exposed before her still made her breath quicken. Raise your arms. Ma tried to make her voice sound professional. She approached with the measuring tape, and a faint scent of citrus perfume drifted into Krillin's nostrils. The cool measuring tape touched Krillin's burning chest. Chest circumference. Inhale. Krillin obediently inhaled, his chest expanding, muscles bulging like rock. Ma's fingers inevitably brushed against his skin. Her fingers were soft with a slight coolness, and their contact with Krillin's high-temperature skin sent a faint tremor through him. Don't move. Ma lightly patted his pectoral muscle. It's as hard as stone, the tape can't even snug in. It's a natural reaction. Krillin looked down at Ma, who was buried in his chest. From this angle, he could just see the snowy white valley and the strands of hair trembling with her breath. She seriously read the numbers on the tape, her long eyelashes like 2 tiny fans. Waist circumference. Ma crouched down, her arms encircling Krillin's waist. This posture was too much like an embrace. Her cheek was almost pressed against Krillin's abdominal muscles, and her warm breath sprayed onto his sensitive skin, tickling slightly. Krillin could clearly feel Ma's movements become sluggish. Her hands around his waist did not immediately tighten the tape, but lingered hesitantly for a few seconds. The air grew thick. The cicadas chirping outside seemed to fade away. The only sound in the room was the slightly erratic breathing of the two. Ma. Krillin asked, knowingly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Are you done? What are you rushing for? Ma hastily tightened the tape, her voice trembling as she read the numbers. Waist circumference, 78. This ratio is simply unscientific. She stood up, her face as red as a ripe tomato, her gaze evasive, completely unable to meet Krillin's eyes. Next is the thigh and arm span. Ma circled behind Krillin, intending to measure his back width. As her hand pressed against his broad latissimus dorsi, Krillin suddenly spoke. When Yamu-cha used to get clothes made, did you measure him like this, eh? Ma's hand froze. Never. He would only buy ready-made ones at the mall, and then complain that the clothes weren't cool enough. She muttered softly. So I'm the first. Krillin turned around, facing Ma. They were so close that they could even see the reflection in each other's pupils. Ma instinctively took half a step back, but was blocked by the workbench behind her. So what if you are? She lifted her head, her azure eyes shimmering with a watery light. There was both shyness and a hint of girlish stubbornness. I am a genius scientist, and only those worthy of my effort are qualified to wear the battle suit I make. Then I should feel honored. Krillin reached out, placing his hands on the edge of the table behind Ma, caging her in his arms. This was an extremely aggressive, cabotin posture. Ma's heart was about to leap out of her throat. She could smell the fresh scent of a recent shower on Krillin mixed with the distinct masculine aura, making her legs feel weak. What are you doing? Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Nothing, just cooperating with your measurements. Krillin didn't actually do anything inappropriate. He simply lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and whispered softly. We haven't measured the arm span yet. Isn't this more convenient? His hot breath sprayed onto Ma's sensitive earlobe, and visibly the tiny ear instantly turned crimson. Ma's mind went blank, and the measuring tape in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode with intimacy, a sudden cough came from the doorway. Ahem. Sorry to interrupt. Dr. Bulifu stood at the door, a pipe in his mouth, a wrench in his hand, and an innocent expression on his face. The black cat was crouching on his head, staring at the two people in the room with a look of utter contempt. Ma, where did you put that polymer adhesive? The hydraulic rod in my gravity chamber broke again. I need to glue it. Buurma let out a scream, shoved Krillin away, grabbed a wrench from the table, and hurled it. Dad, don't you know to knock before entering? Oh dear, young people nowadays. The doctor nimbly dodged the wrench, picked up the glue from the floor, and leisurely shuffled out. Continue, I'm not in a hurry to fix it. The floor has already been cracked by Krillin anyway, so no rush. The door closed. The romantic atmosphere in the room vanished completely. Buurma covered her face with both hands, crouching on the ground, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Krillin couldn't help but laugh at her adorable appearance. He crouched down, picked up the measuring tape from the floor, and gently placed it into Buurma's hand. All right, don't be shy. Let's continue. I want to wear this suit soon. Buurma looked up and shot him a fierce glare. But there was no anger in that gaze, only a watery ripple about to overflow. The subsequent measurement process was much faster, but also much quieter. Yet every touch of fingertips seemed to kindle a fire in both their hearts. This flame, though not openly blazing, had completely melted an emotion called liking into their very bones. Happy times are always fleeting, especially when that joy comes wrapped in the torment of tenfold gravity and the occasional blush-inducing moment. 1 week passed in the blink of an eye. The news that registration for the World Martial Arts Tournament was about to open had already spread across the world through television and radio broadcasts. Krillin knew it was time to leave. If he did not return to regroup with Master Roshi, the storyline might deviate in unpredictable ways. At dawn on the private helipad of Capsule Corporation, a bright yellow capsule jet had already been preheated. Its engine spewed pale blue exhaust flames, making the lawn flutter violently. Mrs. Briefs produced a mountain of snacks and bento boxes, stuffing them into Krillin's backpack, as if he were heading into the wilderness to survive rather than simply returning to the dojo. The professor handed Krillin a small box. Here are the gravity wristbands you wanted. They won't match the effect of that big room, but applying 2 or 3 times normal gravity to your limbs should be no problem. Wear them at all times. Don't take them off even while eating or sleeping. Thanks, Professor. Krillin accepted them with solemn gratitude. Finally, only Bulma remained. She wore a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts today, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, and in her hands there was no trace of that legendary battlesuit. The outfit isn't quite finished yet. Bulma kicked at a small pebble on the ground, unable to meet Krillin's eyes. The courtship still needs final debugging. I'll bring it when the tournament begins. Actually, the suit was already done. She simply wanted an excuse to see him again. Okay, I'll wait for you. Krillin saw through her little scheme, but chose not to expose it. The wind blew hard, ruffling Bulma's bangs. They stood facing each other, and the noise around them seemed to be automatically filtered away. You have to win, okay? Bulma looked up, biting her lower lip. If you lose, I'll redesign your battle suit into a pink-maid outfit. Don't worry, the odds of that happening are roughly 1 in a billion. Krillin smiled confidently. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and turned toward the aircraft. 1 step, 2 steps. A bitter sense of parting suddenly welled up in Bulma's heart. These past days of constant companionship had made her accustomed to the sight of him sweating, eating, and bickering nearby. This place was so big, but with him gone, why did it feel suddenly so empty? Krillin. Bulma called out suddenly. Krillin stopped and turned around. A white figure came sprinting toward him. Without the slightest deceleration, Bulma threw herself straight into his arms. Soft warmth flooded his embrace. Before Krillin could react, Bulma rose on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around his neck, closed her eyes, and pressed her warm, supple lips against his. Boom. It felt as though a firework had detonated inside Krillin's mind. This was not a fleeting, superficial kiss. It was a confession, tinged with a girl's innate inexperience, yet burning with fierce intensity. A citrus candy sweetness lingered between their lips. Krillin's hands naturally circled her slender waist, deepening the kiss. Time seemed to stand still. Only the distant oh-ho-ho laughter of Mrs. Briefs and a whistle from the professor broke the silence. After a long while they parted. Bulma's face was flushed crimson. She panted, her eyes hazy, yet resolute, gazing at Krillin. This is an advance reward. You have to bring back the championship, she whispered, shyly, cheeks still burning red. Just then the long-awaited mechanical chime echoed in Krillin's mind. Ding. Key storyline interaction detected. Target Bulma. Current affection 92100, unwavering first love. Congratulations, host. You have reached the 90 affection threshold. Reward granted, intelligence 150, all other attributes 200. Beginning extraction of target's core abilities. Extraction complete. Passive skill obtained, genius intellect S rank. Description: your neuronal connection speed increases by 300. Your logical thinking, learning ability, and mechanical comprehension are significantly enhanced. A single glance allows you to master another's techniques, and even the most complex blueprints will be unforgettable. Your aptitude has risen from mortal to monster. In an instant the world transformed before Krillin's eyes. Where before he had merely felt the wind rustling the grass, he could now clearly calculate wind speed, angle, and the precise trajectory of every swaying blade. Where before the aircraft's complex instrument panel had given him a headache, it now seemed as simple as 1 + 1 arithmetic. He even spotted a tiny design flaw in the engine's air intake at a single glance. So this was how Bulma saw the world. So this was a genius's mind. Krillin felt as though the fog that had long shrouded his brain had been blown away by a fierce gale, leaving his thinking painfully clear. This razor-sharp clarity combined with the physical power granted by the Saitama template gave him a genuine sense of invincibility. Thank you for this gift. I really appreciate it. Krillin released his fingers, gently brushing Bulma's swollen lips. In his eyes a depth and wisdom absent before now lingered. I'm off. Without hesitation, he turned and boarded the aircraft. The cabin door closed, the engines roared. The yellow jet shot skyward, carving a graceful arc before speeding toward the southern sea. Bulma stood rooted to the spot until the plane became a tiny black, then reluctantly tore her gaze away. She touched her lips, still sensing the residual warmth. Strange. Bulma muttered to herself. At that last moment, why did his eyes seem to change? They became more captivating. High above the clouds, Krillin piloted the aircraft with one hand while gazing at his palm. System, open the panel. Host Krillin current template Saitama fusion rate 15, strength 1200 host can convert strength values proportionally to combat power. Speed 1180 constitution 1200 intelligence 500 charm 85 skill list serious punch came style martial arts mastery flight technique beast intuition genius intellect new. Krillin clenched his fist. With genius intellect martial arts would no longer be merely about muscle memory for him. He could analyze the essence of ki, optimize the techniques of Kame style, and perhaps even develop his own serious series moves. This feeling is truly wonderful. The aircraft pierced through the clouds, and in the distance a small pink house lay solitary on the island. Master Roshi's Turtle Hermitage had arrived. Turtle Hermitage, we have arrived. The waves tirelessly beat against this solitary island stranded in the vast ocean. White foam shattered at the base of the pinkish wall, producing a soothing, monotonous rhythm. To Krillin, the air mingled with the scent of seaweed and damp salt felt far more familiar than the atmosphere of West City, which mixed high-octane gasoline with the smell of precision electronic components. He jumped off the plane, his feet sinking into the soft sand. The sensation of grains slipping into the gaps of his shoes confirmed his return. Pushing open the slightly chipped wooden door of the Kame house, the interior was noticeably dimmer than outside. The air was thick with a stale tobacco smell, the cheap tobacco that Master Mateto often smoked. The scrawny old man in sunglasses carrying a giant turtle shell on his back sat cross-legged on a rattan chair. He clutched the red telephone receiver tightly, leaning forward, as if engaged in a life-or-death duel with the person on the other end. I know it's 3 days before the deadline. I'm not senile. Master Mateto's voice rose sharply, spittle spraying onto the table. The hand, not holding the phone, tapped impatiently on the wooden surface, producing a rapid, urgent knock, knock, knock. What do you mean you still haven't reached him? That brat's son Wukong. If he didn't register, couldn't you make an exception? Rules. Rules are dead, but people are alive. What if he got lost in some deep mountain forest? You know that kid's got a one-track mind. Krillin didn't interrupt. He simply leaned against the doorframe, quietly placing his backpack by his feet. He watched the old man. This man, revered by the world as the god of martial arts, now looked like an ordinary, lonely grandparent anxiously waiting for his grandson to come home from school. The sunglasses hid his eyes, but not the deep worry etched into the furrows on his forehead. All right. I'll bring him there. Even if I have to tie him up with a rope, I'll drag him to the ring. Goodbye. With a click, the receiver slammed back onto the cradle. Master Mateto let out a long sigh, collapsing like a deflated balloon into the rattan chair. He took off his sunglasses, revealing his usually squinting, now weary small eyes, and rubbed his brow. That idiot, the old man muttered under his breath. He's been gone so long, not even a single letter. Have the post offices closed down now? Or did he eat the letter paper like a meat pie? Maybe he just can't read and doesn't know how to write the address. Krillin chimed in at the right moment, a hint of amusement in his voice. Master Mateto jerked his head up, the movement swift enough to stir a breeze. When he saw the bald figure at the door, his wrinkled face froze for a moment, then the anxiety was instantly masked by his usual, feigned nonchalance. Oh, it's you. Master Mateto put his sunglasses back on and pursed his lips. I thought you'd gotten too comfortable with the capitalist sugary treats and decided not to come back to this broken island. How could I, my dear Master Mateto? Krillin grinned as he walked over, deftly grabbing a can of cold beer from the fridge and handing it to the old man. No matter how good it is out there, it's nothing compared to a single hair here. Besides, if I didn't come back, who would buy you the latest bikini special issue? At the word special issue, Master Mateto's Adam's apple bobbed noticeably. But he still tried to maintain his dignity as a master, accepting the beer and taking a large gulp. At least you still have a bit of conscience. They were silent for a while. The cries of seagulls outside the window rang especially clear. Master, you're worried about Goku, aren't you? Krillin pulled up a chair and sat down, his playful expression fading. Master Mateto's hand holding the beer can paused. Worried? Me? Worried about that brat? The old man's words were stubborn, but his gaze drifted toward the vast ocean outside the window. That kid's tough as nails. Bullets can't even pierce him. I'm just afraid he'll cause trouble out there, swallow some monster whole, or demolish someone's house, and I'll have to pay for the damages. Krillin smiled, but didn't call him out. Years ago, he and Goku had barged into this old man's life. Back then, Krillin's mind was full of mischief, and he would stop at nothing to get stronger. And Goku was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, or rather as stubborn as a rock. Together, they delivered milk in the early morning, carrying dozens of kilograms of turtle shells on their backs, panting like dogs with their tongues out. They swam in shark-infested waters, and Goku always swam faster, foolishly trying to catch a shark for lunch. They dodged in forests full of bees, emerging with swollen heads unrecognizable even to their own mothers. Back then Master Mateto always lay under a sun umbrella drinking juice, flipping through beauty magazines, looking utterly carefree. But Krillin also remembered under the coconut shadows of the Kame house how this old man had infused the essence of staff techniques, the secrets of the Kamehameha, and even the principles of honesty and perseverance into their daily training. He taught Goku to distinguish the real from the false in moves, and also to guard the kindness in his heart. He taught Krillin to break through the limitations of his stature, and to use wisdom to compensate for his natural shortcomings. He would feign anger when they slacked off, yet secretly add meat to their bowls late at night. He would clench his fists at the Tenkaichi Budokai, tears streaming down his face at every improvement they made. And when danger struck, he would step in front of his two disciples without a second thought. Krillin and Goku were the gentlest light in his twilight years. He'll come. Krillin's voice was soft, but exceptionally firm. That guy may have no sense of direction, can't count, and is sometimes so dumb you want to punch him. But his obsession with martial arts is purer than anyone else's. He'll never miss the World Martial Arts Tournament. Master Mateto turned to look at Krillin. Suddenly a glint of light flashed across the old man's sunglasses. Krillin, you've changed. Huh, you're Chi. Master Mateto's voice turned serious. He stood up and walked around Krillin in a circle. Before, your Chi was strong, but it was restless like a pot of boiling water, constantly trying to blow the lid off. But now, the old man extended a finger and suddenly, without warning, thrust it toward Krillin's brow. The strike was as fast as lightning without the slightest sound of wind. Krillin didn't dodge. Or rather, he didn't need to. Just as the fingertip was 3 millimeters from his brow, Master Mateto stopped. Krillin didn't even blink. The reflection of the finger in his pupils was as calm as a deep, bottomless lake. Now your Chi has settled. Master Mateto withdrew his hand, and finally a hint of relief and satisfaction appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that Dr. Brief's daughter not only gave you equipment, but also opened your mind. This kind of calm judgment can't be cultivated through training alone. Krillin rubbed his bald head. The newly acquired S-class talent genius intellect was operating at full capacity. In that instant, his brain had automatically constructed a model of Master Mateto's movement. The contraction speed of the deltoid, the angular momentum of the elbow joint, the pressure at the fingertip. He had even calculated how much damage that finger would cause if it had struck home. But he didn't say a word, just grinned. Probably because the food in West City is so good it finally fixed my brain. Slick tongue. Master Mateto chuckled to curse, his mood seemingly much better. Since you're back, don't just loaf around. That kid Yamcha has been training like crazy lately. If you don't step it up, you might just capsize in a ditch. Krillin followed Master Mateto's finger to look out the window. Through the glass, he could see a long-haired figure on the distant beach relentlessly unleashing attacks on a massive boulder. Yamcha, huh? Krillin squinted. In his field of vision, the world had become an ocean of data. Every movement of Yamcha's was being analyzed, broken down, and reassembled. Capsize. Krillin stood up, rolling his neck until his vertebrae cracked. Master, right now I'm strong enough to lift a boat and run with it. Then I'll go see him and give him a lesson. He pushed open the door, and sunlight instantly bathed his entire body. The noon sun scorched the beach fiercely, the air distorted by heat, making distant objects appear to shimmer. Yamcha was shirtless, his bronze skin glistening with oil. Sweat gathered into streams along the lines of his muscles, dripping onto the scorching sand, and instantly evaporating into wisps of white smoke. Wolf Fong. Fist. Accompanied by a wild roar, Yamcha's figure turned into a blurry afterimage. His hands formed claws, fingertips tearing through the air with sharp whistles as he rained blows like a storm upon the granite boulder over 2 meters tall in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. The dull impacts were dense like drumbeats. Chips of stone flew from the hard granite surface, and within seconds countless grooves an inch deep were gouged out. Huh. Finally, Yamcha twisted his waist and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick that heavily struck the middle of the rock. Crack. Boom. The boulder let out a mournful sound, exploding from the middle into pieces of various sizes. Huff. Huff. Yamcha landed and recovered his stance, his chest heaving like a worn-out bellows. He wiped the sweat and lime from his face, gazing at the rubble on the ground, a flicker of undisguised pride flashing in his eyes. Such destructive power was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine a week ago. Is this the result of turtle school training? Clap, clap, clap. A sparse, highly perfunctory applause came from under the coconut tree nearby. Yamcha spun around sharply, his gaze instantly sharp. Krillin was leaning against the tree trunk, holding a freshly picked coconut with a straw inserted, looking at him leisurely. He looked like a tourist watching a monkey jump through a flaming hoop in a circus. Not bad. Krillin took a sip of coconut milk, his tone airy. As a warm-up, it's just passable. Krillin. Yamcha gritted his teeth, his fists unconsciously clenching. That guy, his infuriating sense of superiority was still so familiar. When did you get back? Yamcha asked coldly. I thought you'd rather die in a woman's arms, or only show up on the day of the tournament. Just now. Krillin straightened up, dusted the sand off his pants. You were so absorbed in your training, I didn't want to disturb you. After all, watching a lone wolf venting on a rock was quite an amusing sight. Yamcha's temple veins bulged. He looked Krillin up and down. This guy had spent a week in West City, but he could feel no trace of increased strength. There was no oppressive aura of a strong man. Instead, he seemed more like an ordinary person. Even the unique spirit of a martial artist was completely concealed, except that his bald head had become even shinier. Yamcha snorted, picked up the weighted vest from the ground, and put it on. The tournament is about to start. You'd better pray you don't face me in the competition, or even Master Wu Tian won't be able to save you. Don't worry. Krillin casually tossed the empty coconut which arced through the air and landed precisely in a trash bin tens of meters away. You can't beat me. Besides this time in West City, I underwent hellish special training. Special training? Yamcha looked at him suspiciously. Did Bulma build some high-tech training equipment for you? At the mention of Bulma, the corner of Kellen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. That's just an appetizer. Krillin walked slowly up to Yamcha and activated genius intellect. In his eyes, Yamcha's emotional fluctuations at this moment were like a violently fluctuating stock K-line chart, each peak representing jealousy and unease. This was the perfect moment for psychological attack. The real training was in the studio. Krillin deliberately lowered his voice, speaking in a tone that only men would understand. You know, Yamcha, making a battle suit is a very rigorous scientific task. To ensure the nanofiber fit, Bulma had to measure every precise part of my body. Yamcha's pupils contracted sharply. Every part. His voice was a bit dry. Yeah. Krillin nodded, gesturing with his fingers at his chest, waist, and inner thighs. Chest, waist, hip measurements. Even the expansion coefficient after muscle engorgement. She used that cold, soft tape measure, pressing it against my skin bit by bit. Her studio's air conditioner was broken, it was very hot, and both of us were sweating. Krillin paused as if savoring the memory, then added, oh, and the citrus perfume on her mixed with a hint of sweat was really special. Boom. Yamcha felt a volcano erupt in his mind. Very special. Could they have already? Although he was Bulma's ex-boyfriend, Bulma had never given him the chance to take that step. But now this bald guy. A lone man and woman in the same room measuring intimately. Reason. What is that? You bastard. Yamcha's eyes instantly bloodshot, his once handsome face now twisted like a demon. The flames of jealousy consumed all his composure. I'll kill you. Without any warning, Yamcha struck out in hatred. New Wolf Fong Fist. This time it was not the training intensity of punching rocks. His speed soared to the limit, the air tearing with a sharp whine. This punch, carrying his immense hatred for his romantic rival, aimed straight at Kellen's smug face. Fast, accurate, fierce. If it were Kellen half a year ago, he would probably have to dodge awkwardly, but in the eyes of the current Kellen, time seemed to be pressed into slow motion. Kellen stood still, not even raising his hands. Just as Yamcha's fist was a centimeter from his forehead, Kellen simply moved a small step to the left. It was really just a small step. Whoosh. Yamcha's sure-hit punch struck empty air. The immense inertia carried his body forward uncontrollably. What a... Yamcha was greatly alarmed and tried to forcefully retract his strength. But Kellen, as if anticipating his reaction, lightly hooked his toe against Yamcha's ankle, seemingly casually. This hook caught exactly at the moment when Yamcha's old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet arisen. Thud. Yamcha, like a tripped drunkard, fell heavily face first. He landed face first, sliding 2 meters across the sand, getting a mouthful of sand. A deathly silence. Yamcha lay on the ground, his mind blank. What just happened? He hadn't even seen Kellen's movement, he just felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was down. Is this the result of your special training? Kellen crouched down, looked at Yamcha's sand-covered face, and shook his head. There was no sarcasm in his tone, only a despairingly calm. Yamcha, your heart is disturbed. Fighting with such jealousy and anger, not to mention me, even against that puer, you might lose. Yamcha looked up, seeing Kellen against the light. That bald head was blindingly bright in the sun. He suddenly realized that the little bald guy who had once been his equal, or even needed tricks to beat, had already reached a height he couldn't comprehend. That gap was not in power, but in realm. Enough. An old voice came. Unbeknownst to them, Master Wu Tian had already stood between the two. He held a pipe in his hand and gave a dong on the shiny bald head. Then it was Yamcha's turn. Ouch! Yamcha cried out, clutching his head, tears streaming. Losing is not scary, what's scary is being unable to take a loss. Master Wu Tian looked at Yamcha sternly. Losing your mind in battle is a taboo. If this were a life or death duel, you would have died 10 times in that moment. After saying that, the old man turned to glare at Kellen. And you? Full of nonsense. If you used that cleverness for the right path, you'd have already reached the heavens. Kellen looked innocent. I didn't lie, I did get measured, and it was indeed hot. Yamcha got up from the ground, spat out the sand. He looked at Kellen, the anger in his eyes slowly dying, replaced by a complex expression. Unwilling but helpless. I'll settle this score at the tournament. I'm hungry, going to eat. Yamcha patted the dust off himself and turned to walk into the house, his back looking somewhat desolate. Kellen washed his back and sighed softly. Forget it, you'll lose, even worse then. Night fell, and a dim yellow light flickered on inside the turtle house. The round dining table, already modest in size, now resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. The table was piled high with food resembling a mountain range. There was a steamed king crab the size of a wash basin, a whole roasted wild boar leg glistening with golden fat, a pyramid mound of white rice, and a large pot of fresh fish soup bubbling away. This luxury dinner had been specially foraged from the sea by Master Roshi to welcome his disciples' return. Let's eat. With that declaration, the originally warm atmosphere instantly shattered, replaced by the acrid smoke of a battlefield. Yamcha, having suppressed his frustration all afternoon with no outlet, now channeled all his sorrow and indignation into his appetite. He snatched up a gigantic crab, too lazy to remove the shell, and shoved it whole into his mouth, crunching down with sounds that made one's teeth ache. Since I cannot beat you in a fight, I will not lose to you in eating. Yamcha mumbled incoherently through a mouthful of food. His chopsticks moved in a blur, frantically shoveling rice into his bowl. A blue light flashed in Krillin's eyes as the genius intellect activated once more. He could accurately determine the most efficient way to eat. The side effect of the Saitama template was hunger. That hunger, as if every cell in his body were screaming, was irresistible. Suddenly Krillin struck. His chopsticks traced an elegant arc through the air, precisely piercing through Yamcha's chopstick defense net to seize the roasted boar leg. With a gentle flick of his wrist, plap, a large chunk of the most tender meat with a crispy exterior instantly separated from the bone and fell into Krillin's bowl. Yamcha was about to erupt when he discovered his chopsticks had grasped nothing, leaving only a bare pork bone. Eat more bones for calcium, your bone density is a bit low. Krillin smilingly put the meat into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed with a blissful expression on his face. The cooking is perfect. Nothing beats Master's home cooking. Damn it, that was mine. Yamcha, furious, completely abandoned table manners and reached out with his hands to snatch the plate of steamed fish. This is a world where the weak are meat and the strong devour. As he spoke, Krillin effortlessly blocked Yamcha's attack with his other hand. Simultaneously, his chopsticks darted out like lightning, each strike precisely plucking the fattiest morsels. Their chopsticks clattered incessantly above the plate, ringing like clashing weapons. Rice grains flew in all directions. One even struck the face of the sea turtle watching TV, sending it scrambling into its shell in fright. Master Roshi sat at the head of the table, a wine glass in hand. Watching his two disciples snatch food like starving ghosts reincarnated, his eyelids twitched wildly. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. The old man's voice trembled slightly. Before he could finish speaking, that basin of rice, enough for 10 grown men, was already empty. Another bowl. Me too. Add meat. Both simultaneously raised their empty bowls and cried out in unison. Master Roshi looked at those two gleaming rice bowls, not a single grain left, then at the empty rice cooker, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This meal was originally his 2-day ration reserve. Yet in less than 10 minutes, all that remained on the table was a pile of fish bones, crab shells, and pork bones. Especially Krillin. Was this kid's stomach connected to another dimension? In the past he could eat a lot, but never to the extent of swallowing plates whole. Well, it is gone. Master Roshi cleared his throat, attempting to maintain composure. Gone. Yamcha was stunned. I am only half full. How am I supposed to train? Same here. Krillin patted his stomach, which felt like a bottomless pit. That scant amount of food had been immediately broken down by his powerful digestive system into pure energy, instantly absorbed by his starving cells. Master, do you have any reserves left? Even compressed biscuits would do. Master Roshi said nothing. He silently pulled out a frog-shaped wallet from his chest, shriveled like dried orange peel. His trembling hands opened the wallet and shook it upside down. Clink. Only a few pitiful coins fell onto the table, emitting a crisp yet desolate sound. Besides that, there was a crumpled supermarket coupon with void after expiration written on it. The air suddenly grew still. The sound of the waves seemed particularly mournful at this moment, as if mourning Master Roshi's empty wallet. Ahem. Quickly putting away the wallet, Master Roshi looked at his two disciples with a stern expression, attempting to use dignity to mask his poverty. As martial artists, you must learn to endure hunger. This is also part of your training. How can you think only of eating all day long? But Master, you said to train well you must eat well and sleep well. Master Roshi roared, saliva flying everywhere. Do you know how expensive rice is now? Do you know the gas bill has gone up? How hard is it for an old man like me to save up some retirement money? At this rate of eating, tomorrow I will have to sell the turtle house. The old man's roar shook dust from the roof. Krillin shrugged and sighed. Well, it seems we will have to rely on ourselves. Tomorrow I will go hunting. I hear there are a few sea serpents near these waters that look like dinosaurs. Though the meat is a bit tough, there is plenty of it. I will go too. Yamcha, not to be outdone. I am going to catch that T-Rex. I will roast it and eat it. Watching the two discuss eagerly what game to hunt tomorrow, Master Roshi could find no joy. He slumped back into his Rotten chair, and a far more terrifying image suddenly flashed through his mind. That brat with the tail, Son Goku. The super big eater who could devour an entire cow in one meal. If that guy came back too, the three gluttons would gather together. Master Roshi shuddered. He could almost see the turtle house devoured down to its foundations and himself begging on the streets in the future. It is over. Master Roshi covered his face and moaned in despair, his voice filled with dread of the future. If I had known, I never would have taken these gluttons as disciples. My pension, my bikini magazine, fund my retirement life. Night fell. The sea breeze grew cooler. Krillin lay on his familiar camping bed, listening to Yamcha's earth-shaking snoring from the bunk above. Though his mouth would not admit defeat, his body was truly exhausted, and he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Krillin had no sleepiness. He raised his hand, and by the moonlight filtering through the window, examined his palm. The gravity ring was continuously exerting twice the gravity, and this slight pressure gave him a sense of security. He could feel the power within him growing bit by bit, slowly but relentlessly. Goku, Krillin thought silently, a hint of anticipation curving his lips. I want you to see just how strong I am now. The primeval jungle 3,000 kilometers west of the western capital was now shrouded by an exceptionally rare torrential downpour. Rain lashed the ancient forest like countless silver whips, striking with ferocity. The towering ancient trees groaned in the gale, muddy torrents mingled with broken timber, and silt roared and surged through the river channel. Boom! A violet lightning bolt tore through the firmament, briefly illuminating a giant banyan tree on the riverbank. Beneath its canopy a figure hung upside down. It was a young man with a bare torso wearing only a pair of black trousers. He had a thick wild mane of black hair that exploded outward like a sea urchin. At that moment, he was hooking a branch with one foot swinging like a pendulum in the fierce wind, while gripping a thick vine tightly in his hand. The other end of the vine was deeply submerged in the raging river below. Gurgle. The young man's stomach let out a protest even louder than thunder. I'm so hungry. Why hasn't this fish taken the bait? Wukong blinked his excessively clear big eyes and wiped the rain from his face. Without any of the embarrassment of being a drenched chicken, he instead stared at the water with an expectant expression. Just then the water exploded. A prehistoric giant crocodile, or rather a strange fish with a crocodile's mouth over 15 meters in length, leaped violently out of the water. Its eyes were bloodshot, clearly having taken the swinging human on the tree as a dessert offered by the storm. Its gaping maw revealed dense, serrated teeth that could instantly crush a tank's armor. Wow, so big. Wukong's eyes instantly lit up like two light bulbs, and drool even seeped from the corner of his mouth. Facing the long-awaited giant beast, he did not dodge. Instead, he used his waist to power a curl-up maneuver in midair that defied the laws of physics. Dinner is secured. He chuckled, flicking his wrist lightly. The seemingly ordinary vine instantly snapped, taut, emitting a sharp crack. Then a raw, brutal force traveled along the vine into the strange fish's mouth. The strange fish didn't even have time to close its mouth before it was swung in a semicircle through the air by the sheer force. Go! Wukong released his foot using the rotational inertia to launch himself from the tree, like a cannonball catching up to the still-dazed strange fish in midair. A simple direct punch. Thump. The dull sound of impact was muffled by the rain. The strange fish's huge eyes nearly bulged out, and its massive body instantly went limp. It crashed heavily onto the rocks of the riverbank like a lump of mud shaking the ground 3 times. Wukong landed lightly, clapped his hands, and circled the strange fish twice with a satisfied expression. Great. This fish has firm flesh, or its best grilled. He ignored the pouring rain, skillfully dragged the several-ton prey with one hand, and found a cave that offered some shelter. He rubbed his fingers together, and a ball of chi blast turned into flame, forcibly igniting the damp firewood. The firelight flickered, illuminating his face, which had shed its childishness and become sharp-featured. Over the past 3 years he had traveled to every corner of the world. Without the guidance of immortals or the aid of a gravity room, he relied on his most primal combat instincts and battles with nature. Tearing into the half-cooked fish with big bites, Wukong's cheeks bulging, he suddenly paused. He looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick rock walls and the vast rain curtains staring toward the distant east. This feeling. Wukong swallowed the meat in his mouth, his brow slightly furrowed, then relaxed. Is it Kellen's chi? No, it seems I can't sense Kellen's chi anymore. Could he have learned to conceal his chi? Thinking of that bald friend, Wukong's lips curled up involuntarily. I wonder if everyone has gotten stronger. If Kellen saw how tall I am now, he'd definitely be shocked. I bet he only reaches my waist now. Wukong quickly finished the entire fish, even chewing up and swallowing the bones. He stood up and stretched, his bones cracking like popping beans. Full. Let's go. Flying Nimbus. The golden cloud appeared instantly. But Wukong hesitated for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Oh, there are still 3 days. Running should be in time, and I want to test my own leg strength. So he took a deep breath, slightly bent his legs. The next second the ground split. The cave floor caved into a large pit, and Wukong's figure had vanished from the spot. In the downpour, only a vacuum channel torn by high-speed movement remained, and the rain took several seconds to fill back in. Destination Papaya Island. Higher up in the same sky above the stratosphere. There was no storm here, only blinding sunlight, and air so thin it was suffocating. A green figure was sitting cross-legged, suspended above the sea of clouds. Baiku, or rather the Demon Jr., wore a heavy white weighted cloak, and a huge white turban covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of sinister and sharp eyes. He did not fly by jetting air like ordinary martial artists. Instead, he seemed to merge with the wind, gliding silently like a proud vulture. Boring world. Baiku looked down at the human city below, tiny as ants, his voice hoarse like 2 pieces of rough sandpaper rubbing together. For the past 3 years he had spent every day in hellish torment. For what? For that damn brat. Sun Wukong. As he uttered this name, Baiku's aura fluctuated violently. The clouds for several kilometers around were instantly scattered, revealing the blue ocean below. This time at the so-called World Martial Arts Tournament, I will tear you to pieces in front of the whole world. I want those fools immersed in false peace to recall the terror of being ruled by the demon clan once more. Baiku extended a finger and pointed faintly at a passenger plane flying in the distance. The beam from his fingertip instantly turned the plane into ashes. However, such destruction did not bring him pleasure. Killing now is meaningless. I will save the grandest despair for the moment of the finals. Baiku withdrew his hand, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He sensed it. In that direction, several not weak auras were converging. Wait, you scum. The gap between gods and demons cannot be bridged by effort alone. At that moment, on a highway below, a large truck fully loaded with cargo was struggling through the rain. The driver, a middle-aged man with a stubbly face, was bobbing his head to rock music from the radio. Suddenly a flash of white light appeared in the rearview mirror. The driver rubbed his eyes thinking he was seeing things. He saw two strange people running along the highway. The one in front was a tall, muscular, three-eyed, bald man, bare-chested, his muscles as hard as granite, and the rain hitting them made a sound like metal clashing. He walked with his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely in the rain, each step covering dozens of meters his speed, even faster than the truck. Following behind was a small figure like a rag doll, with two blobs of blush on his cheeks floating in midair, closely trailing the bald man ahead. Gee, Ghost. The driver's hand trembled. The truck skidded, nearly crashing through the guardrail. Tianjin Fan ignored the commotion beside him. Rainwater flowed down his smooth forehead past his closed third eye. Tian, shouldn't we use flight? Jiaozi asked softly from behind. That would be much faster and keep us dry. No. Tianjin Fan stared ahead, his breathing as steady as if he were sleeping. Flying consumes chi and creates dependence. Keeping feet on the ground, feeling the Earth's reaction force. That's also part of training. Over the past 3 years, he had traveled to every corner of the world. He climbed the highest snowy mountains and dived into the deepest ocean trenches. To wash away the murderous aura of his former assassin self, and to catch up to that unreachable figure. Sun Wukong. And that always clever Krillin, and that annoying Yamcha. I heard the Turtle School people are all training hard. Tianjin Fan's voice was still clear in the rain. This time I won't win by a narrow margin. I will win honorably. Tianjin will definitely win. Jiaozi waved his little fist. Tianjin Fan's lips curled slightly, but quickly returned to a cold expression. Ahead, a huge boulder dislodged by a landslide blocked the entire road. The truck had already begun to brake, screeching sharply. Tianjin Fan did not slow down. He didn't even throw a punch. Just as he was about to crash into the boulder, his third eye snapped open, and an invisible force burst forth from his body. Huh. A low shout. The boulder, weighing dozens of tons, seemed to have a piece scooped out by a giant spoon, leaving a smooth round hole in the middle. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi passed through it, not even a speck of dust on their clothes. The truck driver behind stared in disbelief at the still smoking hole in the stone. The cigarette in his mouth fell onto his crotch, burning him and causing a strange yelp. Let's go, Jiaozi. The show is about to begin. Above the divine temple, the air was so thin it seemed almost solidified. This was the summit of Earth, a sacred realm only the chosen few could ever tread upon. Yet today the atmosphere here carried a bittersweet tang of parting and perhaps even a hint of absurdity. Bobo's perpetually expressionless black face was currently scrunched into an ugly contortion. He wrung his hands, his round little body swaying restlessly, much like a child about to be sent away to boarding school by his parents. Lord Heavenly God, must you really go? Bobo's voice trembled with an unmistakable quaver. The lower realm is extremely dangerous, and that Piccolo. Standing before him was a completely ordinary-looking middle-aged man. A receding hairline, graying temples, and a pair of thick-rimmed glasses. He wore a slightly cheap gray suit, the kind of unremarkable salaryman who would fall asleep on the subway from working too late, still clutching a bag of discounted radishes. The owner of this body was called Mr. Shun, an earthling so utterly ordinary that ordinariness itself seemed insufficient to describe him. And yet now the god of Earth resided within him. I must go, Bobo. The heavenly god spoke through Mr. Shun's vocal cords, his voice somewhat rough, and carrying a slight accent he was not yet accustomed to. He raised a hand and tried moving the borrowed body. Crack. His lumbar spine emitted a crisp popping sound. Ouch. The heavenly god clutched his lower back, his face contorted in agony. This body, its physical condition is truly subpar. Just a slight movement, and my back aches. My eyesight is abysmal. I'd be completely blind without these glasses. He pushed up his sliding glasses and offered a wry smile. The demon heir was about to enter the tournament. As a god, he could not directly interfere in mortal affairs. He could not under any circumstances kill Piccolo, who was after all his own half, for doing so would mean his own annihilation. The only option was to disguise himself, infiltrate the tournament, and seize the opportunity to seal Piccolo away with the Mafuba. But tears were welling up in Bobo's eyes. What if Lord Heavenly God gets hurt? Bobo will be so sad. The Heavenly God stepped forward and awkwardly patted Bobo's head. Such a gesture came naturally to his original aged form. But on the face of this middle-aged office worker, it looked rather comical, like a salesman comforting a client. Thank you for taking care of me all these centuries, Bobo. There was a note of relief in the Heavenly God's tone. Having always stayed up here in the heavens watching mortals live and die below, I've grown rather weary myself. Let this trip be a vacation for myself. I also want to see with my own eyes just how far that boy Goku has come. As he spoke, the Heavenly God's gaze suddenly grew profound, his eyes casting towards some direction in the lower realm. And that bald little fellow named Krillin. Krillin. Bobo tilted his head. That clever little guy, yeah. Yes. The Heavenly God nodded, his brow furrowing slightly. Recently there has been a strange fluctuation in the lower realm. Though it carries no evil intent, and its key cannot be sensed, there is a certain dissonance. It originates from the direction of Master Roshi's hut. It feels as though a tiny loophole has appeared in the very fabric of reality there. I hope it is nothing terrible. Having said that, the Heavenly God adjusted his suit tie, hoisted a briefcase, and strode toward the edge of the divine temple. The wind lifted the hem of his ill-fitting suit, revealing red underwear beneath. Well, I'm off then. The heavenly god took a running leap. "Oh, Lord heavenly god, that body can't fly." Bobo screamed in terror, his tears gushing forth instantly. "Oh no, I forgot." The heavenly god's panicked cries echoed from midair, followed by the sound of frantic arm waving. Eventually, he barely managed to stabilize his faint energy and tumbled clumsily toward the ground, his posture as graceless as a kite with a severed string. Bobo lay sprawled at the temple's edge, watching that ever-shrinking black dot, and sniffled, "Please come back alive. And remember to eat on time." At that very moment, on the other side of the world, in a dim underground tavern, the air reeked of a foul mixture of cheap tobacco mildew and spilled alcohol. "Boss, another shot of vodka. Make it strong." A burly man with a brutal face slammed his fist on the table and roared. The other patrons fell deathly silent, for 3 dead or alive misfortunes already lay at the man's feet. Just then the tavern's wooden door was pushed open. Dingling, the bell's clear pleasant chime rang out, yet in such an atmosphere it sounded utterly jarring. The man who entered wore a pink robe with a large character for kill emblazoned across the chest. He donned dark sunglasses, and a long braid trailed from the back of his head. Most striking of all were his hands and half his face, both made of cold, gleaming metal. Tao Pai Pai, the former world's #1 assassin, now a half-cybernetic modified human. The tavern fell instantly silent. The burly man narrowed his eyes, emboldened by alcohol, and swayed unsteadily to his feet. "Hey, you flamboyant-looking weirdo, what are you staring at? This place is taken." Tao Pai Pai halted in his tracks. His mechanical eye emitted a faint red glow, scanning the man before him. "I'm looking for a boat." Tao Pai Pai's voice carried a metallic timbre, completely flat, like a machine devoid of emotion. "A boat to Papaya Island." "Huh, why go to some worthless hole like that?" "To watch the monkeys fight." The burly man sneered, and reached out to shove Tao Pai Pai. "Get lost. Don't block my drinking." The man's palm was still 10 centimeters from Tao Pai Pai's chest. Swipe. No one could discern what had happened. The man's hand suddenly froze in midair, and immediately a crimson line, so impossibly neat it was grotesque, appeared at his wrist. 2 seconds later, blood erupted. That severed palm hit the floor with a thud, fingers still twitching faintly. "Ah!" The delayed excruciating pain forced the burly man to howl, like a slaughtered pig rolling on the ground while clutching his stump. From Tao Pai Pai's mechanical wrist, a razor-sharp blade slowly retracted into his body, not a single drop of blood staining its edge. Too noisy. Tao Pai Pai raised his right hand, and the tip of his index finger flipped open, revealing a dark, ominous gun barrel aimed squarely at the man's forehead. Don't kill me." The man dropped to his knees, begging for mercy, snot and tears streaming down his face, his crotch instantly drenched. "Tell me, where can I find the fastest boat?" Tao Pai Pai asked coldly. "I'm going to enter the Tenkaichi Budokai. I have a score to settle with a certain brat." Every time he thought of that brat riding the flying Nimbus with the power pole strapped to his back, the circuits within his body would overload and overheat with rage. Over the past 3 years, he had squandered every last penny of his savings. He had even sold his dignity to that mad scientist, transforming himself into this half-human, half-monstrosity existence. Super Destructo Disc. This was the grand gift he had prepared for Son Goku and Krillin. "The port. There's a speedboat. I'll take you there. Don't kill me." The man bowed his head like a pestle pounding rice. Tao Pai Pai withdrew his hand, turned, and began walking toward the exit. "Lead the way. Be 1 second late, and I'll cut off your other hand too." Outside the tavern, the rain continued to fall. Tao Pai Pai gazed at the somber sky, his mechanical eye gleaming with the crimson light of vengeance. "Better sharpen your necks, you brats. This time I'll slice you all up like sashimi." Paupu Island. This was the sacred ground of martial artists worldwide, where a grand gathering held every 3 years was about to begin tomorrow. Although there was still 1 day before the competition started, the island was already packed. Colorful umbrellas bloomed across the streets like poisonous mushrooms, cramming the narrow passages until not a single person could pass through. Fighting enthusiasts from around the world, street vendors, and martial artists hoping to make it big overnight, all gathered here, heating up the air with their excitement. The registration desk was set up at the entrance of the martial arts temple. Rainwater dripped from the temple's upturned eaves, splashing against the bluestone tiles. Next, the staff member was a bespectacled middle-aged man, tapping the table impatiently. "Name? Chabalong." A burly man with dark skin, wearing a yellow training GI, said proudly, deliberately flexing his biceps. "I made it to the quarterfinals last time. Got it, fill out the form, stop blocking the way." The staff member didn't even look up, clearly accustomed to such braggarts. Further down the line, a commotion arose. A massive red parasol shielded the elderly man wearing sunglasses from the rain. Master Rashi, clad in his signature orange Hawaiian shirt with his hands behind his back, wore an inscrutable expression. If it weren't for his eyes constantly sneaking glances at the legs of passing women, he would indeed have the aura of a true grandmaster. "Master Rashi, it's too crowded over here." It was Krillin who spoke. He wasn't holding an umbrella. Rainwater slid smoothly across his bald head without leaving a single drop. He wore an orange turtle school GI with a black compression shirt underneath. The current Krillin was different from 3 days ago. His gaze was calmer, almost vacant. It was a side effect of the deeper fusion with Saitama's template, a disinterest in most things. More people means more liveliness. Master Rashi chuckled, wiping saliva from the corner of his mouth. "Besides, we might run into some pretty fighter girls. That's the essence of the martial arts tournament. Walking at the very back, Yamcha had a dark expression on his face, carrying bags and luggage in his hands. As the person with the lowest combat power and a love life full of failures, he was forced into the role of a porter. Damn it. Why do I have to do this kind of menial work? Yamcha gritted his teeth. That traitor Poir actually ran off to hang out with that perverted pig, Oolong. Stop complaining, this is load-bearing training. Krillin glanced back at him, chewing enthusiastically on a freshly bought hot dog. Want some? Their mustard sauce is great, only 5 yuan. Such a deal. Yamcha was about to refuse when his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Save me half. Just then a powerful aura suddenly descended. The noisy crowd around them was parted as if by invisible hands, and silence fell instantly. 3 figures emerged from the rain. Leading the group was a tall man with 3 eyes, each step echoing heavily on the waterlogged ground with a small figure floating beside him. Crane School. Master Roshi. Tien Shinhan stopped and bowed respectfully to Master Roshi. Then his gaze swept over everyone before settling on Krillin. He could sense no flow of ki from Krillin. It was as if Krillin were just an ordinary passerby, even weaker than most, like a plant truly. But this only made him more alert. Yamcha set down the luggage and stepped forward, trying to save face. The championship this time will surely belong to the Turtle School. Tien Shinhan didn't even glance at Yamcha. He simply stared at Krillin. Where's Son Goku? Didn't he come? About Goku, he should be arriving soon. Krillin swallowed his last bite of hot dog and accurately tossed the skewer into a trash can 10 meters away. But right now you probably can't even beat me. Krillin spoke sincerely with no provocation in his tone. He was simply stating a fact as casually as saying, it's raining today. But to Tien Shinhan's ears, that was the biggest provocation. Talk is cheap. Veins throbbed on Tien's forehead. I hope your fists on the ring are as tough as your tongue. The tension between both parties was razor-sharp, sparks seemingly crackling in the air. Just then a vibrant voice fell from the sky. Hey, everyone. Everyone looked up. A dark silhouette plummeted rapidly from the clouds, showing no sign of slowing down, heading straight for the ground. Boom. Mud and water splashed everywhere. The ground was smashed into a large crater, and surrounding people scattered in terror. As the dust settled, a young man soaked from rain, but holding no umbrella, stood at the bottom of the pit. He wore an impossibly bright smile, and his iconic spiky hair made his identity unmistakable. The obviously too small GI clung tightly to his frame, revealing defined muscle lines. Goku. Everyone froze. Bulma, who had just rushed over from the hotel holding a capsule box, covered her mouth with her hand, eyes wide with shock. Oh my god, is this Goku? How did he get so tall? And kind of handsome. Yamcha's face turned even darker, as if another shade of green had settled on his head. Grandpa Roshi. Everyone's here. Goku jumped out of the crater and rushed over excitedly. But right after speaking he paused. This bald guy's energy. And he has no nose. Krillin, how did you get so tall? You look exactly like me. He joyfully hugged Krillin and slapped his back hard. Krillin stood motionless as Goku shook him back and forth, rainwater flying off his bald head. Goku. Krillin sighed, his dead fish-like calm, eyes never wavering. I'm glad to see you too, but could you let go first? You're about to crack my spine. Goku released him and scratched his head. Sorry, I'm just too excited. By the way, did you get stronger? I feel like your energy is weird. That's because you wouldn't understand. Krillin straightened his wrinkled clothes. Oh right, did you bring money? We need to pay the registration fee. Goku froze, patting all over his body. Huh, I also need money. I only have this fish I caught earlier. Just as everyone was catching up, a sinister voice echoed from the eaves nearby. What a touching reunion. Everyone turned around. A man in a pink long robe with half of his face made of metal leaned against a pillar, his mechanical eye locked firmly on Goku. Tao Pai Pai. Master Roshi's eyes beneath his sunglasses suddenly widened. You're still alive, you bastard. Thanks to these 2 brats, I'm stronger than ever now. Tao Pai Pai raised his mechanical arm, blades extending and gleaming coldly. In this competition, I'll slice every one of you into sashimi. Goku tilted his head, looking at Tao Pai Pai with pure confusion. Who are you? That bad guy I blew up before. Tao Pai Pai nearly stumbled, his assassin persona completely shattered. Bastard. I am Tao Pai Pai, the world's #1 assassin. Oh, it's you. Goku's eyes lit up with recognition, then he turned back to Krillin. Krillin, I ate a really big fish on the way here, but I'm still not full. Did you bring any food? The thoroughly ignored Tao Pai Pai trembled with rage. His mechanical arms emitted a creaking overload sound, smoke rising from them. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Krillin watched the scene and shook his head, helplessly pulling a pack of compressed biscuits from his pocket and handing it to Goku. Here, eat. Looks like this martial arts tournament will be quite noisy. Krillin yawned and rubbed his bald head. Hope it'll be a little interesting. The rain continued to fall, but everyone knew that when the sun rose tomorrow this island would boil over with excitement. Everyone had arrived. All that remained was for the battle to begin. The rain on Papaya Island finally ceased. After a night of torrential downpour, the tropical island seemed to have been glazed anew with a fresh coat of color. The air was imbued with the saline scent of sea salt, the fragrance of moist earth, and the distinctive aroma unique to tropical broadleaf plants. Sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, plunging like golden swords into the wet streets, causing a thin layer of mist to rise. The island's most renowned full feast grand restaurant was now facing the greatest crisis since its opening. Or rather, the greatest opportunity. Boss, another 10 bowls of rice. Big bowls. And that meat with bones, 5 more plates. A robust voice pierced through the clamorous dining hall, causing the chandeliers overhead to tremble slightly. In the corner of the restaurant, plates had piled up like defensive fortifications, completely obscuring the diners behind them. Waiters darted between tables with trays drenched in sweat, as if engaged in a relay race. This is already the 5th round of extra servings. The restaurant owner wiped cold sweat from his forehead, watching the numbers on the bill leap, both excited and terrified. Is that spiky-haired young man's stomach connected to a different dimension? Behind the table, Sun Wukong was devouring the food before him with both hands at a speed that dazzled the eye. He grabbed a whole chicken roasted to a golden crisp, and without even spitting out the bones, he chewed and swallowed it, his face brimming with pure bliss. Delicious. So delicious. For 3 years I've been eating wild fruits and grilled fish, I'd almost forgotten the taste of rice. Wukong mumbled indistinctly, his cheeks bulging like 2 hamsters hoarding food. Sitting across from him, Krillin appeared much more refined by comparison. Krillin held a cup of hot tea, gently blowing away the foam on the surface. Though his appetite now far exceeded that of ordinary people, ever since he had acquired the genius intellect, he had gradually learned to control his body more efficiently. He no longer needed to binge to replenish energy. Every one of his cells could extract calories from food with the highest efficiency. Eat slowly, no one's competing with you. Krillin set down his teacup, his gaze profound as it swept over Wukong's arms, which were as solid as if cast from steel. Although Wukong deliberately suppressed his aura in Krillin's eyes, capable of perceiving the essence of things, Wukong was like a dormant volcano harboring a terrifying energy within. So you stayed at the temple all this time? Krillin asked, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Not exactly. I only stayed there at the very beginning. Wukong swallowed an entire piece of half-cooked steak, letting out a loud belch. At first Mr. Popo taught me. He was amazing, like a black shadow. No matter how I attacked, I couldn't hit him. He taught me to be still, as calm as the sky, yet as fast as lightning. Wukong put down the bone, a rare seriousness flickering in his eyes. Later the Shun let me enter the spirit time chamber. It was so terrifying there, a vast white emptiness with nothing, thin air and immense gravity. I couldn't stand it after a month and ran out. I felt like I would go mad if I stayed any longer. The spirit time chamber, huh? Krillin seemed lost in thought. That place was indeed a sacred ground for training, but it also severely tested one's mental fortitude. But the most incredible thing was that the Shun sent me back to the past. Wukong gestured excitedly. I met the young master Wu Tian, even though he was still a pervert back then, peeping on girls bathing. But I also met his master, the great Wu Taidu. That move, splitting the waterfall, was so cool. I also learned how to control the flow of qi. Beside them, Yamu Cha was dumbfounded, his fork clattering to the floor. Going back to the past. Does that even exist? Wukong, are you just hallucinating from hunger? It's true. Wukong nodded earnestly. It felt amazing. And now I can sense many things I couldn't before. For instance, Wukong suddenly closed his eyes, his ears twitching slightly. At the entrance, there's a very angry qi approaching fast, like a burning fireball. As soon as he finished speaking, the restaurant's heavy oak door was violently shoved open with a bang. The wind chime on the doorframe let out a miserable cry. All the diners were startled, turning their heads. Standing at the entrance was a young girl wearing a blue and red Chong Sam-style martial arts uniform. She was tall and slender with skin as white as jade. Her long black hair fluttered slightly with her anger. Her features were exquisitely delicate. She should have been a gentle beauty, but now her beautiful large eyes blazed with palpable fury. The girl's gaze swept across the restaurant, finally locking onto the spiky-haired figure surrounded by piles of plates. Oomph. She let out a heavy snort, as if carrying immense grievance and resentment, the sound waves even shattering a wine glass on a nearby table. Wukong was startled. It was her again, the girl from the registration desk. Who on earth was she? When they had just registered, she had greeted him warmly. But because he couldn't remember her name, she had stormed off in a huff. But I really don't know her. Wukong racked his brain, but couldn't recall anything. The girl strode over in long, quick steps. Her high-heeled boots clacked against the floor, each step seeming to land on Wukong's heartbeat. Wukong was still chewing a drumstick, blinking his clear, foolish eyes, looking utterly bewildered at the girl who had stormed up to him with such fury. Wukong tilted his head, pulled the drumstick from his mouth, and tentatively offered it to her. Are you hungry too? Here, have this drumstick. In that instant, the air froze. The entire restaurant fell so silent that the drop of a pin could be heard. The girl's face flushed crimson, a sign of utmost rage. Her chest heaved violently, and tears quickly gathered in her eyes. You really don't remember me. Her voice trembled, and her finger pointing at Wukong shook. You big idiot. Huh. Wukong was even more confused. He looked to Krillin for help. Krillin, do you know her? She seems really fierce, and she looks pretty strong. Krillin took a calm sip of tea, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as if he was enjoying the show. Of course he knew her. The Ox King's precious daughter, Chi-Chi. The future housewife who would make the strongest Saiyan in the universe tremble in fear. Probably some romantic debt from your past. Krillin couldn't spoil the plot. After all, watching Wukong get flustered was a rare pleasure. She came looking for you specifically. Think harder. Can't remember. Wukong shook his head honestly. Unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable. Chi-Chi was shaking with rage, feeling her maiden heart shatter into a million pieces. She stomped her foot hard. Crack. The hard marble floor tile instantly cracked, the fissures spreading like a spiderweb for over 2 meters. I'm ignoring you forever. Idiot son Wukong. Chi-Chi spun around sharply, her long hair whipping a fierce arc, and ran out of the restaurant with a gust of fragrant wind, leaving only a resolute silhouette. What a strange person. Wukong stuffed the drumstick back into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. But her footwork is good, that kick would hurt if it landed on someone. Krillin set down his teacup, glancing in the direction Chi-Chi had gone, and couldn't help but smile. This martial arts tournament seems to have not only battles, but also plenty of emotional dramas. Wukong, may the odds be ever in your favor. The next morning in the preliminary hall of the martial temple, there were no spectators, no flowers, only the rawest, most stifling tension. Several hundred contestants from around the world crowded into this dim hall. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, foot odor, cheap liniment, and the intense hormones of impending battle. A huge lottery box stood in the center of the hall, like a judgment stand deciding fates. Everyone line up. No pushing. Those who draw the same number will face each other. A staff member shouted through a megaphone. In the corner of the line, the Crane School people stood out as incongruous. Tianjin Fan stood with his arms crossed, his three eyes coldly surveying everything, as if everyone around him were lambs to the slaughter. And the doll-like little one, Jiaozi, was quietly extending his pale little hand. His fingertips pointed at the distant lottery box. Though he was dozens of meters away, the psychic energy beneath his skullcap was exceptionally active. Tianjin, should I keep everyone apart? Jiaozi asked telepathically. Yeah, don't let us meet in the preliminaries. Okay. Jiaozi's fingers twitched slightly. In Krillin's field of vision, the world became a torrent of data. Psychic interference detected. Source Jiaozi. Analysis: telekinesis is altering the arrangement of the lottery balls. Countermeasure. Krillin's current intelligence attribute was as high as 500, and his mental power far exceeded that of ordinary people. With the genius intellect boosting him, Jiaozi's actions seemed like a clumsy magic trick in his eyes. He could even see through the opaque shell of the lottery box, clearly observing the balls inside jumping and swapping places in defiance of physics. But he did not counter it, because this was also the outcome he wanted. He didn't want to run into Wukong, Tianjin Fan, or Piccolo in the preliminaries. Although he was 100% sure of victory, that would be far too boring. A true warrior should save the most spectacular performance for the grand finals under the spotlight of the world. He intended to rack up shock points and reputation points on that huge arena under the gaze of the entire world. Go ahead, little one. Krillin's lips curled up slightly as he stepped forward and casually drew a ball. Number 8. Everyone go to your respective zones. Krillin tucked the number tag into his pocket and took one last look at his own attribute panel. Host Krillin. Strength 1200. Host can convert strength into combat power proportionally. Speed 1180. Physique 1200. Intelligence 500. Charm 95. Current fusion rate 15. Skills: series unlocked: ordinary punch, afterimage, fist, Kamehameha, improved flight, key sensing. A value of over 1,000. Krillin clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him like a tsunami. On Earth at this time, this value was an absolute overkill. Krillin let out a sigh, a trace of a strong person's solitude flashing in his eyes. I hope I can at least break a little sweat. He shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled leisurely toward his battlefield. The preliminary arena was divided into 4 zones, each hosting brutal elimination matches simultaneously. There were no referees counting seconds here, only victors and vanquished. Deafening battle cries rose and fell in relentless waves. The dull thud of flesh meeting flesh, the sharp cracks of breaking bones, and the unwilling wails of the defeated wove together into a symphony of violence. Zone 4 first match. Sun Wukong versus Chappa King. The moment the referee's voice fell, a wave of commotion erupted from the crowd. Chappa King, that former world fighting champion. Good heavens, is their first match really such a heavyweight bout? Heard he was eliminated in the prelims 3 years ago. Since then he's been training like a madman, determined to settle the score. That kid Sun Wukong looks clueless. Not tall either. He's probably done for. Might even get killed. On the arena, Chappa King wore a bright yellow training gi, his muscles bulging like granite. His face was carved with brutal features, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and his eyes burned with bloodthirsty excitement. Ha, Sun Wukong. Chappa King clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking audibly. I've waited 3 whole years for this day. For these 3 years I've been scouring my body beneath waterfalls and honing my fist techniques in thorn forests. To defeat you I've mastered the ultimate 8-hand fist. Every move you make, I've already seen through it. Compared to Chappa King's murderous aura, Wukong seemed far too relaxed. He stood motionless, arms hanging loosely at his sides, adopting no fighting stance whatsoever. He simply blinked, regarding his opponent with utter calm, as though watching a frog croaking by the roadside. Oh, Wukong responded coolly. Let's begin then. I'm in a hurry to eat. This dismissive attitude instantly ignited Chappa King's fury. Insolent fool. Don't look down on me. Die. Chappa King roared and exploded forward. His speed was devastating. So fast that to ordinary eyes he seemed to become a yellow lightning bolt. 8-hand fist, secret art, 1,000-hand Ashura. In an instant Chappa King's arms swirled like a high-speed windmill, leaving countless afterimages in the air. It was as though he had truly grown 8, or more, arms. The punches carried piercing wind, screaming through the air as they cut across it, sealing off all of Wukong's escape routes. Facing this overwhelming assault, Wukong merely raised his right hand slightly, fingers pressed together like an unsheathed blade. Then with a casual, almost languid flick he swatted toward the charging Chappa King. Who? The motion was as gentle as shooing away a fly. But the next moment something terrifying occurred. A visible vortex of air was cleaved in two by that single palm strike. Compressed air manifested as an invisible wall surging forward with mountain-toppling force toward Chappa King. All of Chappa King's blazing fist storms vanished instantly. He felt as though he had collided with a train hurtling at full speed. His eyeballs bulged. Before he could even let out a scream, his body remained locked in its punching pose as he was sent flying backward. Thud! The heavy impact echoed through the arena. Silence fell over the entire place. Chappa King, who moments ago had been roaring about revenge, now lay foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, limbs twitching involuntarily, completely unconscious. The referee froze for a full 30 seconds, his whistle dropping from his lips. Trembling, he walked over to confirm, then stammeringly raised his hand. The winner, Sun Wukong. The crowd erupted in shock. What kind of joke is this? What just happened? Did he even touch Chappa King? It looks like he just waved his hand. Was that wind pressure? Wukong jumped for joy and dusted off his hands. Yay, I won. Krillin, how was that move? Behind a distant pillar, Piccolo, the second-generation Namekian, draped in a white cape and wearing a large headband, tightly clenched his previously folded arms. His nails dug deep into the muscle of his forearms. That move just now. A flash of disbelief passed through Piccolo's sharp eyes. He didn't use any key explosion nor any profound technique. Purely wind pressure generated by physical speed and strength alone. Can he truly reach such heights relying only on bodily conditioning? Sun Wukong, you've indeed grown stronger. But compared to me, you're still leagues behind. He sneered, turned, and walked away, his cape rippling behind him. Meanwhile, Zone 2 fighter Krillin entered the arena. Krillin's opponent was a colossal sumo wrestler standing over 2.5 meters tall, weighing at least 400 Gene. Each step he took made the arena floor groan in agony, as if it might collapse at any moment. Little Baldy, the sumo wrestler, slammed his mountain-like belly, producing thunderous papa sounds. You should consider it your misfortune to face me, the bulldozer Yokozuna. I'll crush you into meat paste. My fat is an absolute defense, impervious to bullets. Standing before him, Krillin looked like an elementary school student facing a giant. As expected, the system didn't even bother sending a mission for a character like this. How tedious. Yet the corner of his eye drifted toward the second floor stands. There Bulma leaned over the railing, clutching the dark blue battlesuit tightly in her hands, her eyes full of anticipation as she watched. Let's end this quickly and not keep a lady waiting, Krillin muttered to himself. Fight begins. Rare. The sumo wrestler let out a beast-like roar and charged like a runaway heavy tank. The ground shook violently beneath his footsteps. Super Meatball Tank. Facing a charge capable of shattering walls, Krillin stood firm, unmoving. He even shoved both hands into his pockets. Just as the sumo wrestler's enormous body was about to collide with him, Krillin simply took one step forward. Slow as it appeared, this step somehow pierced through space itself, placing him directly in front of the sumo wrestler. Then he extended a single index finger and gently tapped the wrestler's trembling navel. A regular one-finger strike. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Boo! A soft sound echoed. Immediately, a terrifying shockwave radiated from Krillin's fingertips, spreading throughout the sumo wrestler's entire body. His proud fat layers rippled violently like ocean waves. The massive kinetic energy driving him forward was instantly neutralized and amplified tenfold in reverse. Gah! The sumo wrestler's eyeballs nearly popped out, and a mouthful of bitter bile spewed from his lips. The next second, his 400 Gene frame was launched backward like a kicked soccer ball, whizzing away at incredible speed. He flew over the arena, over the crowd. He smashed through the thick brick walls of the preliminary hall, finally becoming a streaking meteor as he disappeared into the streets beyond. A massive human-shaped hole remained in the wall. Sunlight poured through the opening, illuminating Krillin's shiny bald head with a divine glow. The arena fell deathly silent, even quieter than when Wukong fought. Because Krillin hadn't even swung his arm. He simply poked once. What sorcery was that? Is that bald guy a monster? He flicked a 400 Gene giant hundreds of meters away with one finger. That's not scientifically possible. Tenshinhan's three eyes locked onto Krillin, his pupils contracting sharply. His third eye could see through many deceptions, but in that instant he had seen absolutely nothing. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see the point of force generation at all. Tenshinhan's back was drenched in cold sweat. No ki buildup, no muscle tension. This Krillin is 100 times more terrifying than I imagined. The remaining matches became utterly one-sided. Yamcha advanced easily with his improved Kamehameha, though he still couldn't resist striking a pose after every fight, drawing screams from female fans. Tao Pai Pai fought with ruthless efficiency, severing his opponent's Achilles tendon with his mechanical arm, drawing loud booing from the crowd. But he paid it no mind, instead fixing Wukong and Krillin with a cold, calculating stare. The old man, disguised as Mr. Shun, simply muttered, "Oh dear, how frightening," while clumsily tripping his opponents, somehow winning matches through sheer absurdity. What terrible acting. The preliminaries were nearly over. 6 of the 8 finalists had already been decided: Sun Wukong, Tenshinhan, Piccolo, second-generation Mr. Shun, the immortal Chi-Chi, anonymous Tao Pai Pai, and Yajirobe. Yes, the plot had deviated subtly from the original story. Yajirobe had actually made it to the top 8 this time. Everyone advanced. Wukong ran over excitedly, his face beaming with an innocent smile. Krillin, That move you used was amazing. Did you hit him with ki through your finger? Teach me. I suppose so, Krillin replied dismissively, his gaze searching for that familiar blue presence. Wukong, go play by yourself. I have something important to do. What is it? Something delicious to eat. Wukong's eyes lit up. More important than that. Krillin adjusted his collar and flashed a meaningful smile. That's adult training. Be sure to come back soon. Your next match will be up before you know it. Wukong waved goodbye. Immediately after, the announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Our next match, Fighter Jazzy versus Fighter Tao Pai Pai. Behind the preliminary venue there was a secluded and tranquil bamboo grove. After the rain, the bamboo leaves were a vivid green, as if carved from jade. Occasionally, crystal-clear droplets slid from the tips of the leaves, landing on the moss-covered stones with a crisp ding-dong sound. This place was far from the clamor of the front, quiet enough to hear only the rustling of the wind through the bamboo. Bulma stood there with her hands behind her back, idly kicking a small stone with her toes. She had changed into a special outfit today, a red crop top that revealed her slender waist and stunning curves. Below, she wore hot denim shorts, and her long fair legs dazzled under the dappled sunlight. She kept glancing at her wristwatch, her brow slightly furrowed. So slow. That idiot baldhead said he'd be here in a minute. Hearing footsteps behind her, she spun around abruptly. Two rosy clouds instantly bloomed on her face, and the complaints she had prepared turned into something else as they reached her lips. You're finally here. I've been waiting for a full 5 minutes. Clint approached with a smile, unperturbed by her bluster. He was now taller than Bulma, with broad shoulders and a straight posture that gave off a strong sense of security. Sorry, dealing with that fat guy took a second, but squeezing out of the crowd took 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Clint's voice carried a hint of teasing. Flyer. Bulma shot him a glare, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help curling up. She pulled a delicate silver metal case from her backpack and handed it to Clint. Hear what you asked for. I stayed up 3 nights straight to finish it. Clint took the case and pressed the switch. Click. The case opened like a flower, revealing a deep blue battle suit. It wasn't the bulky armor of the Saiyans. Instead, it was a high-tech material akin to a bodysuit with a faint ethereal glow flowing across its surface, looking both mysterious and full of power. This is made from the latest nanomemory fiber developed by Capsule Corporation. Bulma's voice held a hint of pride, the confidence of a genius scientist. It fully meets your requirements. It can maintain 10 times gravity at all times, automatically regulate temperature, and has a breathability 100 times that of cotton. And its elasticity is superb, so even if your body expands tenfold, it won't tear. She extended her slender fingers, gently tracing the surface of the fabric, her gaze focused and captivating. Most importantly, I added microgravity buffer layers at key points, like the heart and spine, to offset 30 of physical impact. I know you're strong, but an extra layer of protection is always good. Clint looked at the suit, then at the blue-haired girl chattering away before him. She was just an ordinary person with no combat power at all. Yet to help, and to keep him a little safer, she had stayed up late researching these dry data. An indescribable warmth surged in his heart. Bulma. Clint suddenly interrupted her. What? Bulma stopped her explanation, caught by Clint's deep eyes. She felt her heartbeat accelerate and her breath become rapid. Help me put it on. Huh? Don't you have hands yourself? Bulma instantly bristled, her face red as a ripe apple. And we're outside. Someone might see us. Just try it on over the clothes underneath. I'm not taking anything off. With that, Clint took a step forward, backing Bulma against several thick bamboo trunks. He placed his hands on either side of her, forming a perfect wall. Or, do you want to see me strip? Who would want that? Narcissist. Bulma stammered in protest, but her body honestly didn't move away. Blushing, she picked up the battle suit, stood on tiptoe, and helped Clint put it on. Since the suit was form-fitting, Bulma had to loop her arms around Clint's neck and adjust the hidden zipper on his back. Their distance was terrifyingly close. Bulma could smell Clint's unique scent. Not sweat, but a dry, warm aroma like sun-baked rock. It was the pheromones of a powerful life force making her dizzy. Her fingers accidentally brushed the skin on the back of Clint's neck, and the scalding temperature made her fingertips tingle as if electrocuted. The size seems just right. Bulma's voice grew softer, her eyes darting around in panic, afraid to meet Clint's gaze. I've adjusted the elasticity coefficient here too. Really? I feel a bit tight. Clint suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around Bulma's slender waist. Bulma yelped, crashing into Clint's embrace. The nano battle suit felt smooth, but the muscles beneath were as hard as iron, pressing against her chest. You? Let go. Bulma's voice was soft and powerless, more like a plea than a command. Enjoying the view from the stands earlier, were you? Clint lowered his head, his lips almost brushing her earlobe, his warm breath spraying on her sensitive skin. I saw you staring at my muscles, drooling almost. I was observing the fit of the suit. This is scientific observation. Bulma still insisted, but her ears were burning red and her body was going limp. Miss Genius Scientist, your heart rate is now 120 and your body temperature has risen by 0.5 degrees. Clint's voice was deep and magnetic. Is this also part of scientific observation? Bulma looked up, her azure eyes shimmering with moisture reflecting Clint's face. She looked at the man before her. When had that bald little kid turned into this? Domineering, strong, and with a hint of mischief. But she loved this damn feeling. Idiot. Bulma closed her eyes, her lashes trembling slightly, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. If you're going to kiss me, hurry up. Stop talking. That was an invitation. Krillin hesitated no longer. He tightened his arms, pressing Bulma firmly against him, as if to merge her into his bones. Then he lowered his head and kissed her hard. MMPH. Klin's kiss was fiercely possessive, his tongue boldly breaching her defenses, greedily taking her sweetness. Bulma felt her brain instantly deprived of oxygen, the world spinning. Her hands weakly climbed his broad back, her fingers gripping the newly worn battle suit, knuckles white from strain. The air in the bamboo grove seemed to ignite. The intense masculine aura enveloped her, making her feel like a small boat tossed in a storm with Krillin as the only harbor. Time seemed to stretch forever, or perhaps only a moment. Not until Bulma felt the air in her lungs completely drained her body. So weak she couldn't stand did Krillin pull back slightly. Their lips parted, drawing a delicate silver thread. Bulma gasped, her eyes dazed, her lips swollen and moist like ripe cherries tempting to be plucked. This is just the interest. Klin's thumb gently brushed her lips, his gaze burning, his voice husky. When I win the championship, I'll come for the principal. Bulma leaned against him, her cheeks blazing. She was about to say something when suddenly, "Hey, Krillin, Bulma, what are you doing? Are you fighting?" That familiar loud voice could only be Son Goku. Bulma pushed Krillin away like a startled rabbit, frantically fixing her hair and clothes. No, we were testing the durability of the suit. Yes, durability. Goku poked his head out from behind the bamboo, looking at them suspiciously. Why would you test the suit mouth to mouth? Is the switch in the mouth? Shut up, idiot Goku. Bulma grabbed a pebble and threw it at him, her face as red as a tomato. I'm leaving you too. I'll wait in the stands. With that, she covered her face and ran toward the arena. Her silhouette was especially flustered, yet carried a maiden's shy sweetness. Krillin watched her run offside helplessly and turned to the supersized third wheel. Goku, you really have a knack for timing. Hee, I came to ask if you saw that fierce girl earlier. Goku, completely oblivious to what he had interrupted, looked innocent. She seemed still mad at me. I tried to apologize, but she just huffed and left. As he spoke, Chi-Chi was walking past angrily on another path in the bamboo grove. She had changed into a martial arts uniform for the match. Seeing Goku and Krillin together, she snorted, turned her head away, and quickened her pace. See, she's mad again. Goku scratched his head, looking troubled. Who is she? Why does she get mad when she sees me? Krillin watched Chi-Chi's stubborn back, then looked at Goku's bewildered face, and couldn't help laughing. Goku, do you know what fate means? Is it something to eat? Is it tasty? No. Krillin patted Goku's shoulder, his eyes carrying a mixture of pity and mockery. That's your future wife. Get ready, Saiyan. Married life is quite exciting. In a way, she's scarier than Piccolo. Huh, wife. Is that something that can make me stronger? Goku looked hopeful. Yes. It will enhance your endurance and survival instincts. Krillin didn't explain further and turned to head toward the arena. Oh, we should hurry. Just now Chaozu was beaten by Teapaipai. That guy is so arrogant. As he said that, Goku clenched his fists in anger. Let's rewind to the previous match. Next match, Zone 4, a Jiaozi versus Tao Bai. With the referee's command, the originally bustling market-like contender area fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. All eyes, whether filled with curiosity, disdain, or fear, focused on the temporary reinforced concrete arena. On one side of the ring, Jiaozi hovered in midair, appearing exceptionally tiny. His emerald green Qing Dynasty official-style Mandarin jacket fluttered slightly in the air currents, and his pale little face, dabbed with 2 rosy circles of blush, was now tense. His usually adorably naive eyes were filled with instinctual fear. Cold sweat dripped down his smooth forehead, splattering onto the floor and shattering instantly. And opposite him stood a figure that seemed to have emerged from the depths of a nightmare. Tao Bai, once his martial uncle. Also the world's most feared assassin, who had once made the entire martial arts world tremble. But he no longer looked purely human. Under his iconic pink robe, there were no warm muscle lines, but cold, hard alloy bones and complex hydraulic transmission systems. The left half of his face still retained a human appearance, with a chilling, sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, a well-maintained yet sinister middle-aged man's face. The right half of his face was completely covered by a cold, silver-gray metal mask. A crimson glowing electronic prosthetic eye silently rotated in its sunken socket, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. It was like a precision scanner deconstructing the prey before it into a stream of data. Tao Bai let out a low laugh, a sound like rough sandpaper scraping rusted iron, harsh and hair-raising. How nostalgic the taste of being surrounded by fear. The air is thick with the tremors of the weak, like a fine aperitif. Kid, you're that old fool, he's Shinran's disciple, aren't you? It's your misfortune to have run into me. You are. Jiaozi's voice trembled. He could feel the chi emanating from his opponent. That was not human chi, but a cold, deathly murderous intent. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you're about to become a pile of scrap. Tao Bai slowly raised his fully mechanized left hand, the metal joints making a crisp clicking sound. The surrounding audience and contestants began to murmur, their voices filled with unease. Hey, who's that half-robot? Looks so vicious. You don't know him? That's Tao Bai. He was supposedly killed by Sun Wukong a few years ago. How did he become like this? Oh my god, that little guy looks so pitiful. This is totally a mismatched fight. Under the ring, Tianjin fans' 3 eyes stared fixedly at Tao Bai, his pupils constricting violently. That was killing intent. Pure extreme killing intent. He gripped the barrier railing with both hands, the iron pipe gradually deforming under his monstrous strength. Jiaozi, give up. That guy is not right. Dong. Dong dong wave. Jiaozi could no longer endure this suffocating pressure. Survival instinct drove him to strike first. He extended his index finger, instantly gathering all his chi at the fingertip. A yellow energy beam, scorching hot, tore through the air and shot straight toward Tao Baibai's heart. This strike was as fast as lightning, carrying Jiaozi's determination to win. However, Tao Baibai didn't even move his feet. He casually raised his unmodified right hand and flicked his index finger lightly. Ding! A crisp sound like striking a precious porcelain. The dong-dong wave, powerful enough to pierce rock and seemingly unstoppable to ordinary people, was actually deflected by his single finger. The out-of-control energy beam shot into the ceiling of the hall, blasting down a large cloud of debris and dust, causing a wave of exclamations. Too weak. Tao Baibai shook his head, the electronic eye glinting with mockery. Has the level of the Crane Hermit School fallen to such a degree? This soft attack isn't even enough to tickle me. This is what they call qigong. It's like a child's water pistol. Tianjin. Jiaozi retreated in terror. He wanted to call his senior brother with telepathy, but fear had thrown his mental energy into chaos. He gritted his teeth, thrust both hands forward with palms facing Tao Baibai, and unleashed his psychic power fully. Golden binding technique. An invisible mental force enveloped Tao Baibai, attempting to immobilize him. Jiaozi's stomach heaved violently. This technique consumed a lot of his energy. Oh, psychic power. Tao Baibai felt the binding sensation around his body, his grin widening. Interesting. If it were the old me, I might have found it troublesome. But now, crack, clank. A teeth-grinding metallic friction sound came from within Tao Baibai's body. It was as if a monster engine roared inside him. Get open. Tao Baibai suddenly strained, and his mechanical left arm erupted with terrifying power. Jiaozi's psychic power, like a fragile spiderweb, was torn to shreds in an instant. Suffering mental backlash, Jiaozi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying, and his vision began to blur. Game over. Tao Baibai's figure vanished instantly from the spot, a speed achieved by mechanical burst power. The next second he appeared before Jiaozi. That cold mechanical hand, like a steel clamp, tightly gripped Jiaozi's slender throat. Ugh, ugh. Jiaozi's feet left the ground as he struggled in agony. His little hands feebly beat against the hard metal arm, producing a clanging sound, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Stop. By the ring, Tianjin Fan's eyes were wide with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. The helplessness of watching his loved one suffer drove him nearly mad. He frantically tried to rush onto the ring, but was firmly held back by several burly staff members. The match isn't over. Interfering will get you disqualified. To hell with the qualification. I'll kill him. Tianjin Fan roared, his aura exploding, directly knocking back two staff members. Tao Baibai turned his head, looked at the enraged Tianjin Fan, and revealed a cruel, extreme smile. Angry. In pain. That's right. Tao Baibai's voice was like a demon's whisper echoing in the empty hall. When that brat son Wukong blew me to pieces back then, I felt the same pain. I crawled through the ruins. To survive, I cut open my own body and replaced it with these cold iron pieces. Now I will repay this pain 100-fold to all of you. So saying, the mechanical structure on his wrist suddenly deformed, and a sharp, high-frequency, vibrating blade sprang out with a shing sound. The edge of the blade blurred from the high-frequency vibrations, emitting a tinnitus-inducing hum. No! Wukong and Tianjin Fan shouted simultaneously. But it was all too late. Goodbye, little toy. Tao Baibai's hand rose and fell. Blood like a gorgeous, tragic spider lily bloomed under the pale light. Jiaozi screamed, his body flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily at the edge of the ring. Blood instantly stained his green mandarin jacket with the character Jiao on it. If he hadn't used all his strength to twist his body at the last moment, this blow would have cut him in two. The entire venue fell dead silent. Only the drip-drip sound of blood hitting the floor was clearly audible. Tao Baibai flicked the blood droplets off his blade, looking with disdain at Jiaozi, who was twitching in a pool of blood. TCH, still not dead. Forget it, this trash isn't worth my finishing blow. Tianjin Fan, I'll be waiting for you in the finals. I hope you can let me enjoy a bit more killing pleasure. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, walked with heavy mechanical steps, and laughing loudly descended from the ring under the gaze of the crowd, filled with terror, anger, and fear. That laughter, like the cry of a night owl, cast a shadow over everyone's heart. The medical team's stretcher hastily carried away the unconscious Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan followed with reddened eyes. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at the back of Tao Baibai, the murderous intent in his eyes enough to freeze the surrounding air. Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, gnashing his teeth. That bastard. I will definitely kill him completely. To have beaten Jiaozi like that. Back to the present. The host with a golden mustache and sunglasses wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and broke the oppressive atmosphere with a trembling voice. This is truly regrettable. But the match must continue. Next, for the round of 16. From the Turtle School, contestant Krillin vs. Yamu Cha. As soon as that name was uttered, the crowd, which had been immersed in the shadow of bloodshed, suddenly erupted in a strange commotion. Gossip is always the best remedy for human tension. Hey, did you hear? This is a rivalry match between love rivals. A martial artist with an afro said excitedly to his companion. The companion's eyes widened. That bald Krillin, he seems to have stolen Yamu Cha's girlfriend. You mean the heiress of the Capsule Corporation? Oh my god, this is so exciting. Much more interesting than the fighting just now. Look at Yamcha's eyes, tsk tisk, that's the look of wanting to kill. Amidst the whispers and pointing of the crowd, Yamcha slowly walked onto the ring. He wore the familiar orange martial arts uniform with the character, Turtle, embroidered on his chest, and 3 iconic scars on his face. In the past 3 years, he had undergone hellish training in the wilderness. His skin was tan bronze, his muscle lines more defined, and he exuded a wild aura. But at this moment the gossip of the crowd was like sharp blades stabbing deeply into his heart. His eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. There was none of the solemnity of a martial artist facing a strong enemy, only the venom of a man blinded by jealousy and anger. Pu'er floated at the edge of the ring, wringing his small hands together, and called out worriedly, "Young Master Yamcha, do your best. Don't be too impulsive." Yamcha ignored Pu'er, his gaze locked firmly on Krillin across from him. If looks could kill, Krillin would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by now. Krillin. Yamcha's voice was hoarse, as if his throat was filled with coarse sand. Finally, it's our turn. Krillin stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. Compared to Yamcha's bitter hatred, he seemed too calm, even a bit indifferent. He yawned and spoke lazily. "Yamcha, you can't beat me. Although Master Mutant's training has made you stronger, you're still far from defeating me," Krillin said calmly. "Shut up." Yamcha suddenly roared, veins bulging on his forehead like an enraged lone wolf. "Stop acting all high and mighty. You despicable coward. You took advantage of my absence and stole Pu'er Ma away. You knew we were dating. You knew she was mine." This roar echoed through the entire venue via the microphone. The audience instantly erupted, the fire of gossip blazing. "Wow. Confirmed. It really is a love triangle. That bald guy looks honest, but who knew he was a wolf in sheep's clothing? But why is that Yamcha yelling so loud? Matters of the heart are supposed to be mutual, right?" Krillin sighed helplessly and scratched his bald head. He had originally wanted to save some face for his old friend. But since this guy insisted on putting his face out there to be slapped in front of so many people, there was no choice. "Yamcha, since you insist on bringing this up here, then let's get things straight." Krillin wiped the smile off his face, his eyes turning sharp. It was the pressure of a powerful being instantly freezing the surrounding air. The aura he usually kept restrained leaked out slightly, making several nearby spectators feel breathless. "First you say I stole Pu'er Ma. No, I pursued her openly and honestly. Second," Krillin extended a finger pointing at Yamcha's nose, his tone icy. "Do you really not know why Pu'er Ma left you? Do you need me to remind you? The girl named Lily at the West City Flower Shop. And the female trainer at the gym. Even during your so-called hell training, you weren't exactly innocent with female martial artists from all over, were you?" Yamcha's face turned pale instantly, his eyes darting around in panic like someone whose tail had been stepped on. He stammered, You're lying. That was just a misunderstanding. I just didn't know how to refuse. I didn't want to hurt them." "Is it not knowing how to refuse, or enjoying the feeling of being admired, eh?" Krillin interrupted him mercilessly. "Yamcha, Pu'er Ma is not your possession, nor is she a trophy for you to flaunt. She is a living person. What she needs is security and wholehearted love. And these you cannot give. You love yourself too much." Krillin took a deep breath and turned around. His gaze pierced through the layers of the crowd and landed precisely on the blue figure on the second-floor balcony. His eyes instantly became tender as water, as if the aggressive strongman from moments ago had vanished, replaced by a devoted lover. "She is happy with me. I also promised her that as long as I win the championship of this tournament, I will officially propose to her." These words exploded like a bombshell in the center of the venue. Proposal. Oh my god, that's so romantic. Using the championship as a betrothal gift. This bald guy sure is big talk. But somehow it's kind of cool. On the second-floor balcony, Pu'er Ma covered her mouth, tears streaming down. She hadn't expected Krillin to say this in front of the whole world. The feeling of being firmly chosen made her whole heart melt. Under everyone's gaze, she nodded vigorously and shouted with a tearful voice, "You idiot, Krillin. If you dare to lose, I really won't marry you." At this moment, the winner was decided. Not in terms of martial power, but in terms of mindset. Yamcha watched this scene feeling as if his heart was being crushed by an invisible hand. Shame, anger, despair. All kinds of emotions intertwined, causing him to completely lose his sanity. He felt like a clown performing a one-man show on stage while the protagonist had long since been replaced. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Yamcha let out a beastly roar, his aura erupting wildly. A pale blue flame wrapped around him, shaking the gravel on the ground into the air. "I will prove that I am the strongest. I will take Pu'er Ma back." Krillin, go to hell. New Wolf Fong Fist. Yamcha moved. Driven by extreme anger, he erupted with speed beyond his limits. A colossal phantom wolf seemed to materialize behind him, its bloody maw wide open, swooping toward Krillin with a mournful howl of wind. This strike concentrated all his strength. To defeat Krillin and win back Bulma, he had wrestled beasts in the wasteland and bathed beneath thundering waterfalls. Every punch and claw had been tempered through endless trials. The angles were vicious, the speed merciless, leaving countless afterimages that sealed off every escape route. Die. Yamcha's eyes burned crimson, his fist wind like blades slicing through the air with sharp shrieks. His fingertips grew scalding hot from the friction of moving so fast. The spectators below erupted in gasps. "So fast, I can't even make him out. Is Yamcha really this strong?" His speed has multiplied several times over in just 3 years. That bald guy is finished. One combo like that, and he'll be reduced to paste. Yet facing the overwhelming barrage, Krillin stood rooted in place, completely unmoving. His hands remained clasped behind his back. Against Krillin's system-enhanced genius intellect and a speed attribute exceeding 1,000, Yamcha's movements appeared as sluggish as slow-motion footage. He merely tilted his head slightly, or shifted half a step. Swish, swish, swish. Yamcha's razor-sharp claws capable of shattering stone and splitting gold grazed past Krillin's skin each time. It looked perilous, but each strike missed by a hair's breadth, a tiny deviation yielding enormous consequences. No matter how Yamcha accelerated or roared, he could not so much as touch Krillin's garment. Why can't I land a single hit? Yamcha grew more frightened and desperate with every blow. Krillin before him was an insurmountable mountain, instilling in him a profound sense of helplessness. He felt as though he were punching at thin air, all his force absorbed like cotton. Done playing yet? Krillin's calm voice suddenly rang in Yamcha's ear. The next instant Krillin's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Yamcha. His gaze was as still as stagnant water, reflecting Yamcha's terrified face. Is this your full power? Disappointing. Krillin slowly raised his right hand, didn't make a fist, simply extended one index finger. Your heart is troubled, so your fists are scattered. Krillin's finger gently touched Yamcha's chest. Poke. What seemed like a casual tap unleashed ocean-toppling power the moment it made contact. Pure physical strength compressed together with ki, a technique known as the one-inch strike. Gah! Yamcha's eyeballs bulged his entire face, contorting in agony. He felt as though a high-speed locomotive had struck his chest, his internal organs shifting in an instant. The ki within his body was completely shattered by that single blow, deflated like a punctured balloon. That single finger strike was not merely physical. It was spiritual destruction. Yamcha's body flew backward like a cannonball, carving a tragic arc through the air. He soared across the entire ring before crashing heavily into the wall outside. Boom. A human-shaped crater formed in the hardened brick wall, debris, flying dust billowing. Yamcha slid down like wet clay foam at his lips, completely unconscious. The arena fell deathly silent. Everyone stood with mouths agape, staring at the bald youth at the ring's center. Not even the blonde host noticed his microphone hitting the ground. One finger. Just one finger. That Yamcha, impressive in the preliminaries, fierce and imposing, the former desert bandit, had been instantly defeated. What kind of monster is this? What just happened? I didn't see him strike at all. He just poked him right. Is this the power of the turtle school, eh? Terrifying. This isn't even the same dimension of combat. That bald guy. He's practically a monster wearing human skin. The referee's trembling hand rose, his voice shrill from shock. The winner, Krillin, advancing to the quarterfinals. Krillin calmly adjusted his collar, as if he had merely swatted a fly. He turned to look at Yamcha, receiving medical attention, a complex emotion flashing through his eyes. Half an hour later, in the contestant locker room, the air carried the sterile scent of disinfectant. Yamcha gradually regained consciousness. The lingering pain made him hiss through his teeth, but he did not fly into the rage he had previously. That single finger strike had shattered not only his pride, but also cleared his muddled mind. Awake! Krillin leaned against the doorway, holding a water bottle and offering it. Yamcha looked at Krillin silent for a long moment, then let out a bitter laugh before accepting the water. I lost completely. Yamcha bowed his head, his voice carrying an unprecedented despondency, yet also a sense of relief. You're too strong now. It's like fighting a monster. I can't even see your back anymore. I always believed hard work would close the gap, but I was wrong. As long as you're still on the path, you can always see someone ahead of you. Don't be so hard on yourself. You simply chose the wrong opponent. Krillin said calmly. At that moment, the locker room door opened, and Bulma walked in. She looked at Yamcha wrapped in bandages, her expression complicated, but mostly relieved. Yamcha. Bulma. Yamcha spoke first, taking a deep breath before looking up at her with clear eyes. I'm sorry. I was too selfish before, didn't know how to cherish what I had. Compared to me, Krillin is better suited for you. Saying this, he held up his bandaged hand and gave Krillin a thumbs up. Though his mouth still twitched from the pain, his smile was genuine. I wish you both happiness. Truly. Bulma paused, then smiled, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Thank you, Yamcha. You should keep pushing forward too. Stop being such a heartbreaker. Huh, I will. Yamcha scratched his head, seeming to return to his usual carefree desert wanderer self. Looks like I need to find a new goal. Maybe being an ordinary wealthy guy isn't so bad. After all, constant fighting is too dangerous. The three shared a smile. Krillin put his arm around Bulma as they walked out of the locker room into the bright sunlight. Next up, the quarterfinals. Krillin looked toward the distant ring, his gaze deep. Kami, Piccolo. Ladies and gentlemen, your wait is over. The quarterfinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament now officially begin. The golden-haired announcer's voice blasted through the high-powered speakers, rattling the awning overhead with a resonant hum. The afternoon sun scorched the arena with a merciless heat, the air thick with a suffocating stillness that heralded an impending storm. Though the bloodstains from the preliminaries had been wiped clean, the faint metallic tang of iron still lingered in the nostrils of every martial artist. First match, the Crane School's prodigy Tien Shinin versus the resurrected assassin, Tao Pai Pai. A deep, sonorous gong resounded, tearing open the curtain of the quarterfinals with brutal finality. On the platform, two figures stood in stark opposition. Tien Shinhan was bare-chested, his muscles carved like granite, each sinew taut with latent power. He stood with his feet planted in a relaxed yet unyielding stance, his breath as steady as a mountain, as if fused with the very stone beneath him. The third eye on his forehead narrowed slightly, its pupils devoid of fear, holding only a cold, almost pitying detachment. Across from him, Tao Pai Pai's very existence seemed a desecration of the term martial artist. Beneath his iconic pink robe lay not the warm flesh of a man, but frigid alloy bones and intricate hydraulic actuators. Sunlight struck the half-silver metallic visor on his face, throwing off a blinding glare. The crimson electronic eye in his sunken socket whirred frantically, emitting a faint sizzling buzz as it analyzed his opponent with precision. My dear junior disciple. Tao Pai Pai's laugh grated like sandpaper on rusted iron, a coarse, synthetic rasp from his electronic voice modulator. The sound of that little one Jiaozi's bones snapping. It was truly exquisite. You know, when I crushed his ribs, the despair and helplessness in his eyes hit me like the finest stimulant. A muscle twitched violently at the corner of Tien's eye. His hands hanging at his sides slowly clenched into fists, the knuckles cracking like popping beans. What? Want to kill me? Tao Pai Pai caught the flicker of emotion and laughed even more wildly. Rage? Hate? Come at me with all that negativity. I'll make you experience firsthand the perfect power of technology. Perfect. Tien finally spoke, his voice low and ominous. You call this heap of scrap metal perfect? Tao Pai Pai, you abandoned your flesh for power, and with it the dignity of a martial artist. Now you're nothing but a pitiful wretch driven by fear. Shut up. The words struck a raw nerve, piercing Tao Pai Pai's deepest wound. It was the nightmare that haunted him. The humiliation of being blown to pieces by Sun Wukong's bomb years ago. I'll tear you apart. With a furious roar, Tao Pai Pai's foot shattered the stone beneath him. Propelled by the explosive force of his mechanical legs, he shot forward like a cannonball, a whistling blur of fury. Super Dodon Ray. This was no ordinary finger energy blast. His mechanical wrist flipped open, revealing a dark hollow cannon. With a turbocharged shriek, a high-compression beam of yellow energy erupted forth, a fusion of chi and high-tech thermal force. Where it passed, the air warped violently from the heat, and the cement floor of the arena was gouged into a blackened trench. The spectators erupted in chaos. Good heavens! Is that a cannon? Isn't that against the rules? Yeah, weapons are strictly forbidden. Run, that thing looks like it'll explode. Yet facing the terrifying strike, Tien merely shifted his stance slightly. His movement was minimal, as if he had predicted the beam's trajectory. The deadly energy grazed past his shoulder and slammed into the barrier behind him. Boom! A deafening explosion. The solid concrete wall was blasted into a 2-meter-wide crater, debris flying and smoke billowing. Wah! What? Tao Pai Pai's electronic eye flashed with error codes. He dodged. My calculations say your reaction speed can't keep up with my targeting system. Your eyes see only data, but not chi. Tien's voice cut through the smoke, cold and clear. Before Tao Pai Pai could react, a large hand burst through the haze and clamped down on his prized mechanical left arm. Tien's hand was broad, thick, and calloused, gripping like a hydraulic vice, locking the joints of Tao Pai Pai's arm. You traded flesh for strength and speed, but lost a martial artist's instinct for danger. Tien stared coldly at the man before him, all three eyes blazing with a terrifying light. I will defeat you. I will avenge Jiaozi. Let go, you traitor. Panic surged in Tao Pai Pai as he struggled, but the flesh and blood hand held him fast. In desperation, his right hand snapped out a high-frequency vibrating blade. The edge blurred from the rapid oscillation, emitting a piercing hum as it drove straight for Tien's throat. Die. At ringside, Krillin narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk curling his lips. Relying on such external gadgets, you've really regressed. Ting. A crisp metallic snap echoed through the arena. Tien's other hand met the vibrating blade, with bare flesh. At the moment of contact, a surge of white energy visible to the naked eye enveloped his palm, crushing the alloy blade, strong enough to cut through steel, into powder. Shards clattered to the ground. This? Impossible. Tao Pai Pai's electronic eye reflected pure terror, his voice cracking. My blade is high-strength titanium alloy. How could a human hand? Because your heart has long since rusted. With a thunderous shout, Tien's muscles bulged, and a tidal wave of chi exploded outward, scattering the smoke in an instant. He gripped Tao Pai Pai's mechanical arm, twisted his waist, and wrenched. Break. Sizzle. Crack. A sickening sound of tearing metal filled the air. Sparks erupted from the joint, and oil spattered like black blood. Under the horrified gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, Tien Shinhan tore Tao Pai Pai's entire mechanical left arm from its socket with his bare hands. Aorg. Tao Pai Pai let out a blood-curdling scream, crashing to the ground as wires crackled and black smoke rose from the severed stump. He writhed in agony like a venomous snake with its fangs pulled. The entire arena fell into dead silence. All were stunned by the brutal, breathtaking scene. Tien did not relent. He leaped high into the air, his feet descending like missiles. Boom! The smoke slowly cleared. He stood at the center of the ring, holding the twitching mechanical limb like an invincible war god. He glanced at the scrap metal with disgust and tossed it off the platform, landing squarely at the feet of the pale-faced Master Shun. Take your trash and get out of the tournament. Tian's gaze sharp as a blade forced Master Shun to stumble back. If you don't leave now, the next thing that breaks will be your neck. Master Shun looked up at his former obedient disciple now, so overwhelmingly powerful his lips trembling. He dared not utter a single retort. He hastily gathered Tao Pai Pai's broken body and fled the arena amid the crowd's contemptuous cheers. Tian closed his eyes, drawing a deep breath of the sea-scented air. Jiaozi, I have avenged you. SP. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Contestant Tianjin Fan advances to the semifinals with overwhelming dominance. The announcer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, straining to keep his voice from trembling. The previous match, filled with the terrifying sound of metal tearing, had been so profoundly shocking that the atmosphere in the arena grew heavy and oppressive for a moment. Now let's mix things up. The second quarterfinal match. The runner-up from the previous tournament, the extremely popular Sun Wukong, will face a mysterious young beauty whose name has yet to be revealed. Below the ring in the rest area, Sun Wukong was stuffing the last piece of sizzling, oily meat with bone into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out like a hamster's. Hearing his name, he mumbled a response through his full mouth. Oh, it's my turn. He casually wiped the grease from his fingers onto his pants and executed a graceful flip onto the ring. Sunlight cascaded over his signature spiky hair, illuminating his carefree smile, making him look like an ordinary neighborhood boy enjoying a day trip. However, the atmosphere on the opposite side was entirely different. The young woman wearing a blue and red Qipao-style martial arts uniform was staring intensely at Wukong. She was tall and slender with skin as fair as jade, her long black hair gently swirling with her anger. That once gentle and lovely face was now covered in frost. Her beautiful large eyes were filled with wrong tears and barely contained fury. She bit her lower lip tightly, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes so hard that her knuckles turned white, her body trembling with suppressed rage. Oomph. The young woman sniffed heavily and turned her head away, as if even a glance at Wukong would soil her eyes. Wukong scratched his head, approached 2 steps with a confused expression, and ventured a tentative question. Hello. Have we met somewhere before? Why do you look so angry? Did I steal your food back then? Those words were like the final spark igniting a powder keg. The young woman whirled around, her tears finally breaking free. She pointed at Wukong, her voice trembling like fallen leaves in the wind, laden with endless accusations. You actually dare to ask me why I'm angry? Still thinking about food? You idiot. Heartless man. Big liar. The roar echoed throughout the entire venue through the speakers, even drowning out the sound of the waves. The spectators who had been enthusiastically discussing the previous match fell suddenly silent. Tens of thousands of eyes fixated on the ring, burning with the fierce flames of gossip. Take this. The young woman didn't give Wukong any chance to explain, pushed off with her foot, and darted across the ring like an angry swallow. Her speed was astonishing, her red battle boots cutting through the air with fierce momentum aimed directly at Wukong's face. Whoa, so fast. Startled Wukong instinctively leaned back. Whoosh. The kick grazed past Wukong's nose, the wind pressure stinging his cheeks. Missing her strike, the young woman used the momentum to land and unleashed a barrage of palm strikes. Her techniques were exquisitely refined, blending the agility of the turtle school with powerful sweeping force, her attacks relentless as a raging storm. Wukong dodged left and right as agilely as a monkey while shouting, Hey, let's talk this out. I haven't even finished my meal. Eat. All you know is eating. The young woman grew even more furious, every strike aimed at vital points. Am I less important than a meal in your heart? I've waited for you for so many years, always waiting for you to come get me, and you've completely forgotten me. The audience erupted instantly, public opinion turning sharply against Wukong. Oh my, this plot is going the wrong way. Isn't this supposed to be a hot-blooded fighting tournament? How did it become a family drama? So what I'm hearing, that kid named Sun Wukong abandoned her after leading her on. Look at that girl crying so bitterly, so beautiful with such a great figure. She must have been deceived by a scumbag. How detestable. I thought this kid was simple and cute, turns out he's a playboy, making a beauty wait for so many years. Beat that heartless man to death. Kick him off. Excited spectators began throwing empty water bottles and popcorn buckets onto the ring, the entire venue filled with condemnation for Wukong. In the contestant rest area, Wulong covered his mouth, rolling on the ground, laughing, his pig ears nearly laughing off. Karma. So even a blockhead like Wukong has romantic entanglements. This is going to be entertaining. Much more exciting than fighting Tao Bai. Pu Air floated in the air, watching the ring with concern. Master Wukong isn't that kind of person, is he? But he can be really dense sometimes. Could it be a misunderstanding? Only Krillin leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Watching Wukong, who in everyday life feared neither heaven nor earth and dared to stand against Baiku, the great demon king, now being driven into a frenzy by a girl. This scene was simply a rare treat. Krillin, stop just standing there laughing. Wukong glanced back in desperation amidst the chaos, nearly getting sliced on the forehead by the young woman's hand blade. Hurry and think about who she is. She says she's been waiting for me, but I really don't remember. Did she mistake me for someone else? You made this mess, you fix it. Krillin shouted loudly, gesturing helplessly toward the audience with an expression that said this kid was beyond saving. Wukong, a man must own up to his actions. On the ring, the young woman grew angrier with each strike, tears falling like beads from a broken string, soaking the front of her clothes. Do you really not remember at all? The young woman suddenly stopped her attacks, drawing two gleaming short blades from behind her back. Though these were unsharpened competition props, they still radiated a chilling aura in the sunlight. She assumed an ancient stance, a sword technique personally passed down by the Nyo-Mo Wang. If you've forgotten, then I'll beat you until you remember. Master Wu Tian adjusted his sunglasses below, a gleam flashing in his eyes. He stroked his beard and murmured to himself. That posture. That's the turtle school footwork combined with the Nyo-Mo Wang's heavy strike technique. This young girl's identity. So that's it. Seems like this kid Wukong has quite the romantic fortune. Hey. Pulling weapons is too much. That's a foul right. Wukong retreated while waving his hands, his face dripping with innocence. Shut up. The young woman let out a cry, her blade movements falling like snowflakes, each strike filled with pent-up resentment and fury, as if to unleash all the longing of these years. Though Wukong's strength far exceeded his opponent, facing someone crying such beautiful sorrow, while accusing him of being a heartless man, he truly didn't know how to counterattack. He could only rely on his superhuman instincts to weave through the dense flurry of blades, looking thoroughly disheveled. Tell me, who am I? The young woman missed with a slash, panting heavily as she glared at Wukong, her eyes devouring him. As long as you say my name, I'll forgive you. Wukong stopped, scratching his ears and cheeks, running through everyone he knew in his mind, not even sparing passers-by he'd only met once. Buerma. No Buerma's over there cursing me. Lan Shi. No wrong hair color, and Lan Shi only gets fierce when she sneezes. Who exactly are you? Gazing at Goku's blissfully ignorant expression, the young woman finally lost her composure. She drove her blade into the ground with a desperate cry. You heartless scoundrel, if you defeat me, I'll tell you. Really? Goku's spirits lifted, he resumed his battle stance, his eyes gaining a touch of seriousness. Before Chi-Chi could react, Goku's figure vanished instantly. So fast, Chi-Chi felt a fierce gust of wind rush toward her face. This time Goku refrained from dodging again. He materialized before Chi-Chi, not launching a punch, but rather utilizing the powerful air pressure from his blistering speed to deliver a gentle palm strike toward her. Whoosh! A soft yet irresistible wave of air directly lifted Chi-Chi up. This palm strike was controlled exceptionally well, determining the victor without any lethal force. Eep! Chi-Chi gasped, her body flying off the ring as if weightless. Like a feather, she landed gently on the grass, not a single hair disheveled. Out of bounds. Winter Son Goku. The announcer roared hoarsely as if he had just witnessed a dramatic masterpiece, his voice nearly completely gone. Goku stood at the ring's edge, waving cheerfully at Chi-Chi below. Hee, I won. Now you can tell me right. Chi-Chi sat on the grass watching the bright sunny youth on the stage. The disappointment of losing the match instantly vanished like smoke. She rose, brushing grass stains from her skirt, and slowly stood up, a slightly shy smile gracing her face. I'm Bull King's daughter, Chi-Chi. Have you remembered yet? After speaking, she gazed at Goku with expectant eyes, her heart pounding with anxiety. Chi-Chi. Goku blinked, his big eyes tilting, his head repeatedly tasting the name in his mouth. His expression shifted from confusion to puzzlement, then a faint glimmer flashed. Suddenly a door deep within his mind was pushed open. The scene returned to long ago, on that scorching afternoon at the foot of Flame Mountain. That peculiar little girl clad in strange armor with darts protruding from her head, who had once ridden the cloud, he kicked and later shyly tugged at his clothes. Oh, I remember now. Goku punched his right fist into his left palm with a sharp snap, a dazed expression giving way to his signature goofy smile. You're that Bull King's daughter. Little Chi-Chi back then. Wow, you've grown so tall now, I barely recognized you. Hearing Goku finally call out her name, Chi-Chi's previously tense, pretty face instantly relaxed. She retrieved the blade from the ground and strapped it to her back, a quick blush blooming on her cheeks as she shyly twisted her fingers. Her formerly fiery demeanor instantly transformed into girlish shyness. Lowering her head, she traced circles on the ground with her toes, her voice growing soft and gentle. Finally. Did you finally remember? Chi-Chi raised her eyelids and looked at Goku with affectionate eyes. Then do you still remember? That promise we made when crossing the river? Promise. Goku stuttered again, his eyes turning clear and foolish once more. The entire stadium, filled with tens of thousands of spectators, held their breath, daring not to breathe too loudly. This was the climax of the annual spectacle. What promise had caused this beautiful girl to wait bitterly for so many years? It's just... Chi-Chi's voice grew as thin as a mosquito's buzz, her face reddening like a ripe tomato, even steam seemingly rising from her head. You said that when we grow up, you would come marry me as your bride. Boom. These words were like a heavy bomb, instantly detonating the entire venue. Bulma, seated in the audience, was so startled that she crushed her drink container, spilling it all over the nearby Yamcha. She widened her eyes and screamed in disbelief. Bride? That kid Goku actually already has an engagement. And such a pretty girl. Yamcha was utterly dumbfounded, his jaw hitting the floor as if turned to stone. Is this really the Goku I know, the one who couldn't even tell boys from girls? This is simply a winner in life. I'm defeated, utterly defeated. Why hasn't anyone waited for me for all these years? Only Goku remained utterly bewildered. He scratched his face and posed a question that sent the entire crowd into hysterics worthy of historical record. Bride? What kind of thing is that? Does it taste good? The referee also stared at Goku with shock, as if observing an alien creature. Chi-Chi froze the tears she had just stopped threatening to fall again. You? You don't know what a bride is. Then why did you agree to me back then? I thought it was some kind of delicious food. Goku answered confidently, his eyes so sincere that no one could doubt him. It sounded crunchy, seemed like it would taste really good. After all, I was very hungry back then. I figured since you were going to give me food, I'd just agree. The entire crowd erupted in absolute dismay. The spectators had lost the strength to criticize. This kid's train of thought was simply from another dimension. Those who had just been cursing him as a player now only found him genuinely silly, yet endearing and exasperating. Idiot. Big idiot. Chi-Chi stomped her feet, in anger, her face flushing crimson. A bride isn't food. It means someone you'll live with forever, cook for you, wash your clothes, live alongside you. It's a partner for life. Huh. Goku paused, then his eyes lit up as he precisely seized the key point. Cook for me all the time. Yes. Every day. As much as you want to eat. Whether it's roasted meat or buns, I'll make everything for you. Chi-Chi shouted loudly as if this were her greatest leverage. Then this sounds pretty good. Drool nearly escaped Goku's mouth. For a super glutton like him, this was an irresistible temptation, far more alluring than any title of being the greatest under heaven. So will you? Chi-Chi gazed at him full of expectation, her big eyes sparkling with starlight. Without a moment's thought, Goku readily nodded, his face beaming with simple joy. Great. Since I promised you, let's get married. Oh really? Chi-Chi covered her mouth in joyful surprise, the sudden happiness making her slightly dizzy. Of course it's true. I son Goku, keep my word. Goku patted his chest reassuringly. Touched. Chi-Chi suddenly rushed to stand before Goku and rose on her tiptoes. Goku was looking at her with a full smile, his face full of curiosity. Chew. Chi-Chi quickly pecked Goku's cheek and then ran blushing toward the backstage area. I'll wait for you backstage. Remember to definitely win, okay? My groom. Goku rubbed his kissed cheek and looked at the approaching Krillin with utter bewilderment. Krillin, why did she bite my face? Is this also part of marriage? It tasted weird soft. Watching this scene, Krillin shook his head helplessly, yet a gratified smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Yeah. Krillin patted Goku's shoulder, his gaze gradually sharpening as he looked toward the other end of the contestant corridor. Alright, stop dazing off. Your life's big matter is settled. Next, after Yajirobe finishes his match, it'll be my turn. There, a tall figure wrapped in a white cloak was slowly emerging. Green skin, pointed ears, and that suffocating demonic aura like an abyss. The second-generation Demon Piccolo. The ring at Budo Temple, having endured several rounds of brutal combat, showed visible signs of wear despite emergency repairs by the staff. The air still carried the lingering scent of gunpowder from the previous match, that distinctive aroma of martial artists' passion and sweat. Next match, fighter Akalobe versus Mr. Shun. As the blonde host's passionate voice echoed through the arena, two fighters with contrasting styles slowly made their way onto the ring. The one on the left stood as solid as a powder keg, ready to detonate, his sturdy frame wrapped in rough cloth attire. Wild, unkempt hair hung down, and an aged string of Buddhist prayer beads rested around his neck. Half a flatbread was being chewed in his mouth, crumbs scattering everywhere with each bite. Akalobe, this unorthodox martial artist brought from the wild by Son Goku, bore an expression that screamed impatience. He swallowed his food in a few quick bites, patted his round belly, and couldn't be bothered to give his opponent a proper look. TCH, what bad luck. Akalobe muttered, his voice carrying just loud enough for the entire arena to hear. Why do I have to fight some old man who looks like he's got one foot in the grave? Winning against him wouldn't be honorable, and losing. How could I possibly lose to this crumbling pile of bones? Standing opposite him was a middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit and black-framed glasses. He looked like any ordinary office worker, or perhaps a timid school administrator. Mr. Shin adjusted his glasses, wearing a gentle, but somewhat reserved smile that appeared completely harmless. Are all young people this energetic these days? Truly enviable. His voice was soft and measured, and he even politely bowed to Akalobe. Mr. Chubby, could you please hold back a bit? This old body of mine can't take much punishment. I'm just an ordinary uncle here to enjoy the show. Huh, Chubby. Veins immediately bulged on Akalobe's forehead, writhing like earthworms. He despised when people commented on his build, especially from someone who looked this frail. Old man, if you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Akalobe's feet slammed into the ground, his lazy demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a feral killing intent. For your bone health, Sake, go home and play with your grandchildren. Stop being an eyesore here. The audience began murmuring among themselves. That fat guy looks terrifying. Won't someone get hurt? Poor Mr. Shin, he looks like just an ordinary office worker. This isn't fair at all. The matchup is completely lopsided. Begin. Before the referee finished speaking, Akalobe moved. Despite his bulk, he moved like a cannonball out of a barrel. He suddenly crouched low, his right arm muscles bulging, his fist wreathed in forceful wind, heading straight for Mr. Shin's face. In that moment, the air seemed to part under the weight of the heavy fist, releasing a dull, explosive sound. There was no technique involved, only raw speed and power. However, just as the fist was about to touch the tip of Mr. Shin's nose. Oh my! Mr. Shin suddenly let out a startled cry, as if stepping on something slippery, his body awkwardly tilting to the left. The sight was utterly comical, like a drunkard slipping on a banana peel. Yet this clumsy, almost embarrassing stumble caused Akalobe's killing blow to whistle past his ear. Whoosh! Several strands of gray hair drifted down through the air. Mr. Shin narrowly escaped the fatal strike, stumbling backward several steps while gasping for breath. That was close. I almost had my nose broken. Why is the floor so slippery here? Did someone just mop, and it hasn't dried? Akalob's eyes widened as his fist remained extended. Though the overweight man appeared crude, years of hunting in the wild had sharpened his instincts to a predator's level. He had clearly locked onto his opponent's chi flow. How could he have missed? Just lucky. Akalob gritted his teeth, refusing to believe this frail-looking man could dodge his strikes. Stop pretending. Let's see how many times you can dodge. With a roar, Akalob's thick arms became a blur, fists alternating in a relentless barrage that covered every vital point on Mr. Shin's body. The sound of fists tearing through the air merged into a continuous rhythm like rapid drum beats. What unfolded left the entire audience dumbfounded, with many struggling to contain their laughter. Mr. Shin resembled a scarecrow tossed about in a storm or a circus clown. When a sweeping heavy fist came at him, he suddenly bent over to tie his shoelace. Oh dear, my shoelace came untied. I'm sorry about that. The force of the punch passed mere inches from his scalp, severing a stray hair. Then, facing a direct blow aimed at his heart, he sneezed violently and dropped his head. Achoo! There's so much dust. The fist grazed the back of his head and missed entirely. When confronted with a low sweep kick, he appeared blinded by wind rubbing his eyes as he stumbled backward 2 steps. Good, the wind is so strong, sand got in my eyes. Shouldn't the referee do something about this? He happened to retreat just outside the range of punches and kicks. Each evasion looked so clumsy and coincidental, as if Lady Luck wasn't just his mother, but was standing right there directing the action. This old man is hilarious. Is this really a match? Are you sure it's not a comedy show? That fat guy's going to die of frustration. He hasn't landed a single hit. Near Krillin in the audience, Yamcha, still wrapped in bandages, couldn't help but remark, This is too absurd. Did this old man come from an acrobatics troupe? With luck like this, he should buy lottery tickets. If I had even half this fortune back then, I wouldn't have. However, Krillin didn't laugh. Enhanced by his genius intellect, the world around him appeared entirely different from ordinary perception. Streams of data flashed across his retina, constructing a completely different picture. Target: Mr. Shin possessed state true identity, Earth God, combat power not loaded. Skill level divine. Action analysis: all mistakes are precisely calculated optimal solutions. He was neutralizing attacks with minimal movement and maximum efficiency, using these comical motions to perfectly conceal his chi flow. This was the realm of returning to simplicity. It's not luck, Krillin said with his arms crossed, his gaze deep and voice low. That's a gap in cultivation levels. It's like an adult playing with a toddler who's just learned to walk. Even if the child wields a real blade, they couldn't harm the adult in the slightest. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, who had been wearing sunglasses to look cool, now had his eyes squinted into slits behind them. He stared intently at Mr. Shin's seemingly erratic footsteps that actually aligned with the heavenly Tao, of fine sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. That movement technique. That absolute control over chi. Nurturing things silently, great skill appearing clumsy. This feeling, could it be? Master Roshi's heart churned with stormy waves, a name that only existed in legends rising in his mind. It was an existence he wouldn't dare mention casually. The guardian of this very planet. On the ring, Akalob was already breathing heavily. Continuous high-intensity punching had exhausted him, significantly sweat sliding down his round cheeks and soaking his clothes. Meanwhile, Mr. Shin across from him hadn't even ruffled a thread of his clothing, still maintaining his "oh no, I'm so scared" act, even finding time to adjust his tie. Damn it, are you mocking me? Akalob was completely enraged, that frustrating inability to channel his strength driving him to lose his rationality. He felt like a fool being teased on stage like a monkey. With a roar, his entire body tensed, and he could hear the sound of muscle fibers straining. He leaped high into the air, blocking out the sunlight above. This strike utilized his full body weight and momentum, carrying the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, both fists together, descending from above. A faint aura of energy even clung to his fists. Facing this thunderous assault, Mr. Shin remained unfazed. He looked up at the grotesque-faced fat man suspended in midair, adjusted his glasses, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if sighing yet also showing pity. Children these days carry too much hostility. They don't know reverence, nor do they know when to hold back. Only after suffering hardships will one understand that there are heavens beyond heavens. Mr. Shin's toes lightly tapped the ground, his body not retreating, but instead taking a step forward toward the incoming fist. Just as the fist was about to touch his head, his foot slipped once again. Oops. Mr. Shin's entire body lunged forward abruptly, his head like a launched bowling ball, striking at an extremely tricky angle from below upward, slamming squarely into Akalob's undefended chin. Crack. A crisp, tooth-aching bone joint sound echoed through the entire arena. Akalob didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back white. His brain short-circuited from the intense impact. His round body went rigid in the air for a second, his once ferocious presence completely gone. Then he fell straight back like a sack full of potatoes. Thud. The heavy landing kicked up a cloud of dust. Akalob lay on the ground, his limbs twitching twice before going completely still. The arena fell deathly silent. Only after several seconds did Mr. Shin slowly climb to his feet, rubbing his forehead with an innocent expression as he looked at the referee. Oh my, the floor was so slippery I couldn't even stand properly. I'm really sorry. Is that chubby guy okay? Did I win? The referee's mouth hung open as he alternated between the unconscious Akalobe and Mr. Shun's honest expression, stammering as he raised his hand. The winner is Mr. Shun. He actually won. The audience erupted in disbelief. This old man's luck is too good. That fat guy rammed into him himself, right? This is too fake. Is this the legendary Iron Head technique? I think Mr. Shin isn't simple either. Only Goku clapped excitedly, his eyes sparkling. So amazing. That uncle is so strong. I can't even see his movements. I want to fight him too. Krillin watched Mr. Shin descend from the ring and couldn't help but smile. Luck is also a form of strength after all. Krillin stretched his limbs and cast an interested glance toward Piccolo in the distance. The once bright sky had without warning been obscured by dark clouds. They blotted out the brilliant sunlight, casting a gloomy pall over the tropical island. The sea breeze grew sharp and biting, whipping the colorful banners at the martial arts arena into frenzied flapping. The sharp sounds echoed like a harbinger of an approaching storm. A chill settled over the spectators, who wrapped their coats tighter around themselves. The once vibrant atmosphere grew tense and subdued. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is the final quarterfinal match. The one everyone has been waiting for. The announcer's voice boomed through the loudspeakers, attempting to spark some enthusiasm back into the morose crowd. But there was a subtle tremor in his voice. As someone who had hosted countless tournaments over the years, he possessed an instinctive sense of danger. Let's welcome our fighters. On one side, the enigmatic bald warrior who just defeated Yamcha with a single finger, Krillin. And on the other side, the competitor whose name sounds rather peculiar, the Majin Next Generation fighter. Krillin strolled onto the ring with his hands in his pockets, looking utterly relaxed. He wore the orange Kame-style GI of today, his bald head still catching a faint gleam beneath the overcast sky. A look of casual indifference graced his face, as though he were merely out for a leisurely walk. Across from him, the towering figure wrapped in a white turban and heavy cloak began to slowly approach. With each step he took, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees, a suffocating pressure spreading outward with his movements. It felt as though an ancient ferocious beast had set its gaze upon him. Ding. A system mission has been issued. Mission objective: defeat Piccolo, the Majin successor. Special restriction: under no circumstances may you kill the opponent. Should Piccolo die, the Kami of Earth will also perish, the Dragon Balls will lose their power permanently, and the subsequent storyline will suffer irreversible collapse. Mission reward: Namekian regenerative physique, beginner level, substantial reputation points. Krillin pursed his lips, cursing inwardly. Can't kill him, yet I still need to win, and on top of that make him concede willingly. This system keeps making things increasingly troublesome for me. This is harder than just killing him. The towering figure halted 5 meters away from Krillin. Those sharp eyes peered through the gaps in the turban, locking onto Krillin with unwavering intensity. Within that gaze lay no pure killing intent, only a condescending mockery, as though observing an insect struggling futilely between his palms. Ha ha ha. Piccolo let out a low derisive chuckle, his voice raspy and grating like 2 sheets of rusted iron grinding together. Krillin, I know that name. Years ago you were nothing but a whelp who hid behind Son Goku's shadow. Remember how Dabura crushed you like an ant? That sound of bones being shattered must have been quite satisfying, didn't it? The moment those words left his lips, Goku below clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white, his teeth grinding audibly. That remained his eternal wound, his nightmare he could never bring himself to revisit. Krillin, Goku murmured softly, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. But Krillin merely picked at his ear, casually flicking his nails with an air of indifference. Oh, that's right. Thanks to you I actually got to take a little trip to the underworld. The scenery was quite nice, and the King of Hell even treated me to tea. But you, as the reincarnation of the great Demon King, why do you still babble so much? Nobody talks to you. Has it driven you mad? Piccolo's gaze turned instantly icy, and the gravel around him began to tremble slightly. Sharp-tongued kid, I hope your bones are as tough as your mouth when the time comes. As he spoke, he violently tore off his cloak and turban. Whoosh. Boom. The heavy-weighted gear crashed to the ground, actually smashing through the concrete floor and carving 2 deep pits, sending clouds of dust billowing upward. But that was not the main concern. With the disguise shed, his iconic green skin, the pink muscle patterns running along his arms, his pointed ears, and the 2 antennae protruding from his forehead were laid bare for all to see. The venue fell into a brief, eerie silence. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Every spectator, referee, and even the other competitors backstage stared with wide eyes, their pupils contracting violently. They could not believe their own eyes. Then panic erupted like a plague. Green skin. That appearance. That face. That's Piccolo, the great Demon King. Good heavens. Wasn't he dead? Why is he here? Run. The great Demon King has been resurrected. We're going to be killed. Mommy, I want to go home. The stands instantly erupted into chaos, with screams and wails rising and falling in a cacophony of terror. People shoved and pressed against each other desperately, trying to flee this horrifying place. Chairs toppled over, popcorn scattered across the ground. Some even collapsed in sheer terror, soiled themselves in fright. Even the seasoned announcer who had seen it all cowered beneath a table in terror. The microphone in his trembling hands knocked against the floor, producing shrill, ear-piercing noise. Fear was deeply rooted in the heart of every Earthling. The terror that had shrouded the entire world years ago remained an indelible shadow that haunted their collective memory. Quiet, Krillin spoke abruptly. His voice was not loud, yet it somehow penetrated all the chaos with uncanny clarity, resonating distinctly in everyone's ears. That voice carried a strange calming power like a tonic that gradually steadied the panicked crowd. Piccolo the Great Demon King is indeed dead. What stands before you is merely a green-skinned oddity with a bit of attitude. Those who wish to flee may do so now. For those who want to watch me beat him, remain seated. With me here he cannot cause any real trouble. There was an irrefutable confidence in Krillin's words. Standing there with his hands in his pockets, he resembled an immovable mountain. Piccolo's forehead veins bulged, his eyes nearly spewing fire. A bit of attitude. A green-skinned monster. Very well, Krillin, you have successfully provoked me. I will make you beg for death, but find none. I will tear your limbs apart one by one. Whoosh. Piccolo moved. This time there was no hesitation. The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly, and his entire body became a bolt of green lightning materializing before Krillin in an instant. That sinewy claw screaming through the air as it tore through it aimed straight for Krillin's throat. The speed was so astounding that even Goku and Tien below couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Too slow. Krillin didn't even need to widen his eyes. He simply raised his left hand casually and pinched with his index and middle fingers. Snap. That terrifying claw capable of piercing steel plates and shattering boulders was firmly held captive by just 2 of Krillin's fingers. The kinetic energy vanished instantly. Even the violent wind pressure dissipated before Krillin, leaving only a gentle disturbance in the air above his forehead. What a... Piccolo's face contorted in shock. He felt as though his hand were welded between 2 colossal mountains, utterly immobilized. No matter how hard he pulled and tugged, he could not budge at the slightest. Not bad strength. Could probably give an elephant a massage, Krillin remarked casually, then gave a flick of his wrist. Piccolo was sent flying backward uncontrollably like discarded trash. But as a genius of the demon clan, he swiftly adjusted his body mid-air, and both eyes erupted with scorching purple laser beams. Makankasapo. Buzz. 2 beams shot straight toward Krillin's eyes at near light speed. The air was filled with a scorched scent. Krillin stood his ground, neither dodging nor flinching. He merely took a deep breath, and then blew fiercely toward the incoming lasers. Whoosh. As simple as extinguishing birthday candles. Those 2 high-energy laser beams capable of melting rock were actually blown back by that single exhalation and dissipated into the air. This is impossible. Piccolo landed, fear appearing in his eyes for the very first time. Although that attack had not been full power, it was absolutely not something that could be blown out with a mere breath. There is nothing impossible about it. Krillin patted the dust from his clothes. Show me your true power, Piccolo. Krillin curled his finger in a beckoning gesture, his eyes brimming with provocation. Do not make me believe that the demon who killed me back then was merely a joke. Piccolo's pride was trampled as never before. He let out a thunderous roar, his ki erupting wildly throughout his body. His arms stretched grotesquely like rubber, launching a relentless barrage of attacks upon Krillin from all directions. Die. Yet no matter how cunning or rapid his attacks proved, Krillin always managed to neutralize them with the simplest of methods. Blocking with his left hand, deflecting with his right, occasionally shifting his stance. Krillin moved as though he were an adult playing with a child, every motion effortless and almost languid. Is this really all you've got? Krillin caught one of Piccolo's heavy punches with a single hand while letting out a yawn. If this is your full strength, you don't even deserve to make me break a sweat. Piccolo panted heavily, his eyes locked fatally upon the bald man before him. Fear, anger, humiliation. Various emotions swirled within his heart. He could not comprehend it. In merely 3 years, how had this earthling become so overwhelmingly powerful? This strength far transcended his very understanding of power itself. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Piccolo had completely lost his mind. The humiliation of being toyed with by an ant shattered his reason. His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing harsh and erratic. I'll kill you. I'll destroy this whole world. He leaped backward, his cape fluttering behind him, and soared 100 meters into the sky. The already overcast sky grew even darker. Thick, heavy clouds churned as if stirred by an invisible hand, forming a massive vortex. The center of the vortex loomed directly over the arena below like a giant demonic eye. Blinding lightning danced wildly within the clouds, thunder rumbling deafeningly. Piccolo hovered in midair, arms flung wide as his ki began to gather frantically. Purple electric arcs crackled around his body, and his green face twisted into a monstrous grimace of extreme rage. Since I can't hit you, I'll blow this island, and you monster, into ashes. Piccolo screamed hysterically. The light in his palms grew brighter and brighter. The destructive energy waves made the sea below boil, sending giant waves crashing against the shore with a thunderous roar. Super explosive demon wave. With his roar, the energy sphere in his hand swelled to its limit, exuding a terrifying aura that made hearts tremble. Purple light illuminated the entire sky, casting every face in a ghastly pallor. He's insane. Completely insane. Run. This island is sinking. Help. I don't want to die. The audience collapsed into panic, their cries piercing the heavens. At that level of energy, if it actually struck, not just the arena, but the entire Papaya Island would vanish from the map in an instant, leaving not even ashes. Despair spread through the crowd. Even Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan turned pale. Tien's 3 eyes were fixed on the sky, his body trembling slightly. This ki, it's on a monster's level. Can we? Stop it. Goku, go stop him. Bulma screamed, her face as white as paper, clutching Oolong's clothes. Goku was about to leap into the air when a hand stopped him. It was Mr. Shun. He looked up at the sky, his aged eyes glinting with a strange light, a trust and strength and an inexplicable certainty. Hold on, Mr. Shun's voice was soft, but carried an irresistible force. Look at Krillin. He hasn't gotten serious yet. This victory belongs to him. In the center of the arena, the wind whipped Krillin's martial arts uniform. Despite the apocalyptic scene above, his expression remained eerily calm. What a troublesome guy. Always so eager to blow up the earth. Is it because he's only 3 years old? Krillin sighed and shook his head in slight exasperation. He stepped back half a pace with his right foot, lowered his body, sank his weight, and slowly clenched his right fist at his waist. He closed his eyes, sensing the vast starry sea of power within him. It was the absolute strength granted by the One-Punch Man template from the other world, the divine power of breaking the limiter. This power surged inside him like a sleeping dragon. About 30% should be enough. Krillin's eyes snapped open, a sharp light flashing in his pupils. Ordinary punch modified 30% output. He threw a simple, unadorned punch toward the sky, toward the arrogant Demon King. No dazzling light, no fancy moves. Only a muffled sound like the shattering of space. Dong! An invisible but clearly perceptible terrifying pressure erupted from Krillin's fist. It was a shockwave born from pure physical force compressed to its extreme. Like an invisible dragon, it soared skyward. The next second a miracle occurred. The dark clouds, the raging lightning, and the energy sphere in Piccolo's hands that could destroy the island. All of it met an invisible eraser. The fist pressure turned into a transparent pillar of air, violently tearing through everything. Piccolo's energy sphere didn't even have a chance to explode. It was dispersed by the pressure, vanishing into motes of light. Then the remaining force of the punch continued unabated, piercing the atmosphere and rushing into the vast cosmos. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky were blasted open, leaving a massive hole several kilometers in diameter. The gloomy sky instantly cleared. Golden sunlight poured through the hole, casting a divine halo around Krillin, making him look like a god descending to the world. High above, although Krillin deliberately avoided vital points, even the mere brush of his fist wind tore Piccolo's clothes to shreds. He plummeted straight down from the sky like a swatted fly. Bam! Piccolo crashed heavily onto the arena, leaving a bottomless crater. Stones flew, dust rose. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone remained frozen, staring at the sky, at the clear hole, punched through the clouds, their minds blank, forgetting even to breathe. Was this humanly possible? One punch, scattering all the dark clouds in the sky. A few seconds later, someone finally snapped out of it, uttering a trembling voice. God! Oh God! Krillin lowered his fist, blew on non-existent smoke, and then walked toward the crater. At the bottom, Piccolo lay covered in blood, his limbs twisted unnaturally. His regeneration ability worked frantically to repair his broken body, but the light in his eyes had completely dimmed. It was the despair of a collapsed faith, the helplessness before absolute power. Why? What? Piccolo looked at Krillin standing before him, his voice weak as a mosquito, full of resentment and confusion. Why don't you kill me? You have the strength. Just a little more force and I would. Krillin crouched down and spoke in a voice only the two could hear. Kill you? Then I'd have to find new Dragon Balls in this world. Piccolo's pupils contracted sharply, his face full of shock. You? You know, of course. You and that god, Mr. Shun, are one and the same. If you die, he dies too. Krillin patted Piccolo's green head like patting a disobedient watermelon. So thank your other half. Otherwise that punch would have left nothing, not even ashes. Piccolo trembled, gritting his teeth in humiliation, tears of shame welling in his eyes. He survived only because he was an attachment, because the other party didn't want the Dragon Balls to disappear. This reason hurt more than death. Alright, don't make that face. If you want to beat me, go train for a few hundred more years. Krillin stood up, looking down at him. You're too weak. Piccolo struggled to his feet, clutching his chest. He took a deep look at Krillin, then at Mr. Shun in the distance, whose expression was complicated. He knew he had lost utterly today. Krillin. Son Goku, I'll be back. Next time I won't lose. With that, using the last of his strength, he clumsily rose into the air and fled into the distance. His back was indescribably desolate. No one pursued. Everyone was still lost in the shock of that earth-shattering punch. The winner, Krillin. The host finally came to his senses and shouted in a cracked voice. Cheers erupted like a tsunami. Krillin stood in the sunlight, listening to the system prompt in his ear, a satisfied smile finally spreading across his face. Ding. Mission complete. Defeat the second-generation Piccolo. Evaluation perfect. Not only defeated the opponent, but also perfectly preserved the Dragon Ball system. Rewards being calculated. Ability acquired, Namekian regeneration, constitution basic. Description: as long as the brain core is not destroyed, severed limbs can regenerate and physical recovery speed increases by 300. Charm 20. Krillin clenched his fist, feeling the surging vitality within. With this regeneration ability combined with his invincible defense and strength, it would be harder than ever to die. Next. Krillin looked toward the contestants' area, his gaze landing on the grinning, spiky-haired boy. Next is your match, Goku. Bike was beaten so severely by that bald man that he doubted his own existence. After fleeing the scene, the martial arts tournament fell into a strange bustle of activity. Several staff members drove a steamroller to frantically fill the large crater that bike had smashed into the arena floor, while a group of people swept away the rubble with brooms. Alright, dear audience. Although we just had a minor incident. The sunglasses-wearing host crawled out from under the table, straightened his crooked tie, and forced a professional fake smile. But our match must go on. That green guy has been driven away by contestant Krillin. Everyone is safe. The audience responded with scattered applause, most people still in a daze. The image of that punch piercing the sky was just too overwhelming, making the subsequent matches feel insipid. It was like watching a nuclear explosion and then being asked to watch two children set off firecrackers. Who could bear such a disparity? Krillin sat on the bench in the contestants' rest area, legs crossed, staring blankly in boredom. Next, the second semifinal. Contestant Sun Wukong versus contestant Tianjin Fan. As the host roared, two figures emerged from opposite sides of the arena. Sun Wukong still wore the orange Gui Xian Lu martial arts uniform. He had grown considerably taller than 3 years ago, the baby fat on his face having receded somewhat, and his eyes were as limpid as a spring. Opposite him, Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes gleamed with piercing intensity. His bare upper body displayed chiseled muscles, clearly indicating he had not been idle over the past 3 years. Wukong, it's our turn. Tianjin Fan clasped his fists, his expression solemn. That punch from Krillin had also deeply shocked him, but he quickly composed himself. That Krillin is a monster, but that doesn't mean Sun Wukong is one too. Haha, Tianjin Fan, you've gotten a lot stronger too. But you can't beat me. Wukong did some warm-up exercises, his joints cracking crisply. How arrogant, Tianjin Fan snorted coldly. I don't know what's up with that Krillin, but if it's you, I'm confident I can knock you down. Then come and try. The moment the gong sounded, the air above the arena seemed to distort. Without any probing, the two vanished from their spots. Bang, bang, bang. Bursts of white shockwaves exploded in the air. The audience could only hear the dull thuds of fists and feet colliding, but could not see the figures at all. All they could see was the stone slabs of the arena inexplicably shattering, fragments flying. So fast. I can't see anything, the host shouted into the microphone. Camera, can the slow-motion replay capture it? The cameraman was sweating profusely. No way. I've pressed the shutter to death and all I get are after images. On the arena, the two figures separated abruptly. Tianjin Fan was panting heavily with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. In that intense rapid assault, just now he had gained no advantage at all. Not only had Wukong parried all his attacks, but he had also landed a kick on his lower abdomen during the counter. How is this possible? His speed. Tianjin Fan was shocked and awed. 3 years ago, he could still overwhelm Wukong in speed. How had the other's movements become so agile, even uncanny, after just 3 years? Wukong stood still, not even breathing hard. He assumed a strange stance, his hands hanging naturally, his whole body relaxed like a willow tree swaying in the wind. What kind of posture is that? In the backstage, Guixian Ren's sunglasses slipped halfway down his nose. It's full of weaknesses. No, it's full of defenses. Could this be? Mr. Bobo taught me to be as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning. Tianjin Fan, if you're only at this level, you're going to lose. Wukong grinned at Tianjin Fan. Don't underestimate me. Tianjin Fan was provoked, veins bulging on his forehead. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, assuming the opening stance of Xian Lu. Since I can't outpace you in speed, I'll crush you with technique. Volleyball fist. Tianjin Fan tossed Wukong into the air, then appeared above him as if by teleportation, clasping his hands together and smashing down fiercely. It was a combo attack. If one hit landed, the follow-up strikes would rain down like a storm. But just as his fist was about to touch Wukong's back, Wukong's figure vanished into thin air. What a... Tianjin Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Over here, came a voice from behind. Wukong was already standing where Tianjin Fan had just leaped, grinning at him. After image fist. No. That's pure speed, Krillin commented from the audience. It seems Wukong didn't waste his time at Tianjin. His control over chi is much more refined now. Before, it was a brute force waste of energy. Now he knows how to use his chi on the cutting edge. On the arena, Tianjin Fan landed, his expression turning extremely grim. His proud martial arts techniques could not even touch his opponent. Fine, very well. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath, his eyes turning icy. Since hand-to-hand combat won't work, let me show you my ultimate technique. He suddenly extended 4 fingers, forming a strange hand seal. Come forth. 4 body fist. With a loud shout, Tianjin Fan's body blurred, then split into 2, then 4. 4 identical Tianjin Fans appeared in the 4 corners of the arena surrounding Wukong. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Cheating. This is cheating. How can it be 4 against 1? Idiot. That's the afterimage fist, right? No, they have physical bodies. The 4 Tianjin Fans spoke simultaneously, their voices overlapping with echoes. Wukong, this is not an afterimage. All 4 are my true bodies. This is my 4-body fist. Let's see how you defend against attacks from all 4 directions. Wukong scratched his head, looking at the 4 Tianjin Fans with curiosity. Wow, amazing. You've really turned into 4 people. Die. All 4 Tianjin Fans attacked at once. From front, back, left, and right, they blocked every escape route. Fists whistled through the air, each strike carrying enough force to shatter stone and tear metal. Wukong dodged and weaved in the tight space, but 2 fists could not withstand 8 hands. He was hit several times, his body flying backward and rolling a few times on the ground. Ha ha ha. How do you like that? This is the secret art of He Xian Lu. All four Tianjin fans laughed together. Interesting. Krillin handed the popcorn bucket to the stunned Wulong beside him. Hold this for me. I'm going to the restroom. If Wukong can't break a trick like this, I'll make him do 10,000 push-ups when we get back. You're not worried. Yamucha's palms were sweating from nervousness. Worried about what? Krillin stood up, brushing popcorn crumbs off his hands. It's a math problem. Dividing one person's power into 4 parts gives each only a quarter of the original. This tactic is meaningless in actual combat except for intimidation. Just as Krillin said, Wukong got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and instead of pain his face lit up with sudden realization. I see. Your power has weakened Tianjin fan. Wukong looked at the 4 panting Tianjin fans. What did you say? Although you've become 4 people, your speed and strength are only a quarter of the original. Wukong raised a finger. As long as I move faster, I can treat you like 4 flies. The next second, Wukong vanished. Truly vanished, leaving not even an afterimage. Slap, 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 slap. For crisp slapping sounds rang out almost simultaneously. All 4 Tianjin fans staggered back, clutching their faces. Their faces were red and swollen, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is it possible? You attacked all 4 of me at once. Wukong's figure reappeared in the center of the arena. He was twirling a belt he had somehow torn off Tianjin fan. Wukong tossed the belt aside. Any more new tricks? If not, I'm going to get serious. Being slapped 4 times in public was more painful to the proud and arrogant Tianjin fan than death itself. The 4 clones instantly merged into one, his face turning the color of a pig's liver, and the third eye on his forehead became bloodshot red. Son, Wukong, you have thoroughly angered me. Tianjin fan gnashed his teeth, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his clenched jaws. Son Wukong stood with his hands on his hips, wearing an innocent expression. You were the one who divided your power. Are you blaming me? Krillin, who had just returned from the restroom, nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. This monkey who taught him to be so sharp-tongued. On the arena, Tianjin fan suddenly closed his eyes and raised his hands toward the sky. Since you are so fast, I will make you unable to see. Solar Fist. A blinding white light burst forth from Tianjin fan's body instantly. The brightness was like a supernova exploding on the arena, and the entire venue was flooded with a vast sea of white light. My eyes. I'm blind. What kind of demon technique is this? The audience screamed in agony, covering their eyes and collapsing onto their chairs. Even the host, who was wearing sunglasses, was so dazzled that tears streamed down his face, and he wailed while hugging the table leg. Son Wukong, at the center of the light, bore the brunt of it. Too bright. Son Wukong instinctively closed his eyes and covered his face with his hands. Now, Tianjin fan seized the opportunity, dashing forward like a leopard and delivering a powerful knee strike that slammed hard into Son Wukong's abdomen. Thud. The blow landed solidly. Son Wukong doubled over like a shrimp, spittle flying from his mouth, and his body shot toward the edge of the arena like a cannonball. Not over yet. Tianjin fan pressed his advantage, chasing Son Wukong in the air and clapping his hands together before smashing them heavily onto Son Wukong's back. Volleyball spike. Boom. Son Wukong crashed heavily into the arena, the hard stone floor cracking into a large pit with debris flying. The white light gradually faded. The audience rubbed their teary eyes and saw the scene on the arena blurrily. Son Wukong lay at the bottom of the pit motionless. Tianjin fan hovered in midair, gasping for breath, a triumphant look on his face. Did he win? Yamucha stood up nervously. Not yet, that kid's chi hasn't even wavered. Krillin yawned, too lazy to even glance at the system panel. Sure enough, a coughing sound came from the pit. Cough, cough. That really hurt. Son Wukong rubbed his stomach and climbed up as if nothing had happened. That solar fist is really powerful. Ooh, I almost went blind. Why, you can still stand. Tianjin fan's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He had put all his strength into that combo. Even a rock should have been shattered. Son Wukong dusted himself off, his expression turning serious. I was careless just now, but the same trick won't work on me twice. Stop boasting. Tianjin fan roared, assuming the solar fist stance again. Then let's do it again. Solar fist. The white light burst forth once more. But this time Son Wukong did not close his eyes or cover his face. He simply took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and put them on with lightning speed. They were the Turtle Hermit's sunglasses. I came prepared. Son Wukong, wearing the sunglasses, grinned at Tianjin fan. The entire venue fell silent. Tianjin fan remained in his glowing pose, frozen stiff like a giant light bulb, so embarrassed he wished he could find a crack to crawl into. Tianjin fan's light extinguished. His mental state nearly collapsed. Playing petty tricks. Tianjin fan trembled with rage, then tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Since tricks don't work, I'll settle this with absolute power. He began to wildly amplify his chi. The surrounding air started to vibrate, and the rubble beneath his feet levitated. Qigong cannon. No, that's not it. Krillin narrowed his eyes. He's planning a head-on collision. Tianjin fan did not resort to a life-draining forbidden technique like the Qigong cannon. Instead, he gathered his chi throughout his limbs, his entire body like a blazing flame. Son Wukong, take this. The two clashed once more. This time there were no fancy techniques, only bone-crushing flesh-to-flesh clashes. Thump, 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 thump. Their figures interwove on the arena, each collision triggering fierce chi explosions. But gradually observant people could see that Tianjin fan was being suppressed. Sun Wukong's movements grew faster and his strength greater. He was like a bottomless pit. You thought that was his limit, but the next second he would unleash even greater power. How can this be? Tianjin Fan grew more alarmed with each exchange. When his fist struck Sun Wukong, it felt like hitting a steel plate, numbing his hand bones. But when Sun Wukong's fists landed on him, each blow made his blood surge and his internal organs tremble. Is this the result of your training at the Temple of the Gods? Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth and swept his leg to force Sun Wukong back. Sun Wukong did a backward flip and landed steadily. Not only that, Mr. Bobo had me carry 100 kilograms of stone while running in lightning, and the god made me dodge bees blindfolded. Compared to that, your attacks are too straightforward. Too straightforward. Tianjin Fan felt deeply humiliated. Then how about this? Tianjin Fan let out a roar. His body suddenly swelled up and the shoulder blades on his back writhed as he grew 2 more arms. 4 Demon's Fist. His forearms spun like a windmill, attacking Sun Wukong with a suffocating pressure. Another strange technique. Sun Wukong sighed. Although you have more arms, you also have more openings. Facing the four-handed attack, Sun Wukong advanced instead of retreating. He ducked down and charged into Tianjin Fan's embrace, using his height advantage to evade the upper 2 arms attacks, while simultaneously grabbing the wrists of the lower 2 arms. Up! Sun Wukong shouted, and actually lifted Tianjin Fan, who was larger than him, and swung him around. What a... Sun Wukong twirled Tianjin Fan around like a pinwheel, then abruptly let go. Swoosh! Tianjin Fan was thrown like a top, heading straight for the wall outside the arena. But just before hitting the wall, Tianjin Fan managed to stop himself using the air dance technique. He hovered in the air, panting heavily, all 4 arms trembling slightly. Damn it! Damn it! A great sense of defeat engulfed Tianjin Fan. His proud techniques were being dismantled one by one like mere tricks in front of Sun Wukong. Am I this weak? Or is he just too strong? Tianjin Fan looked at Krillin down below. The bald man was idly snatching snacks from Wulong beside him. That bald guy too, and this Sun Wukong. What kind of monsters are the Turtle Hermit School's disciples of this generation? Just then Sun Wukong made a move that baffled everyone. He began to undo the wristbands on his wrists. The warm-up is about over. Sun Wukong took off the wristbands and casually threw them on the ground. Thud! The seemingly light cloth wristbands hit the ground with a dull, heavy sound, cracking the stone floor. Next were his shoes. Thud! Finally, the dark blue vest underneath. Boom! When the vest hit the ground, the entire arena shook, kicking up a cloud of dust. The whole venue fell into dead silence again. That's how much weight. The referee swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Not much. Sun Wukong stretched his neck, feeling as light as if he could float. Altogether just over 100 kilograms. Tianjin Fan's pupils contracted to pinpricks. That meant that the Sun Wukong, who had been so fast he couldn't see and so strong that his hands went numb, had been fighting him while carrying over 100 kilograms of weight. What kind of joke is this? Tianjin Fan felt his worldview crumbling. Krillin watched Sun Wukong, whose aura had surged after removing the weights, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now the match should end. As the weights hit the ground, Sun Wukong's aura underwent a qualitative change. If before he was a sword hidden in its sheath, now he was a divine weapon fully exposed. He merely jumped lightly, and his entire body shot dozens of meters into the air. Wow, so light. I feel like I could fly to the moon. Sun Wukong somersaulted in the air, shouting with excitement. Watching this, a sense of powerlessness rose in Tianjin Fan's heart. But he was a martial artist after all, and his pride would not allow him to surrender. Even if you remove the weights, so what? I don't believe the gap is that big. Tianjin Fan retracted his extra arms and concentrated all his chi into a single point. He decided to go all in and settle the match with his strongest attack. Sun Wukong, take this attack. New Qigong Cannon. He formed a triangle with his hands and aimed at Sun Wukong in the air. Although it was not the full version that consumed life force, it still compressed 80% of his chi. A dazzling beam of light shot upward, hurtling towards Sun Wukong with a destructive aura. Danger! Buurma screamed. Faced with this terrifying attack, Sun Wukong in the air did not dodge. Well done. Sun Wukong adjusted his posture in midair and stomped the air fiercely. Yes, he was so fast that he crushed the air beneath his feet. Using this reaction force, he advanced instead of retreating, charging straight down the beam. Turtle. School. Chi. Wave. Blue light gathered in Sun Wukong's hands, swelling instantly. Waved. The blue energy wave collided midair with Tianjin Fan's Qigong Cannon. ZZT. The two energies devoured and squeezed each other, emitting a piercing screech. A violent air current swept across the venue, blowing off the wigs of the front row audience. Hold on. Tianjin Fan's forehead veins bulged as he desperately output energy. But it was useless. Having removed the weight, Sun Wukong's combat power had completely surpassed Tianjin Fan's. Hawa. Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar, and the turtle school chi wave in his hands instantly doubled in size, directly engulfing the Qigong Cannon's beam and pressing down toward the ground with irresistible force. Tianjin Fan only managed a cry of surprise before being engulfed in the blue sea of light. Rumble. Smoke and dust billowed, rubble flying. After a long while the smoke cleared. The arena had completely vanished, leaving only a huge deep pit. Tianjin Fan lay at the bottom of the pit, his clothes torn and his body covered with burn marks. Though his life was not in danger, he had completely lost his combat ability. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong landed lightly on the rubble at the edge of the pit and scathed except for some dirt on his clothes. Tianjin Fan has lost consciousness. The winner is Sun Wukong. The referee waved his arms excitedly. He won. Sun Wukong won. Buer Ma and Wulong jumped up in excitement. At that moment, a small figure swiftly rushed into the arena. It was Jiaozi. Tianjin. Tianjin, are you all right? Jiaozi cried as he lifted Tianjin Fan up. Tianjin Fan opened his eyes with difficulty, looked up at Sun Wukong, and gave a bitter smile. I lost. Sun Wukong jumped down and extended his hand. You're pretty strong too, Tianjin Fan. Let's fight again next time. Tianjin Fan stared at the hand, hesitated for a moment, then grasped it, and pulled himself up. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Though he said that in his heart, he knew that the gap was not something that could be easily bridged. He turned his head to look at the contestant seats where the bald man was grinning mischievously in their direction. One Sun Wukong was already outrageously strong, and there was an even more terrifying Krillin. Tianjin Fan sighed, and supported by Jiaozi walked off the stage. Good job, Wukong. Krillin walked over and patted Sun Wukong's shoulder. Hee, I still can't compare to you, Krillin. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly. If that punch had landed on me, I definitely couldn't have taken it. At least you're self-aware. Krillin chuckled. Staff worked like diligent ants mending the arena that Sun Wukong and Tian Xinhan had demolished. Debris was cleared away and new stone slabs were laid in their place. Though the colors varied between new and old, making it look like a patched-up cotton-padded jacket, at least it was stable enough to stand on. We're sorry for keeping you waiting. The announcer wiped sweat from his brow, his sunglasses sliding down his nose. The second semi-final match, Fighter Krillin vs. Mr. Shun. Krillin stuffed the last handful of popcorn into his mouth, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and prepared to enter the ring. Go for it, Krillin. Knock that old guy flying. Bulma cheered from the second floor, pumping her fist in the air. Krillin glanced back with a smile charming enough to make any woman's heart skip a beat. Then with a light touch of his toes, he floated down to the arena like a weightless feather. Across from him, the middle-aged man known as Mr. Shun was slowly making his way up. He wore thick glasses like beer bottle bottoms, a cheap suit, and carried a briefcase. He looked like an exhausted office worker who had just gotten off work and was heading to an izakaya for a drink. But Krillin knew who lay beneath this appearance. The god of Earth Kami, the benevolent half-born alongside Piccolo Daimaku. The two took their positions at the center of the ring, no more than 2 meters apart. Mr. Shin adjusted his glasses, the reflection on the lenses hiding his gaze. The roaring crowd, the announcer's shouts, and the distant sound of waves all seemed to vanish between them in that moment. Young one. Mr. Shin spoke, his voice low and resonating directly within Krillin's mind rather than through his mouth. Thank you for dealing with Piccolo. Telepathy. Krillin didn't even raise an eyebrow, responding in kind through their mental connection. Don't mention it, just something I happened to do. If he had blown up this island, I would have been lucky if my master didn't bash my head in with his cane. Mr. Shin fell silent for a moment, seemingly unprepared for such a down-to-earth response. You don't seem surprised that I know who you are, nor that I know what you've done. A seriousness crept into Mr. Shin's voice as he spoke. More importantly, I cannot detect the essence of this world within you. Krillin's hand in his pocket paused slightly. The god of this world truly had his ways. He had originally thought that with Saitama's template, he could dominate in the early Dragon Ball world, where power levels ruled everything. But in the Dragon Ball universe, combat power was merely the surface. Those mystical phenomena, such as the Namekian Elder's method of unlocking potential, the King Kai's multiplied technique, and the more advanced Ultra Instinct, these were the true high-dimensional elements. If the god of Earth could sense he was a transmigrator, or an outsider, then what about King Kai, the god of destruction, even that sleepy deity Beerus? Alarm bells rang in Krillin's mind, yet his expression remained as bored as ever. Old man, some things are better left unsaid. That's the secret to longevity. Look at you well into your years struggling to maintain this mortal form. One wrong move, and you could strain your back, wouldn't you? As expected. My original intention was merely to seal away Piccolo, but given current circumstances, as long as you remain, he cannot cause serious trouble. Although you have resolved Piccolo's threat, and I should withdraw now. There is one thing I must confirm. Those aged eyes behind thick lenses with intensity. Is this power of yours which does not belong to this world aligned with good or evil? Krillin tilted his head regarding the deity before him. Good or evil? Krillin laughed without restraint. Such binary choices are for children. What does that have to do with me? I'm just a bald man who wants to grow stronger and live comfortably. As for whether I'd threaten Earth, as long as no one interrupts my meals, sleep, or social life, Earth remains the safest place in the universe. Mr. Shin stared at Krillin for a full 10 seconds. I hope so. Since I'm here anyway, let's exchange a few moves first. Mr. Shin set his briefcase gently aside, removed his suit jacket, and folded it neatly. I'm curious to see just how strong you are. Someone who could cripple Piccolo with a single punch. Want to test my capabilities? Krillin cracked his neck. Sure, I'd like to see what else this so-called god can do beyond just living longer. Match, begin. At the referee's call, Mr. Shin's presence transformed. Where moments ago he seemed like a worn-out middle-aged man, now he stood like a mountain vast as the sea. Though his combat power registered only in the hundreds, his mere presence evoked an unshakable impression of immovability. This feeling. Master Mateto removed his sunglasses, his clouded eyes widening in astonishment. It's not just ki, this is a state of being. Strange, Goku scratched his head. That man's ki isn't strong, yet I feel it everywhere. Krillin remained still. He was waiting. Mr. Shin moved. Without warning, without the explosive force of a typical strike. He simply stepped forward with calm deliberation. The movement created a jarring visual distortion as if space itself compressed. Suddenly, he was before Krillin. A single finger. Mr. Shin extended a finger, drifting toward Krillin's forehead. The strike appeared slow, yet it sealed off all ki flow around Krillin. To any martial artist, this was an unavoidable blow. You underestimate me. Krillin didn't even remove his hand from his pocket, merely leaning his upper body back slightly. The finger brushed past his nose. Moi. Mr. Shin made a soft sound of surprise. This technique carried the divine principle of predicting an opponent's energy flow. Logically, Krillin should have dodged left and walked right into his follow-up strike. But Krillin had no such flow. Or rather, his ki was too vast and too dense to flow at all. It was like a solid iron plate. This is the first move. Krillin straightened, facing Mr. Shin. As a model of respect for elders, I'll give you 3 moves. 2 remaining. A cold glint flashed across Mr. Shin's lenses. Being so casually dismissed by a young man stung even a deity's pride. Arrogant youth. Mr. Shin's hands suddenly formed an unusual hand seal, and a vortex of spiritual pressure erupted around his ordinarily unremarkable frame. This was no ordinary wind. It was a telekinetic storm charged with psychic pressure. Divine technique, spirit cannon. Rather than a conventional energy wave, this was an invisible impact striking directly at the opponent's internal organs and nervous system. The rubble on the arena floor remained still, the air unbroken, but the stone slab beneath Krillin's feet quietly disintegrated into dust. Oh, quite interesting. Krillin felt as though countless invisible needles pricked his skin. But that was all, merely somewhat interesting. At this moment within him, the absolute defense granted by Saitama's template was already active. That telekinetic blast capable of concussing an ordinary martial artist struck Krillin's biofield like rain against tank armor. Not even a sound echoed. Second move, my divine friend. A bead of cold sweat formed on Mr. Shin's forehead. Had it been Piccolo, he might have shattered it with brute force. Had it been Goku, he could have evaded it with speed. But this bald man before him, had he simply endured it, and without so much as a scratch? This defied all martial logic. How is this possible? Mr. Shin whispered to himself. Even Mr. Popo could not have completely ignored my mental assault. Because your scale is far too small. Krillin tapped his own head. You cannot shake an elephant with the roar of an ant. Show me your final move. Stop holding back. I want to see what a true god can do. Mr. Shin removed his glasses. In that instant, his originally mediocre gaze became unfathomably deep, as if hiding a galaxy of stars and seas within. He knew that conventional methods were ineffective against this monster. If that's the case, Mr. Shin's voice turned solemn and grand, no longer the tone of a middle-aged uncle. Then let me show you the art of a heavenly god. He spread his arms, and his body slowly floated upward. The space around him began to warp. This was not mere chi, but a higher form of energy manipulation. Magic. Mafuba. No, if I use this technique, this mortal body will collapse. Mr. Shin instantly dismissed the sealing technique and turned to another ability. His fingers traced swiftly through the air, leaving golden trails. Divine binding technique. Those golden trails instantly solidified into tangible chains that shot toward Krillin from all directions. These chains were not physical, but formed of pure spiritual will capable of binding the opponent's soul and movement directly. This is... Tien Shinhan below the stage turned pale. It's similar to Kaiatsu's psychic powers, but the level is far higher. The golden chains instantly wrapped around Krillin, binding him like a dumpling. It worked. Mr. Shin breathed a sigh of relief. Once this technique hit, even Demon King Piccolo would be immobilized. Is this the power of a god? Krillin looked down at the golden halo on his body, feeling a slight heaviness, like wearing a thick sweater. Is this all you've got? Krillin looked up, his voice dripping with disappointment. If this is the extent of a so-called god, then I've overestimated the profession. You? What did you say? Mr. Shin was stunned. Break. For me. Krillin didn't even assume a power stance. He simply performed a chest expansion. Crack. 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 Crisp breaking sounds echoed across the arena. The divine chains that were said to bind the soul snapped like cheap plastic ropes under Krillin's sheer physical strength. Golden fragments dissipated in the air, turning into specks of starlight. Mr. Shin felt as if struck by lightning. His floating body trembled violently, and he nearly spat blood. It was the backlash from having his spell forcibly broken. Impossible. This is a rule-based binding. How can it be shattered by brute force? Mr. Shin's worldview shattered in that moment. In his understanding, magic and rules were above physical power. But Krillin's existence seemed to tell him with enough power, rules are nothing but a joke. Nothing is impossible. Krillin brushed the dust off his chest and took a step forward. Just one step. Boom. The entire arena shook violently, and Mr. Shin felt an indescribable, terrifying pressure bearing down on him. And Mr. Shin's eyes. Krillin was no longer a human, but a monstrous beast capable of devouring the heavens and earth. You? What are you, mister? Shin collapsed to the ground, his middle-aged disguise barely holding his face as pale as paper. Me. Krillin walked up to him, looking down the sunlight behind him, casting a golden rim. Master Roshi's disciple Krillin. Krillin reached out and gently flicked Mr. Shin's forehead. Thud. This flick used no skill, not even a normal finger. It was purely the force of teasing a child. But Mr. Shin felt as if struck by a battering ram. He tumbled backwards several times, landing on his back with his glasses flying off. The entire arena fell silent. Seconds later, a burst of laughter erupted. Huh, what's that uncle doing? He fell from a flick. This is a dive. Definitely a dive. Krillin is too strong. He even sends people flying with a flick. Mr. Shin lay on the ground staring at the blue sky, his heart filled with bitterness. He had lost. Lost completely. No excuses. Even if he used his true divine form, the result would not change. His opponent was simply not from the same dimension. That was absolute power, the ultimate manifestation of overwhelming force. I surrender. Mr. Shin raised a hand, his voice weak. The referee hesitated for a moment, then shouted, Mr. Shin surrenders. The winner, Krillin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Earth's heavenly god disguised form. Task reward being calculated. Obtained S-level passive skill, basic divine healing technique. Krillin looked at the system panel, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. A healer skill? Not bad. In the early Dragon Ball world, this was a rare resource. If Bulma or anyone got hurt in the future, he could just place his hands on them. A beautiful picture. Mr. Shin wobbled to his feet, picked up his glasses, and put them on. He looked at Krillin, his eyes complex beyond measure. Young man. No, Krillin. Mr. Shin corrected himself. Perhaps the future of Earth really does rest on your shoulders. Although your power is unique, I can sense that you have no malice toward this world. Don't worry, old man. Krillin patted Mr. Shin's shoulder and casually tossed the newly acquired basic divine healing technique on him. A soft green light flashed. Mr. Shin felt a warmth in his body. His internal injuries from the brute force healed instantly. Even the middle-aged body's chronic lumbar disc herniation was cured. This is... Mr. Shin stared at his own hands in shock. This is divine power. You can use healing magic of this level. I learned it on the fly. Krillin winked. I'm not good at much, but I'm a quick learner. Mr. Shin was utterly speechless. He shook his head like a dejected retired official and slowly walked off the arena with his briefcase. Krillin stood on the stage watching Mr. Shin's retreating figure while chatting with the system in his mind. System, can that divine healing technique be upgraded? Answer host, yes. Currently at basic level corresponding to the Earth's heavenly god level. If the host devours or defeats a higher dimensional god, the skill can evolve. That old man said I have an unusual odor. What do you think? That is a high dimensional being's sensitivity to rules. The host's power system originates from One Punch Man, which is the causal law of breaking the limiter. In this Dragon Ball world, which emphasizes chi and realm, it's like writing code into a painting, inevitably noticed. Krillin stroked his chin, his gaze turning somewhat profound. God's Kai, Grand Kai Kaishin. The ladder ahead is still long. He calculated in his mind. At 15 of the Saitama template at this point in time, he was undoubtedly invincible on Earth. Raditz would be a one-punch affair. But what about Vegeta? Frieza? Those guys had combat powers of tens of thousands, millions, or even billions. Although Saitama's power was idealistic, the concept of invincibility, until the system's integration reached 100, he was still bound by data. If I could also learn the Kaioken or Ultra Instinct combined with Saitama's Sirius series. An image formed in Krillin's mind. Himself bald-headed with silver-white flames radiating from his body, throwing a punch that even frightens the Omni King off his throne. Hey, if I could devour the Omni King's power, could I pull off an erasure snap? Krillin shook his head, dismissing the crazy thought. That kind of pure rule-based monster going after him now would be certain death. Let alone the Omni King. Even if Beerus, the god of destruction, sneezed, he'd probably be done for. Step by step, meal by meal. The immediate goal was to win this tournament, secure Bulma, and then prepare for the Saiyan Arc's experience points. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has finally arrived. The announcer's voice was hoarse from overexcitement, with a piercing static from the loudspeaker. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, the final match. On one side, the bald demon king with unfathomable monstrous strength, who can flick even a god into the air, Krillin. On the other side, the young hero with astonishing speed and indomitable fighting spirit, who defeated Tien Shinhan, Son Goku. This is not just a match, but a peak showdown between disciples of the Turtle School. Who will be the strongest on Earth? Let's find out. Dong. A giant gong resounded, shaking people's hearts. Goku was already standing on the opposite side of the arena. He had just eaten one senzu bean, fully recovered. Due to his Saiyan physique, the fierce battle with Tien Shinhan had made him even stronger. In his clear eyes burned an unprecedented fighting spirit. Krillin. Goku excitedly assumed a stance, crouching slightly. Although we've trained together since we were kids, your progress this time is the greatest. I can't wait to fight you. Krillin looked at Goku. Want to beat me? He smiled, leisurely flexing his wrists. Goku, I need to make you understand something. What's that? The less hair you have, the higher your combat power. Krillin pointed to his own shiny bald head. With all that hair, you can't beat me. Below the stage, Buer Ma let out a snort of laughter while Mr. Shin, who hadn't left yet, had a face full of black lines. Enough talk. Krillin's gaze sharpened, the lazy aura of a strong man vanishing, instantly replaced by an oppressive presence like an abyss. Come on, Goku, show me everything you've got. Don't disappoint me, or I'll eat your share of the barbecue tonight. No way. Goku's face changed at the mention of losing his barbecue. That's worth fighting for. Boom. Two astonishing auras collided in the center of the arena, the air letting out a mournful cry. The final match officially begins. The host's mustache beneath his blonde hair trembled like a cockroach jolted by electricity. The microphone in his hand was not merely a sound-amplifying device, it seemed more like a lifeline. The image of Mr. Shin being sent flying with a single finger flick was still replaying on the giant screen. Yet this did nothing to cool the fervor of the crowd. Instead, it was like splashing water into a vat of boiling oil. Ladies and gentlemen, hold your breath. The host roared, his spittle forming a rainbow in the sunlight. At this moment, the excitement continues. We are about to witness the ultimate showdown of this tournament. A clash between fellow disciples of the Turtle School. On one side, the unfathomable bald demon king Krillin. On the other, the martial arts prodigy who grows stronger with every challenge, Son Goku. There can be only one champion, only one strongest on Earth. Krillin stood on the arena, paying no heed to the deafening roar of the crowd. His concentration was entirely fixed on the pale blue light panel that only he could see. Ding. Detected that the host has entered the finals. Final mission triggered. Mission objective: defeat Son Goku and win the championship of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Mission restrictions: must not kill the opponent, must not fall out of the ring, must not use external weapons. Victory reward: S-rank talent. Son Goku's battle instinct. Krillin's breath caught for a split second. He had originally thought the system would grant some attribute points or a skill book like Destructo Disc Modified. But to his surprise, the system had directly placed Goku's most core and most unreasonable cheat onto the shelf. He tapped open the detailed description of the reward, and the dense text made his scalp tingle and his heart race. Talent description: this is the most unreasonable combat genius in the universe. One who possesses this talent has a body that is the most precise martial arts photocopier. Trait 1: visual replication. Any technique based on ki or physical arts, a single glance is enough to understand its principle, 2 glances to master the basics, and 3 glances to execute it even better than the originator. Reference cases: the Kamehameha, which Master Roshi trained for 50 years, was instantly unleashed by the original owner after just one look. Tien's solar flare, the Namekian's giantification, requires body support. Frisia's destruction disc. All can be mastered in an instant. Trait 2: absolute adaptation. Evolve in real time during battle. The stronger the opponent, the faster the self-improvement. Facing hits: time skip, which can freeze time. It can predict the future within a few moves and break the time barrier. Facing an enemy beyond one's own dimension, it can forcibly break through limits in a near-death state. Trait 3: divine domain. Natural affinity for high-dimensional energy. Whether it is the Kaioken, a forbidden technique that overdraws the body, or the spirit bomb, a divine skill that borrows the power of all living things, both can be mastered in an extremely short time. Even including the ultra instinct, which even the gods of destruction struggle to attain, allowing every cell of the body to generate independent consciousness, automatically dodging attacks and counterattacking in an unconscious state. Note: when this talent fuses with the host's Saitama template, it will produce unpredictable chemical reactions. Krillin swallowed hard. This was no mere talent, it was clearly the key to the backyard of Grand Zeno's house. The Saitama template gave him the disappearance of limits and absolute power, the foundation, the confidence that one punch would bring peace to the world. But the Dragon Ball world had too many flashy rule-based techniques: Mafuba body swap, turning into chocolate time stop. If he had this talent plus Saitama's body, then he would no longer be a brute who only used basic attacks, but a hexagonal monster who mastered all techniques and overwhelmed all with sheer force. This reward, I'm definitely taking it. Krillin clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking like popping beans. He looked at Goku across from him, his eyes burning with intensity like a beggar who had starved for 3 days seeing a greasy roast chicken. Goku felt a bit creeped out by Krillin's gaze and instinctively stepped back half a pace, hands shielding his chest. Krillin, your eyes are so weird. It's like Bulma seeing a gem. Nothing of the sort. I'm just admiring my prize. Oh, I mean my opponent. Krillin grinned, showing a row of white teeth, his bald head reflecting dazzling light under the sun. I don't know what you're thinking, but I feel you're really strong now, incredibly strong. Goku quickly cast aside the strange feeling, replaced by pure excitement. He rotated his ankles, lowered his body slightly, and assumed the Turtle School's starting stance. Krillin, you know what? These 3 years up at the lookout, I've been looking forward to this final moment every single day. Goku's voice was not loud, but it carried immense penetration. Mr. Popo taught me to be as quiet as the sky and as swift as lightning. But whenever I think of the thrill of battle, I can't stay quiet. Then don't stay quiet. Krillin touched his wristband, and the nanogravity battle suit retracted instantly, revealing a physique that was as lean and chiseled as a marble sculpture. There were no exaggerated bulges, every muscle fiber was astonishingly smooth, yet brimming with explosive power. Down below, Bulma immediately covered her face, but her fingers were spread wide. Wow, this physique is just unfair. Come on, Goku. Krillin beckoned with his finger. Let me see what a so-called genius can really do. Goku wasted no words. The stone slab beneath his feet instantly shattered. Bang! Goku's figure vanished from the spot. It was pure speed, so fast that the retina could only capture a blur. The next second Goku's fist was already inches from Krillin's cheek. So fast! Yamcha exclaimed from below. Krillin did not dodge. Under the calculation of his genius intellect, Goku's movements were broken down into countless frames. The contraction of muscles, the flow of ki, the shift of center of gravity. Everything was crystal clear. If it had been the old Krillin, he would probably be thinking of his last words by now. But now he merely tilted his head slightly. Whoosh! The fist wind grazed past his ear, causing the skin behind his ear to dimple slightly. Goku's attack missed, and he forcibly twisted his body midair using the power of his waist and abdomen to swing a whip-like kick toward Krillin's neck. This series of movements was fluid and seamless without any sluggishness from inertia. Krillin raised his left arm and placed it vertically before his neck. Thud! The dull impact made the hearts of the front-row spectators vibrate in unison. Goku felt as if he had kicked not an arm, but an immovable heavenly pillar. The recoil traveled up his shinbone, causing his entire leg to go numb. Is that all you've got? Krillin said calmly, his left arm not even trembling. Of course not. Goku used the momentum to backflip, and upon landing, he brought his hands together at his waist, a blue light instantly flaring up. Kamehameha. No charge time needed, he moved with his will. A beam of light roared toward Krillin, too close to dodge. Krillin watched the oncoming blue light, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Instead of countering with a ki blast, he extended his right hand, fingers spread, and directly grabbed the beam. Zzz. The violent energy spun and cut wildly in Krillin's palm, trying to shred the obstruction. But Krillin's hand was like a steel vice clamping down on the massive energy. Scatter! Krillin's fingers snapped shut. Pop! The Kamehameha, powerful enough to level a small hill, was like a light bulb crushed into pieces, dissipating into specks of fluorescence in the air. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Even Goku's eyes were wide, his mouth forming an O, crushing a ki blast with bare hands. Was that even human? But in that instant, Krillin keenly caught the change in Goku's eyes. It was not fear nor frustration, but a fleeting glimmer of contemplation. Then Goku did something that caught Krillin off guard. He too extended his right hand, fingers spread, mimicking Krillin's gesture, and made a grasping motion in the air, as if feeling the points of muscle exertion and the way to block ki. System notification: Son Goku is analyzing the host's physical interception technique. Analysis progress 15:30. What the heck, he can learn that too. Krillin cursed inwardly. He had just crushed it by brute force using the Saitama physique with no technique at all. But this kid Goku was actually trying to deduce from it the technique of wrapping ki around the palm to intercept ki blasts. Was this the terror of that S-rank talent? Even from a wrong demonstration, he could find the correct path. Interesting. The greed in Krillin's eyes intensified. Goku, the more of a genius you are, the more I want to pack you up and take you away. Krillin, that move you just did was amazing. Goku shook his hand, a smile returning to his face. But I think I've roughly figured out how to deal with it. Next I'm going to get serious. Perfect. Krillin rolled his neck. Warm-up is over. Be careful, or I might just punch you into tears. Go, Krillin. Beat him down. Wukong. Don't lose to him. I'll treat you to a 50-person feast tonight. On the second floor balcony, Ma cupped her hands around her mouth, shamelessly wavering between both sides. One moment, she blew a flying kiss to Krillin, the next, she tempted Wukong with food. Wulong beside her rolled his eyes. Ma, who exactly are you supporting? Idiot. Of course I'm supporting the handsome one. Ma said with righteous indignation. Although Krillin has no hair now, his oppressive aura is simply stunning. But Wukong is also a little brother I've watched grow up. Oh, I'm so conflicted. Master Wutian, wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane, laughed so hard his beard trembled. That's right. Watching my two disciples fighting on the grandest stage, even if I go to see King Yama now, it's worth it. On the arena, two figures collided again. This time it was no longer a test. Bang, 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 bang. A series of white air rings exploded in the air. Both of their movement speeds had exceeded the speed of sound. Ordinary spectators could not see their actions at all. They could only hear dense collision, sounds like hundreds of drums being struck simultaneously. While blocking Wukong's storm-like attacks, Krillin felt a tidal wave of nostalgia surging in his heart. Before his transmigration, he was a 9-to-5 corporate slave. That rented room was plastered with posters of Dragon Ball, and the bookshelves were filled with the complete manga collection. He watched the child with a tail pushing a boulder on Baozishin, watched him turn into a giant ape for the first time, watched him charge into the Red Ribbon Army base to save his friends, and watched him become a golden legend on Nameik Shing out of anger. Son Wukong. This name represented not just an anime character, but countless nights of passion and emotion. And now that legend stood right before him. That fist carrying real warmth and pain slammed into his arm. This feeling. Krillin deflected Wukong's knee strike and countered with a punch aimed at Wukong's abdomen. This is so awesome. Wukong reacted extremely quickly, crossing his arms in front of him. Boom. The tremendous force blasted Wukong dozens of meters away, his feet plowing two deep furrows on the arena before he barely stopped at the edge. So heavy. Wukong shook his arms, grimacing. Krillin, how come your fists are like iron blocks? Because I've gone bald and I've become stronger. Krillin did not pursue. Instead, he stood still and looked at Wukong. In this world, he was Krillin. The Krillin who always followed behind Wukong, responsible for commentary for surprise, for being the sacrificial lamb. But deep in his soul, he was the reader who had watched Wukong grow up. Wukong. Krillin suddenly spoke, his voice less playful and more complex. Do you remember our first meeting? Wukong was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head. Yeah, at the Turtle Hermit's house. You came rowing a boat, and you brought a bunch of those magazines. Yeah. Krillin smiled. Back then his original self was indeed a slick little monk. Even then I thought, why is this kid with a tail stronger than me? Krillin clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. I've always chased after your back, watching you run farther and farther away. Tianjin fanbike. Your opponents kept getting stronger, and all I could do was stand by and shout, Wukong is amazing. Krillin took a deep breath, his eyes becoming incredibly clear. I just want to say this time, I don't want to look at your back anymore. I want to stand in front of you and let you see my back. I don't understand what you're saying. Wukong's gaze grew heavy, the focus of a beast encountering a formidable foe. But I can feel it, Krillin, you're serious. In that case. Wukong suddenly crouched down, hands on the ground, his whole body like a fully drawn bow. I'll show you the results of my 3 years of training. Whoosh. Wukong vanished. It was not mere speed, but an instantaneous displacement using the burst of chi. Krillin's pupils constricted. In his Tiankai Zhiji vision, Wukong's figure split into 8. Afterimage fist. No, it's the multiple afterimage fist. 8 Wukongs attacked simultaneously from all directions, each one seeming real, each carrying a fierce wind. It's useless. Krillin stood still, only throwing 8 punches in an instant. Ordinary 8 punches, no names, no special effects, only extreme speed and power. Puff, 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 puff. 7 afterimages shattered instantly. But the 8th Wukong, the real body, just as he was about to be hit, performed a physically impossible fold in midair. What? Krillin was slightly startled. Wukong used the airflow from that moment to forcibly change his trajectory, slipping like a loach into Krillin's blind spot, directly above. Gotcha. Wukong, upside down in the air, pressed his hands on Krillin's bald head, used the force to spring, flipped his body, and with both feet together viciously kicked toward Krillin's back. This move was extremely tricky, entirely improvised. If it were the old Krillin, he would definitely have been kicked flat on his face. But the current Krillin possessed Yes-Hojijua. The moment Wukong touched his scalp, his body had already reacted. His back muscles instantly tensed, hardness comparable to diamond. Thud. Wukong felt as if he had kicked a mountain. Instead, he was sent flying backward by the recoil. But in the midst of being flung backward, Wukong actually used the recoil force to perform an extremely awkward turn in midair, gathering chi in his hands again. Not finished yet. He had no leverage in the air, so theoretically, he couldn't unleash a powerful Guipai Qigong. But the next second, a scene that stunned Krillin and all the spectators occurred. Wukong did not fire with his hands, but instead he kicked the air fiercely with both feet, and 2 chi blasts shot out from his soles. Using the recoil of the foot chi blast, Wukong's speed instantly surged. Like a cannonball, leaving the muzzle upside down, his fists carrying meteor-like force, he slammed down fiercely toward Krillin. Is this talent? Krillin watched Wukong dive down, his heart not panicked, but filled with ecstasy. Innovating in battle, adapting in desperation. This was the S-class talent he had dreamed of. Come on. Krillin stopped defending. He stepped back half a step with his right foot, engaged his waist, and punched from his hip. Serious punch, youth edition. 2 fists, one large and one small, began to collide with air pressure from a distance of over 10 meters. At this moment, Krillin seemed to see the little boy imitating Wukong's moves in front of the TV, overlapping with the current self, throwing a punch on the arena. This punch was for the dream called childhood. Boom. The arena let out another strained groan. Krillin's serious punch, though restrained by 99% of its power, still sent a surge of pure pressure like a storm sweeping outward. Wukong, propelled by the force of his chi descending from the sky, was abruptly halted mid-air by the gale from Krillin's punch. It was like a waterfall crashing against a boulder pushing upstream. Hi-oh! Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, Wukong's iconic crab-like hair was blown backward by the wind. He could feel that Krillin's fist carried little chi, yet the sheer physical force was absurdly immense. Get down! Krillin growled, adding a fraction more strength to his punch. Thud! Wukong, like a fly caught by a swatter, shot backward into the sky faster than he had come, soaring into the clouds, soon a tiny black speck. Flown out. The announcer craned his neck, even pulling out binoculars. Son, Wukong has been knocked into the clouds. Will he fall out of the ring? The entire audience held their breath. Seconds later, the black speck rapidly grew larger. Nimbus! A shout came from high above. A golden cloud emerged from nowhere, catching Wukong's descent. Foul! Foul! The crane hermit, who had somehow returned, jumped and shouted from below. No items are allowed in the match. The announcer looked troubled. Well, it's fine, let him use it. Krillin waved a hand, his voice carrying through chi across the entire arena. The nimbus is part of his strength, not an item. Wukong stood on the nimbus, not descending immediately. He rubbed the arm that had collided with Krillin, already red and swollen. Ow, ow, ow. Wukong blew on his arm. Krillin, are you really made of iron? Or did you secretly stuff steel plates in your clothes? This is muscle, pure natural muscle. Krillin patted his chest, producing a dull thud. So still want to fight? Your hands must be shaking. Grrrr. At that moment, a loud sound echoed through the speakers across the arena. The sound was so loud it even drowned out the waves. Everyone froze. Wukong awkwardly covered his stomach, his serious expression crumbling into a grimace. I'm hungry. That last move used up too much energy. The morning's grilled fish seems to have digested. Klin's mouth twitched. Is this the protagonist of a shonen manga? Having a breakdown due to hunger in the midst of a life-or-death battle. How about we pause for a meal first? Klin asked tentatively. Really? Wukong's eyes turned into stars, drool almost dripping. I want to eat a whole roasted sheep. And those huge buns. Denied. The announcer shouted with a dark brow. This is the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. It's broadcasting live worldwide. Can you two be serious? Wukong despondently lowered his head. Tisk stingy. But he quickly lifted his head, his gaze sharp again though now tinged with urgency. Since we can't eat, let's finish this quickly. Bursting into action for a meal. Klin shook his head helplessly. Such a simple, yet enviable motivation. Take this. This is a new move I just thought of. Wukong leaped off the nimbus. This time instead of charging straight, he began to circle Klin at high speed. The speed increased, and gradually dozens of Wukong's figures appeared on the arena, forming a massive tornado trapping Klin in the center. Afterimage fist again. Klin frowned. No, it's more than afterimages. All dozens of Wukong spoke in unison, creating a strange echo effect. Then all the afterimages simultaneously assumed the starting stance of the Kamehameha. Multiple Kamehameha. Dozens of blue beams shot toward Klin at the center. Fake. Klin instantly judged that only one was real, the rest were visual deceptions left by afterimages. But just as he prepared to block the real beam, something bizarre happened. The other dozens of fake beams actually curved in mid-flight. They converged, merging into the real beam. The beam, originally as thick as a bowl, instantly swelled to the size of a water bucket, its color changing from deep blue to a blinding white. What? Klin showed surprise for the first time. This defied science. How could afterimages have energy? System noticed detected Sun Wukong's use of the chi retention technique. He left traces of chi in each afterimage spot during high-speed movement, finally detonating and converging them instantly. This is the ultimate expression of chi control. Talent, Sun Wukong's combat instinct, analysis 80. So that's it. Leaving chi in the afterimages. Klin was astonished. That kid's mind in battle was sharper than Einstein's. Facing the unavoidable bombardment from all sides, Klin took a deep breath. Since he had been outclassed in skill, he would crush this with sheer power. Series, normal consecutive punches. Klin didn't punch at the beams, but instead he threw hundreds of punches into the air before him within a second. Each punch compressed the air, forming high-pressure air cannons. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The dense air cannons met the massive Kamehameha like a Gatling gun. Boom, 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 boom. The collision of energy and air triggered a violent explosion, smoke and dust instantly engulfing the entire arena. Debris flew, and the shockwave even blew off the toupees of the front row spectators. Cough, cough, cough. The smoke cleared. Half the arena had disappeared, leaving only a few isolated pillars. Klin stood on one pillar, his clothes slightly torn, his bald head dusted, but unharmed. Wukong meanwhile hung on the edge of another pillar, gasping for breath. His training uniform was in tatters, but the light in his eyes grew brighter. Heh, Klin, you're really strong. Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staggering to his feet. Klin looked at Wukong then. Status near limit, Saiyan bloodline, activating deep potential. The more he fought, the stronger he got, the more beaten, the wilder. Wukong. Klin brushed the dust off his clothes, his gaze turning both tender and cruel. If you can withstand this next move, I'll treat you to a whole roasted dinosaur. Really? Wukong instantly recovered. Really? Klin crouched slightly, his right fist drawn to his waist. This time he wouldn't rely on brute force. He would try to imitate Wukong's technique from earlier, fused with Saitama's power. This is what I just learned. Blue light began to gather on Klin's fist, but it was tinged with red arcs of electricity. Plasma generated by the friction of pure physical force against the air. This is... Wukong's eyes widened. Kamehameha. Serious. Punch. Klin combined chi and punch pressure, creating an awkward hybrid. But the power of this hybrid made the entire Papaya Island tremble. Come on. For the roasted dinosaur. Wukong roared, draining the last trace of chi from his body to meet it. The final clash was about to begin. The world was reduced to a single expanse of pure white light. When Krillin's Kamehameha serious punch collided with Sun Wukong's desperate energy, blast time seemed to freeze at that moment. No explosion sound was heard immediately, and even the flow of air had ceased. The spectators in the stands remained frozen with their mouths agape, and even the fly that was about to steal the hot dog from the child next to it hovered motionless in midair. Then came the mournful wail of air compressed to its extreme. Buzz. It was not a deafening roar, but a high-frequency vibration that directly burrowed into the brain. The stone slab in the center of the arena instantly vaporized, turning into elementary particles. The point where the two forces met formed a perfect black sphere surrounded by blue lightning bolts and crimson plasma sparks. Get back. Krillin gritted his teeth, the muscles in his right arm writhing like a living python. He was controlling it, desperately controlling it. The power of the Saitama template was like a soda can containing a nuclear bomb. If he exerted too much force, not only Wukong, but also the entire Papaya Island beneath them, and even half the earth would turn into cosmic dust. Is this Krillin's power? Sun Wukong was trembling all over. His feet were firmly planted against the terrifying pressure pushing back the soles of his shoes already worn away, and the soles of his feet were rubbing against the void, emitting a burnt smell. His pure eyes held no fear, only the ecstasy of witnessing a new world. But he had reached his limit. Indeed, the Saiyans' potential blazed wildly at that moment, allowing him to briefly touch a power more than 10 times his own. But in the face of absolute numerical dominance, willpower alone couldn't fill one's stomach. Krillin saw that Wukong's health bar in his vision was frantically flashing red and knew he couldn't delay any longer. If he delayed, Wukong's body would collapse first. It's over, Wukong. Krillin's right arm suddenly jolted, releasing a trace of the power he had been holding back. Just a trace. But that 1,000th part was the final Himalayan mountain that broke the camel's back. Rumble. That black energy sphere became completely unbalanced, swallowing Wukong's energy wave with overwhelming force like a runaway high-speed train crashing into a scarecrow in its path. A massive mushroom cloud rose above the sea, and the shockwave spread outward in a circular ring. If not for Mr. Shin, the god of Earth, who had opened a transparent barrier at the critical moment to protect the audience, the front row of several hundred people would likely have been blown to the other side of the planet. Even so, the entire martial arts arena looked as if it had been hit by a Category 12 typhoon. The announcer, along with his microphone, was blown onto the top of a coconut tree, and his toupee flew alone toward the setting sun. The sea water was forcibly pushed aside, revealing a seabed covered in mud and strange rocks before roaring back and seconds later raising waves hundreds of meters high. When the smoke and dust cleared, the arena that had witnessed countless battles had completely vanished. In its place was a deep crater over 500 meters in diameter, with seawater gurgling in. Krillin hovered in midair, his trouser legs singed, but not a scratch on his body. He shook his slightly numb right hand and looked at a rock on the edge of the deep crater. There Sun Wukong lay sprawled on his back, steam rising from his body like a freshly baked sweet potato. Cough, cough. Wukong spat out a mouthful of sea water, raised one hand with difficulty, and gave a thumbs up. Krillin, you are really crazy. With that, his hand dropped, and he completely passed out. Ding. Mission completed. Successfully defeated. Sun Wukong won the championship of the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. Rating perfect S. You have demonstrated overwhelming power without killing your opponent or destroying the earth. Reward settlement in progress. Krillin's mind, the system prompt sound kept ringing like a casino slot machine. Congratulations to the host, obtained S-level talent. Sun Wukong's battle instinct. Congratulations to the host, all attribute points increased to the limit of the current story version. Congratulations to the host, charm increased by 50 points, obtained title strongest bald head on earth. Krillin did not rush to check the rewards, but first landed beside Wukong. He took out a senzu bean from his pocket. He had asked the cat hermit for it backstage. He opened Wukong's mouth and stuffed the senzu bean in. Crunch. A few seconds later, Wukong, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly opened his eyes and sprang up with a carp leap. Ow, ow, ow. Huh. It doesn't hurt. Wukong rubbed his chest, looking bewildered, and then his stomach let out a thunderous protest. Grumble. He suddenly looked at Krillin, his eyes glowing green. Krillin, where's the grilled dinosaur you promised? Krillin couldn't help but laugh at this guy whose mind was only filled with food. The tension of a moment ago that could destroy heaven and earth vanished instantly. Don't worry, you won't miss it. Krillin patted Wukong's shoulder, feeling the renewed firm and vibrant muscles under his palm. But we need to collect the prize money first, otherwise who will pay for the dinosaur? At that moment, the announcer, still hanging from the tree, finally came to his senses. He struggled to poke his head out from the coconut leaves, and with the half-broken microphone, shouted hoarsely that the match is over. The arena disappeared. Though Sun Wukong has regained consciousness, he clearly lost his combat ability just now. The champion of the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai is Krillin, the winner. The entire venue was dead silent for a second. Then cheers erupted loud enough to shake the sky. It was not just because Krillin had won, but because they had witnessed a miracle that was simply beyond the realm of humanity. That bald head, that small figure who had once been nothing more than a supporting role in previous tournaments, had now become a godlike existence. Krillin, Krillin, Krillin. Amid the tsunami-like roar, Krillin called up his own attribute panel. This time the numbers on the panel made him, despite having mentally prepared, narrow his eyes in surprise. Host Lin Fei Krillin, current template Saitama Fusion Degree 25, has reached the critical point of the current story stage. Strength 2500 max. Earth Arc Cap Speed 2500 max. Earth Arc Cap Constitution 2500 max. Earth Arc Cap Spirit 2500 max. Earth Arc Cap Skill Slot Series Muscle Control Genius Intellect Beast Instinct Sun Wukong's Battle Instinct Bukajutsu Kamehameha Solar Flare Kienzan. System prompt detected that the host's attributes have reached the limit of the Earth Arc and cannot be improved through daily training. To continue increasing the fusion degree and attribute caps, you need to complete system random tasks or unlock the Saiyan Invasion chapter. Locked, huh? Krillin rubbed his bald head, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. 2,500 points of strength, that means a battle power of 2,500 doubled. If I remember correctly, Raditz only had a battle power of over 1,000 when he came to Earth. Then what am I? A max level character slaughtering a noob village. But this was exactly what he wanted. He didn't want to be like the original Krillin, always just a background character, and finally blown up like fireworks as a sacrifice. This time, whether it was the Saiyans or Frieza, whoever dared to mess around on Earth, he would make them know what it meant to be the bald demon king. Hey Krillin, what are you spacing out for? Son Wukong waved his hand in front of his face. That announcer with sunglasses is calling you to collect the prize. Krillin snapped back to reality, looking at the announcer holding the giant golden trophy in the distance, and then at the blue-haired girl on the second floor, stands who was covering her mouth and crying. Trophy? What use was that thing apart from taking up space? Wukong, you take the trophy for me. Huh? Why? This is the championship. Wukong was puzzled. Because I have a more important reward to claim. With that, Krillin slightly crouched down. Boom. A ring of air burst from the ground, and his entire body shot up like a golden meteor, ignoring the announcer's shouts, and everyone's gazes flying straight toward the second floor stands. Oh, it seems our champion is quite eager. The host awkwardly held the trophy amidst the ruins, watching Krillin's retreating figure, and could only force a makeshift explanation. He must be impatient to share the joy of victory with the audience. Indeed, it was joy, but this joy belonged to only one person. On the second floor balcony, Bulma watched the figure flying over at breakneck speed, her heart pounding so fast it felt like it might burst through her chest. Her makeup was exquisite today, with a carefully applied pale pink lipstick, the color Krillin had complimented last time. The explosion earlier had nearly scared her heart out of her chest, but the moment she saw Krillin safe and sound, the ecstatic relief of surviving turned instantly into a more intense emotion. This bastard. Showing off. Bulma cursed verbally, but her body honestly moved forward 2 steps, gripping the railing, her knuckles turning white from the force. Krillin landed lightly in front of Bulma. He still carried the scent of gunpowder from the battle, the most primal catalyst for male pheromones. Poor Oolong, and even Master Roshi instinctively stepped back a circle, leaving the center empty. Beautiful Miss Bulma. Krillin grinned, showing a row of white teeth, his bald head shining dazzlingly in the sunset. I won. Isn't it time to fulfill our agreement? Bulma looked at this face so close to hers. His eyes were deep, confident, and full of aggression. This was no longer the perverted little bald man from before, but a man capable of parting the earth with his fists. You idiot. Bulma felt her eyes burning. She didn't want to cry. That would ruin her makeup, but her voice came out choked. What kind of messy move was that just now? Scared me to death. What if you died? Don't worry. Krillin stepped forward now, less than 10 centimeters from Bulma. He could even feel the hot breath from Bulma's rapid breathing against his chest. As long as you're on Earth, I won't let it explode. After all. Krillin paused, his eyes reflecting Bulma's flustered face. After all, my future wife is still up there. Who is your wife? Bulma's face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato. Even someone with her fiery personality couldn't handle being teased like this in front of tens of thousands of people. Stop flattering yourself. Oh, then who was it just shouting that she would marry me if I won? Krillin didn't give Bulma another chance to beat Sundara. In the system taskbar, the progress bar for completely conquer Bulma had been stuck at 99 for a long time. The remaining one didn't require combat power, but action. He reached out, his movement, both domineering and gentle, wrapping his arm around Bulma's slender waist. Bulma let out a cry, her entire body crashing into Krillin's hard embrace. Those were muscles tempered by countless trials, hard as iron, yet burning like fire. Since I won the championship, I should at least claim some champion spoils. Before his words faded, Krillin lowered his head, and under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, dozens of cameras, and a live broadcast across the entire Earth, he pressed a heavy kiss onto Bulma's red lips. MMPH'd. Bulma's eyes widened, her mind going blank. This kiss was nothing like the tentative one in the bamboo forest last time. It was filled with possessiveness and a declaration of ownership. He was telling the whole world that this woman belonged to this bald man. The stands fell into a deathly silence for about 3 seconds. Then the eruption of screams was even more frenzied than when Krillin had won the match. Wow, they kissed. Really kissed. How romantic. Is this the privilege of the strong? Mom, I want to learn martial arts too. I want to go bald. In the corner, Yamcha watched this scene, and the drink cup in his hand burst with a pop. He let out a long sigh, a wry smile of relief appearing on his face. I lost. Whether in fighting or picking up girls, I lost completely. Puar floated beside him, patting his shoulder sympathetically. It's okay, Puar. Yamcha wiped his face, though the corners of his eyes were still a bit moist. At least losing to the world champion isn't shameful. Besides, that guy really is more fit to protect Bulma than I am. On the other side, Master Roshi's eyes behind his sunglasses were wide open, and 2 streams of nosebleed flowed disgracefully. Young people nowadays. They're too reckless. In such a public place. Hee, but well done. As expected of a disciple of the Turtle School. This is youth. Below the stage, Goku, who was holding the trophy in bewilderment, scratched his head, and asked Tien, who was also dumbfounded. What are they doing? Is that some kind of training method to transfer chi to each other? Tien's 3 eyes twitched simultaneously. Goku, you'd better think about what to eat. Such matters are too early for you. Oh, then I still want to eat dinosaur. After a long while, Krillin finally released Bulma. Bulma's entire body went limp. If Krillin hadn't been holding her, she would have slid to the ground. She leaned against Krillin's chest, gasping for breath, her face still flushed, her eyes dazed. There was no trace left of the heiress of Capsule Corporation. You pervert. She weakly punched Krillin's chest, but the action looked more like coquetry. Ding. Congratulations, host. Bulma's affection has exceeded 100 until death do us part. Conquest mission complete. Reward issued S-class skill. Instant transmission. Skill description: no need for chi sensing lock. As long as you have a clear coordinate or image in your mind, you can achieve cross-space movement. Current level restriction: jump within the galaxy. As mental strength improves, can cross the universe. This is a truly good thing. Krillin felt the strange coordinate system that had appeared in his mind, and a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The divine technique that originally required going to Planet Yardrat to learn was now directly obtained for free, and it was an improved version. No need to sense the chi of acquaintances like Goku had to. Wherever he wanted to go, a single thought would take him there. Bulma. Krillin leaned close to her ear, his warm breath making her ear itch. Wah. What? This place is too noisy, full of sweat stench, and those reporters who want to interview me. Let's run away. Huh. Bulma was stunned. Run. Now. But the award ceremony hasn't. Forget about that. Krillin gave a mischievous grin and lifted Bulma into his arms. Rather than listening to that sunglasses-wearing old man ramble, I'd rather spend some time alone with you. By the way, do you have your dragon radar with you? I do have it. Are you looking for the Dragon Balls? Bulma instinctively touched her waist pouch. Not just to find the Dragon Balls and make a wish. I'm going to take you on a honeymoon and travel around properly. Krillin looked at her, his eyes full of adoration. The fastest way. Honeymoon. Bulma's mind short-circuited again. Hold on tight. This is going to be an experience 10,000 times more thrilling than a roller coaster. Krillin ignored the crowd of reporters pushing their way over, and also ignored Goku, who was stuffing his face. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and instant transmission activated. Everyone put this meal on Master Roshi's tab. See ya. The air only echoed with Krillin's cheerful laughter. The next second, the figure holding Bulma vanished into thin air, leaving not even a trace. Only countless flashbulbs crazily flickered over the empty stands, and the wallet in Master Roshi's hand that instantly turned pale. Nanny. On my tab. Krillin, you rebellious disciple. South of South City, on a remote island 3,000 kilometers away, lay white sand beaches even finer than those of Papaya Island, with seawater in that translucent Tiffany blue. A sea breeze swept through, rustling the coconut leaves as a few seagulls lazily circled in the low sky. Whoosh. Without any warning, the air seemed to tear for an instant, and 2 figures appeared out of nowhere on the beach. Bulma still clung to Krillin's neck with both arms, her eyes tightly shut, and eyelashes trembling slightly. That momentary sensation of weightlessness had been so eerie, like someone had scattered her body into atoms only to piece her back together again. We've arrived. Krillin's voice came from above her, carrying that characteristic calm. Bulma cautiously opened one eye, expecting the noisy martial arts arena, but found only an endless expanse of sea. Where is this? She let go and stepped onto the soft sand, her face filled with disbelief. We were just on the island a moment ago, and now. Is this another one of your new techniques? Instant transmission. Krillin didn't hide it, casually removing his tattered battle-worn shirt to reveal his lean, muscular frame. He stretched under the sunlight, every joint crackling like popping beans. There's no distance I can't reach if I desire to go. He walked to the water's edge, cupping a handful of seawater to splash his face, the cool sensation finally easing the tension that had gripped him for so long. The spatial jump had barely drained his mental energy. With his current mental attributes, he could whisk Bulma around the globe hundreds of times without feeling the slightest fatigue. This skill is practically cheating, Krillin mused to himself. With this weather, escaping danger, providing backup, or going on dates, it was an absolute game-changer. Instant transmission. Bulma watched Krillin's back, her expression complicated. This man had surprised her far too many times. From his sudden growth spurt to that world-shattering power, and now this spatial manipulation. He was like an endless treasure, each layer revealing something that could upend one's understanding of reality. But her scientific instincts were quickly overshadowed by girlish excitement. Wait, you said this was a honeymoon trip? Bulma surveyed the desolate landscape with hands on hips. The scenery's nice, but there's not a single hotel in sight. Are we supposed to sleep on the beach? I didn't even pack spare clothes. That's where your dragon radar comes in. Krillin turned and pointed at the small bag at her waist with a grin. The dragon radar. You want to wish for a villa? Bulma pulled out the radar and pressed a button, and 7 scattered light points immediately appeared across the globe. Krillin spoke slowly. Think about it. The Dragon Balls are usually hidden in the most secluded corners of the world. Deep oceans, snow-capped mountains, ancient ruins. Isn't the journey to collect them the ultimate world tour? He approached Bulma and gently poked her nose. Besides, I have instant transmission. That means we don't need to rush or sit on slow airplanes. 1 second we're watching auroras at the poles, the next we're in West City buying your favorite cake. And the second after that we could hunt dinosaurs in the primeval forest and grill them. Just like I promised Goku. Bulma was stunned. What kind of godlike setup was this? Instant transmission paired with the dragon radar turned what should have been a perilous adventure into a carefree outing. And Krillin's voice dropped to a seductive murmur. Just the 2 of us for these few days. No gluttonous Goku, no lecherous Master Roshi. Just you and me. Bulma's face flushed red again. This man was too good at this. He had taken that absurd combat power and applied it in the most unexpected ways. You certainly know how to talk. Bulma put away her radar, unable to suppress her smile. But we have to stop by West City first. I need to grab my capsules, take a bath, and change into a swimsuit that'll make your nose bleed. Yes, my lady wife. Krillin gave an exaggerated salute. Who's your wife? Then, your majesty. Now that's more like it. Krillin smiled and lifted Bulma into his arms once more. This time she didn't resist, instead resting against him as her fingers traced circles on his pectoral muscles. Next stop, Capsule Corp in West City. As Krillin willed it, both their figures dissolved into the sea breeze once more. Meanwhile, on Papaya Island, thousands of kilometers away. Achoo! Goku, who was gorging himself, suddenly sneezed violently, nearly sending the roasted pork leg flying from his hand. What's the matter, Goku? Are you coming down with something? Chi-Chi sat beside him, dabbing his mouth, while gazing at him with tender affection. Were you caught in the rain during the fight earlier? I told you not to wear those sleeveless shirts. Oh, once we're married, I'll make you something warm. It's not that. Goku rubbed his nose, looking puzzled. I have this strange feeling that something exciting is happening without me. And, when are you going to honor that promise to roast me a dinosaur, Krillin? Meanwhile, Master Roshi was staring at the lengthy bill in his hands, utterly petrified in the wind, like a gray-white statue. 3 million Saiyans. That's merely the deposit, sir. The restaurant owner rubbed his hands together cheerfully. The champion mentioned that since this is a celebration, we should serve only the finest. And Master Goku's appetite. As you can see, we've already consumed 3 whole cows from our inventory. K. Krillin. Master Roshi's anguished cries pierced the heavens. Far away in West City, Krillin lounged in Bulma's magnificent 50-person bathtub, basking in an automatic massage. Detected host has exited combat mode and entered rest phase. Current main storyline World Martial Arts Tournament has concluded. Next storyline Saiyan arrival will open in 5 years. During this period, the system will enter semi-hibernation mode. Host, please take advantage of this time to either enjoy life properly or develop your own unique techniques upon this foundation. After all, a genuine powerhouse cannot depend entirely on the system alone. Gazing at the translucent blue display before him, Krillin sighed contentedly and squeezed a floating rubber duck. 5 years, huh? For a Saiyan, 5 years might pass like a single nap. But for him, possessing genius intellect in the Saitama template, 5 years was enough to accomplish countless things. For instance, studying how to seamlessly blend that serious series with the chi of the Dragon Ball world to create truly ultimate techniques. Or perhaps, the bathroom door creaked open. Through the steaming haze, Bulma entered wearing a translucent silk robe, carrying 2 glasses of red wine, with a flush that threatened to steal one's breath. Hey Krillin, you said we're traveling to find the Dragon Balls, shouldn't you build up your stamina first? Krillin gazed at the scene before him, feeling a warmth rise in his nose. It seemed this 5-year training would be incredibly fulfilling. You're right. Krillin accepted the wine, his expression turning intensely serious, perhaps even more focused than when facing Goku. This is an S-class mission, I must give it my all. The night in West City was not quiet, especially for the heiress of Capsule Corporation. The neon lights outside the window painted this technological metropolis in cyberpunk hues, while the streaks of hovering cars traced phantom shadows across the glass curtain walls. But at this moment, Bulma had no mood to admire her own night view. She sat on the enormous circular bed in her bedroom, large enough to accommodate 5 people. Her hands tightly clutched the lapels of her silk bathrobe, her toes curling nervously, digging awkward arcs into the plush carpet. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Every drop striking the tiles felt like a heavy hammer pounding on her heart. Bulma felt her brain overheating. This was more mind-boggling than calculating anti-gravity engine formulas. If it were the old noseless little bald boy, she might have put on a big sister attitude and teased him a few words. But now, the bathroom door slid open and a cloud of hot, steaming white vapor rushed out. Krillin walked out wearing only a towel wrapped around his waist. After being reshaped by the Chi-Yu template, every muscle of his body was like a sculpture carved by Michelangelo. They were not the dead muscles built by swallowing protein powder in a gym, but lines full of explosive power flowing like a cheetah. Water droplets slid down his broad chest, traced the ravines of his abdominal muscles, and finally vanished into the precarious edge of the towel. Bulma unconsciously swallowed her throat dry. What? Haven't you had enough yet? Krillin walked to the bedside while wiping his bald head. He carried the fresh scent of body wash and an aggressive masculine aura that could never be washed away. Who was looking? Bulma stubbornly turned her head away, but her cheeks were as red as a ripe peach. This young lady was just thinking about new battlesuit materials. Oh, is that so? Krillin casually tossed the towel aside and knelt on the edge of the bed with one knee. The mattress sank slightly and Bulma felt a mountain pressing down on her. Well then, I happen to have a research project here on human limits and endurance testing. I wonder if Bulma would be interested in personally participating. Krillin's voice was low, carrying a hoarse hint of laughter. He reached out his hand, not touching her immediately, but propping himself beside her, trapping her entirely within his shadow. Bulma felt completely enveloped. Before her eyes was this man's solid chest, at her ears was his steady heartbeat. Her proud high intelligence completely crashed at this moment, leaving only biological instincts frantically sounding the alarm, or rather cheering. You pervert. Bulma's voice was as soft as water, completely devoid of her usual sharpness. Just won the championship and you're already this arrogant. Championship? Krillin chuckled softly, his fingers picking up a strand of blue hair that had fallen beside her ear, gently twirling it around his fingertips. That trophy is for outsiders to see. I told you the real prize is here. His fingers slid down along the hair, the pads brushing against Buur-Ma's burning cheek, gliding down her slender neck, and finally stopping at the fragile tie of her bathrobe. Buur-Ma trembled all over as if struck by lightning. She lifted her head, her large sapphire eyes misty with water, filled with both shyness and a desperate resolve to go all the way. Krillin. Will you be good to me for the rest of my life? It was a cliché question, but at this moment, it was the softest line of defense in this genius girl's heart. Krillin did not answer immediately. He lowered his head, locking his gaze onto Buur-Ma's eyes. His expression was no longer his usual cynicism, but unprecedented seriousness and dominance. Listen carefully, Buur-Ma. Krillin's palm pressed against her back, feeling her trembling skin through the silk. In this world, even in this universe, no one is stronger than me. As long as I am standing, no one can make you suffer, even the slightest grievance. Whether it's aliens trying to destroy Earth or some god of destruction, if they want to touch you, they'll have to step over my corpse. These words were more effective than any sweet talk. Buur-Ma felt as if something had slammed heavily into her heart, and that thing called a sense of security instantly filled her entire being. Idiot. She sniffled, her arms actively wrapping around Krillin's neck. Who wants you to die? You have to live, always be my laborer, my bodyguard, and also. And what? Krillin leaned in close to her lips. And, love me. The last two words disappeared between their lips and teeth. Krillin no longer restrained himself. He lowered his head and kissed her, no longer the kind of declaration of sovereignty like on the arena, but a frenzy that wanted to knead the other into his very bones. Buur-Ma's bathrobe belt slipped silently. The light seemed superfluous at this moment. Krillin raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The chi from his fingertips precisely hit the switch. The room plunged into darkness with only the neon light from outside casting a few mottled shadows through the gap in the curtains. Ding. Detected host engaging in high-intensity emotional exchange. Charm value assessment in progress. Bilateral affection max. Passive skill muscle control has automatically activated gentle mode to prevent the host from injuring the target due to excessive force. S-grade talent, beast instinct, is analyzing the target's physical reactions. Krillin cursed the system for being meddlesome in his mind, then directly muted all those annoying notification sounds. Now he didn't need the system, he only needed instinct. That night was just an ordinary night for West City. But for Buur-Ma, it was absolutely the longest, wildest, and sweetest night of her life. She was like a small boat rising and falling in the raging waves stirred up by Krillin. The genius scientist who commanded respect in the laboratory had vanished, replaced by a little woman completely immersed in love and desire. From the initial shy resistance to active compliance, and finally to pleading and sobbing. Krillin's stamina was simply a bug. The Chi-Yu template brought not only combat power, but also inexhaustible energy. He was like a tireless perpetual motion machine, sending Buur-Ma to the clouds again and again. No, can't anymore. Krillin, are you a monster? This is nothing. Who was it that said they wanted to test the battlesuit data? We can't have insufficient data. Woo, I was wrong. Never again. MMM. It wasn't until the eastern sky showed the first light of dawn that this war called celebration finally came to an end. The room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. On the floor were scattered the torn bathrobe pillows and the bedsheet that had fallen off at some point. Buur-Ma curled up in Krillin's arms like a lazy kitten, her body covered in red marks. She didn't even have the strength to move a finger, her eyelids heavy as lead. Krillin leaned against the headboard, one arm around Buur-Ma's smooth shoulder, the other playing with her hair. Even after a whole night of exertion, he was still full of energy, and even felt that the chi in his body was flowing more smoothly than before. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden achievement, Conquer the Scientist. Reward obtained, all attributes 500. Strength, 3000 max. Breakthrough limit speed, 3000 max. Breakthrough limit endurance, 3000 max. Breakthrough limit spirit, 3000 max. Breakthrough limit special item obtained, universal capsule gravity chamber blueprint improved version. Charm increased to 120, exceeding human limit. Krillin glanced at the panel and closed it with satisfaction. The person in his arms stirred, letting out a soft moan. Buur-Ma barely opened her eyes, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. Water. Krillin immediately turned and took the warm water that had been prepared on the bedside, carefully feeding it to her lips. Buur-Ma took a few sips, feeling alive again. She looked up at Krillin and, recalling the madness of the night before, her face blushed all the way to her ears. Are you a beast? She muttered softly, burying her head in Krillin's chest. My waist is about to break. That's because you lack exercise. Krillin grinned mischievously and pinched her cheek. How about doing 100 push-ups with me every morning from now on? Go to hell. Buur-Ma bit him on the chest, leaving 2 neat rows of teeth marks. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. Hey Krillin. Moi. Last night, when we were having dinner with my parents, you said that after we find the Dragon Balls we'd get married. Was that true? Or just a casual remark? Even though they had already been intimate, Buur-Ma still felt a trace of uncertainty. After all, this man was now too dazzling. If he just crooked his finger, women all over the world would throw themselves at him. Krillin's smile faded. He rested his chin on top of her head and tightened his arms slightly. Of course it's true. His voice reached Buur-Ma's ears through his chest, carrying a reassuring vibration. Although I can be a bit flippant sometimes, I never joke about important matters like this. When we come back from our trip, I'll formally propose to Dr. Bulifu. And then, Krillin paused, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. We'll have the most magnificent wedding. We'll invite Master Wu Tian Wukong Tianjin Fan and your parents. I want the whole world to know that the young mistress of Capsule Corporation is my wife Krillin's. Ma lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. And Wulong and Pu'er, they have to come too. Okay. And lots of strawberry cake. Buy it. From now on the family money is mine to manage. All yours. You're not even short on cash, are you? Anyway, I'm not interested in money as long as I get fed. You said it. Ma broke into a smile through her tears, proactively leaned in, and pecked Krillin on the lips. Sealed with a kiss. No going back. Never going back. The morning light spilled through the curtains onto the two of them, gilding this moment with a golden edge. The next day, beside the ruins of Papaya Island. Although the arena was gone, the tournament organizers had hastily set up a farewell point on the vacant lot nearby. By now, most of the crowd had dispersed, leaving only the protagonists of yesterday's astonishing battle. Sun Wukong was crouching on a large rock, clutching a roasted whole lamb that he had somehow acquired, eating with oil smeared all over his mouth. Chi-Chi stood beside him, holding a small bundle, looking at her food bucket husband with a mixture of happiness and worry. Wukong, eat slowly, don't choke. Chi-Chi took out a handkerchief to wipe Wukong's mouth, her movements as practiced as if she had been taking care of this monkey for years. Once we return to Baozi Mountain, we can't eat like this every day. The dowry from my father is considerable, but it can't withstand your appetite. Chi-Chi sighed, her brow slightly furrowed. Although she was the daughter of the Ox Demon King, she understood the value of daily necessities. Wukong's appetite was like a bottomless pit. She was already calculating how many acres of land to cultivate and how many radishes to plant to support this family. Huh. It's fine, Chi-Chi. Wukong swallowed a huge piece of meat and laughed carelessly. I can go hunting. There are many big monster fish and dinosaurs in the mountains. No. Chi-Chi immediately put on a stern face. After getting married, we need to live a stable life. What kind of image is it to be fighting all day? You need to learn farming, be a good family man. Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Farming. Is that a kind of training? At that moment, the air twisted. Shwa. Krillin and Ma appeared out of thin air before the couple. After a night of rejuvenation, Ma looked radiant, her skin glowing, as if it emitted light. She had changed into a fresh pair of denim hot pants, and a crop top, her arm linked with Krillin's, her face full of newlywed sweetness. Krillin, meanwhile, wore casual clothes, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight. Wukong, Chi-Chi, are you ready to leave? Krillin greeted with a smile. Krillin. Wukong jumped off the rock and excitedly circled around Krillin. Your instant movement is so cool. Can you teach me? Then I can instantly go to the forest and catch a tiger to eat. Well, let's talk about it when you have a chance later. Krillin patted Wukong's shoulder, then turned to look at Chi-Chi, who wore a worried expression. He naturally knew what Chi-Chi was concerned about. In the original story, Wukong's family lived in considerable poverty. The mightiest warrior in the universe actually had to rely on Chi-Chi growing radishes, and even had to be forced to get a driver's license and work to make ends meet. This also caused Wu Fan to be distracted in his training, and even affected his physical development due to the lack of money to buy good supplements. In this life, since he had transmigrated, and was now the son-in-law of the richest man in the world, how could he let this happen? Chi-Chi, I heard you're going back to Baozi Mountain to settle down. Krillin asked knowingly. Yes, Krillin. Chi-Chi nodded politely. Although Krillin had taken the championship, she still had a good impression of this powerful bald man who was Wukong's good friend. It's quiet, they're suitable for living. Living is good, but living requires money. As Krillin spoke, he flipped his wrist, and a golden universal capsule appeared in his palm. Take it. Krillin tossed the capsule to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi caught it instinctively and asked, what's this? A wedding gift. Krillin said casually. There's nothing special inside. Just 50,000 kilograms of gold, some of the latest household appliances and furniture from Shidu, and a black gold card from the Universal Capsule Company that automatically deposits 100 million Sony into it every month as living expenses. Clang. The bundle in Chi-Chi's hand fell to the ground, and her jaw nearly hit her instep. F5. 50,000 kilograms of gold. Chi-Chi's voice trembled. And 100 million every month. Even Yamu Cha, who was picking his teeth nearby, and Tianjin Fan were stunned. 50,000 kilograms of gold. How much money was that? Did this bald man rob a gold vault? Krillin. This is too precious. We can't accept it. Although Chi-Chi loved money to support the family, she had principles, and quickly tried to shove the capsule back. Keep it. Krillin held Chi-Chi's hand, his expression turning serious. This isn't given for free, there's a mission. A mission? Chi-Chi was stunned. Was he going to make Wukong become an assassin? Krillin leaned in between Wukong and Chi-Chi, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. This guy Wukong is a martial arts fanatic. Making him earn money would be a waste of his talent. This money is to let him not worry about livelihood and focus on training. As he said this, Krillin glanced at Wukong, then at Chi-Chi's belly, a glint in his eyes that only a transmigrator would understand. Moreover, I have a very important mission to entrust to you. What mission? Do we need to fight bad guys? Wukong perked up immediately. It's much more important than fighting bad guys. Krillin patted Wukong's chest. After you return, you must work hard. To make a baby. Make a baby. Wukong tilted his head. Is it like molding with clay, eh? Oh, you idiot. Chi-Chi understood instantly, her face reddening like a big apple, and she stomped hard on Wukong's foot. Krillin suppressed a laugh and continued his persuasion. Listen, Wukong, your bloodline is very special. Your child with Chi-Chi will possess even greater potential than you in the future. The future peace of Earth might depend on that child. So, Krillin raised a finger. When you get back, don't just eat all the time. Practice the husband-wife way more with Chi-Chi. Aim to let me hold a big nephew by this time next year. This is the top secret mission of the Turtle Hermit School, understand? Although Wukong didn't fully understand upon hearing the words stronger than me and training, he immediately nodded seriously. Even though I don't really get it, since it can make me stronger, I'll definitely work hard. That's right. Krillin nodded in satisfaction. As long as Wu Fan could be born early, or even have a few more Saiyan half-breeds, then, when it came to fighting Saiyans and Frieza later, would he, this bald man, still need to risk his life? Just release Wu Fan and let him handle it. Senior brother Krillin. Chi-Chi was moved to tears. Giving her money and encouraging Wukong to return to family life, even if it was for having children, this was simply Wukong's best brother in this world. In the future, when you come to Bowsy Mountain, I'll definitely cook you the most lavish feast. Chi-Chi promised solemnly. Haha, I'll be looking forward to it. After seeing off the overjoyed Wukong couple, he also bid farewell to Tianjin Fan Jiaozi and the others. Tianjin Fan looked at Krillin with a complex expression and finally said only, I will catch up to you, before flying off with Jiaozi. Yamu Cha, somewhat dejected, said he was going to seek a new path of martial arts actually to heal his broken heart. Krillin smiled softly. Next it's Master Wu Tian. The sea breeze swept by, lifting a few scraps of newspaper. Master Rashi sat beneath the parasol that had somehow survived the blast, a copy of Playboy in his hands, but his eyes behind the sunglasses were not focused on the bikini-clad beauties. Everyone had left. Over the past 3 years, the World Martial Arts Tournament had brought them all together at Kame House, the liveliest period of his life. Every day he heard Goku shouting for food, watched Krillin and Yamcha bicker. It was noisy, but full of life. Now Goku was married, Yamcha had left, and Tien had his own path. Even Krillin, who had always stayed by his side, was now the world champion and had Bulma. Sigh. Master Rashi let out a long sigh, feeling his age. The turtle shell on his back suddenly felt much heavier. What's wrong, old man? Why the sigh? A mischievous voice suddenly rang in his ear. Master Rashi's hand jerked in surprise, and the magazine dropped onto the sand. He looked up sharply to find Krillin crouching in front of him, grinning. Whoa, you little rascal. Can't you make any noise when you walk? Master Rashi picked up the magazine, trying to hide his embarrassment. Aren't you supposed to be on your honeymoon with Bulma? Why haven't you left yet? We were about to go, but I suddenly remembered there's a lonely old man with no one to look after him, so I came back to check. Krillin sat down unceremoniously beside Master Rashi and snatched the sunglasses from his hand, putting them on himself. Who's a lonely old man? I have my turtle and my TV. Master Rashi fumed. Scram, don't bother me while I'm reading. Krillin didn't move. He just gazed quietly at the sea. Master, what? Come with me to West City. Master Rashi was taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. West City. That's a place for young people. Cars and buildings everywhere, the air is terrible. I've lived on this island for over 100 years. I can't leave this sea. Really not coming. A sly grin curled at the corner of Krillin's mouth. I heard from Bulma that West City just opened the biggest water park on Earth. Master Rashi's ear twitched, but he forced himself to stay calm. What's so special about a water park? I've got water all around here. That's different. Krillin leaned in close to Master Rashi's ear, whispering like a devil. That water park is full of young ladies in the latest swimsuits. And since Bulma is the heiress of Capsule Corporation, she has the ultimate VIP card. That means... Krillin deliberately drew out his words. We can go to the exclusive private pool area. No outsiders, just countless beautiful attendants plus unlimited ice-cold drinks and adult magazines. But most importantly, Krillin pulled a photo from his pocket. One he had just generated with the system, a real shot of West City Beach, in fact heavily edited. The girls there really admire martial artists. Especially a venerable, immortal-like master like you. They love that. Master Rashi's eyes behind the sunglasses went wide in an instant, and 2 streams of blood dripped shamelessly from his nose. He snatched the photo, his hands trembling. This. These long legs. This fair skin. So, you coming? Krillin pressed the advantage. I've set aside a villa with a pool for you next to Bulma's place. You can bring your turtle too. The water there is much better than this bay. Master Rashi swallowed hard, his inner dignity and instinct locked in a fierce battle. Ahem. After a long moment, he cleared his throat with exaggerated seriousness, tucked the photo into his robe, and pushed up his sunglasses. Since you're being so filial, I suppose I can't refuse. After all these years of teaching you, my body does need some recuperation. But, he changed his tone. I can't stay there forever. Kame House is the foundation of our school. It can't be left unattended. How about 1 week a month? Krillin suggested. Think of it as a consulting fee for guiding our training. 1 week. Master Rashi stroked his chin as if calculating how many beauties he could see in a week. Deal? But you're covering the travel expenses. Don't worry, with me around, no charge. Krillin stood up, handed the sunglasses back to Master Rashi, and extended his hand. Let's go, Master. Bulma is waiting over there. There's a swimsuit fashion show tonight in West City. If we're late, we'll miss it. What a swimsuit fashion show. Master Rashi shot up from the lounge chair with a nimbleness that belied his 300 years. In the blink of an eye, he dashed into the house, strapped on his turtle shell, and grabbed a cane. Quick. Krillin, Use that teleportation thing of yours. Don't dawdle. Watching the old man hopping with impatience, Krillin couldn't help but laugh. This was his master, lecherous, unserious, but more reliable than anyone in a crisis. Hold tight, old man. Krillin placed one hand on Master Roshi's shoulder and the other around his smirking Bulma. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully changed Master Roshi's lonely old age. Reward, all attributes 500. Current attribute panel refreshed, strength 3500 max. Limit broken speed 3500 max. Limit broken constitution 3500 max. Limit broken spirit 3500 max. Limit broken, West City, here we come. With a single thought from Krillin, their figures vanished under the Papaya Island sun. This time no one was alone. And deep in the distant cosmos, several spherical spaceships were cutting through the stars heading toward this blue planet. But before that, Earth still had 5 years of peace. A wonderful time belonging to Krillin, Goku, and everyone. The Antarctic ice sheet cracked beneath his feet, emitting a jarring, teeth-grinding sound. The biting wind like a knife swirled with snowflakes attempting to cut open the skin of the intruder. Yet this cold enough to freeze an elephant to death was nothing more than a tickle for the man standing at the edge of the glacial crevasse. Krillin was wearing only a thin Hawaiian floral shirt, and in his hand, he was holding 2 cups of steaming hot cocoa. He looked at the figure in front of him clad in a heavy polar protective suit wrapped up like a white dumpling and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Hey Missy, even though this suit has a temperature control system, you've been digging there for 10 minutes. Krillin walked over and handed the hot cocoa to the white bundle. Bulma turned around with difficulty, her eyes wide behind the goggles. Her voice came through the loudspeaker crackling with static and full of complaints. Because the radar shows it's right under here. This is 500 meters of ancient ice. Even with my laser excavator, it's not something I can do in an instant. Do you think everyone is a monster like you? It's fine to call me a monster in bed, but normally you should call me darling. Krillin smirked and pressed his palm against the ice. There was no aura burst, no earth-shattering roar. Just a gentle press of his palm downward. There was no aura burst, no earth-shattering roar. Just a gentle press of his palm downward. Boom. The ice within a 100-meter radius was instantly flattened, as if by an invisible giant hand. The ancient ice, hard as iron under the absolute crushing force of physical laws, turned into a sky full of sparkling ice powder. The originally bottomless fissure disappeared, replaced by a huge mirror-smooth depression. At the very center of the pit, an orange-red glass ball lay quietly, its 6 stars shimmering under the refraction of the snow light. Bulma's mouth fell open, and she nearly spilled the hot cocoa in her hand. Even though she had seen it many times, this kind of unreasonable power still left her in awe. Krillin beckoned, and the 6-star ball flew into his palm. The touch was wonderful. It was not ordinary glass or resin, it was warm and smooth like jade, the surface slick, yet not cold or hard. When held in the hand, it felt an extremely faint pulsation like the breath of some sleeping life. Dragon Ball. Krillin rubbed the surface of the sphere. In his past life, he could only see this wish-granting artifact on a screen. Now, it was truly in his hand. The realness of breaking the dimensional wall left him in a momentary daze. What are you spacing out for? Give me that one. Bulma ran over, snatched the 6-star ball, held it up to the sunlight, and excitedly looked at it like a child. With this one, we've collected 4. 3 more to go. Krillin took the opportunity to wrap his arm around the bulky protective suit's waist, and the next second the surroundings changed dramatically. The biting cold wind vanished, replaced by the humid sea breeze and the roaring waves. Instant transmission. This was an uninhabited island on the equator. The sun was scorching the sand white. So hot, so hot. Bulma fumbled to take off her protective suit, revealing the bikini she had already put on underneath. It was Krillin's favorite red, making her skin glow white. The radar shows the next one is in the crater of this island. Bulma tossed her blue-green hair, picked up the dragon radar, and glanced at it. But since we're in such a nice place, we can put off looking for the ball for a while. She casually tossed the radar onto the beach towel, her gaze turning lazy and dangerous like a cat's, and hooked her finger lightly around the collar of Krillin's shirt. I've been flying around for days and my back is about to break. As the strongest martial artist in the universe, you should have a way to give me a massage, right? Krillin's Adam's apple bobbed. These past few days, rather than searching for Dragon Balls, it had been a shameless global honeymoon for the two of them. Whether it was a deep-sea shipwreck or a primeval jungle, they had left traces of their wildness. Krillin scooped Bulma up in his arms and strode toward the treehouse deep in the coconut grove. A massage is no problem, Krillin said, lowering his head, his nose brushing against her collarbone. But my hands are strong, and being able to control them is a skill. If I can't control them, you'll have to beg for mercy. Bulma raised her chin defiantly. It's not certain who will beg for mercy, Baldy. 3 hours later. Just as Krillin stepped out of the treehouse, refreshed, planning to catch 2 king lobsters in the sea for lunch, several furtive figures emerged from the other side of the jungle. They were a few men in tattered military uniforms holding old-fashioned submachine guns with the broken emblem of the Red Ribbon Army hanging on their chests. Obviously remnants who had escaped here. Freeze. Hand over your valuables. The leader, a one-eyed man, aimed his gun at Krillin with a fierce look. And that woman. I heard everything. Krillin didn't even bother to look at them. Hey, I'm talking to you. That Baldy. The one-eyed man, enraged at being ignored, pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Flame-spewed bullets rained down like a torrent. Krillin stood still, and the bullets 3 inches before his body hit an invisible wall, flattening into copper discs that clattered to the ground. The one-eyed man's expression shifted from ferocity to ghostly terror. The Red Ribbon Army. Such a nostalgic name. Krillin picked up a deformed bullet, gently rubbed it between his fingers, and the copper turned to dust. Wukong probably forgot to clean up the trash. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll send you off. He raised his hand, and with his index finger, he lightly flicked at the pirate ship moored in the bay hundreds of meters away. There was no earth-shattering key blast. Just a pure finger wind. Bang! The 100-ton iron ship, as if struck by an invisible cruise missile, snapped in half and exploded into a massive fireball. The shockwaves waves knocked the remaining soldiers unconscious on the beach. The treehouse door opened and Bulma came out wrapped in a towel, the flush still not faded from her face, asking impatiently, "So noisy, are they setting off firecrackers outside?" "Nothing, just swatted a few mosquitoes." Krillin turned and walked back into the treehouse, closing the door behind him. "Where were we?" "Oh right, you said you wanted to try that anti-gravity position. Go to hell. I said to go catch lobsters. After catching the lobsters, we'll see how you perform." In the western capital, the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. On this day, the entire city's transportation system was nearly paralyzed. The road leading to Dr. Brief's estate was clogged with luxury cars, media broadcast vehicles, and all sorts of bizarre flying machines, creating an impassable traffic jam. The world's gaze converged here. The heiress of the world's richest man, the genius scientist Bulma, was to marry the newly crowned martial arts champion who had just saved Earth, Krillin. Inside the estate, the opulence defied ordinary imagination. Instead of a traditional lawn wedding, Dr. Brief had employed black technology to lift a massive anti-gravity platform 500 meters in diameter, 300 meters into the air. The platform was surrounded by artificial rainbows and holographic seas of flowers, with clouds drifting slowly beneath their feet. The guest list was astonishing. The king himself sent a congratulatory message. The heads of major conglomerates could only sit in the second row, while the front row was reserved for a few people in strange martial arts uniforms. "Wow, this meat is delicious. Even better than the wild boar I hunt." Son Goku, wearing an ill-fitting black suit with his tie twisted around to his back, was stuffing an entire roast lamb into his mouth, with both hands, his cheeks puffed up like a hamster's. Chi-Chi tugged desperately at his sleeve, her face as red as a ripe tomato. "Goku, this is a wedding. Mind your manners. And don't spit bones on the red carpet." "What's the big deal? Krillin won't mind," Goku mumbled indistinctly, casually tossing a plate of lobster into his mouth. On the other side, Master Roshi, wearing his signature sunglasses, was trying to put his hand on the shoulder of a blonde receptionist. "Little lady, do you know who I am? I'm the groom's master, the god of martial arts." Slap. A giant frying pan descended from the sky, smashing hard onto Master Roshi's bald head. Huayar floated in the air, still holding the deformed pan, and shouted angrily, "You lecherous old man. This is a big day. Don't embarrass us." Yamcha sat in a corner, swirling a glass of champagne. He had cut his hair short, and the scar on his face gave him a more weathered look. Watching Bulma, who was playfully teasing Mrs. Brief not far away, the last trace of reluctance in his eyes faded. "I never thought that noseless kid would actually pull it off." Tien Shinhan stood behind him with his arms crossed, his 3 eyes full of fighting spirit. "But this is good too. I can focus on surpassing all of you without distraction." Kaiatsu floated beside him and asked quietly, "Tien, should we give a red envelope? It seems all our money went to buy rice." Tien's face stiffened. "We'll talk later." In the backstage lounge, Krillin looked at himself in the mirror. The white custom suit fit perfectly, outlining his unassuming yet devastatingly powerful muscles. His shiny bald head and the calm, confident aura made him look incredibly handsome. "Ready, my champion." The door opened and Bulma walked in. Krillin held his breath in that instant. She wore a wedding gown woven from countless tiny diamonds and nanofilaments, which under the light seemed to drape the entire Milky Way over her. The usually sharp or fiery woman had her hair up in a bun, her makeup exquisite, stunningly beautiful. Stunned, Bulma walked up to him, adjusted his bow tie, her eyes slightly red. "Back then at the martial arts tournament, you said you'd marry me if you won. I thought you said it just to annoy Yamcha." Krillin took her hand. The warmth of her palm made him feel incredibly grounded. These hands had crushed meteorites and defeated the Demon King, but now they were extremely careful, afraid of hurting the person before him. "I may not have a nose, but my sense of smell is sharp." Krillin set his eyes soft like a tranquil lake. "I know who is truly the treasure worth protecting with my life. Yamcha was blind, but I'm not." Bulma laughed through her tears and punched him lightly on the chest. "Smooth talker." The wedding march began. As they walked arm in arm down the sky corridor covered in flowers, countless salutes fired, and the sky above the western capital exploded with brilliant fireworks. The priest, specially invited Krillin, though he was reluctant, stood at the altar, his mustache twitching. "Krillin, do you take this woman, a bit short-tempered but very rich, to be your wife?" Bulma raised an eyebrow, nearly drawing a gun. Krillin laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the venue, full of unwavering determination and boldness. "I do. Never mind a short temper. Even if she were a universe-destroying demon lord, I'd still marry her." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Goku clapped and asked Chi-Chi, "Does getting married mean you can always eat good food?" Chi-Chi watched the two kissing on stage, leaned gently on Goku's shoulder. "Yes, it's the best thing in the world, called happiness." Just as the cheers reached their peak, Krillin whispered in Bulma's ear, "Ready?" Bulma was taken aback. What else? Krillin pointed to the metal box he had been carrying at his feet. There's a big guy waiting to give us a wedding gift. After all the guests departed with drunkenness and party favors, the lively clamor gradually faded, and night once again cloaked the expansive grounds of Capsule Corporation. Except for the core few, Goku and his wife Master Roshi, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Everyone else had been sent away. The massive anti-gravity platform had been lowered. Now on the lawn of the courtyard, 7 orange Dragon Balls were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. They seemed unusually active that night, their inner lights straining to break through the glass casing, emitting a low heartbeat-like hum. Are we really summoning Shinron? Yamcha swallowed hard. Though not his first time, the oppressive presence of a higher dimensional being was still vivid. Krillin, what wish do you want to make? Could it be to grow a nose? Krillin shot him a glare. Not necessary. I have something more important. Bulma stood beside Krillin, back in a casual outfit, but still flushed from the wedding. She clung tightly to his arm, curious, but not asking. She had learned to trust this man along the way. Let's begin. Krillin took a deep breath and stepped forward. He spread his arms facing the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and shouted the ancient solemn incantation, "Come forth, Shinron. Grant my wish." The moment he spoke, the Dragon Balls burst into blinding golden light. The light did not spread outward, but shot straight into the sky like a sword, piercing the atmosphere. Then the world changed. The once starry clear night sky turned pitch black in just a few seconds. It was not the darkness of moon-obscuring clouds, but a pure, deathly void. As if someone had switched off the sky's light or ripped this area from reality and cast it into a lightless dimension. Citizens of the Western capital who had just gone to sleep were jolted awake by this oppressive atmosphere. What's happening? Power outage. Why is it so dark all of a sudden? Even the moon is gone. I feel like I can't breathe. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was a divine pressure that transcended ki and instinct. A fierce wind howled through the courtyard, forcing everyone to squint. Here it comes. Goku looked up excitedly, his Saiyan eyes gleaming in the darkness. Golden lightning bolts wildly danced in the black clouds, the claws of the dragon tearing through space. Accompanied by a soul-shaking roar, a colossal green dragon beyond description wound its way out of the golden light. It was immense. Its enormous head like a mountain hovered in the sky, its crimson eyes like 2 burning blood moons coldly gazing down at the ants below. Its body coiled above the clouds, seemingly encircling the entire earth. In the face of that sacred and terrifying aura, even Krillin, whose power had skyrocketed, felt a sense of insignificance. This was Earth's miracle, Shinron. Shinron opened its mouth. The voice did not travel through air, but exploded directly in everyone's mind, carrying an ancient, unyielding majesty. He who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. State your wish. Whatever it may be, I can grant it. But only one. Krillin took a deep breath. So this is the miracle dragon that can bring wonders. A fierce wind howled as if attempting to uproot the entire courtyard of Capsule Corporation. The colossal dragon coiled within the ink-dark clouds, its crimson eyes like giant red lanterns coldly observing the insignificant mortals below. The oppressive pressure from that transcendent being thickened the very air. In the courtyard, everyone held their breath. Yamcha hid behind a pillar, swallowed hard, and whispered to Por beside him. Hey Por, what do you think Krillin will wish for? If it were me, I'd wish for endless wealth, or for every pretty girl to fall in love with me. Is that all you've got for ambition? Por rolled his eyes, still clutching the frying pan. Master Krillin's now the son-in-law of the world's richest man. Does he still care about money? Meanwhile, Oolong's eyes were shining brightly, mouth wide open, seemingly wanting to shout something inappropriate. Before he could utter a single syllable, Master Roshi quickly struck him on the head with his cane. Fool! Stop causing trouble. This concerns Earth's future. Yet beneath his stern words, Roshi's own thoughts drifted to the alluring women nearby, prompting a quiet sigh of temptation he quickly suppressed. Sigh, if only I could wish for a pair of X-ray glasses. Everyone's gaze centered on Krillin. Standing at the forefront, his formal dress whipped violently in the fierce wind. He raised his head. As a transmigrator, he understood this world's rules all too well. Money. The brief family's wealth was enough for him to squander through 10 lifetimes. Immortality. That was a sweet trap. Setting aside the possibility that it might spawn the evil dragon in the future, the very attribute of undying would strip a martial artist of their drive to push beyond limits. In this world, only by repeatedly dancing on the edge of life and death could one touch a higher realm. At least until he possessed the overwhelming power to obliterate the evil one-star dragon, he would never make such a wish. Currently, he had the Saitama template, with his strength and defense steadily climbing. But he harbored one fatal weakness, his survival environment. Where would his future battles take him? High above Namek, in the freezing vacuum of space, even upon the surface of a star. If Earth were destroyed or his spaceship damaged, even if he could punch Frieza to bits, he'd suffocate like a frog holding its breath. Moreover, in the original story, Goku nearly died on Namek after defeating Frieza for this very reason. He had to shore up this critical weakness. Dragon Lord. Krillin took a deep breath, centering his chi, his voice cutting through the storm and echoing clearly across heaven and earth. My wish is to remove a portion of the genetic lock from everyone here and grant us an absolute survival physique. Krillin paused, his conviction strengthening. Let us survive in absolute vacuum like the most resilient beings in the universe. free from the need to breathe, impervious to cosmic radiation, capable of withstanding extreme heat and absolute zero. Let our bodies fully adapt to the vast cosmos. A suffocating silence fell over the crowd. Only the wind continued to howl. Yamcha's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly touching the ground. What does that even mean? No need to breathe. Is this some kind of wish? To save on oxygen? Or is he trying to make it easier to catch fish in the sea? Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes blinked in unison. As a devoted martial artist, he caught a glimpse of what this might mean, yet found it almost unthinkable. Removing the genetic lock. Does he believe humanity's physical limitations are holding him back? Even Bulma stood frozen, her expectation of a wish for eternal youth and beauty replaced by something so hardcore and bizarre. Hey Krillin, Bulma called out impulsively. Are we going on a space trip? The dragon remained silent for a moment. Its massive crimson eyes flickered, as if processing the underlying logic of this unprecedented wish. When it finally spoke, there was a hint of astonishment in its voice. This wish, though it involves modifying the fundamental genetic sequences of a species, falls within my capabilities. This is quite simple. As soon as those words left its lips, the dragon's eyes erupted with blinding red light. A thick, warm, golden pillar of light descended from the heavens, enveloping every person in the courtyard in an instant. Krillin, Bulma, Goku, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Genkatsu, even Puar and Oolong were all enveloped within its radiance. Ugh! Goku, suddenly clutching his chest, let out a muffled groan. This feels strange. It's like countless ants crawling inside my bones. Ouch! Ouch! Master Roshi dropped his cane, staring in astonishment at his own hands. The once dry, age-spotted skin rapidly regained its luster and firmness within the golden radiance. The heavy burden of aging that had weighed upon him for years receded like the tide. But Krillin's sensations were the most acute. He could clearly feel every cell in his body singing with joy. The heavy shackles that had long bound his flesh, the so-called species limitations, shattered silently in that moment. His lung structure began to reorganize, while an invisible biological force field formed across his skin surface. At that precise moment, the long-familiar system notifications flooded his mind. Ding. High-dimensional rule energy detected. Injection. Earthling genetic lock shattered. Host life form has undergone a tier ascension. Acquired passive talent Starfield Adapter S rank. Description: you are no longer merely an Earth creature. The cosmos is your backyard, the void your playground. All resistances boosted by 50, environmental adaptation maxed out. Updating data. The golden radiance persisted for a full minute before finally dissipating. Huh. Krillin exhaled a breath of stale air and clenched his fist. The air burst from his palm with a sharp crack. This wasn't merely an enhancement to his survival capabilities. It was a complete elevation of his ceiling. From this point forward, he would no longer be confined by the frail label of Earthling. Your wish has been granted. The dragon's voice resonated once more, carrying traces of weariness. Krillin lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes sweeping across the 7 floating Dragon Balls. With sharp perception, he detected something subtle, yet disturbing. A faint black filament lingering deep within the core of each formerly pure amber sphere. Dark energy. Minimal in quantity, yet striking against the clarity like ink on pristine paper. Krillin's heart sank. The Dragon Balls accumulated negative energy with overuse. A factor he'd need to account for going forward, reserving them for truly critical moments. Until next time. The dragon let out a piercing cry, its massive form splitting into 7 streaks of light that shot toward the heavens, scattering the Dragon Balls across the globe, where they transformed into ordinary stones. The dark clouds overhead vanished, moonlight flooding back into the courtyard. What just happened? Yamcha touched his face, uncertain as he clenched his fists. Strange, I feel lighter, and somehow breathing doesn't bother me as much. He tried holding his breath, but the suffocating panic he once felt was completely gone. His body seemed to have automatically shifted into an alternative internal cycle. Bulma blinked, glancing down at her palms, and then back at Krillin. I can survive in space too. Seriously, this isn't scientific. Krillin turned to face Bulma's bewildered expression, a mischievous smirk forming on his lips. He stepped toward Bulma and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Hold on tight, my love. Krillin whispered near her ear, and the next instant the lawn beneath their feet exploded outward. Whoosh. A white shockwave shot skyward. Clutching Bulma, Krillin became a reverse meteor, smashing through the sound barrier with brute force as he rocketed toward the deep night sky. Aya! Slower. My hair. Bulma's screams stretched long in the wind, eventually fading into the clouds. The remaining crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Goku scratched his head, envy written all over his face. Wow. Where did they go? I want to play too. Chi-Chi grabbed his ear sharply. Play. Go home. Don't forget the gold Krillin sent us. We need to plan properly for buying you some decent clothes. And no more defecating everywhere. Ow. Chi-Chi, easy. I never defecate anywhere. As altitude surged west, city below transformed into a constellation of glittering lights, clouds retreating like cotton beneath their feet. Bulma clung tightly to Krillin's neck, screaming with her eyes shut. By all logic, at this altitude and speed, the violent friction, heat, and oxygen deprivation should have rendered any ordinary person unconscious or dead instantly. Yet strangely, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. No suffocation, no biting cold. Even the ferocious wind was perfectly warded off by a faint aura emanating from Krillin's body. Open your eyes and look, Bulma. Krillin's voice didn't travel through air, but resonated directly within her mind through the vibration of ki. Bulma timidly cracked her eyes open. The next instant her pupils widened in astonishment. That profound ultimate darkness. That was the cosmic base color no pigment could ever replicate. Countless stars ceased to be mere twinkling pinpricks as seen from the ground. They blazed as crisp, luminous, and motionless points of light stretching across the entire expanse of her vision. Beneath her feet loomed an immense blue arc, a breathtaking vista of Earth itself, humanity's cradle. Where are we? Bulma parted her lips in wonder, yet no sound emerged. This was the vacuum of space where sound could not travel. Yet to her shock, she hadn't suffocated. Though her lungs went still, oxygen continued to flow through her bloodstream, as if some hidden mechanism had activated, drawing subtle energy from cosmic radiation to sustain her life. This is the power of the dragon. Krillin's voice echoed in her mind once more. Now you too are a human capable of surviving naked in the vacuum of space. What do you think, Doctor? Pretty special honeymoon present, isn't it? Bulma flailed her arms and legs in delight, much like a child who had just learned to swim. She turned in Krillin's embrace, taking in the magnificent spectacle before her, scientific curiosity swiftly displacing her fear. She tried to speak, her lips moving in a silent pantomime that looked both comical and endearing. Krillin couldn't help but laugh at her antics silently, of course. High above the world in this deathly vacuum, there was only the two of them. No pesky reporters, no noisy guests, no worldly interruptions to bother them. Bulma, Krillin called out through telepathy. Bulma turned her head to look at him. Krillin, floating against the starry backdrop, radiated no apocalyptic aura, his bald head catching Earth's gentle glow, lending him an almost sacred presence. His gaze burned with intensity, sending her heart racing. Since we don't need to breathe anymore, he whispered playfully through their mental link. Should we test the limits of our lung capacity without oxygen? Bulma paused for a moment before understanding what he meant. A blush colored her cheeks, striking against the cold void of space. She shot Krillin a machinoid glance before wrapping her arms around his neck. At an altitude of 400 kilometers in orbit, surrounded by nothing but satellites and solitude, they pressed together in a fierce embrace. It was an endless kiss. No need to pause for air, no breaks between them. Time seemed to dissolve as Bulma felt herself melting into the vast cosmos around her. Though her body required no oxygen, her mind reeled from overwhelming excitement and shyness, a sensation far more intoxicating than any physical need. Krillin's palm pressed against her back, radiating steady warmth through her specially designed suit, wrapping her in an overwhelming sense of security that made her surrender completely. Neither could tell how much time had passed until a derelict satellite drifted lazily past them like a wandering bulb, and only then did they slowly part. Bulma gasped dramatically, a purely instinctive habit since there was no air to breathe, but it didn't stop her face from flushing the deep red of a ripe apple. She glared at Krillin, mouthing silent words. Rascal! Krillin threw back his head in laughter, lifting her into his arms and spinning them both through the void. Come on, darling. Our honeymoon's only just beginning. Next we're going to do something even more important. More important? Bulma watched him with a mix of confusion and anticipation. Krillin didn't explain, simply vanishing in an instant flash. Whoosh. An upgraded instant transmission activated. Their figures disappeared into the silence of the orbit, leaving only the passing satellite to reflect sunlight in isolation. West City DR. Briefs estate. Deep into the night now. Guests had dispersed and servants retired. Soft light bathed the enormous circular bed in the spacious bedroom. Space rippled as Krillin and Bulma materialized out of nowhere. The moment her feet touched the ground, Bulma's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the bed. The weightless disorientation of space combined with the vertigo from instant transmission left her a bit overwhelmed. But what stayed with her most was an exhilaration she had never experienced before. That was insane. If I don't publish this in a paper, science will lose out tremendously, Bulma murmured to herself as she unfastened her tight dress. Krillin watched her alluring figure with growing intensity. He approached the bed, looking down at Bulma with a suddenly serious expression. Bulma, I need to announce a top-secret S-class mission. Edge. Startled by his grave demeanor, Bulma quickly sat up. What's wrong? Our enemy's approaching. No. Krillin shook his head with complete seriousness. To counter future cosmic threats, relying solely on my strength may not be enough. Earth needs more guardians, stronger genetic legacies. Bulma froze, blinking her wide eyes. So? Krillin suddenly grinned, flashing white teeth like a wolf plotting to lure a helpless rabbit. That's why I've decided to launch Project Human Creation. Combining your brilliant mind with my body, the strongest after breaking its limits, we'll forge the greatest offspring in the entire universe. Huh. Bulma immediately understood, her face turning crimson as she grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. You pervert. Making childbirth sounds so noble. Is this what you call an S-class mission? Krillin caught the pillow midair and pounced forward, pinning Bulma beneath him. His voice dropped to a low magnetic timbre. This is for Earth's peace, Dr. Bulma, you must cooperate with my work. Bulma gazed at his face mere inches away, feeling the rush of masculine energy, and her body melted beneath him. She reached up, wrapping her arms around Krillin's neck with a shy hum. If it's for Earth, then I suppose I'll reluctantly assist you. But, she leaned close to Krillin's ear and blew softly, her tone teasing. Can you handle it? You've been flying for so long. Aren't you tired? Krillin raised an eyebrow as though he had heard the funniest joke imaginable. Tired? That's not a word in my vocabulary. System activate infinite stamina mode. The lights went out. Even the moon outside seemed to hide shyly behind the clouds. This night was destined to be long, and the reinforced earthquake-resistant foundation of Capsule Corporation was about to face its most severe test since its construction. The first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the utter mess spread across the floor. An expensive custom-made gown was tossed carelessly over the chandelier, half the bedsheet dragged onto the ground, and the duvet curled into a shape resembling a silkworm cocoon in the corner of the bed. Krillin opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. This was another hidden benefit bestowed by the Saitama template: absolute stamina. No matter how intense the training had been the night before, he woke up the next day feeling as though he were a fully charged battery with not a trace of fatigue. He glanced at the cocoon beside him. Bulma was still fast asleep, and on her bare shoulder a few faintly ambiguous red marks could be seen. She slept deeply, her breathing steady and even. Last night's endeavor had clearly left her thoroughly exhausted. Krillin rose quietly, careful not to wake her. He walked out to the balcony and took a deep breath of the crisp morning air. Even though he no longer needed to breathe to survive, he still cherished this feeling, so grounded, so alive. Ding. The S-rank mission procreation plan has been exceeded. Reward all attributes 500. Saitama template integration has increased to 30%. Current status panel: host Krillin. Current template: Saitama integration 30%. Strength 4000 max, beyond limit. Speed 4000 max, beyond limit. Constitution 4000 max, beyond limit. Spirit 4000 max, beyond limit. Charm 160. Skill list: Serious Punch, Instant Transmission, Turtle Hermit Style, Martial Arts Mastery, Divine Healing Technique, Cloud Riding, Beast Intuition, Genius Intellect, Cosmic Adaptation. Krillin raised an eyebrow. A 500-point increase in strength in a single night. That was faster than training in the gravity chamber. It seemed that while enjoyable, this method also brought tangible improvements to one's power. What are you grinning about? A lazy voice came from behind. Krillin turned around to find Bulma standing by the sliding glass door, wrapped in an oversized men's shirt, rubbing her sleepy eyes. The shirt hung loosely on her frame, somehow exuding a unique kind of allure. She walked with an awkward gait, clearly still feeling the effects of last night. Good morning, Mrs. Bulma. Krillin walked over and naturally slipped his arm around her waist. I was wondering what name we should give our child. Bulma yawned and rested her head against his chest, her voice soft and drowsy. I've already decided. If it's a boy, I'll call him Trunks. If it's a girl, I'll think about it later. Krillin thought to himself, absolutely not. Don't you dare name her that. She suddenly lifted her head and fixed him with a suspicious glance. By the way, you mentioned yesterday that there's a future crisis. What exactly is it? Didn't you already defeat Piccolo Daimao? With your current strength, who on earth could possibly stand against you? Krillin's smile gradually faded. He gazed at the distant sky, his eyes growing deep and thoughtful. Bulma, do you think the universe contains nothing more than what we know? Of course not. Piccolo is an alien himself, isn't he? Bulma pursed her lips. Exactly. But Piccolo is nothing compared to what's coming. Krillin spoke gravely. Goku actually isn't from Earth either. What? Bulma was instantly awake, her eyes wide as saucers. What are you talking about? He had a tail and insatiable appetite, and he transforms into a giant ape during the full moon. Wait. Bulma's voice grew quieter and quieter. As a genius scientist, she had simply never connected those dots before. But with Krillin's prompt, all the clues suddenly snapped into place. That's right. He's a Saiyan, a warrior race devoted to planetary conquest and trade. Krillin delivered the words like a thunderclap. And in the near future, his people will come to Earth in search of him. Each of them possesses the power to destroy this planet. Bulma's expression darkened and she clutched Krillin's shirt tightly. Then, what should we do? Does Goku know? Not yet. And for now, keep it to yourself. That simple-minded lad only cares about eating and training. Let him relax for a while and get some rest. Krillin patted her back, gently reassuring her. But don't worry. That's exactly why I wished for strength and why I train relentlessly. He raised his fist and clenched it in the sunlight. Whether it's Saiyans or some cosmic emperor, if they dare disrupt my life, if they dare hurt you, I'll punch them into dust. Krillin's words carried an absolute confidence, the composure born of overwhelming strength. Bulma looked at this man and felt an overwhelming sense of security. This was the man she had chosen. Carefree most of the time, yet more reliable than anyone when it mattered. In that case, Bulma's eyes lit up with a cunning glint, and she broke into a sly smile. She rose on her tiptoes and whispered against Krillin's ear, her warm breath tickling it. Since the enemies are so powerful, shouldn't we make another effort for the peace of Earth? Krillin paused for a moment, then felt a soft hand gently pinch his waist. Ahem, Dr. Bulma, as a martial artist, I must remind you that overexertion is unhealthy. Cut the nonsense. My body has been upgraded by the Dragon Balls. My recovery speed is incredible. Bulma grabbed his collar and dragged him toward the room, her queenly bearing on full display. If we're aiming to leave behind the strongest genes, one round is hardly reliable. This is about scientific rigor. Krillin smiled helplessly, but beneath that helplessness lay an abundance of affection. All right. If it's for the sake of Earth, then let the storm rage all the more. Over the following days, the citizens of West City noticed that the newly crowned martial arts champion seemed to have fallen entirely into the comforts of love, rarely making public appearances. Only Dr. Briefs occasionally complained that the household supplies were being consumed at an alarming rate, and that the specially reinforced bedroom frequently emitted peculiar vibrations late at night, leading him to suspect the seismic equipment was malfunctioning. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet at MT, Pauza Goku was training until he drenched in sweat. Thanks to the money Krillin had sent them, he no longer needed to worry about making a living and could focus entirely on his cultivation. Achoo! Goku rubbed his nose and gazed blankly at the sky. Strange. Is someone thinking of me? Or wait, does that mean there's good food around? Peaceful times are always brief and precious. But beneath that seemingly calm surface of daily life, everyone was preparing in their own way for the great cosmic era that was approaching. And on Krillin's system panel, the countdown to the Saiyan arrival ticked forward in silence. The night of West City was like a mellow glass of red wine. Yet within the penthouse of the Capsule Corporation's top floor, a languid atmosphere of post-battle exhaustion and pleading lingered. On the massive circular smart temperature-controlled bed, silk sheets twisted together like survivors of a tsunami. The air was tinged with a blend of expensive perfume and an indescribable mix of hormones. Ceasefire. I declare a truce. A pale, trembling hand slowly emerged from the covers, clutching a white handkerchief and waving it weakly. Bulma wrapped herself up like a tightly sealed silkworm chrysalis. She revealed only a pair of large eyes, usually brimming with intelligence, but now filled with terror, staring fixedly at the radiant bald man sitting by the bed, who was even stretching. Krillin, are you a demon? No, are you a perpetual motion machine? Bulma's voice was thick with nasal tones and sobs hoarse from overuse. This is the fourth day. For whole days. My waist is about to run away from home. Krillin turned around, his bare upper body gleaming like polished marble under the soft wall light. The Saitama template brought not only strength, but also seemingly inexhaustible energy. This high-intensity work over the past few days hadn't even qualified as a warm-up for him. Instead, it left him refreshed, every cell in his body cheering. Wife, isn't this in response to your baby-making plan? Krillin blinked, innocently reaching out to pull Bulma's blanket. And this deep emotional connection helps improve all attributes. I don't care about attributes. Bulma huddled back into the bed like a frightened rabbit, aggrieved. I feel like a piece of rice cake being pounded repeatedly. Even a body enhanced by the dragon god can't withstand this frequency. Tonight? Absolutely not. I need a vacation. Seeing the undeniable fatigue in Bulma's eyes and the faint red marks on her neck, Krillin's playful mood vanished, replaced by a pang of distress. His current physique was too overwhelming. Even with the system's gentle mode activated, it was still a sweet burden hard for Bulma to bear. Krillin sighed, withdrew his hand, and his gaze softened. All right, I won't touch you. He sat back on the edge of the bed, gently patting the trembling chrysalis through the blanket. Bulma was stunned, secretly peeking half her head out of the blanket. She looked at Krillin's noseless face, saw the sincere concern in his eyes, and her grievance suddenly transformed into deep guilt. Am I useless? Bulma lowered her eyelids, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. It was me who provoked you first, and I am your wife. Yet I can't even satisfy you in this. You're so strong now, the strongest in the universe, and I. As the heiress of the Capsule Corporation and a genius scientist, she was used to controlling everything. But before Krillin's superhuman physique, she felt the gap between species for the first time. This helplessness frustrated her, even stirred a trace of panic. Fear that she couldn't keep up with his pace. Silly. Krillin's fingers gently brushed her cheek, tucking a strand of messy blue hair behind her ear. This is for joy, for expressing love, not a task. Krillin's voice was low and firm like a soothing pill. If you feel pain, then my joy is meaningless. And he paused, deliberately leaning in with a mischievous smile. You underestimate yourself. Keeping the strongest man on Earth in bed for 4 consecutive days is itself a great achievement, Dr. Bulma's face flushed crimson like a ripe tomato. She shyly reached out and pinched his solid chest, though it felt as hard as steel, and she couldn't even get a grip. Smooth talker. I'm serious. Krillin seized her hand and kissed it. Rest well tonight. I'll give you a massage. Use chi to clear your meridians. I promise you'll be that energetic genius girl again tomorrow morning. Just a massage. Bulma looked at him warily. Really, I swear by my bald head. Under Krillin's warm hands and finely controlled chi, Bulma's tense, sore muscles gradually relaxed. The comfort of soaking in a hot spring made her eyelids heavy, and soon she fell into a deep, even breathing. Krillin looked at the sleeping beloved in his arms, his eyes full of affection. He gently tucked the blanket around her, then closed his eyes and summoned the system panel. Achievement unlocked. Deep exchange. For 4 consecutive days, all attributes 500 strength increased again. Krillin clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. This feeling of getting stronger, even while lying down, was indeed addictive. But this pent-up energy was also a problem. Looks like I need to find a place to stretch my limbs tomorrow. Krillin glanced at the moonlight outside the window, a helpless smile on his lips. The next morning, the sunlight was dazzlingly bright. After a night of Krillin's divine healing, regulation, Bulma was fully revived. Except for some phantom pain in her inner thighs, when walking, her mental state was astonishingly good. Krillin, get up. Today I'm going on a shopping spree. Bulma yanked off his blanket, standing by the bed with hands on her hips, wearing a figure-hugging crop top and hot pants, her long legs dazzling. To compensate for my work injury these past few days, you'll be my personal porter today. At your command, my queen. Krillin sprang up like a carp, showing off his perfect abs. The commercial center of West City was the most bustling place on Earth. Floating cars wove nets in the air and giant holographic billboards displayed the latest Capsule Corporation products. The two walked arm in arm, drawing a 200 head turn rate. The man's bald head gleamed, his physique lean and sharp, his gaze sharp yet lazy. The woman was stylish and fiery, stunningly beautiful, radiating confidence. This couple was a walking poster. That one. That limited edition bag. These shoes. They're made of the latest synthetic leather. Wow. The gems in this store are imported from Mars. Bulma went into a frenzy of shopping. Krillin, without complaint, acted as a human rack. His hands, neck, and even elbows were laden with shopping bags of all sizes. For someone with a strength of 4,500, carrying a few hundred pounds was like lifting 2 feathers. For fun, he even secretly used a bit of bukijutsu to make the bags float slightly, avoiding strain on his hands. Krillin, does this hairpin suit me? Bulma stopped at a jewelry stall, holding up a diamond-studded bow. It suits you. You look good in everything, Krillin replied with a smile, not flattering, but sincere. Just as they were enjoying this rare, ordinary happiness, harsh, screeching brakes and screams shattered the peace of the shopping street. Everyone hit the deck. A wild, aggressive roar came from the end of the street, followed by the roar of heavy motorcycle engines. Krillin raised an eyebrow, his gaze instantly sharp. Looks like today's bonus entertainment has arrived. At the end of the commercial street, a heavily modified motorcycle, like a runaway bull, crashed into the pedestrian zone. The roadside stalls were smashed to pieces, fruits and accessories scattered all over the ground. A woman straddled the motorcycle. Her fluffy, explosive blonde hair shone with a rebellious gleam under the sunlight. A dark green crop top outlined her explosive figure, and she carried a shoulder-fired rocket launcher thicker than her thigh, chewing gum, with a wild and fierce look in her eyes. Golden-haired Lan Shi, the most unstable bomb of the early Long Zhu period, a two-personality bandit. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of my way. The armored car up ahead is mine. Lan Shi steered the handlebars with one hand, while skillfully adjusting the angle of the rocket launcher with the other, directly aiming at the entrance of the Shidu Bank, not far away. The crowd instantly erupted in chaos. It's that crazy woman. Run. She has heavy weapons. Where are the police? Where are the police? Screams and cries tangled into a mess. Ma was also startled by this sudden turn of events, and the hairpin in her hand dropped to the ground. Really, it's hard to get out for some shopping. Ma frowned, but didn't panic too much, because the strongest man on Earth stood beside her. Krillin, look, isn't that Lan Shi? Krillin did not answer immediately, but looked at the blonde woman with great interest. Interesting. A playful curve tugged at the corner of Krillin's mouth. It seems I have a place to vent my energy. Just then several police cars screeched to a halt, attempting to intercept Lan Shi. Listen, you criminal. Put down your weapon. Bullshit. Lan Shi spat, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom. A rocket with fierce graffiti on it trailing a long tail of flame howled toward the police car. The terrifying speed and impending explosion made everyone close their eyes in despair. It's over. However, the expected explosion did not occur. The world seemed to be paused at that moment. A blur flashed by so fast that even the retina could not capture it. When everyone opened their eyes again, the bald man had somehow stood between the police car and the rocket, holding large shopping bags in his left hand. He extended his right hand, holding it flat in front of him. That rocket, powerful enough to destroy an entire street, now obediently rested in his palm. How is this possible? The gum in Lan Shi's mouth fell to the ground, and her sunglasses slid down to the tip of her nose. She stared wide-eyed at the bald man who had caught a missile bare-handed, her mind blank. This is an anti-tank rocket. Even if it hit a steel plate, it would drill a hole. Is this guy's hand made of diamond? Krillin looked at the still vibrating warhead in his hand and smiled slightly. Is this your greeting gift? A bit too enthusiastic. He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers. Creak. A teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting rang out. That high-explosive warhead in his hand was like a soft lump of plasticine, ruthlessly squeezed flat and rounded. The internal gunpowder detonated mutedly due to the pressure, letting out a dull puff. A few wisps of black smoke leaked through Krillin's fingers, but not even his skin was blackened. A few seconds later, Krillin opened his palm. A metal flower made of scrap iron, still steaming hot, with an extremely abstract craft, lay quietly in his hand. Return it to you. With a flick of his wrist, that iron flower turned into a streak of light and flew precisely toward Lan Shi. Clang. The iron flower lodged squarely into the gas tank cap of Lan Shi's motorcycle, embedding deeply, sizzling the paint. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Then a thunderous uproar of exclamations erupted. Oh my god! Who is that bald guy? So cool. Crushing a missile with bare hands. Is he a Superman? That's the martial arts tournament champion Krillin. I recognize that bald head. Lan Shi looked at the iron flower on the gas tank and swallowed hard. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. As a bandit with keen instincts, she instantly understood that she had kicked the hardest iron plate in her life. Retreat. Lan Shi made a quick decision, turned the motorcycle around, and was about to flee. Since you're here, why leave in such a hurry? Krillin's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Lan Shi stiffened, and before she could react, she felt her collar tighten. She was lifted up by a single hand. Krillin, like carrying a little chick, held Lan Shi up in the air. "Let me go, you bastard bald head. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Lan Shi struggled wildly in the air, kicking her long legs, and sprayed her submachine gun at Krillin. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The bullets hit Krillin's face and chest, making a clinking sound like raindrops on a steel plate, all bounced off without leaving a single red mark. Such a weak attack. Had enough fun. Krillin sighed and gently tapped Lan Shi's nape with his other hand. Lan Shi's body went limp and the gun in her hand dropped. Although she was still cursing, her body had no strength left. At that moment, Buerma walked over in high heels. She circled around Lan Shi, who was being held by Krillin, her eyes sparkling with a scientist's characteristic curiosity. "So this is the legendary two-personality bandit." Buerma poked Lan Shi's puffed-up cheeks. "Pretty good-looking, and a nice figure too. Honey, how should we handle this?" "Send her to the police," Krillin asked. "What police? Those idiots can't keep her locked up." Buerma's eyes suddenly twinkled, and she pulled out a newly bought feather ornament from her bag, a devilish grin spreading across her face. "I recall hearing that she transforms whenever she sneezes." Lan Shi watched the approaching feather, her pupils violently contracting, an expression of even greater fear than facing Krillin. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't come closer. I warn you." Achoo, an earth-shattering sneeze. The golden hair instantly faded, turning into a deep, gentle, ethereal blue. The originally wild and fierce temperament vanished, replaced by a gentle, fragile, and even somewhat dazed feeling. Blue-haired Lan Shi blinked blankly, looking at the bald man who held her in the air, then at the mess around, and asked timidly, Excuse me, what happened? Why am I flying in the sky? Oh dear, I think I was about to go grocery shopping." This extreme contrast in cuteness made even Krillin pause for a moment. Buerma snapped her fingers. "Perfect. We just happen to need a maid to cook and do laundry. And I heard that in her blonde form her combat power is decent. She can be a sparring punching bag for you, so you don't have to vent your excess energy all day." A corner of Krillin's mouth twitched. "Use Lan Shi as a sparring partner. The gap is a bit too big, but in other aspects it could be worth exploring. Let's take her back then." Ignoring the bewildered look on blue-haired Lan Shi's face, Krillin hoisted her onto his shoulder like a sack of rice. "Let's go home." Late night at the main residence of the Capsule Corporation. Inside the luxurious guest room, the blue-haired Lan Shi had already fallen into a deep slumber on the soft bed. For her, today had brought too many episodes of blackouts. Though she did not know why she had ended up in such a lavish place, that blue-haired lady had promised food, lodging, and even a salary. Kind and innocent as she was, Lan Shi had not questioned it further, and had actually felt fortunate to have encountered such a generous person. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing her delicate nose in its silver glow. It tickled slightly. Lan Shi wrinkled her nose and instinctively rubbed it. Achoo! The sneeze rang out with startling clarity in the silent night. In the next instant, the woman on the bed snapped her eyes wide open. Her once soft gaze sharpened into something lethal in a heartbeat, and her deep blue hair shimmered into a dazzling golden hue before anyone could blink. Golden-haired Lan Shi had returned. She sprang upright, her eyes darting around the room with sharp wariness. A lavish crystal chandelier, genuine leather sofas, and priceless antique ornaments displayed on the cabinets. All of it screamed wealth. Lan Shi's eyes instantly transformed into the shape of gold coins. That idiotic blue-haired fool actually crawled into a nest this fat. From beneath her pillow, Lan Shi retrieved 2 miniature submachine guns she must have stashed there at some point, flipped off the bed, and landed silently. She moved with the fluid grace of a hunting black panther. "I'll strip this place bare, and old boss won't have to worry about a thing for the rest of her life. And as for that blasted bald guy, who dares treat old boss like a chick to be carried around, I'll make him learn why the flowers bloom so red tonight." She crept out through the door, slipping through the corridor with practiced stealth. Guided by the instincts of a hardened criminal, she quickly pinpointed the master bedroom. Somewhere an aura lingered that made her deeply uneasy, yet fiercely war. The master bedroom door stood slightly ajar. Lan Shi pushed it open gently. Inside, darkness reigned, broken only by the moonlight filtering through the window and casting mottled shadows across the floor. 2 silhouettes rose from the broad bed, sleeping like dead weights. Lan Shi kept her gun raised and crept forward in a crouch. Her objective was clear. First, take the hostages under control, then force the safe combination out of them. Just as she reached the bedside and was about to press the barrel of her gun against that bald man's forehead, a hand, a warm, powerful hand, emerged from the darkness without the slightest warning and clamped around her wrist. "Up this late instead of sleeping? Did you come to warm my bed?" A low, teasing voice murmured near her ear. Every hair on Lan Shi's body sprang to attention. Her reaction was instantaneous. Without hesitation, she twisted and delivered a vicious upward kick aimed at his groin, while simultaneously swinging the gun in her other hand, fingers tightening on the trigger. Bang! Her leg struck the outer side of Krillin's thigh. The recoil sent a wave of searing pain through her shin. At the same moment, Krillin applied just a fraction more force. Lan Shi felt her wrist about to snap, and the gun flew from her grasp, embedding itself in the ceiling. Before she could spit out another curse, the world seemed to spin wildly. Krillin shifted his weight in a fluid motion, flipping them both, so that Lan Shi was pinned beneath him on the carpet. Their positions became suddenly and intensely intimate. Krillin wore only a pair of loose sleep pants, his bare upper body revealing defined muscle lines and radiating an overwhelming aura of masculinity. He held both of Lan Shi's wrists pinned firmly against the carpet above her head with one hand. His legs restrained her kicking long legs, his entire posture exuding absolute dominance. Lan Shi struggled violently, her chest heaving with a mixture of fury and humiliation, her wild breaths washing over Krillin's face. Though fierce, she was still a woman. This overwhelmingly oppressive position left her mind momentarily frozen. Especially those eyes of Krillin's, burning frighteningly bright in the darkness, as if they could see straight through her soul. Let me go. Have the guts to kill me. Lan Shi still tried to play tough, but her cheeks were burning uncontrollably, the crimson spreading all the way to her ears. Chill. Krillin lowered his head until their noses were nearly touching. Keep it down. If you wake up Ma, she'll be furious. And if she gets angry, I won't fare any better either. Then I'd have no choice but to take it out on you. Krillin's voice was deep and magnetic, every word dancing directly on the tip of Lan Shi's heart. Looks like I need to give you a proper lesson tonight. Krillin gazed down at the face beneath him, still fierce yet undeniably captivating, and a wicked smile curled his lips. Let go, umph. As Lan Shi prepared to curse him out again, Krillin suddenly released her wrists, and with blinding speed tapped a single point on her waist. It was her tickle spot, the exact nerve that made her lose all control. You bastard. What are you, ha. Don't touch there. Lan Shi's fierce expression shattered instantly. Her body curled up like an electrocuted cat, laughter tearing from her throat, until tears streamed down her face. That tingling, aching sensation was somehow worse than death itself. This is your punishment for attempting to ambush your master. Krillin did not stop. Instead, he pressed even harder, finding several more sensitive spots along her abdomen. I'm a robber. Not a nanny. Please, stop. Lan Shi completely broke down, writhing on the floor like a twisted rope, begging for mercy, without a shred of dignity remaining. No. From today onward, you are the nanny. Krillin ceased his attack, pressing down on her once more. His eyes grew utterly serious, and a hint of the pressure befitting the strongest fighter on earth radiated from him. In that instant, Lan Shi felt as though she was no longer facing a human being, but some ancient beast from a forgotten age. That primal tremor running through her very life force silenced her struggles immediately. She looked at Krillin, and the defiant spark in her eyes finally showed the first fracture. In the heart of a woman who revered brute strength, nothing could move her more than absolute power. Submit? Krillin asked. Lan Shi bit her lip and turned her head away. Her voice was barely a whisper, laced with reluctant concession and lingering shyness. I submit. Satisfied, Krillin released her and rose to his feet, looking down at the disheveled Lan Shi. By 7 tomorrow morning, I want breakfast on the table. If you don't get it right, I'll throw you into the gravity room for a session of tickling at 10 times the normal gravity. Lan Shi shuddered, snatched up the gun from the floor, and fled the room as though her life depended on it, not even daring to shout a parting threat. Krillin watched her scram away with quiet satisfaction, then settled back onto the bed. Ma beside him rolled over, draping a leg across Krillin's body, and murmured sleepily. Krillin, stop messing around. Let me sleep a little longer. Krillin smiled and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. In the early morning of Shiji capital, sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the colossal hemispherical structure of the Capsule Corporation. A faint, acrid smell of something burnt lingered in the air, mingling with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Krillin opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The infinite stamina granted by the Saitama template meant that even after several nights of intense labor, he required no recovery period whatsoever. In contrast, Bulma beside him clung to his body like a koala. Her nightgown was hiked up, revealing large patches of snow-white skin, and her breathing was heavy, laced with a hint of weary hoarseness. He gently slid his arm free. Bulma grunted, turned over, and buried her face in the pillow, muttering, "Don't move. My waist is broken." Krillin smirked, patted her dangerously elastic rear, and got up to dress. Stepping out of the bedroom into the spacious, open-plan dining area, he raised an eyebrow at the sight before him. The blonde Lan Shi was wearing an ill-fitting lace apron, gripping the spatula as if it were a submachine gun. One foot was propped on the expensive mahogany dining chair, her golden wavy hair swaying with her movements, a toothpick dangling from her lips, her face clearly broadcasting, "I'm really pissed off." When she saw Krillin approaching, Lan Shi froze, nearly dropping the spatula into the fried eggs. The fear of being dominated by absolute power last night surged up her spine like an electric current. "What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman cooking," Lan Shi shouted, blustering with a fierce front. But her voice was noticeably lower by an octave, and she couldn't even meet Krillin's eyes, instead staring at the bacon in the pan as if it were her mortal enemy. Krillin pulled out a chair, sat down, crossed his arms, and watched her with amusement. "Is this how you treat your master? It seems last night's punishment wasn't thorough enough." Lan Shi shuddered, her face instantly flushed crimson. She gritted her teeth and slammed 2 plates heavily onto the table. "Eat. Choke on it." The fried eggs in the plate were actually heart-shaped, though the edges were a bit burnt, and the bacon was arranged in a smiling face pattern. This extremely contrasting style of plating, combined with Lan Shi's face that looked like a gangster boss, exuded a certain absurd humor. Krillin picked up a fork and took a bite, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Not bad. It seems you have some talent besides robbing banks." "Nonsense. I've done everything when I was on the run." Lan Shi snorted, turning to pour coffee, but when she handed the cup to Krillin, her fingers trembled from nervousness, splashing a few drops. Sorry. She instinctively reached for her gun, but then remembered she was now a maid, and could only frantically wipe the table with her apron. This look of wanting to kill, but having to bow down, greatly amused Krillin. Just then Bulma came out yawning. She wore a silk robe, her gait slightly awkward, as if she were testing the ground's hardness with every step. Smells good. Huh. What is that female bandit doing? And what's with the heart-shaped eggs? Lan Shi, embarrassed by Bulma's stare, slammed the rag onto the table. What are you looking at, you blue-haired weakling? Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Who are you calling a weakling? Bulma instantly bristled, unleashing the full aura of the heiress of the richest family. This is my house. Believe me, I'll have the security robots throw you out. All right. Krillin pulled Bulma onto his lap, casually forked a piece of bacon, and fed it to her. Try it. The new nanny's cooking is decent. Bulma chewed suspiciously, her eyes lighting up, then dimming as she held her cheeks and sighed. It's good, but on my waist. At that moment, Lan Shi's nose itched. The black pepper dust from the kitchen still lingered in the air. Achoo. After the sneeze, her golden wavy hair instantly turned deep blue. Lan Shi's entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Her formerly arrogant stance turned into an inward pigeon-toed posture, and her eyes became moist and doe-like. Blue-haired Lan Shi looked at the messy kitchen and Bulma sitting on Kellen's lap, her face flushing crimson. She frantically bowed and stammered, I'm sorry. Did I cause you trouble again? I'll clean up right away. I'm truly sorry. She began to tidy the plates in a fluster, her movements gentle and virtuous, a complete contrast to the female bandit from moments ago. Bulma leaned against Krillin, watching the busy blue-haired Lan Shi, her eyes gradually growing deep in thought. She looked down at her aching thighs, then back at Kellen's radiant face, which seemed ready for another 300 rounds. A profound sense of crisis and helplessness washed over her. Although the body modified by Shenlong had adapted to a vacuum environment, it hadn't elevated her physical abilities to the level of a Saiyan or a monster. If this continued, she would probably become the first genius scientist in history to die from excessive happiness. Krillin. Bulma whispered in his ear, her voice as faint as a mosquito. This Lan Shi seems to have a pretty good figure. Krillin was drinking coffee and nearly choked. He looked down at the woman in his arms and asked knowingly, What? You want to introduce her to a boyfriend? Introduce my ass. Bulma pinched Kellen's thigh hard, though she couldn't even get a grip. You animal. I mean, since I can't handle you anyway, rather than letting you be seduced by some random alien woman out there in the future, I'd rather. She bit her lip as if making a difficult decision, then looked at Lan Shi washing dishes, a glint of calculation flashing in her eyes. This is a rare resource with a dual personality. And the blue-haired one seems so obedient while the blonde one is fierce, but seems afraid of you. Bulma muttered to herself, her scientist's logical mind spinning rapidly. If I can get her on my side, I'll have time to rest, and she can share the firepower. This is the optimal solution. Krillin listened to her muttering, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. You said it yourself. After breakfast, Bulma suddenly perked up, enthusiastically grabbing the blue-haired Lan Shi, who was about to go grocery shopping. Miss Lan Shi, I see you have a remarkable bone structure. You must be very flexible, right? Bulma smiled like a wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Blue-haired Lan Shi was flattered. Huh. Why, yes, I'm pretty flexible. I used to climb up and down a lot doing housework. That's perfect. I've recently developed a set of couples gravity yoga, especially suitable for girls with a figure like yours. Bulma grabbed Lan Shi's arm, without waiting for a reply. To thank you for breakfast, let Krillin guide us today. He's a martial arts master, you know. Krillin stood by watching Bulma's clumsy excuse, and didn't call her out. But the amusement in his eyes deepened. Since my wife has spoken, I'll reluctantly serve as coach for once. The underground training facility of Capsule Corporation. This was originally Krillin's personal gravity chamber, but today it had been subtly transformed by Bu-erh Ma into an yoga studio, shrouded in an intimate atmosphere. Expensive anti-slip padding covered the floor, while the surrounding walls had been fitted with warm-toned soft lights, and even the air circulation system was infused with a nerve-soothing fragrance. Ms. Bu-erh Ma, do I really have to wear something like this? Lan Shi, with her blue hair, was donning a custom-made tight yoga outfit from Bu-erh Ma, the high elastic fabric perfectly accentuating her stunning curves. Blushing from shyness, she fidgeted nervously with the hem of her outfit. Of course, it's science. Bu-erh Ma had also changed into similar attire, though considerably more daring. She patted Lan Shi on the shoulder. Besides, in a gravity environment, this type of clothing provides maximum muscle protection. Krillin walked in shirtless, the door slowly closing behind him. Are you ready? Today's session will be quite strict. Krillin approached the control panel, his fingers hovering over the gravity adjustment dial. Bu-erh Ma exchanged a glance with Krillin, then feigned warming up before quietly retreating to the resting area in the corner of the room. Oh, I think I pulled a ligament yesterday, Krillin. You go ahead and guide Lan Shi. I'll observe and learn from the sidelines. The intention couldn't have been more obvious. The blue-haired Lan Shi, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, didn't overthink it, and merely looked at Krillin nervously. Mister. Krillin, please take care of me. If I'm too clumsy, please don't scold me. Don't worry, I'm very gentle. Krillin pressed the button. Gravity environment 2x, 5x, 10x engaged. The air seemed to solidify instantly. For an ordinary human, 10 times gravity would be enough to crush bones, but Lan Shi was far from ordinary. Her physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary people, yet this sudden pressure still caused her to lose balance in an instant. The blue-haired Lan Shi gasped, her legs giving way as she tumbled forward. There was no pain as expected. She crashed into a firm, warm embrace. Krillin wrapped one arm around her waist, steadfastly bearing her weight, plus the crushing pressure of 10 times gravity. Are you alright? Krillin looked down at the girl in his arms. At such close range, his intense masculine aura immediately enveloped Lan Shi. She could even feel the warmth of Krillin's pectoral muscles seeping through the thin fabric. I'm fine. Lan Shi's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would burst from her throat. Her face flushed, as red as a ripe apple, and her body instinctively pressed closer to Krillin for support under the gravity's weight. In a gravity environment, you need to maintain your breathing rhythm. Krillin's hand didn't let go, instead it gently slid down along her spine, disguised as assisting energy flow. Relax, follow my guidance. His fingertips seemed to carry an electric current, and wherever he touched, Lan Shi felt that area go numb and weak. Is it? Right here. Lan Shi's voice was already trembling, her eyes growing hazy. Just as the atmosphere was heating up, and Erma, watching from the corner with a flushed face and gripping a towel, was torn about whether to call a stop. A feather somehow drifted in and landed gently on Lan Shi's nose. Cho. The sneeze echoed loudly in the enclosed gravity room. Her blue hair instantly turned golden. The body that had been soft and limp against Krillin instantly tensed, her muscle lines becoming sharp and defined. Golden-haired Lan Shi opened her eyes and found herself in an utterly humiliating position, held by that bald man, with the surrounding air feeling as heavy as lead. You damn bald guy. How dare you take advantage of me? She was about to lunge and fight back, but discovered that even lifting a finger was difficult under 10 times gravity, let alone pushing away this monster with unfathomable strength. Looks like we've got a new person. The smile on Krillin's lips grew broader, and rather than letting go, he drew her even closer, their bodies fitting together seamlessly. Since it's the fiery Miss Lan Shi, the training intensity will be doubled. Let me go. What the hell is this place? What's wrong with my body? Golden-haired Lan Shi was both startled and furious, driven to madness by this feeling of being completely at someone else's mercy. This is a gravity room specifically designed to tame wild horses. Krillin leaned down close to her ear, his voice carrying an unquestionable dominance. Whether blue or golden, once you step through this door, you follow the instructor's orders. Erma just said she'd leave everything to me, didn't she, wife? Outside the door, Erma was called out, and blushing, buried her face in her knees, pretending to be dead. Since no one objects, let's begin the real yoga. Krillin no longer concealed the aggression in his eyes. He lifted the golden-haired Lan Shi, directly defying the constraints of gravity, and pressed her against the padded wall. Why, you don't dare. I have a gun. Lan Shi frantically reached for her waist, only to find it empty, the tight suit offering nothing. Here, your only weapon is your body. Krillin kissed her down, domineering and fierce, instantly silencing all her profanity. The golden-haired Lan Shi, who had been struggling violently and attempting to knee him, found all her resistance transformed into pleasure under Krillin's absolute power. That male hormone crashed through her reason like a tsunami. She revered violence, revered the strong, and the man before her was the embodiment of power itself. Gradually, the struggling softened into compliance. Her wild instincts awakened, and her body began responding clumsily, yet passionately. The temperature in the gravity room rose sharply. Gently. Damn it. My bones are breaking. This is only 10 times, we still have a long way to go. After an indefinite amount of time, the gravity room finally returned to calm. Krillin, drenched in sweat, paused and looked at the golden-haired Lan Shi in his arms. She no longer showed any trace of her earlier arrogance, docile as a toothless tiger. Achoo. Another sneeze. Blue-haired Lan Shi had returned. The moment she opened her eyes and felt the strange sensations in her body along with the lingering afterglow, she instantly understood what had transpired. Mr. Krillin. Ashamed, she buried her face in Krillin's neck, her voice barely a whisper, yet tinged with delight. From now on, please take care of me. Both personalities at this moment were completely captivated. The gravity chamber door slowly creaked open. Krillin stepped out, his arm wrapped around Launch, looking refreshed and invigorated. Bulma had long since slipped back to the bedroom, perched on the edge of the bed, feigning interest in a book titled Quantum Mechanics and Family Dynamics, though she was holding it upside down. At the sound of footsteps, she jerked her head up, her expression complicated. There was relief at finally being freed from overwork, but also an indescribable pang of resentment. Even though she had orchestrated the whole thing herself, seeing her man walk in with another woman in his arms still made jealousy churn inside her like sour lemon juice. So, is it over? Bulma asked flatly. Launch, now in her blue-haired persona, was too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze and quickly retreated behind Krillin. Krillin released Launch and strode over to Bulma, snatching the book from her hands and tossing it aside. Wife, you've really played the long game here. He cupped her chin between his fingers, his eyes dark with meaning. Sending your own husband away. That's the solution from a genius scientist. Bulma's eyes welled up and she pushed his hand away petulantly. Who do you think you are? It's your fault for being so damn strong. I want to keep you all to myself, but I need to survive it too. I can't actually die in bed. That would be utterly humiliating. The more she spoke, the more wronged she felt, tears welling in her eyes. Besides, Launch isn't some stranger. Rather than you ending up with someone you can't trust later, it's better this way. Silly girl. Krillin sighed and pulled her into a tight embrace. I've told you before, you're my wife, the mistress of this house. No matter how much power I gain, this place will always be yours. Krillin's voice was gentle yet resolute, and with the mental fortitude granted by his newly acquired resistance to schizophrenia, his words carried a soothing power that seemed to calm her very soul. Launch is family to us, a partner who helps share the burden. These things don't have to conflict, understand. Bulma sniffled the sharp sting in her heart, beginning to ease at his words. By nature, she was an open-minded person. In the Dragon Ball universe, the relationships of the powerful tend toward fluidity, and with Krillin's reassurance, she quickly composed herself. She emerged from Krillin's arms and gestured toward Launch, who stood frozen at the doorway. Launch, come here. Launch approached cautiously, carrying herself like a child who had done something wrong. Bulma took her hand and let out a sigh. From now on, we're family. But let's make one thing clear. I'm in charge of the finances and household decisions. If he ever mistreats you, you just sneeze, transform, and beat him up. Launch's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Thank you, Miss Bulma. Oh, I mean sister. I'll work hard, whether it's cooking or that kind of thing. Ahem. Krillin cleared his throat, breaking the touching moment. Since we've all reached this family unity, shouldn't we celebrate tonight? Bulma and Launch exchanged glances, each reading the same shy anticipation in the other's eyes. We can celebrate, but there are 3 conditions. Bulma held up a finger. No using that infinite stamina mode tonight. Be gentle. And before she could finish, Krillin pulled a white feather from behind his back with a magician's flourish. What's this? Bulma stared at him in bewilderment. A wicked grin spread across Krillin's face as he brandished the feather and looked toward Launch. For the sake of fairness, I think both Miss Launches should participate tonight. This feather is the trigger. Bulma froze for a moment before the implications hit her face flushing crimson. You pervert. You want to play that game? Launch realized what was happening too and backed away, clutching her nose in terror. In no way. Objection overruled. It was essentially every man's ultimate dream. The absurd yet harmonious celebration continued until the sky lightened with dawn's first rays. Ding. Mission accomplished, flawlessly, family unity established. Settlement rewards 1. Multi-threaded cognitive processing. Passive. The host's brain can perform multiple complex operations simultaneously, predicting various futures in combat and managing multiple relationships flawlessly in daily life. 2. Charm value locked 199. Peak mortal. Current attribute panel updated. Strength 4800 max. Limit broken speed 4800 max. Limit broken constitution 4800 max. Limit broken spirit 4800 max. Limit broken stamina. Saitama template trait never depletes. Charm locked at 199. Peak mortal. Saitama template integration 30. Skills: Saitama series, instant transmission, improved divine healing, art, beast intuition, genius intellect, muscle control, multi-threaded cognitive processing. Krillin gazed at the panel satisfied and closed his eyes. With multi-threaded cognitive processing, he could now handle even the most complex romantic entanglements with the same composure he had shown just moments ago. 5 years until the Saiyans arrive. Krillin calculated silently in his mind. At this rate of growth, when Raditz, that battle value 5 scum, shows up, he won't even stand a chance against my glare. But for now, sleep is what matters. Time flew like a bird, and in the blink of an eye a year had passed. In West City, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, this building that usually radiated a futuristic aura was now shrouded in an unprecedented atmosphere of tension. All of it stemmed from the pregnant mistress residing in the master bedroom on the top floor. Bulma was expecting a baby. This news hit like a thunderclap, completely upending not only the Brief family, but the entire operational model of the company. In the early morning light, Krillin stepped out of his room to find a team of cleaning robots carefully wiping the floors with nano sponges, their movements so gentle they seemed afraid of producing the slightest sound. Along the corridors, the once bold and artistic metallic wall decorations had all been replaced with soft, sound-absorbing materials. The air no longer carried the cold scent of motor oil and metal, but instead was infused with a cosmic-grade nutritional fragrance, personally blended by Mrs. Brief said to soothe the expectant mother. It smelled like an odd fusion of strawberry milk and circuit boards. Good morning, Krillin-sama. A butler robot glided over, carrying a tray with a glass of warm water precisely maintained at 37.5 degrees Celsius. Per doctor. Brief's directive: all noises exceeding 40 decibels within a 100-meter radius are strictly prohibited to ensure the health of the lady and the baby. All food must undergo spectral analysis to confirm the absence of any potential allergens. Krillin took the glass and glanced past the robot. Dr. Brief was crouched by the master bedroom door, wearing a massive helmet-shaped detector, muttering to himself like a sneaky ghost. Vital signs are stable, yet the energy fluctuations are extraordinarily intense. Little Grandpa, let Grandpa gather a bit more data. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brief appeared with a pot of oddly colored thick soup, her face glowing with tender affection. Krillin dear, this is a soup I've simmered with some extraordinarily rare healing herbs and energy fruits. It's wonderful for the baby. Go on, have Bulma drink it while it's still hot. Krillin looked at the pot bubbling with green froth and felt his eye twitch. This wasn't simply a case of taking good care of an expectant mother. It was a full-scale wartime mobilization. He sighed, shook his head, and pushed open the door to enter. Inside, Bulma was lying on the bed, irritably flipping through parenting magazines. I'm fed up. Dad treats me like a lab specimen, and Mom treats me like a nutrient dish. I'm pregnant, not some fragile antique. Krillin smiled, walked over, and sat by her side, gently taking her hand. They only care because this is such a momentous occasion for our family. He placed his palm softly against Bulma's rounded belly, closed his eyes, and slowly channeled a thread of pure ki inward. This was his daily practice, using his own strength to nurture the life about to come into the world. Genius, intellect activated instantly, plunging his perception into an unimaginably microscopic realm. He could see the tiny living being within, every single cell bursting with explosive vitality, gene strands shimmering like brilliant galaxies harboring boundless potential. Ding. Target life form detected. Analyzing. Potential rating SSS class Super Earthling. Bloodline composition Saitama template hereditary mutation 3. 5. Brief family genius genes dominant expression. Comprehensive evaluation. This individual possesses the potential to shatter all limitations along with extraordinary scientific aptitude. A perfect fusion of combat prowess and intellectual brilliance. A ripple passed through Krillin's heart. The Saitama template genes could actually be inherited, even at a mere 3. 5. It meant his child would stand at the apex of Earth's biological hierarchy from the moment of birth. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the thread of ki he had sent forth being gently touched by something. Then an incredibly pure, yet faint surge of energy pulsed back from within the fetus, as if responding to him. It was a small flow, but it carried an innate dominance and warmth. Krillin's eyes snapped open, his face alight with disbelief and joy. What is it? Bulma was startled by his reaction. He's interacting with me. Krillin's voice trembled slightly. The feeling overwhelmed him more profoundly than any battle against the strongest foes he had ever faced. This was not a resonance of power alone. It was the miracle of bonds woven by blood. He could feel the little one greedily absorbing the ki he had sent, clumsily, yet earnestly mimicking and responding with his own newly born minuscule stream of energy. You little rascal, trying to learn kung fu before you're even born. Krillin scolded with a smile, though his eyes were drowning in tenderness. From that day on, his daily practice of nurturing the fetus intensified greatly. He was almost constantly enveloping Bulma's belly with his ki, savoring this one-of-kind father-to-be communion. The day of delivery arrived, and the largest private hospital in West City was completely booked out. Outside the delivery room, Dr. Brief paced restlessly while Master Roshi was so tense he couldn't even finish his copy of Playman. Launch alternated between praying fervently and polishing her rocket launcher, declaring that anyone who caused Bulma pain would be blown to smithereens. Wah! Suddenly a piercing cry erupted from within the delivery room. But this was no ordinary infant's wail. It struck like a concentrated shockwave. Crash. Clatter. From the top floor to the basement, every glass window, every glass door, every glass vessel in the entire hospital building shattered into fragments in a single instant. Outside the delivery room, Dr. Brief's monitoring device exploded from the readings, and Master Roshi's sunglasses cracked cleanly in half. Everyone was knocked dizzy and reeling from the terrifying sound wave, their faces twisted in sheer terror. Only Krillin wore a proud smile the moment he heard that cry. The delivery room doors swung open, and the nurses wheeled out the baby cart with pale, shaken faces, eyeing Krillin as though he were some manner of monster. Krillin lifted the tiny infant. Unlike him, the child was not naturally bald. Instead, he had a soft crown of smooth black hair. His large dark eyes scanned the world around him with boundless curiosity. The terrifying pressure of his energy had receded, but even so the very air around him seemed to grow heavier with an inexplicable weight. Let's give him a name, Bulma said weakly but happily. How about Trunks? She added quickly, a name she had already prepared long ago. No, Krillin replied, almost without hesitation. He could never forget the tragic hero from another timeline, the one who had shouldered the despair of an entire world. He wanted his son to grow up free and carefree, bathing in sunlight, not shackled by the burden of a heavy, foreboding name. Why not? It's a perfectly fine name. Bulma frowned. Sounds like the brand of men's underwear, Krillin blurted out. How about Trin? Short, memorable, and resonant. Trin. Bulma repeated it twice and had to admit it wasn't bad. More importantly, she was far too exhausted to argue with this obstinate man. Fine, Trin it is. Krillin held his son close. Little Trin reached out a chubby pink hand and grasped one of his fingers. A familiar warm stream of energy flowed through that single point of contact. Krillin smiled. This world, with the arrival of this tiny life, had become all the more worth protecting. And he, Krillin, had officially acquired a new identity. Father. Ding. Hidden achievement: birth of a super gene has been completed. Reward: all stats 100. Saitama template fusion rate increased to 35. Krillin felt the surging power coursing through his body and leaned down to press a kiss to his son's forehead. Welcome to this world, Trin. With your father here, no one will ever make you suffer even a fraction of hardship. Another 3 years had passed. Deep within the Capsule Corporation, 500 meters underground in the latest model gravity training room, the red numbers on the control panel blazed with the unmistakable display of 30G. Beneath the crushing gravity, a small figure, just over a meter tall, walked with steady, deliberate steps. He wore a black miniaturized nano-combat suit. Beneath his short black hair, a pair of eyes gleamed with a calmness and cunning that belied his age. He was Tailin, the son of Krillin and Buerma, now 4 years old. Zero, bring me my juice ice. Tailin halted and commanded a trembling household robot in the corner. Warning. Under 30 times gravity. The structural integrity cannot withstand. The robot emitted a stuttering electronic voice. Tailin curled his lip, sporting a sly grin reminiscent of Krillin. Useless. With a casual wave of his small hand, an invisible current of air swept the juice cup from the distant table, landing precisely before him. He tilted his head back and drained it in one gulp, then tossed the cup aside. Midair, was struck by a chi bullet from his other hand and disintegrated into dust. Clean up. He issued the final command to the robot, then resumed his gravity walking training. This child was a perfect blend of Krillin's cunning Buerma's intelligence and the resulting headache-inducing little tyrant disposition. Just then the gravity room door opened, and Krillin walked in. Dad! Tailin's face instantly lit up with an innocent smile, and he trotted over eagerly. Krillin casually reduced the gravity to normal and scooped up his son. Training's over for today? We have a guest. A guest? Got any good food? Tailin licked his lips. Yes, and there's a kid about your age. When they reached the luxurious living room on the ground floor, they found son Wukong sitting awkwardly on the sofa, clutching a huge fruit platter and wolfing it down. Behind him, a small boy in a neatly pressed little suit with a bowl-cut hairstyle was timidly hiding, only daring to peek out with one eye at the unfamiliar surroundings. He was son Wukong, and Chi-Chi's son, also 4 years old son Wufan. Yo, Wukong. Long time no see. Krillin greeted with a smile. Krillin. Wukong immediately put down the fruit platter and ran over happily, giving him a bear hug. Your son is already this big. Looks sturdy. Where's Turtle Hermit? I haven't seen him around. No idea, probably went to the beach. Krillin waved his hand, motioning for Wukong to sit down. Buerma also came over warmly, pulling Chi-Chi to sit and chat. As the adults exchanged pleasantries, the eyes of the two children met in the air. Tailin, acting like a little host, crossed his arms and scrutinized Wufan from head to toe. The boy before him wore ridiculous clothes, seemed timid as a mouse, and though his chi was not weak, it was scattered and chaotic like a wrung-out towel. Wufan grew increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, gripping Wukong's pant leg harder, wishing he could disappear. Hey, what's your names? Tailin spoke first, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. I'm son Wufan. Wufan's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Son Wufan. Tailin tilted his head. I'm Tailin. Wanna fight me? Huh. Wufan jumped in fright, waving his hands repeatedly. No fighting. Mom says fighting is wrong. I have to be a polite and good child. Tailin's face twisted into a look of utter contempt, exactly like Krillin's when he mocked Yamcha. My dad says a man who can't even fight is the most useless, a real waste. I'm not useless. The word useless stung Wufan, who mustered the courage to retort, but his eyes were already reddening. The adult's attention was drawn to them. Chi-Chi saw her son being bullied and was about to stand up, but Buerma held her down. Let the kids sort it out themselves. Buerma said with a smile, though her eyes sparkled with mischievous delight. She had absolute confidence in her son's abilities. Krillin watched with keen interest, eager to see what sparks would fly when these two children of infinite potential first clashed. Not useless. Then prove it to me. Tailin gave Wufan no time to react. His small figure vanished from the spot in an instant. So fast. That was the thought of everyone present except Krillin and Wukong. Tailin used no chi. He merely unleashed the pure physical power inherited from the Saitama template. In Wufan's eyes, all he saw was a black shadow rushing toward him. The Saiyan battle instinct made Wufan instinctively dodge sideways. Oh, you can dodge. Tailin was a little surprised, but his attacks became even more ferocious. His small fists whistled through the air, simple and direct, yet so fast they dazzled the eyes. Although Wufan was scared under this pressure, the bloodline within him began to stir. He dodged clumsily, rolling and jumping each time, narrowly avoiding the strikes. His movements were completely instinctive, without any technique, yet they revealed astonishing combat talent. Growing impatient, Tailin suddenly accelerated, appearing in Wufan's blind spot, and struck a light chop to his nape. Thud. Wufan collapsed to the ground, unharmed but stunned by the blow. He lay on the floor, looking at the adults around him, then at Tailin standing there like a victor. Feelings of grievance, fear, and unwillingness welled up inside him. Wah! Wufan finally couldn't hold it back and burst into loud sobs. Yet accompanying his cries, a vast chi far beyond his usual state exploded from his body. This chi was filled with anger and unwillingness, forming a visible wave of force that sent the living room's carpets and decorations flying in disarray. Tailin, caught in the front, was pushed back a step. He steadied himself, his face showing not fear but intense excitement. Hey, you're not just a crybaby coward after all. Tailin licked his lips, and his own aura began to rise, emitting an equally domineering presence. Interesting. This is way more fun. These two 4-year-old little monsters in the living room of Capsule Corporation had just revealed their terrifying potential, enough to make most martial artists on Earth despair. Wukong watched this scene, scratched his head, and wore a purely joyful expression. Wow, Wufan is amazing. Krillin, your son, is incredibly strong too. But Krillin, gazing at Wu Fan, who had picked himself up from the ground and was assuming a defensive stance while still crying, looked deeply thoughtful. Watching little Wu Fan sobbing, yet stubbornly glaring at Tailin, Krillin's thoughts involuntarily drifted away. Before his eyes, another scene seemed to materialize. It was a future consumed by destruction where the sky was perpetually gray. A one-armed youth clad in tattered martial arts robes faced two androids that regarded life as mere playthings, a smile of resolute and tragic determination on his face. That was the grown-up Wu Fan who had shed his last drop of blood to protect the last glimmer of hope. The scene shifted again to another timeline. The mystic Wu Fan, at full potential, reduced Mage in view to a helpless opponent, exuding an overwhelming power and confidence that should have been his glory. Yet in the end he was absorbed due to his arrogance, becoming a laughingstock. And then there was the scholar Wu Fan in the superhero storyline, who had once neglected his martial arts and couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. And finally the Wu Fan who awakened the beast form but had long lost the peak mentality of his prime. Scenes upon scenes from past life anime episodes overlapped with the timid crying 4-year-old before him who still burst with astonishing potential at critical moments. Krillin's heart was a tangled mess of regret, anger, and the heavy burden of being an insider. This child was meant to be one of the universe's most brilliant warriors with potential even surpassing Wukong. Yet due to his upbringing and personality, he missed the pinnacle time and again, leaving countless regrets that fans could never reconcile. This time I must never let this happen again. Krillin swore silently in his heart. He withdrew his thoughts, walked over to Wukong, and patted his shoulder. Wukong, come here. The two stepped onto the balcony. Krillin handed him a can of juice, his expression serious. Your son Wu Fan, his potential is far greater than you imagine. Even greater than yours. Is that so? That's great. Wukong downed the juice in one gulp and laughed heartily. He's my son after all. What's great about it? Krillin shot him a disdainful glare. Look at him now. What has Chi turned him into? Timid, fearful, and crying at the slightest trouble. If this continues, his astonishing talents will be wasted on arithmetic problems and piano lessons. Wukong scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Chi means well, doesn't she? Being a scholar without fighting and killing. That's not bad, is it? Not bad, my ass. Krillin couldn't help but curse. Wukong, don't you get it? Peace is won through battle, not begged for. Who can guarantee that no unknown powerful enemy will appear in the future? When that day comes, the opposition won't be a childish scuffle like today. Can you handle it alone? What if something happens to you? Who will protect Chi and Wu Fan? Krillin's words struck Wukong like a bucket of cold water. Though naturally optimistic, he was no fool. He recalled the sudden appearance of Demon King by Ko back then, and the smile faded from his face. Krillin looked at him, softening his tone. I'm not blaming Chi. I understand her. As a wife and a mother, she's afraid. She hopes for a peaceful life for her husband and child. That's not wrong. What woman wants her man and son out there risking their lives every day, eh? These words plunged Wukong into deep thought. He recalled the anxious looks and unspoken words on Chi-Chi's face whenever he went out to train. He had always thought Chi-Chi disliked martial arts, but now he realized that behind her worry lay a profound love and fear. What should I do then? Leave this to me. In Krillin's mind, a grand plan was taking shape, the Godfather training plan. What he intended wasn't to forcibly take Wu Fan from Chi, but to influence him subtly. He turned and went back to the living room, directly addressing Ma, who was proudly showing off the latest financial report of her company to Dr. Fu. Honey, it's time to upgrade our gravity chamber. Upgrade? Can it already handle 50 times gravity? Ma was surprised. Not enough. Krillin shook his head. I need a gravity chamber that can withstand at least 100 times gravity from the start with no upper limit. And the interior space must be expanded tenfold, capable of simulating various extreme environments. High temperature, extreme cold, super strong, acid rain. Are you insane? Are you trying to build a mini Earth inside? Ma's eyes widened, but then her curiosity and competitive spirit as a scientist were ignited. Interesting. I'll take this project. Money is no object. Krillin smiled. Step 1 accomplished. Then he walked over to Chi with a gentle smile. Chi, it seems Wu Fan really likes our Tailin. Feel free to bring him over more often. Our place is big enough for them to play. Chi saw Wu Fan carefully handling a robot model together with Tailin. Though still a bit reserved, he was no longer as frightened as when he first arrived. She nodded, sure, as long as it doesn't interfere with Wu Fan's studies. Of course, Krillin agreed readily. He knew well that the time wasn't right yet. The true training would have to wait until after Wukong's death. When La DZ descends, when Wukong sacrifices himself to protect Earth, and Wu Fan, when Chi witnesses her husband's death, and the helplessness of her son being taken away by Baiku. Only then will this great mother truly understand that in this cruel universe, without strength, one doesn't even have the right to choose peace. At that point, with him, the Godfather, stepping in to take over Wu Fan's training under the guise of protecting Wu Fan and carrying on Wukong's will, Chi would not oppose and might even fully support it. Krillin looked at Wu Fan, who was fighting with Tailin over a piece of pastry, his eyes filled with affection and anticipation. He opened the system panel and stared at the glaring countdown. Time until Scion La DZ arrives on Earth, 352 days. Time was still ample. La DZ's battle power was only 1500. With his current strength, he could crush him with one hand. 300 nautical miles southeast of West City. This lay at the heart of the Meteorological Authority's Crimson Warning Zone, where a super typhoon known as Poseidon's Wrath raged uncontrollably. Fierce winds summoned towering waves dozens of meters high like countless rampaging leviathans from the abyss, all desperate to devour the sky itself. Clouds pressed oppressively low, lightning serpents frantically darted through the turbulence, and the thunderous detonations threatened to burst the eardrums of any ordinary soul. Yet at the very center of this cataclysmic spectacle, there existed a place of uncanny tranquility. It was the typhoon's eye. A white beach chair hovered steadily 10 meters above the ocean surface. Beside it, a small round table bore an exquisite bone china tea set from whose spout delicate wisps of steam curled upward. Krillin lounged with one leg crossed over the other, and newspaper shielded by a special aura cradled in his hands, immune to the storm's tearing grasp. His expression was as serene as though he sat in his own backyard garden. These daily tasks issued by this system just keep becoming more incomprehensible. Krillin lifted his teacup, gently blew across the surface, and took a delicate sip. Daily quest: maintain an elegant posture and drink tea for 30 minutes within the eye of a level 12 or above typhoon. Current progress, 2,930 minutes. Just then a cow torn skyward by the furious gale shrieked past the perimeter of this tranquil zone, its black and white markings carving a sorrowful parabola across the heavens. Krillin extended a finger and gave a gentle prod. A soft wave of ki cradled the unfortunate beast, delivering it safely to solid ground several kilometers away. 1 minute remaining. Krillin set down his teacup and closed his eyes. While his body performed this tedious task, his mind, enhanced by genius intellect, conducted calculations of terrifying magnitude, processing billions of operations every second. He was deducing the Kaioken. In the original narrative, the Kaioken was the signature technique of the North Kao, a method that instantaneously generated immense ki within the body, forcibly amplifying power, speed, and defense. But the toll this technique exacted upon the body was enormous. Sun Wukong frequently faced the risk of ruptured blood vessels and dissolving muscles when employing its higher multiples. My physique is modeled after Saitama's template. Theoretically, there is no ceiling and no possibility of collapse. Deep within Krillin's mind, multiple consciousness operated like a supercomputer running at full capacity. Within his consciousness space, a golden humanoid figure identical to himself practiced furiously. Mental thread 1 simulating the circulation of ki through the meridians. Compressing the ki within his body into the dantian, then using the heart as a pump to surge it instantaneously toward every limb and extremity. Mental thread 2 monitoring physical feedback. Ordinary meridians shattered in an instant under the torrential force of ki, yet cells of the Saitama physique regenerated immediately, forcibly containing this raging energy. Mental thread 3 optimizing output efficiency. Since the body could withstand it, there was no need for caution like Wukong's. The standard Kaioken represents an overload. What I aim to develop is a normalized overclock state. Within the consciousness space, the crimson aura enveloping the golden figure began to undergo a qualitative transformation. The previously restless flame-like red glow gradually compressed and condensed, ultimately forming a dark crimson membrane pressed tightly against the skin. This was not merely a multiplication of power, but a high-density mastery over ki. Outside, the final minute passed. A chime resonated. Quest complete. Reward 5 free attribute points, 1 gene of premium Dahongpo tea leaves. Krillin opened his eyes and regarded the reward with mild distaste. 5 years had passed, and he had grown weary of receiving such pitiful rewards. The attribute points meant far less to him now than that modest package of tea leaves. He rose to his feet and stretched. The towering wind walls surrounding him continued to roar, but he merely waved a hand dismissively. Boom. Without any elaborate technique, the pure wind pressure generated by his arm's swing instantly pierced through the typhoon structure. The once oppressive cloud layer was torn open, revealing a colossal fissure kilometers in diameter. Golden sunlight cascaded downward like a waterfall, illuminating the shimmering sea surface below. Time to head home and cook. Otherwise Bulma will complain about the tasteless nutrition meals again. Krillin's figure flickered in place, and in the next instant he had vanished. Only the beach chair and tea set remained, slowly sinking into the sea as the supporting aura dissipated. Capsule Corporation. Outside the gravity training room. As soon as Krillin appeared, he spotted a small black-haired child pressed against the explosion-proof glass, his face squished into a distorted shape, staring intently at a robot servicing equipment inside. Trunks, what are you looking at? Krillin walked over and scooped his son up onto his shoulder. Trunks was now 5 years old. Though small in stature, the sharp spark in his eyes was unmistakably his mother Bulma's. His compact, unusually dense muscular lines bore the undeniable mark of Krillin's genes. Dad, you're just in time. I want to try 50 times gravity, but Mom locked the controls. She says it'll stunt my growth. Trunks pointed toward the gravity room's console. Your mother does this for your own good. Krillin pinched his son's cheek. Moreover, relying solely on brute force gravity training won't suffice. Your body is still developing. You need to focus on technique. Technique? Trunks wrinkled his nose. But don't you just win every fight with one punch, Dad? Where's the technique in that? Krillin's lip twitched. That kid knew exactly which buttons to push. That's called supreme skill appearing clumsy. Do you understand? Krillin stated with a straight face, spouting complete nonsense. Once you've built a physique like mine, you'll be free to act as you please. But before that you must learn to fly. Fly. Like the flying dance technique. Trunks' eyes lit up. Gohan seemed to manage a bit of flight last time, though he flew like a drunk duck. Don't mock Gohan. He simply lacks confidence. Krillin set Trunks down. Come, let's go to the backyard. Today I'll teach you the flying dance. If you don't master it, there will be no chicken legs for dinner. I'll learn it just by watching. Trunks declared, puffing out his chest with confidence. Krillin observed his son's proud little posture and chuckled inwardly. The boy's talent was indeed formidable. But he was only 5. The flying dance required delicate control over ki, a feat impossible to accomplish through brute strength alone. Watch closely. Without unnecessary words, Krillin's feet slowly left the ground, his body defying the laws of physics as he suspended in midair. Feel the ki within you. Do not treat it as explosive power. Imagine it as water or wind. Let it flow from the soles of your feet, lifting your body. As he demonstrated, Krillin activated genius intellect, attempting to explain the principles of the flying dance in the most accessible language possible. However, after only 2 sentences, he realized Trunks was not listening at all. The boy stood with his eyes closed, brows furrowed, both small hands flailing at his sides, mimicking a bird in flight. Idiot, you're not supposed to flap your arms like windmills. Before Krillin could finish, he saw Trunks' body suddenly lurch. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the little one's feet actually left the lawn, rising unsteadily half a meter into the air. He's already up. Krillin watched as Trin hovered about half a meter off the ground, swaying back and forth like a roly-poly toy. The instructional theory he had on the tip of his tongue was forced back down his throat. After all, in the original story, it had taken Gohan considerable time to teach Videl the levitation technique. Even Goten had only gradually mastered it through Trunks' patient sparring sessions. But this kid, he'd barely started explaining, hadn't even finished describing the circulation path of chi, and already he was flying by instinct alone. Wow. Dad, look. I'm flying. Trin shouted excitedly, but in his excitement the balance of chi he had just established within his body collapsed in an instant. Ouch! The little fellow plummeted headfirst like a weight, his forehead slamming into the lawn as he bit into mouthfuls of mud. Krillin couldn't help but chuckle. Trin spat out the grass roots and dirt scrambled to his feet, and though there was no sign of discouragement on his face, his excitement only grew. That feeling just now. It was like swimming in water. A gleam of natural talent shone in Trin's large dark eyes. As long as I push the chi downward, my body goes upward, right? Krillin put away his smile and nodded. That's the principle indeed. But the key lies in stability. What you did just now was like a jet taking off. Too much thrust, too little control. Again, Trin didn't need any prompting from Krillin. He closed his eyes once more. This time he didn't rush to lift off. Instead, he took a deep breath and a layer of extremely faint white chi aura began to manifest around his small body. Krillin activated his multiple thought observation mode. Within his vision, the chi inside Trin's body was self-correcting at an astonishing pace. The previous failure hadn't been without purpose. Trin's body seemed to have retained a memory of that imbalance and was instinctively adjusting the output frequency of his chi. 3 seconds later, Trin's feet left the ground once more. This time there was no swaying. 5 seconds later, he rose steadily to eye level with Krillin. 10 seconds later, the boy actually attempted a somersault in midair. Though he stumbled slightly upon landing, he managed to stay upright. Is this the value of the Saitama gene? Krillin felt a pang of jealousy. Back when he first transmigrated, the system had subjected him to torment as he struggled to adapt his body and chi. But this kid came pre-equipped with top-tier specs. Dad, I want to fly higher. Having tasted success, Trin's courage surged instantly. Ignoring Krillin's protests, he surged his chi output and rocketed skyward like an out-of-control projectile. Hey, slow down. Krillin had no choice but to vanish and follow. High above, the wind howled. Trin saw their estate and all of West City spread out below him for the first time. The sense of freedom and liberation from constraints made him laugh aloud. He darted up and down through the air, circling clouds one moment and chasing passing birds the next. Though his movements remained awkward, often spinning in place from turns taken too sharply, his innate aerial combat instincts were unmistakably on display. Krillin hovered at a measured distance with his arms crossed, watching his son soar unrestrained, his gaze growing increasingly profound. 5 years had passed. During this time, he'd embraced the quiet life of a father and a husband. Each day, aside from completing the system's eccentric tasks, was spent with his family. Such comfortable days could easily erode a person's fighting spirit. But he never forgot the countdown. System alert: Saiyan Raditz arriving on Earth, remaining time 3 days. The crimson warning text pulsed against his retina, a stark reminder that the grand saga of the Dragon Ball world was finally beginning its true opening act. Trin, have you had enough fun? Krillin's voice cut through the wind and reached Trin clearly. Still pursuing, an eagle, Trin halted midair and turned to face him, reluctant to stop. Dad, let's play a bit longer. I feel like I've completely mastered it. Completely mastered it. Krillin raised an eyebrow. Then come catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you have 2 extra dinosaur ribs tonight. Really? You promise? Trin's eyes lit up, and as a food enthusiast, his motivation surged instantly. He kicked off the air violently, his body becoming a purple afterimage as he lunged at Krillin. The speed was impressive, roughly half the speed of sound. For a 5-year-old, that was monstrous. But to Krillin, it was as if the boy weren't moving at all. He barely shifted his body, simply tilting slightly to one side, and Trin's small hand slipped past his clothing. Too slow, Krillin noted flatly. Again, Trin, unwilling to concede, slammed on the brakes midair and used the recoil to reverse course, charging forward once more. Once, twice, 10 times. As the sun set and painted the sky in shades of orange, Trin was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his internal chi nearly depleted to the point where even maintaining flight became a struggle. And Krillin remained arms crossed, not shifting even an inch. I can't anymore. Dad, you're cheating. Trin lay sprawled on his back atop the cloud, drifting lazily with the currents. You're practically a monster yourself. Krillin flew over and hoisted Trin up by the back of his collar like a kitten. Remember this feeling of total exhaustion? Gazing at the sun sinking toward the horizon, Krillin's voice lost its usual playfulness, carrying instead a colder edge. In this world, if you're not strong enough, you won't even have the chance to flee. Though Trin didn't understand why his father had suddenly grown so grave, he sensed something important and nodded obediently. Let's head home. Krillin accelerated instantly, carrying his son downward like a streak of light. By the time they arrived, Bulma had already prepared a lavish dinner. Seeing them return, she directed the robot to serve dishes while complaining. Where did you two go running around this time? Trin is covered in dirt. His clothes are ruined. Took him for some special training. Krillin smiled as he set Trin down. The moment the little boy caught the aroma of food, he forgot all his earlier exhaustion and bolted for the dining table. Krillin didn't rush to sit. Instead, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed out at the glittering skyline of West City. 3 days. Raditz. The lower-class warrior with a combat power of only 1,500, the Harbinger who had ignited the Saiyan arc. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a capsule corp container, the one he kept specifically for storing senzu beans. He checked the count and found it sufficient. Open the status panel. Host Krillin, current template Saitama, fusion rate 35, strength 5000 max, beyond limit speed 5000 max, beyond limit constitution 5000 max, beyond limit mental 5000 max, beyond limit stamina. Saitama template trait never depletes, charm value locked at 199, peak of mortals. Skill list: Serious series, punch, turtle school, martial arts, mastered levitation, beast, intuition, genius, mind new. Krillin smiled with satisfaction. Over these 5 years, he had kept his presence suppressed to an extremely low level. But in 3 days, he planned to loosen up a bit. After all, if that guy who constantly brags about being worth only 5 in combat power never gets to experience true despair, wouldn't that be doing a disservice to the experience package he traveled across the stars to deliver? In the eastern region, a vast expanse of farmland. A plumpish, bespectacled, middle-aged uncle sat on a pile of haystacks, chewing a stalk of dog's tail grass he had plucked from somewhere and fiddling with a polished hunting rifle. His name was unimportant. What mattered was that in this region spanning dozens of miles, everyone called him the farmer with a hunting rifle. This year's wheat is growing well. The farmer uncle squinted, gazing at the golden waves of wheat, his mind calculating whether he could trade in for a new pickup truck after a good harvest. Suddenly, an extremely piercing shriek tore through the sky. The sound was like a rusty giant saw cutting glass, setting one's teeth on edge. Instinctively, the farmer covered his ears and looked up. There, tens of thousands of meters above, a crimson streak of fire ripped through the atmosphere. It trailed a long black smoke tail, plunging straight toward this area with the force to shatter the earth. Meteorite. The uncle was so frightened that he dropped his cigarette and scrambled toward his old pickup truck. Boom. A thunderous roar, and the ground trembled violently. A powerful shockwave mixed with heat and dust instantly swept through the surroundings. The pickup truck that the farmer had just started was flipped over like a toy by the blast, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Cough, cough. My back. The uncle climbed out of the window with difficulty, clutching his sore waist, staring in terror ahead. In the center of what had been a flat wheat field, there was now a huge crater, dozens of meters in diameter. The bottom of the crater was charred black, still emitting wisps of white smoke. And at the very center of the crater lay a white spherical metal object. It looked like some kind of high-tech spacecraft with a smooth surface and a red glass window on the front. What the hell is this? An alien UFO. Despite his fear, the farmer's innate human curiosity drove him to raise his hunting rifle and walk tremblingly toward it. Zzz. The moment he drew near, the hatch of the spherical craft suddenly popped open, emitting a hiss of depressurizing air. A foot clad in a brown combat boot stepped out. Then a man wearing strange black and brown armor with ridiculously long black hair and a furry tail coiled around his waist slowly emerged from the smoke. La Dizzy, one of the surviving Saiyans, the elder brother of Sun Wukong. He stood at the edge of the crater, arms crossed, scanning the surroundings with a look of contempt through the green single-eye scouter worn on his left eye, as if gazing at garbage. So this is Earth? La Dizzy's voice was icy and arrogant, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The air quality is passable, but the gravity is pitifully light. That trash Kaka Luote grew up in this comfortable environment. No wonder he hasn't completed the cleansing mission yet. Hey, who are you? The farmer raised his hunting rifle, aiming at La Dizzy, his voice trembling like a sieve. This is private property. Don't move. La Dizzy tilted his head slightly, and the numbers on the scouter began to flicker. Beep, beep, beep. Target Earth native. Battle power 5. Umpha scum with a battle power of only 5. La Dizzy let out a disdainful snort, not even bothering to give the farmer a glance. Such a garbage planet. and yet there are so many life reactions. It seems Luo Te has completely forgotten the Scion mission. Don't come closer. I have a gun. Extreme fear made the farmer pull the trigger. Bang. The bullet shot out with a tongue of flame heading straight for La Dizzy's forehead. The bullet, powerful enough to pierce a wild boar's skull, was now firmly pinched between La Dizzy's index and middle fingers, still steaming. What a... The farmer's eyes were about to pop out, his jaw dropped. Catching a bullet with bare hands. Is he even human? Return this toy to you. La Dizzy flicked his finger lightly. Swoosh. The bullet shot back faster than it had been fired, precisely piercing the pickup truck's fuel tank beside the farmer, causing a small explosion. The farmer screamed and was knocked unconscious by the blast. Utterly boring. La Dizzy pressed a button on the side of his scouter. Let me see where Luo Te is. 2 battle power reactions are relatively high in that direction. At the same time in Shidu at the Wan Neng Jiao Nonggong Si, Krillin, who was playing with building blocks with Tai Lin in the living room, suddenly paused in his movements. A moment ago, a key filled with evil and brutality, though not strong on a cosmic scale, yet glaringly conspicuous on Earth, appeared within his perception. Here it comes. Beep. The moment La Dizzy pressed the scouter, a sharp alarm never heard before suddenly rang in Krillin's mind. Warning. Detected external high-frequency battle power quantification algorithm scan. Data stream capturing. Analyzing. Found compatible battle power evaluation system. System performing adaptive upgrade. Upgrade progress 10. 50. 100. Ding. System interface updated to Scion Arc version. New AR data vision enabled. Krillin felt a blur before his eyes. The original simple, almost crude, light blue system panel disappeared. In its place, a new interface, full of technological sense, like a holographic projection, directly overlaid his optic nerves. The world changed in his eyes. He looked at Tai Lin beside him. Previously, he could only judge strength by intuition. Now a light green data box appeared above Tai Lin's head. Name Tai Lin, race, Earthling, contains Chi-Yu gene factor, status healthy, excited, battle power 350, 350. Krillin raised an eyebrow. This kid, only 5 years old, already had a battle power of 350. In the original story, when La Dizzy came, Wukong and Bai Ku, after removing their weights, were only just over 400. He then turned to look at Bu Er Ma, who was busy in the kitchen. Name Bu Er Ma, race, Earthling, battle power 4 fluctuates. When holding high-tech weapons, special attribute, scientific goddess charm max. Finally, Krillin walked to the mirror. The bald man in the mirror, though dressed in casual home clothes, had eyes that seemed to contain stars and oceans. He looked at himself in the mirror. Name Krillin, race, Earthling, breaking the limiter, battle power 5000, normal state, extremely suppressed, true battle power unable to display, detected numerous sealed skills and passives, recommend unsealing to view, stamina, Chi-Yu template trait, inexhaustible, charm value locked 199, peak of mortals, Chi-Yu template fusion, rate 35. 5000, huh? Krillin rubbed his bald head, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. La Dizzy's scouter could at most measure a few thousand, exceeding the limit would cause it to explode. In La Dizzy's eyes, the strongest on Earth was only a few hundred. He thought he was a wolf entering a flock of sheep, but little did he know there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex in sheep's clothing waiting for him to deliver himself. Tai Lin. Krillin turned around, speaking in a relaxed tone. What's up, Dad? Tai Lin was still focused on building his Lego castle. Stop playing, go put on your battle suit. Krillin untied his apron and tossed it aside, a long-lost fighting spirit flickering in his eyes. We have a guest. Let's go. Greet him. We have a guest. Let's go. Greet him. The sea breeze, carrying a salty and moist scent, gently lapped against the pink walls of Kame House. Suddenly, a strange distortion occurred in the space. Without any warning, Krillin appeared on the beach out of thin air, holding Trunks in one arm. So this is instant transmission. It's way faster than a plane, but a bit dizzying. Trunks shook his head, his black hair shining brightly in the sunlight. He wore a small jacket with the word Badman printed on it, Bulma's quirky taste, and loose training pants below. Once you learn to sense key, this technique is just a thought away. Krillin casually adjusted his collar. He was dressed quite casually today. A white t-shirt and jeans, not at all like a martial artist, more like a tourist on vacation. Hey, Krillin, you're here too. A familiar shout came from the sky. A golden nimbus cloud with a long tail dove down from the clouds. Sun Wukong's ever-present smiling face appeared in view, and in his arms sat a little one wearing a red hat and a 4-star ball on top. Goku, long time no see. Krillin greeted with a smile, but his eyes subtly glanced at the little Gohan, who was huddled up. The nimbus stopped abruptly on the beach, and the inertia nearly sent Gohan flying off, but Goku quickly grabbed his son's tail. Gohan's here too. Still quiet. Krillin stepped forward while Trunks stood beside his father with his hands in his pockets, looking cool, and gazed at Gohan with that same cool expression. Yet Chi-Chi is strict. She makes him study all day. Though Krillin occasionally took Gohan out this year, opportunities were rare, and even then Chi-Chi was worried. Thinking of this, Krillin couldn't help but shake his head. Goku scratched the back of his head and set Gohan down on the ground. Gohan, say hello to Uncle Krillin. Gohan timidly hid behind Goku's leg, showing only one eye, his voice as soft as a mosquito's. Uncle Krillin. Hello. I'm still such a coward. Trunks muttered quietly, just loud enough for Gohan to hear. Gohan shrank back even more. Haha, the child is shot. Master Roshi came out of the house leaning on his cane, wearing his iconic sunglasses, his floral shirt open to reveal his bony chest. Krillin, you've become more and more powerful over the years. I can't even sense your ki anymore. That's so I don't scare everyone. Krillin shrugged, his gaze sweeping over Master Roshi's head as the newly upgraded AR data vision activated automatically. Name Master Roshi came Sinin Battle Power 139. By the way, where's Bulma? Didn't she come? Goku looked around. She's at home doing research. She said she's developing some kind of auxiliary potion for Trunks. I don't really understand it. Krillin made up a random excuse. While everyone was chatting happily, Krillin diverted a strand of his ki and locked onto a wilderness thousands of kilometers away. There, an evil and wild ki was moving at high speed. A desolate rocky plateau with howling winds. Piccolo was sitting cross-legged on a large boulder, his white cape flapping in the wind. He closed his eyes tightly, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead as he engaged in meditation training. Ever since he lost to that bald man 5 years ago, the sense of shame gnawed at his heart day and night like a poisonous snake. Damn. No matter how I train, that unfathomable gap won't go away. Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes and punched the rock beneath him into pieces. Just then his sharp hearing caught a hint of anomaly. It wasn't the wind nor the roar of a beast. It was a cold, murderous aura approaching at an incredible speed. Who? Piccolo spun around, assuming a battle stance. In the sky, a figure descended slowly. It was a man with exaggerated long black hair wearing a strange brown and black armor. His furry brown tail coiled around his waist like a living creature, and the green lens over his left eye flickered with eerie data streams. Raditz landed his boots, crushing the gravel on the ground. Oh, there's actually a guy with decent battle power here. Raditz tapped his scouter, a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Battle power 322. On this trash planet, is that considered an elite monster? Piccolo's pupils contracted sharply. Who is this guy? This pressure. It's like a bipedal humanoid Tyrannosaurus. And that look in his eyes. It's completely like looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Who are you? Do you want to die? Though Piccolo was alarmed, his dignity as the great demon king prevented him from backing down. Who I am doesn't matter. Raditz crossed his arms, not even bothering to look directly at Piccolo. What matters is why is a Namekian like you appearing on this low-class planet? Did you come here as a refugee too? Namekian. Piccolo was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Stop talking. Die. He suddenly raised his right hand, all his ki instantly gathering in his palm. Explosive demon wave. A massive energy beam shot out, charging at Raditz with a destructive force. This attack was Piccolo's full power, enough to level a city instantly. Boom. The violent explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, and debris flew like bullets. Piccolo panted heavily, staring intently at the center of the smoke. Did it hit? The smoke slowly cleared. Raditz was still standing in place, not even having moved a step. He simply raised one hand palm outward, not even a speck of dust on it. That's it. Raditz brushed the dust off his hand, as if swatting a fly. Kicking up so much dust. Are you trying to choke me to death? Piccolo was completely frozen. Cold sweat trickled down his green skin, and his heart felt as if clutched by an invisible hand. Unscathed. How is this possible? This was his full power. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Raditz was about to casually dispose of this green-skinned monster, his scouter suddenly sounded. There's a stronger reaction from another direction. Raditz glanced at the scouter's display, which pointed to a small island in the south. Battle power. 334. Now that's more like it. Must be Kakarot. He withdrew the hand he was about to attack with not even glancing at Piccolo, and rose into the air. You're lucky, Namekian. I have business today, so I'll spare your worthless life. With that, he turned into a streak of white light and vanished into the sky. Piccolo's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. The feeling of surviving a narrow escape did not bring him relief, but instead deeper fear and humiliation. Monster. A true monster. Back at Kame House. The sound of waves remained, but the smile on Krillin's face faded a little. Here it comes, he said in a low voice. What's coming? Goku, who was teasing Gohan with a crab, looked up with a puzzled expression. The next second, a suffocatingly terrifying aura descended from the sky. The once bright sunlight seemed to be blocked by this aura, and the air became thick and heavy. Seabirds stopped chirping, turtles retreated into their shells, and even the sound of waves hitting the shore seemed to become cautious. Thud. A pair of brown combat boots stomped heavily onto the sand, leaving 2 deep craters. Raditz stood there, his long hair wildly dancing, the brutal aura of the Saiyan warrior race unleashed without restraint, pressing down on everyone's hearts like a mountain. Except for Krillin and Trunks. Krillin remained seated on his beach chair drinking tea, while Trunks curiously examined this long-haired monster, and even reached out to grab its tail. Finally found you. Raditz ignored everyone else's gaze, locked onto Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Kakarot. Goku pointed at his own nose, utterly bewildered. Are you calling me? My name is Son Goku. Raditz let out a cold sneer, his laughter dripping with impatience at such a familiar amnesia routine. He strode forward, each step radiating an oppressive weight that made the heart tremble. Stop playing dumb. Even though you've grown up, I recognized you at a glance. Your face looks exactly like father's. Krillin's hand holding the teacup paused ever so slightly. Father. Bardock. That legendary Super Saiyan in the truest sense. Deep within Krillin's mind, fragments of memory about that man flashed by. A lone hero wearing a blood-red headband facing Frisia's million-strong army, single-handedly attempting to change the fate of the Saiyan race's destruction. Though merely a low-class warrior, that backbone was truly rare among Saiyans. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to grow stronger before perishing alongside planet Vegeta's destruction, his soul cast back through time. I don't know you. Who are you? Goku frowned, instinctively pulling Gohan behind him. I'm your older brother, Raditz. Raditz spread his arms wide as if declaring some great truth. And you, my brother, are a Saiyan, one of the strongest fighting race in the universe. Your name is Kakarot. Saiyan, older brother. Goku scratched his head and turned to Master Roshi. Grandpa, do I have a brother? Master Roshi had long abandoned his usual frivolous demeanor, his eyes beneath his sunglasses unusually grave. He sighed and stepped forward with his cane. Goku, actually I was planning to tell you this when you were a bit older. Then Master Roshi recounted the story of Grandpa Gohan finding Goku. The spherical spacecraft that had descended from the heavens, the temperament-hot baby, who seemed more beast than child, and the drastic personality change after that fall into the valley. So it was because of a head injury. Raditz wore an expression of just as I suspected. No wonder you've forgotten your mission. We Saiyans are the universe's sweepers. We slaughter the natives on planets with favorable environments, then sell them at high prices to other alien races. That is our work. And you, Kakarot, were sent here to cleanse this planet. Slaughter everyone. Goku's eyes widened. Are you kidding? I'll never do such a thing. I'm an Earthling. Obstinate fool. Raditz shook his head, his eyes turning cold. Look at the current state of our Saiyan race. Planet Vegeta was destroyed by a massive meteorite. Aside from you and me, only 2 more survivors remain. Kakarot, join us. We need manpower to conquer a high-value planet. So what if I do? Even if you're my brother, I will never associate with scum like you. Goku stood his ground. Scum. Raditz looked as though he'd heard the funniest joke. Power is justice. Weakness is sin. Since you refuse to obey, don't blame me for being harsh. His gaze slid past Goku and landed on the trembling Gohan hiding behind him. Oh, that brat actually has a tail. Raditz's eyes lit up. Looks like the bloodline hasn't been completely lost. Since you won't join us, let this kid take your place instead. In the next instant, he blurred into motion, reaching out to grab Gohan. Don't touch Gohan. Goku reacted swiftly, intercepting him immediately. But against Raditz's speed was like slow motion. Bang! A single knee strike, and Goku fell to his knees, clutching his stomach, too breathless to even cry out. An absolute gap in power. Too weak, Kakarot. Raditz lifted Gohan by the collar as easily as carrying a chick. I'll take this kid with me. If you want to save him, stack 200 human corpses from this area here by this time tomorrow. Otherwise, Gohan wailed in terror, struggling desperately, but to no avail against that iron grip. Just then a youthful yet arrogantly bold voice suddenly rang out. Hey, long-haired freak, put the crybaby down. Raditz paused mid-step and turned his head. There stood that dark-haired brat, Trin, hands on his hips blocking his path. The little one looked up at him with an unmistakably displeased expression. Oh, another one volunteering for death. Raditz curiously tapped his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the lens flickered wildly before settling. Combat power 350. Raditz froze, his pupils contracting slightly. 350. You've got to be kidding me. How can an Earthling brat have this kind of combat power? Even Kakarot only has 334. But he quickly composed himself. So what if it was 350? Against his 1500 combat power, it was still trash. Move it, kid. Raditz raised his leg and delivered a casual kick. Thud. Trin's small body flew like a cannonball, smashing through the wall of Kame House before being buried in rubble amid a cloud of dust. Trin. Goku and Master Roshi exclaimed in unison. Humph, overestimating himself. Raditz sneered and was about to leave with Gohan when, slosh, sounds of bricks sliding echoed from the rubble. Ow, that hurt. Trin pushed aside the half beam of wood crushing him and climbed up covered in dust. He patted off the dirt and checked his Badman jacket, noticing a hole in the sleeve. His face immediately fell. I'm done for. Mom just bought this new outfit. I'll get scolded to death. Trin looked up and pointed angrily at Raditz. Long-haired freak. You owe me a new jacket. I'm telling my dad. Dead silence. Absolute suffocating silence. Raditz's jaw nearly hit the ground. He took a direct hit from that kick, and this kid was acting like nothing happened. Not even a broken bone. And he was worried about his clothes. How is this even possible? Raditz checked his scouter to confirm it wasn't malfunctioning. What is this kid's body made of? What is dad made of? A calm voice cut through the scene unexpectedly. Krillin, who had been sitting aside drinking tea and watching the show, finally set down his cup. He rose slowly, brushing wrinkles from his pants with deliberate, unhurried movements, as though strolling through his own backyard. Raditz snapped his head around, and his scouter immediately locked onto Krillin. Beep. Combat power 0 hot. Raditz stared for a second before erupting into an arrogant laugh. Huh. You scared me for a moment. Turns out he's garbage with 0 combat power. What, you want to be a hero too? Krillin ignored his mockery. Instead, he raised his hand and gently ruffled Trin's hair, brushing off the dust. Son, how did that kick feel? Kinda like a mosquito bite, but the impact was pretty strong. Trin answered honestly. Dad, can I punch him? No. You can't beat him yet. Go watch over there. Dad will teach you a new move. Krillin smiled warmly and patted his son's head. Then he turned to face Raditz. His usually calm eyes suddenly flashed with a playful glint. Hey, long-haired freak over there. Krillin raised one finger and beckoned. You just said someone was garbage. Who were you talking about? Raditz felt his intelligence insulted. A bald man with a combat power of 0 accompanied by a brat who could take a beating dared to speak to him like that. Courting death. Raditz roared, tossing Gohan aside carelessly and turning into a blur as he rushed at Krillin. Since this bald fool wanted to die, he would oblige. Die? Energy wave. Raditz raised his hands, 2 pink energy spheres gathering in his palms, crashing down with devastating force. Yet, just as the energy wave was about to touch Krillin's bald head, swoosh, Krillin vanished. Not an afterimage from high-speed movement, but a true physical disappearance. Raditz's attack missed, striking the beach and sending up a curtain of water. Where is he? Raditz looked around frantically, but his scouter gave no reading. Over here. The voice came from behind, inches away. Raditz, every hair stood on end as he spun around. Krillin stood less than half a meter behind him, hands in his pockets, looking bored. You? How can you? Raditz broke into a cold sweat. Such speed, even his scouter couldn't track it. Relax, I'm just an ordinary earthling. Krillin grinned, flashing white teeth. Now I'm going to use a very ordinary punch. Krillin slowly raised his right hand and made a fist. No key flow, no flashy effects. It was an utterly plain punch, like an old lady doing Tai Chi. An ordinary punch. Raditz wanted to dodge, but found his body locked by some terrifying aura, unable to move. Thump. The fist gently pressed against the armor on Raditz's abdomen. Time seemed to freeze. Then crack. A visible white shockwave erupted from the two of them. Raditz couldn't even scream before he was hit, like a train traveling at light speed. His proud Saiyan armor instantly cracked, his eyes bulging. Whoosh. Raditz shot into the sky like a meteor heading straight for the sea. Boom, 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 boom. He skipped across the water more than a dozen times, each impact raising 100-meter waves. Finally, he crashed into the cliff of a small, uninhabited island, shattering it into pieces before coming to a stop. Before the came house, there was dead silence. Goku's jaw dropped. Master Roshi's sunglasses slid down to the tip of his nose. Gohan forgot to cry, staring blankly at the bald uncle. Only Trunks jumped up excitedly. Wow, Dad, that was awesome. Is that the ordinary punch? I want to learn it too. Krillin withdrew his fist. Keep it low-key, low-key. I might have put a bit too much force into it. In the distance, the rubble exploded. Raditz, covered in blood, staggered into the air. His armor was completely shattered, revealing bruised muscles, and his once proud tail hung limply behind him. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Raditz's eyes were bloodshot, his reason consumed by rage and humiliation. He was an elite Saiyan warrior, and he had been beaten like this by an earthling bald man. I'll kill you all. I'll blow this entire planet to dust. Raditz frantically raised his ki, the desperate ferocity of a cornered beast sending chills through the air. Just then the familiar mechanical voice echoed in Krillin's mind. Ding. S-rank story mission triggered the actor's self-cultivation. Mission description: to prepare for future stronger enemies, Vegeta, Frieza, Son Goku must undergo training on King Kai's planet in the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Prerequisite for reaching King Kai's planet: death. Mission requirement in the upcoming battle: hold back and guide Raditz to kill Goku along with himself. Reward: unlock the Namek Saga map pack. Trunks potential development 5. Krillin looked at the mission panel and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, what had to come came. He could have killed Raditz with one finger right now, but that would cost Goku the chance to grow stronger. Without the Kaioken or the Spirit Bomb, how would Goku fight Vegeta later? How would he fight Frieza? He couldn't rely on his own overpowered self to save the day every time, could he? That would ruin the fun of the Dragon Ball world. Being a babysitter is exhausting, and I have to moonlight as a director. Krillin complained internally, then instantly switched his expression. The calm, confident aura of a master vanished, replaced by a pale, weak look, as if he had overexerted himself. He clutched his chest and staggered. At the same time, he shouted, "Oh no. That punch used up all my ki. I can't move now. Goku, go. Strike while he's down. Goku. Master Roshi." Trunks, Dad, your acting is so fake. Krillin shot his son a look. Shut up, or I'll cut your allowance. Trunks immediately covered his mouth and nodded frantically. I don't know what's going on, but it looks like it's up to me. Goku, though naive, could see that Raditz was already on his last legs. The clouds parted and Piccolo's green figure descended slowly. Though annoyed, he knew he couldn't win alone. Son Goku, don't misunderstand. I'm only here to kill this guy. Piccolo said coldly, but his gaze was wary of Krillin, who was panting weakly. What was with that bald guy? But this wasn't the time to dwell on it. All right, let's team up. Goku shouted and charged at the enraged Raditz. Krillin plopped down on a beach chair, picked up his teacup again, and though his hand was trembling, not a drop of tea spilled. He squinted, watching the fierce battle about to unfold in the sky, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Goku, go well. The jokes at King Kai's place should suit you just fine. In the heart of the battlefield, the tension had reached its breaking point. Since that bald bastard is nothing more than a one-hit wonder, we'll start with you two. Raditz cracked his neck, the sound like popping beans. Though his armor was shattered and blood traced his lip, the savage aura native to his Saiyan blood surged all the more with each pulse of pain, as though some ancient beast were stirring from slumber. Goku and Piccolo exchanged a glance, years of bitter rivalry yielding, if only reluctantly, to a shared understanding. Facing him alone was certain death. They would have to fight together. Piccolo, looks like we have no choice. Take off your training weights, Goku said grimly. TCH, I don't need you telling me what to do. Piccolo snorted coldly, but reached out nonetheless, unfastening the white cape and thick headband that together weighed dozens of kilograms. Goku quickly shed the specially reinforced chest plate, wrist guards, and heavy boots concealed beneath. Thud. Crash. The weighted gear struck the sand with a thunderous crack, jolting the ground, and sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. Raditz' mocking expression faltered for just a moment. His thumb instinctively pressed the already hairline-fractured, still-smoking scouter. Beep, beep, beep. The digits on the lens began spinning wildly. Combat power 322. No, it's still rising. 408. 416. Raditz frowned, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his eyes. Removing gear boosts combat power. Such a cheap parlor trick. No, this is a real energy increase. Krillin sat at a distance, his AR data vision automatically activating. Streams of pale blue information refreshed across his retina. Target: Son Goku, race Saiyan, lower class warrior, current combat power 416, status high, battle spirit, physical potential not yet fully unlocked. Target: Piccolo, race Namekian, combat type current combat power 408, status suppressed fury, ready to risk everything at any moment. Target: Raditz, race Saiyan, elite warrior, current combat power 1500, status light injuries, enraged, underestimating opponents 4-1. 400 against 1500, Krillin thought grimly. This was no gap that hot-blooded fervor could bridge. This was the sheer suffocating numerical dominance that defined the early Dragon Ball saga. Let's go, Piccolo. Goku roared, the sand exploding beneath his feet as he launched forward like an arrow from a bowstring. Unshackled from his weights, his speed left a trail of afterimages in the air. Piccolo followed close behind, his Namekian body coiling and flowing with serpentine flexibility as he swept in from a viciously unexpected angle. Too slow. You move like turtles. Raditz didn't even assume a defensive stance, a cruel smile curling his lips as he stood motionless. Snap! The crack echoed across the beach. Goku was struck in the ribs, his body spinning like a top before crashing violently into the sea. At the same instant, Piccolo's knife hand sliced through the air toward the back of Raditz's neck with a razor-sharp whistle. Without so much as looking back, Raditz delivered a counter elbow strike, precise as though rehearsed countless times, burying it deep into Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo's green face immediately darkened to a bruised purple. Stomach acid and bile erupted from his mouth, his eyeballs bulging to the point of desperation. The chasm between them was simply too vast. Even stripped of their weights and fighting as one against a 1500 combat power Raditz, they were like two toddlers challenging a fully armed special forces operative. Is this the so-called strongest Earth has to offer? Raditz sneered, grasping Piccolo's antennae in one hand and Goku's ankle in the other, then slamming them together with the brutal force of someone flinging empty sacks. Boom. Both men gasped in agony, their bones feeling as though they were about to shatter. Raditz casually tossed them skyward, raised both palms upward, and instantly gathered spheres of pink energy. Time to show you some real color. Twin pink beams of devastating energy tore across the sky, howling with destructive fury as they pursued the falling pair. Kraboom. Two massive fireballs detonated overhead, billowing black smoke. Goku and Piccolo crashed onto the beach in tattered clothes, their skin crisscrossed with burns, the acrid stench of charred flesh filling the air. Cough. Cough. This guy. He's an absolute monster. Goku struggled to his knees, a thread of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes remained clear and unyielding, not a trace of retreat in them. Save it. I know that much already. Piccolo gritted his teeth. 5 years ago, Krillin had dealt him a humiliating defeat. Now 5 years later, some random alien was grinding him into the sand. The sheer indignity nearly drove him mad. Dad, Uncle Goku looks like he's about to get killed. Trunks' hand paused mid-chew on his potato chips, worry creasing his small face. Shouldn't we do something? Krillin took a sip of tea, concealing the flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Trunks, remember this. Sometimes temporary withdrawal and sacrifice are what pave the way for reaching greater heights in the future. Trunks nodded, only half understanding, but trust in his invincible father ran deeper than comprehension. If Goku did not endure this near-death experience, he would never master the Kaioken or the Genkidama. When stronger foes inevitably came, it wouldn't be just him who died. This was also the core reason the system prevented Krillin from intervening. By now, Raditz had landed, surveying the wrecked figures before him with an expression carved from disappointment and contempt. Kakarot, you are the shame of the Saiyan race. Raditz advanced step by step, his boots crunching audibly against the sand. Blessed with the strongest bloodline in the universe, yet you wallow among lower species and grow soft. If Nappa and Vegeta saw you like this, they'd tear you to shreds and toss you aside as refuse. Vegeta. Goku panted heavily. Even battered and bleeding, his attention remained fixed on strength itself. Who's that? Humph. He is the surviving Saiyan prince, a true genius warrior whose combat power far exceeds mine. Raditz sneered. Compared to someone like that, I'm merely a mid-tier fighter. But it hardly matters now. You're dying here today regardless. Knowing won't change a thing. The words, far exceeding Raditz' own power, made Piccolo's pupils contract violently. One Raditz had pushed them to the brink of despair, and there was someone even stronger. How utterly insane was this universe? Goku. Piccolo suddenly projected his voice through mental transmission, urgency lacing every word. Listen, I've developed a new technique, originally intended for that bald-headed threat, but now it's our only shot against him. Really? That's great. Goku's eyes lit up as though he'd grabbed a lifeline. But Piccolo ground his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. This technique requires a lengthy charging period, at least 1 full minute. You must hold him off. You die before then we both die. 1 minute. Goku glanced at the demonic figure across the field, managed a bitter smile, and then his eyes hardened into something unbreakable. It won't be easy, but I'll do my best. Leave him to me. Don't you dare die, son Goku. Piccolo roared and immediately retreated, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead as all his energy began to compress and converge, furiously golden arcs of electricity spiraling around his body. The ominous surge of power immediately drew Raditz's attention. Oh, what's the green-skinned freak up to? Just as Raditz moved to intercept, a flash of orange intercepting him, Goku had positioned himself squarely in the path, adopting the Turtle School's opening stance, drenched in blood, yet radiating boundless battle intent. You're dealing with me. The battle had shifted from a one-sided massacre to a brutal, relentless beating. Wukong's vision was growing increasingly blurry, his eyes struggling to maintain focus. He had likely fractured 2 or 3 ribs, and each breath rattled in his lungs like a bellows. Agonizing pain radiated through his entire body with every movement. Yet he clung to Raditz like stubborn taffy that refused to be chewed through, using his body and sheer willpower to bridge the chasm between their strength. Annoying fly. Get off me. Raditz roared in fury, landing a devastating punch to Wukong's abdomen. Ugh. Wukong curled into a fetal position, spewing a mixture of bile and blood. But in that instant of being sent flying, he forcibly twisted his body and grabbed Raditz's ankle with both hands. You won't. Get past. Wukong's mouth was stained with blood, yet his eyes burned with an unsettling intensity, the resolute determination to protect his companions. You're asking for death. Raditz raised his foot and stomped down hard on Wukong's fingers. The sound of shattering bones was grating, each stomp sending tremors through the sand, but Wukong refused to let go, as though those fingers belonged to someone else. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, Piccolo was wreathed in spiraling golden arcs of energy, the light at his fingertips shifting from brilliant white to a piercing dark gold. That devastating energy was compressed to its absolute limit, warping the surrounding air from the intense heat. The humming sound it emitted made one's eardrums ache. Are you ready yet? Piccolo. Wukong screamed, his voice hoarse. I'm ready. Move. Wukong. Piccolo's eyes bulged wide, veins protruding from his forehead as the killing blow he had been building up for so long finally unleashed. Special beam cannon. A razor-thin yet intensely condensed spiral beam of energy tore through the air with piercing momentum, emitting a sharp shriek as it shot straight toward Raditz. This attack channeled all of Piccolo's spirit energy and focus, a strike capable of piercing through anything in existence. It moved too fast for Raditz's scouter to register anything more than a shrill warning alarm. What a... Raditz felt a chilling wave of death rush straight to the crown of his head, the primal terror any living being experiences when facing an apex predator. Instinctively he tried to dodge, but Wukong held onto his leg with a death grip. Let go. At that life-or-death moment, Raditz tapped into all his remaining potential and delivered a devastating kick to Wukong's face, using the massive recoil to forcibly twist his body aside. ZZT. The beam grazed past Raditz's right shoulder, sending up a spray of blood mist. The shoulder armor and flesh in its path instantly vaporized, and the acrid smell of burning filled the air. The beam didn't stop. It continued its path forward, striking a towering mountain several kilometers away. The hundreds of meters tall peak was pierced through in an instant. After several seconds of dead silence, the entire mountaintop collapsed with a thunderous roar. Rocks rained down in an endless cascade, and the dust cloud it raised blotted out half the sky. Gulp. Terran swallowed hard, and the potato chips in his hand slipped to the ground, shattering into pieces. That came from that green-faced uncle. So powerful. Krillin nodded, his expression growing grave. The focused, destructive power of that technique was truly terrifying, with exceptional penetrating ability. Pity he missed. That Piccolo guy still needs to work on his accuracy. Raditz clutched his bleeding right shoulder, his face ashen, still reeling from what had just happened. In that fleeting instant, he had genuinely seen the gates of hell swinging open before him. Damn it, you filthy bastard. You actually managed to wound me. The extreme fear had transformed into an overwhelming rage. Raditz no longer cared about toying with his prey. He raised his uninjured left-hand palm, facing Piccolo, who was still frozen in shock. Die, you damn insects. Piccolo had just expended his ultimate attack, and was in that vulnerable window between techniques, helplessly watching death approach, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Just then a blur of motion flashed past. Wukong had somehow circled around behind Raditz, and with his last ounce of strength grabbed onto that fluffy tail, swaying at Raditz's waist. Raditz, who had been so menacing and ready to fire his energy wave, suddenly went limp, like his spine had been removed, collapsing to the ground. That invincible aura of power vanished without a trace, leaving only complete weakness and limpness throughout his body. The Saiyans' weakness, their tail. Well done, Wukong. Piccolo was overjoyed, hope reigniting in his eyes. Hold on to him like that. Bite him if you have to, but don't let go. I'm going to fire again. I'll let go. Please. Raditz lay on the ground, trembling all over, his voice filled with begging and terror. Kakarot. Brother. I'm your older brother. Wukong hesitated for a moment, and his grip instinctively loosened slightly. Looking down at this man, sharing the same blood, a flicker of reluctance crossed his heart. We're the last brothers left in the universe. Can you really kill me? Raditz sensed Wukong's hesitation and immediately forced out a few tears, his voice wailing. I was wrong. I promise I'll leave Earth right now and never come back. Please have mercy on your brother this once. I just missed my family so much that I lost my judgment. Oh really? Wukong hesitated. After all, this was family bound by blood, the only brother he had in this world. Yes, I swear it. I swear on Saiyan honor. Wukong, don't listen to him. He's lying. Piccolo shouted frantically, spittle flying. This guy just tried to kill your son. He's a demon. In the distance, Krillin sighed from his beach chair, shoving the last chip into his mouth, his expression troubled. Here it comes. This is Uncle Wukong's greatest weakness, and also his greatest strength. His heart is too soft even for scum like this. It may seem foolish, but it is precisely this mercy that makes him son Wukong. Krillin said to Terran, his tone tinged with emotion. But Dad isn't being merciful to bad people, being cruel to ourselves, eh? Terran furrowed his little brow. The books say you have to pull weeds by the roots. You're right, and that price is about to come due. Krillin shook his head. As expected, the moment Wukong's heart softened and his hand completely loosened, Raditz's tear-streaked face instantly twisted into a hideous grimace like a demon from hell. Die, you fool. Thwack. Raditz swung his elbow backward, smashing it hard into Wukong's temple. The blow was devastatingly powerful. Wukong screamed in agony, his body sent flying backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily to the ground, where he struggled to get up. Raditz didn't give Wukong a chance to catch his breath, charging forward and stomping on his chest, grinding down with all his weight. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking ribs was painfully clear, making one's scalp tingle with horror. Ha ha ha. What an idiot. You actually believed that nonsense. Raditz cackled madly, continuing to stamp down with force. Am I the type to keep my promises? Low-class warriors are low-class for a reason. None of us got much between the years. This is what comes of having a soft heart. Aoag. Wukong cried out in torment, blood spurting from his mouth and staining the front of his GI red. Daddy. Hidden behind the spaceship wreckage, Gohan had been watching through the gaps as his father was brutalized. In those tear-filled large eyes, his pupils contracted sharply and the thread of his composure snapped. A crimson aura erupted without warning from the small body of this 4-year-old child. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz's scouter alarmed again, the numbers skyrocketing. Combat power 710. 1000. 1307. WH what? Raditz turned around in disbelief, thinking his scouter was malfunctioning. You're not allowed to bully my dad. Gohan roared, his entire body becoming a red cannonball, hurtling toward Raditz with impact force sufficient to shatter metal and crack stone. This strike was too fast, too sudden, and fueled by pure unadulterated rage. Boom. Raditz was struck squarely in the chest by that hardened headbutt. In that instant, he felt as though a meteor had struck him. The chest armor shattered completely, his sternum caved in, and he was propelled backward in a fountain of blood, crashing heavily into the rock wall. Now's our chance. Though his chest screamed in pain, Wukong knew this was the only opportunity his son had fought to create for him. Desperate and reckless, he lunged forward and wrapped his arms around the heavily wounded Raditz from behind, locking him in place. Iron Bond. Wukong's arms were like iron bands, completely restricting Raditz's movements. Piccolo, quick, do it again. I'll let go. Raditz lay on the ground, trembling all over, his voice thick with pleading and terror. Kakarot, little brother, I'm your big brother. Wukong paused, and his grip instinctively loosened a fraction. Looking down at the man below him, who shared the same blood, a flicker of compassion touched his heart. We're the last brothers left in the universe. Can you really bring yourself to kill me? Raditz sensed Wukong's hesitation and immediately forced tears from his eyes, his voice wailing. I was wrong. I swear I'll leave Earth right now and never return. Please have mercy on your brother, just this once. I was just so lonely and missed having family. That's all. Oh really? Wukong hesitated. After all, this was family bound by blood, the only brother he had in this world. Yes, I swear it. I swear on Saiyan honor. Wukong, don't listen to him. He's lying. Piccolo bellowed desperately, spittle flying everywhere. This guy just tried to kill your son. He's a demon. Far away, Krillin sighed on his beach chair, stuffing the last chip into his mouth, his expression complicated. Here it comes. This is your Uncle Wukong's greatest weakness, and also his greatest strength. His heart is too soft even for scum like this. It may look foolish, but it is precisely this compassion that makes him son Wukong. Krillin said to Terran, his tone tinged with emotion. But Dad isn't being merciful to bad people, being cruel to ourselves, eh? Terran furrowed his little brow. The books say you have to pull weeds by the roots. You're right, and that price is about to come due. Krillin shook his head. As expected, the moment Wukong's heart softened and his hand completely loosened, Raditz's tear-streaked face instantly twisted into a hideous grimace like a demon from hell. Die, you fool. Thwack. Raditz swung his elbow backward, smashing it hard into Wukong's temple. The blow was devastatingly powerful. Wukong screamed in agony, his body sent flying backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily to the ground. Raditz didn't give Wukong a chance to catch his breath, charging forward and stomping on his chest, grinding down with all his weight. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking ribs was painfully clear. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. You actually believe that nonsense. Raditz cackled madly, continuing to stamp down with force. Am I the type to keep my promises? Low-class warriors are low-class for a reason. This is what comes of having a soft heart. Aoag. Wukong cried out in torment, blood spurting from his mouth and staining his GI red. Daddy. Hidden behind. A spiral beam of light, like a venomous dragon from hell, ruthlessly pierced the two intertwined bodies. Sizzle. The sound of flesh and blood evaporating under extreme heat was chilling to the bone. The beam tore through the chest, leaving a bottomless scorching hole on the beach, the surrounding sand instantly vitrified by the intense heat. Ugh. Raditz's eyes bulged wide as he stared at the massive hole in his chest, his life force rapidly draining away. He couldn't accept this. He was a Saiyan elite warrior. How could he perish on a backwater planet like Earth? How could he fall to two trash-level fighters with battle power barely in the hundreds? Goku also spat out a mouthful of blood, his arms finally dropping limply to his sides as his body collapsed backward. Despite the excruciating pain and his fading life force, a faint smile of relief appeared on his face. Finally, we won. Gohan is safe. Piccolo approached, breathing heavily, gazing down at the two fallen figures with a complex expression flickering across his eyes. Son Goku, I never thought you'd actually be willing to die for Earth. Piccolo let out a cold snort as he looked at the near-dead Goku. But don't worry too much, there are Dragon Balls on Earth. As long as you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the Eternal Dragon and grant any wish. At that time we will bring you back to life. These words were originally meant to comfort Goku, or perhaps Piccolo's way of showing concern in his own Tsundere manner. However, Raditz, who should have been dying beside them, let out a hoarse and eerie laugh upon hearing these words. Cough. Dragon Balls. They can grant any wish. Raditz laughed maniacally while coughing up blood, the madness of a dying man's final burst of energy. What truly fantastic news. Piccolo's expression suddenly changed. What did you say? Fools. Everything you said just now has already been transmitted through my scouter. A malicious grin spread across Raditz's face. My two companions, Nappa and Vegeta. They've been listening this whole time. What? Piccolo was struck like lightning, his entire body going ice cold. Originally, they had no interest in reviving a useless person like me. But Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Even the Dragon Balls that can grant eternal life. Vegeta will definitely be interested. Raditz's voice was filled with malice. 1 year. Just 1 year later, they will arrive on Earth. You will all die for the Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha. 2. Saiyans stronger than you. Piccolo's voice trembled. Just how strong are they? Strong. Huh. It's night and day compared to me. Raditz's eyes were unfocused, yet his face remained twisted with mockery. Before them, I'm nothing but a watchdog. Enjoy your final year. This is the countdown before hell descends. Despair. Complete despair. 1. Raditz had already forced them to pay with their lives, costing them everything. Goku was dead, and they had lost so much just to stop him. And now 2 more monsters far surpassing Raditz would come in a year. It was a hopeless situation. Just as Piccolo was overwhelmed with terror, the sound of light footsteps broke the silence. Krillin walked slowly toward the dying Raditz, holding Tulin's hand. There was no fear on his face. Instead, an unsettling calmness. Krillin. Piccolo watched him warily. What are you doing? Krillin ignored Piccolo and looked down at Raditz from above. I wanted you to die with some dignity, but since you keep babbling and trying to bring greater calamity to Earth, I'll send you off personally. Krillin's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable cruelty. Raditz struggled to lift his head, his vision blurred, only managing to see the silhouette of a bald head gleaming in the light. You? Who are you? An Earthling. Shouldn't have this kind of presence. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you're going to die. Krillin slowly raised his right hand, never touching Raditz, but simply clenched his fist through the air, half a meter away. An ordinary punch. Bang! An invisible force erupted out of nowhere. There was no tremendous commotion, but Raditz's body seemed struck by something on a fundamental level. His final breath cut off instantly, his head lolled to the side, and he fell completely still. Ding! Elite monster Raditz defeated. Mission: the actor's self-cultivation completed. Reward: obtained battle power 800, Tulin's potential development 5. Special drop: obtained lower class Saiyan bloodline fragment trait power boost upon near death. System noticed this fragment has been automatically converted into a passive physical talent for the host. No need to change bloodline. Each time the host recovers from severe injuries, their physical strength receives a permanent boost. Krillin felt a warm current surge through his body, his muscles seeming to grow denser and tougher. A slight smile curled his lips. This was what he truly wanted. He didn't want the Saiyan tail or those tyrannical genes prone to sudden loss of control. But this bug-like near-death power enhancement combined with Saitama's template of limitless growth was simply perfect. Krillin. What about Goku? Piccolo pointed at the motionless Goku beside them about to speak. Suddenly Goku's corpse began to glow with a strange white light, and before everyone's eyes it gradually became transparent, before completely vanishing, leaving only a pool of blood and tattered clothes on the ground. The body is gone. Piccolo's face drained of color as he stumbled backward 2 steps. Could it have been completely vaporized? Don't panic. Krillin calmly waved his hand, exuding the aura of someone who had everything under control. That's Kami taking his body away. Kami, would that old man bother with such matters? And why would he take the corpse? Piccolo frowned, his green face etched with doubt. Goku sacrificed himself to protect Earth. This merit touched the heavens. Kami made an exception for him, allowing him to cultivate in the afterlife with his physical body intact. Krillin spoke with straight-faced absurdity, his sincere expression making it impossible to doubt. In the afterlife, there's a great figure known as King Yima, the deity responsible for managing the northern galaxy. His martial arts prowess is unfathomable. Goku will study there for a year. By the time the Saiyans arrive, he'll be terrifyingly powerful after being revived. In truth, this was the original storyline, but when Krillin delivered it, it sounded as though he had orchestrated everything himself. King Yima, cultivating in the afterlife. Piccolo eyed Krillin skeptically. How do you know so much? Or is all of this part of your plan? Kami told me about this beforehand. After all, I'm considered half a disciple of that old man, so it's only natural I'd know certain details. Krillin tapped his head and offered a mysterious smile. Besides, the pressing matter right now isn't suspecting me. It's figuring out how to grow stronger during this year. Piccolo let out a scornful snort. Though he harbored countless doubts and suspected Krillin's scheme, he couldn't find grounds to refute him. Moreover, the way Krillin killed Raditz from afar just now seemed casual, yet concealing unfathomable depth, making him even more wary. How much power was this bald man actually concealing? Alright, since the matter is settled, it's time we go our separate ways. Krillin clapped his hands and turned to Gohan, still unconscious. This little one. I'll take him, Piccolo stated firmly. My. Krillin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The Saiyans will arrive in a year. We stand no chance alone. Piccolo gazed at Gohan, his expression conflicted. You saw the power he unleashed just now. His potential exceeds even Goku's and surpasses mine. I'll train him into a true warrior within this year. This is our only hope against the Saiyans. Special training, huh? Krillin stroked his chin, pretending to ponder. It wasn't a bad idea. He intended to follow Goku to King Yima's realm and learn the Kaioken technique, a skill practically broken in its power. Gohan had been spoiled since childhood by Chi-Chi. He truly needed someone like Piccolo, a devil instructor, to take him into the wilderness and forge his wild instincts. Only through hardship could he become a true Super Saiyan Son Gohan. Actually, Krillin had another thought. He wanted to send Tulin as well, worried that his training would suffer if he was gone. Training together would help build rapport between Tulin and Gohan. Perhaps later they could learn to perform fusion techniques as a pair. This would create a warrior unlike anything seen before. Just how powerful could such a being become? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Krillin made his decision. Alright, I'll leave them in your care. Take Tulin as well. I'm going to visit Kami, and I won't know when I'll return. Krillin nodded in agreement. Vegeta would arrive on Earth in 1 year with a battle power of 1800, after transforming into the Great Ape that would escalate to 1800. It was impossible not to feel the pressure. These two children have astonishing potential. Don't push them too hard or kill them. If Goku comes back to life and seeks vengeance, I can't stop him. With that, he patted Tulin's head, gesturing for him to approach. Dad, do I really have to go train with this uncle? Tulin tugged at Krillin's clothes, his small face brimming with curiosity. Tulin was always fearless, and the prospect of skipping homework while getting to go on an adventure made him overjoyed. Krillin smiled and nodded. Go ahead, stay safe. I'll come get you. Upon hearing this, Tulin immediately started jogging forward. Both of them together. Piccolo hesitated briefly before saying nothing more. He seized Gohan and Tulin in one motion, launching into the sky before vanishing as a streak of white light. Krillin opened the system panel, eyeing the vivid red countdown to a year. Time until Vegeta and Nappa reach Earth: 364 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes. The storm had temporarily subsided, yet a greater shadow loomed on the horizon. The wind in the celestial temple always carried a faint, thin chill. The god of Earth, his face a wrinkled mess of anxiety, stared at the bald man before him, his knuckles whitening as he gripped his staff. Moments ago, as he was about to take Goku's body away, Krillin had appeared with that unsettling instant transmission, making a request that sent his blood pressure skyrocketing. You mean to take your physical body to the other world? The god's voice trembled. Such a thing was unheard of. Krillin casually fiddled with the gravity wristband on his arm, looking utterly unconcerned. You know I can beat up aliens in a vacuum. A little other-world environment is nothing but a walk in the backyard garden. The god was speechless. Indeed, this man was a freak. He had witnessed the battle. That Saiyan named Raditz was absurdly strong, yet Krillin had swatted him like a fly. More terrifying was the trait called Star Adapter within Kuririn, allowing him to lock his vital signs in any extreme environment. But what about King Yama? The god still worried. King Yama governed life and death, and his temper was notoriously fierce. If he found out that a living person had been brought down through the back door, the god's own divine position might be at risk. Don't worry, I can handle the big guy. Kuririn patted the god's shoulder, the force nearly shaking the old deity apart. Let's go. Don't keep Goku waiting. If we're late, he might have gotten lost looking for food on the Yellow Springs Road. The god sighed and resigned himself. He grabbed Kuririn's shoulder. Without even needing an incantation, Kuririn gripped him back, and their forms twisted, vanishing from the celestial temple in an instant. The other world before the King Yama's palace. The sky here was perpetually a oppressive yellow. Countless cloud-like souls lined up like at an airport security checkpoint waiting for judgment. At the head of the line, behind a massive redwood desk, sat a giant as imposing as a mountain. King Yama. He wore a crisp suit, two sharp horns sprouting from his head, his crimson skin gleaming under the light. He was slamming a giant stamp onto documents like a pile driver, heaven hell, each impact shaking the ground with a deafening boom. Goku turned at the voice, his eyes lighting up, his simple face brimming with surprise. Kuririn, you died too. Great. I thought I was the only one here. That horned uncle was really scary. The god broke out in a cold sweat beside him, wanting to cover Goku's mouth. I'm not dead. I'm here to accompany you on a trip. Kuririn walked over with a smile, looking Goku up and down. The halo above his head looked quite stylish, like a fluorescent tube. Not dead. Goku scratched his head. Clearly this complex logic exceeded his CPU's processing capacity, but he quickly cast the issue aside and asked excitedly. By the way, Kuririn, how are Gohan and Trunks? And Piccolo? Don't worry. Piccolo might have a sour face, but he's tough. Kuririn recalled the eager expression on Trunks' face when he left, a slight smile curling his lips. Trunks and Gohan are training with him. A year from now, when you're revived, you'll see two amazing little warriors. Really? Awesome. Goku was so happy he wanted to jump, but soon deflated. But that Raditz guy said stronger Saiyans are coming in a year. I'm afraid I won't be ready. That's why I'm taking you to King Kai. Kuririn pointed ahead. At that moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped the three. King Yama put down his documents, his bell-like eyes fixed on Kuririn, white steam visibly shooting from his nostrils. The temperature in the hall plummeted to freezing. The souls waiting in line trembled in fear. God! King Yama's voice boomed like thunder, rattling the god's eardrums. As the god of Earth, don't you know the rules? Bringing a dead person is one thing, but why is there a living person? Do you think this is a farmer's market? The god's legs nearly gave way, and he stammered an explanation. King Yama, this is for the future of Earth. This young man is exceptionally powerful. I don't care about the future. King Yama slammed the table, the book of life and death bouncing half a meter into the air. Rules are rules. The living go back to the living world, or I'll throw you into the hell oil and fry you into tempura. His aura was overwhelming. He was after all the sovereign of the two realms. But Kuririn remained unfazed. He stepped forward, shielding the trembling god, a professional smile on his face that made King Yama want to punch him. King Yama, calm down. Working so hard is bad for the liver. Kuririn flipped his wrist and produced a beautifully wrapped picture book from his system storage. On the cover, several voluptuous blondes in skimpy bikinis ran on a sunny beach, the image crisp in 8K, every water droplet visible. It was the latest limited edition Hot Beach Collector's Edition from Bulma's magazine publisher, the only batch in the entire universe. This is a little local specialty I brought for you. I heard you're busy with countless affairs, you need to cultivate your tastes and relax occasionally. Kuririn slid the picture book to the edge of the giant hand. King Yama's furious eyes upon glancing at the cover abruptly constricted. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. King Yama's crimson face flushed a deeper shade of purple. He glanced left and right guiltily, then with a speed that defied belief his massive hand swept the book under his palm and slid it into a drawer. The motion was so smooth it was awe-inspiring. Ahem. King Yama cleared his throat. The devouring rage vanished, replaced by a benevolent expression like an elder looking at a junior. Well, since it's for the peace of Earth, some rules can be bent. Special circumstances call for special measures. The god watched with his jaw almost dropping. Was this the same impartial King Yama? All it took was a swimsuit photo book. God, you did well. You know how to spot talent. King Yama praised with a straight face, but his eyes kept darting to the drawer. Since that's the case, I'll make an exception and let you pass. But the serpentine road is long. If you fall off, you won't come back. Thank you, King Yama. Kuririn cupped his hands with a smile. Go on, go on. King Yama waved his hand dismissively, clearly eager to cultivate his tastes. The three walked out of the palace. The god was still questioning his reality. Kuririn was in high spirits. Kuririn, what was in that book? Something tasty. That uncle seemed to like it a lot. Goku asked curiously. Kuririn looked at this martial arts and life idiot with pity. That's spiritual food for adults. You'll understand when you grow up. Let's go. The serpentine road awaits. Ahead, a winding, seemingly endless yellow stone path floated above the sea of clouds stretching to the horizon. The serpent path, legendary for its million-kilometer length, coiled like a sleeping dragon among the clouds. Its yellow scale-like stone pavement stretched endlessly under the dim underworld light. Below lay an unfathomable sea of yellow clouds, the entrance to the underworld where those who fell would lose their souls eternally. Wow, it's so long. Wukong stood at the serpent's head, shading his eyes as he gazed into the distance with excitement. So this is the serpent path? Once I reach the end, I'll finally meet King Kai, right? That's right, but they say it takes ordinary people several years to complete the journey. Even someone like you would probably need half a year. The deity was offering final reminders beside him. Wukong, be careful not to fall, and never eat anything here. It's all a trap. I get it, deity. Why are you being so naggy, just like Chi-Chi? Wukong stretched his arms and legs, did a few high knee exercises on the spot, then assumed a starting position. Then I'm off. Kirin, let's race to see who gets there first. Whoosh. Wukong shot forward like an exuberant wild monkey, legs pumping with raw energy. Not to mention after the battle with Raditz. Even though he died, his basic physical conditioning was truly formidable. He ran with such force that he kicked up a swirl of wind. Kirin stood still, watching Wukong's snail-paced figure recede into the distance, and shook his head in exasperation. Half a year? I don't have time to waste here. Kirin turned to the deity and waved dismissively. Old man, you head back. Keep an eye on Earth. Make sure Trunks doesn't tear down your temple while you're at it. With that, Kirin's foot tapped the ground. Boom. A deafening sonic boom erupted at the serpent's head. The deity felt a furious gale slam into him, nearly knocking him off his feet. By the time he opened his eyes, Kirin was already gone, leaving only ripples of white energy dissipating into the air. Kilometers away, Wukong was gasping for breath as he ran, when suddenly his collar grabbed tight, and his feet left the ground entirely. Hey. Wukong flailed his arms and legs. Kirin, why are you grabbing me? You're too slow. At this pace, we'll never make it to Kai Planet in time. By then, everything will be ruined. Kirin held Wukong aloft like a chick in his grip. A white aura enveloped him completely, the unmistakable sign of his flight technique operating at full power. Hold on tight. We're speeding up. SP. Speed up. Wukong hadn't even processed the words before the landscape elongated into streaks around him. Boom. Kirin shattered the sound barrier. Dozens of times the speed of sound, not just double or triple. Meanwhile, guards patrolling the serpent path sat on clouds, dozing off. Suddenly, a violent windstorm roared overhead. Before they could react, the guards were swept from their clouds by the turbulent air, their spears torn from their grasp and lost to the chaos. What just passed us? A meteor. The guard clawed his way out from the clouds, his hat askew, terror etched across his face. High above, the wind had warped Wukong's face beyond recognition. His mouth ballooned like an inflated pouch, letting out only muffled whimpers. Ku. Kirin. SL. Slower. I'm gonna be sick. Hold it in. Chi and I isn't here. If you puke on yourself, you wash it yourself. Kirin showed no sign of slowing down. The Saitama template gifted not merely brute strength, but an inhuman physique that completely defied aerodynamic drag. 2 days later, midway along the serpent path, an ancient palace materialized beside the road. The moment they touched down, its vermilion doors slid open silently, as if sensing the presence of men. A sweet, warm fragrance hit them instantly. It wasn't a typical floral scent, but something laced with musk and unidentified orchids, so intoxicating it made one feel dizzy and lightheaded. Oh my, this serpent path has grown cold for centuries, but today 2 warm pulses of yang energy have finally arrived. A silken, bone-melting giggle echoed as 2 rows of maids in gauzy, translucent robes emerged, carrying palace lanterns. Behind them, a woman with a graceful figure glided forward. It was Princess Snake. Today she wore no elaborate palace attire, but a flowing purple robe with a plunging neckline that revealed snow-pale skin and delicate collarbones. A silk sash cinched loosely at her waist, and with each step her long, fair legs flickered through the high sled. Every movement striking directly at the heart. Brave warriors, you've traveled far. Won't you come in for a cup of wine to rest? Snake Princess's amber eyes flicked over Wukong, briefly dismissed him as an oblivious youth, then locked onto Kirin with unmistakable intent. Such a handsome, well-built man. Despite his bald head, his calm confidence and granite-hard muscles beneath the GI made him the finest prey in this underworld. Food? Awesome. Wukong cheered, completely ignoring the sultry atmosphere, and bolted toward the dining table like a gust of wind, grabbing a whole roasted pig to devour. Kirin glanced at Snake Princess and activated his AR data vision. Target Snake Princess. Race Demon Beast Combat Power 1500 Assessment A Snake coveting swan meat. Beauty without substance. Kirin remained motionless, standing quietly. Snake Princess, seeing this, smiled with predatory confidence. She gestured and the palace doors slammed shut. Warm amber light bathed the room as pink mist curled through the air, accompanied by soft, seductive music. Rather than rushing forward, she circled Kirin slowly. Brother, why won't you come inside? Her voice grew dreamy and elusive, seeming to emanate from all directions while brushing against his eardrums. At his back, she extended a slender finger painted with rouge, resting it gently on his shoulder. Her fingertip traced down his trapezius, circling along his spine through the fabric of his GI. This serpent path is endless. Only wind and wailing ghosts. How lonely. Snake Princess pressed against him. Kirin could feel the startling softness and warmth radiating from her curves. She rose on her toes, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her warm, moist breath caressed his ear and neck, sending shivers down his spine. I have 30-year-old wine beds woven from cloud silk, and She melted into his embrace like a serpentine creature, wrapping her arms around his neck and clinging to him completely. Her soul-capturing eyes glistened mere inches from his face, conveying desperate longing in every glance. And my burning heart, would you not warm it? As she spoke, Snake Princess seized Kirin's hand and pressed it against her chest. Her skin was silky and smooth beneath his palms, synchronized with the frantic beating of her heart, a temptation that could make any weak-willed man surrender instantly. Surrounding maids closed in as well. Some carried wine cups, others held grapes, laughing and weaving around Kirin. Their sheer fabrics brushed his cheeks while fragrant breezes wafted about, making it feel as though he were drowning in a sea of pleasure. Stay with me. Snake Princess leaned toward his lips, their breaths mingling inches apart. Her voice grew husky and magnetic. Just say the word, and this palace becomes yours, this serpent path becomes yours, even my centuries of cultivation. All yours. You can rule here, feasting and singing day and night, never worrying about cultivation or saving worlds again. Let that foolish boy handle those tedious tasks. Snake Princess's fingers undid the top button of Kirin's GI, tracing along his firm chest muscles as her gaze grew hazy with desire. See, your body knows what it wants. It craves rest, craving pleasure. The entire hall transformed into an enormous seductive web, the pink hallucinogenic atmosphere thick enough to drip. Kirin looked down at the woman in his arms who had exhausted herself in elaborate charm. She was indeed a stunning specimen. Such refined allure, honed over centuries combined with illusion-enhanced atmosphere, would have overwhelmed the naive young monk Kirin long ago. He'd have been on his knees begging for mercy. But now, images of Bulma's face flashed through his mind, proud yet brilliant, radiating the confidence of the wealthiest woman in West City. He also saw blonde Launch wielding a machine gun, wild and untamed, or blue-haired Launch busy in the kitchen, gentle and domestic. Home-cooked meals were always superior. Whatever temptations lurked outside carried a cheap, hollow quality. Are you finished performing? Kirin's calm voice shattered the meticulously crafted atmosphere. Snake Princess's hand froze mid-button, her seductive expression cracking as she looked up, confusion flashing in her eyes. What? Without hesitation, Kirin pressed a finger to her smooth forehead and shoved her away with visible disgust, sending her stumbling half a meter back. He then methodically fastened his GI buttons and dusted off his shoulders and chest as though contaminated. First, Kirin glanced at the posturing maids with cold detachment. Your illusions are pathetic. That cheap perfume gives me a headache, and that so-called roasted pig, probably transformed from a roadside stone. Only our tasteless comrade could swallow it. Wukong, chewing on half a stone with grease dripping from his mouth, looked up in confusion. Huh, what did you say, Kirin? This meat is indeed quite tough. It's really hard on the teeth. Snake Princess's lip twitched violently. Second, Kirin appraised Snake Princess with genuine condescending pity. You claim all this belongs to me. Forgive my bluntness, but your entire palace is smaller than my home's bathroom. With your meager wealth, you couldn't even carry my wife's shoes. She could pluck a single leg hair thicker than your entire fortune. Third, and most importantly, Kirin leaned close to Snake Princess's green-faced, twisted features, pointed to himself with his thumb, and smirked. My wife is the world's wealthiest and most beautiful woman. She dines on delicacies daily. Do you think I care about some centuries-old leftovers? You old witch clinging to fake beauty through illusions should stop embarrassing yourself. Your foundation is already caked. Boom. Snake Princess felt struck by lightning. Old witch. Broke. Ugly. Leftovers. Each word drove a poisoned dagger into her deepest insecurities, twisting mercilessly. Why you? Snake Princess trembled with rage, her beautiful face contorting. Pale skin revealed faint blue scales as her pupils narrowed to vertical slits, radiating pure malice and murderous intent. You ungrateful bastard. You refuse my generosity only to suffer consequences. I'll chew you to pieces and swallow you whole. Wukong, let's go. Stop gnawing on that rock. Kirin didn't give her time to transform. He grabbed the stone-obsessed Wukong and stomped downward. Boom. A shockwave erupted as they shot upward through the palace roof like a streak of light. I'll kill you. Snake Princess's piercing shrieks echoed behind them. The magnificent palace crumbled into a colossal green python, thrashing wildly in the clouds. But the two figures had already vanished at the serpent path's end. Kirin pursed his lips mid-air, glancing back at the python. What a waste of time. Monsters these days should know their place. Didn't they bother to ask who I am? Wukong, disheveled by the wind, asked. Kirin, was that really necessary? That was pretty hurtful. To defeat a monster that wants to eat you, you must destroy her mentally first, Kirin said calmly. Besides, I was telling the truth. Hours passed. On the horizon, a small planet finally appeared. Tiny, smaller than an Earth town, yet radiating strange gravitational energy. We're here, Kai Planet. Wukong shouted excitedly. Kirin braked, sharply, landing steadily above the planet. Prepare for landing. Be careful, gravity here is different. They descended slowly. The moment Wukong touched ground, an invisible force slammed him down. He dropped to his knees with a thud, face first into the grass. It's so heavy. My body feels like lead. Wukong struggled to rise, every movement exhausting. Only 10x gravity. Feels a bit light, similar to Trunks' daily training. Looking at Wukong struggling on the ground, Krillin decided he'd have Bulma send him a 100x gravity room when they returned. Saiyans needed extreme gravity to unlock their potential. Is anyone here? Wukong propped himself up, drenched in sweat. Yes, and an interesting one at that. Krillin grinned mischievously at the roundhouse ahead. Listen carefully, Wukong. To learn from King Kai, you must pass his test. A test? Do I have to beat him? Wukong's eyes lit up with combat spirit. No harder than that. Krillin was deadly serious. King Kai is obsessed with comedy. You must make him laugh so hard he rolls on the floor, or he won't accept you as a student. Tell a joke. Wukong was stunned. Fighting came naturally, but comedy. That was impossible. The grass of Jiawang planet was a vivid green, and the air was crisp and clean. Aside from the oppressive gravity, it was a fine place to retire. Wukong was still wrestling with the gravity, wobbling like a newborn duck, just learning to walk. Krillin, however, had already begun his morning calisthenics, stretching and expanding his chest with such precision that he could have been a drill instructor, showing no sign of the tenfold gravity field. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. Krillin observed the tiny planet as he exercised. There were only a few trees, a circular path, and a red vintage convertible. Krillin, I remember that joke. Wukong walked over drenched in sweat with a face of grim determination. But it was really cold, that elephant without paper. Don't ask why, it's art. Krillin said with a straight face, bluffing. Remember, keep your expression serious and your tone sincere. That's the essence of a deadpan joke. Just then the door of the dome-shaped hut opened. A short, stout blue figure emerged. He wore sunglasses, had 2 antennae on his head, a black robe, and carried a broom. The Northern Realm King. He first glanced at the monkey Babylusi hopping on the grass, then noticed the 2 uninvited guests. Yo, a rare sight. The Realm King pushed up his sunglasses, his voice brimming with mischief. To have run the entire Snake Way and arrive here. Seems that old King Yama wasn't mistaken this time. Lord Realm King. Wukong immediately snapped to attention, though his legs were still trembling. I am Sun Wukong, and this is Krillin. We're here to learn martial arts from you to defeat the Saiyans who will invade Earth in 1 year. Saiyans. The Realm King walked behind them, hands clasped, and circled around. Indeed a big trouble. But becoming my disciple isn't that easy. He suddenly stopped, leaned his face close to Wukong's, and a strange glint flashed behind his sunglasses. Can you tell jokes? Huh. Wukong froze, stunned that Krillin had been right. It's too boring here. Besides Babylusi, I don't even have anyone to talk to. The Realm King sighed, wearing a look of loneliness and emptiness. If you want me to teach you, you must first make me laugh. If you don't even have that level of humor, how can you save the world? The logic was impeccable. I'll go first. Krillin raised his hand and stepped forward with confidence. The Realm King crossed his arms, looking critical. Bald boy, you look cheerful enough. Hope your joke isn't too cold. Krillin cleared his throat and put on the expression of someone telling a ghost story. Once upon a time, a little white rabbit got lost in the forest. It came to a fork in the road and saw a little gray rabbit. It hurriedly asked, Brother Gray Rabbit, I'm lost. Can you tell me how to get home? The Realm King pricked up his ears, his antennae twitching. The little gray rabbit looked the white rabbit over and said with a sly grin, you want to know the way? First make me happy. Krillin winked and made his tone lecherous. The corner of the Realm King's mouth twitched as if sensing something coming. The little white rabbit had no choice but to comply. Afterward, the gray rabbit pointed to the left path. Before long, the white rabbit came to another fork where a little black rabbit was waiting. Krillin paused, then continued. The little black rabbit made the same demand, you want to know the way? First make me happy. To get home, the white rabbit tearfully agreed and then took the left path. What happened next? The Realm King couldn't help asking, already drawn into the story. Later, the little white rabbit finally made it home. Not long after, it gave birth to a litter of baby rabbits. Krillin looked at the Realm King mysteriously. Lord Realm King, can you guess what color those baby rabbits were? The Realm King frowned and thought. Gray, black, or spotted? You want to know? Krillin suddenly flashed the same sly grin as the little gray rabbit, pointing at himself. Then first make me happy. Silence. A deathly stillness. 3 seconds later. Ha ha ha. The Realm King burst into earth-shattering laughter. He clutched his stomach and collapsed onto the grass, rolling around, his sunglasses askew, legs kicking wildly. Oh my. I can't. Happy. Ha. You little devil. So wicked. The Realm King laughed until tears streamed down his face, pounding the ground and pointing at Krillin. This joke has flavor. So much flavor. Pass. You pass. Krillin shrugged and stepped aside, giving Wukong a look that said, your turn. Wukong took a deep breath. Though he still didn't quite understand the punchline of that joke, he knew it was his turn to perform. He walked solemnly up to the Realm King, who was still wiping his tears. Lord Realm King, I also want to tell a story about a rabbit. Oh. The Realm King got up from the ground, rubbing his sore stomach. Go ahead. Hope you don't disappoint me. Wukong opened his eyes wide and spoke in the tone of a military report. One day, an elephant was pooping in the forest. The Realm King. That was quite a start. After finishing, the elephant found it had no paper. Just then, a little white rabbit was eating grass nearby. Wukong gestured with his hands as he spoke. The elephant asked, Little white rabbit, do you shed? The little white rabbit shook its head and said, No, I don't. So the elephant grabbed the little white rabbit, wiped its bottom, and tossed it away. The corner of the Realm King's mouth twitched. The image was too vivid. The next day, Wukong suddenly raised his voice. The elephant was eating, getting its mouth and hands all greasy, and again had no paper. It saw a little gray rabbit, and asked Little Gray Rabbit, "Do you shed?" The little gray rabbit also said no. The elephant was delighted and grabbed the gray rabbit to wipe its mouth. Wukong paused, then imitated a resentful and furious tone. Then the little gray rabbit spoke up, "Brother, I'm the little white rabbit you used to wipe your bottom yesterday." The Realm King, who had just steadied himself, immediately burst out again. This time he laughed even more wildly, bouncing around on the ground like a blue rubber ball, his face turning purple. "Ha ha ha. It changed color. It actually changed color. Ha! Help! That elephant is too wicked." The Realm King laughed until he was gasping, finally lying on his back, barely breathing. So brilliant. The Realm King weakly raised a hand and gave a thumbs up. "You two are geniuses. I haven't laughed this hard in centuries." Wukong scratched his head and looked at Krillin. Is he laughing that hard? Was it really that funny? That's the power of humor. Krillin suppressed his smile, speaking nonsense with a straight face. All right, get up." The Realm King finally recovered, straightened his disheveled robe and sunglasses, and though tears still clung to the corners of his eyes, his expression became slightly more serious. "You passed the test. From today onward you are my disciples, the Northern Realm King's disciples." However, the Realm King pushed up his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over the two. "If you want to learn, you must be prepared for hardship. Especially you, Krillin. I can sense an incredible power within you, but your technique is still too rough. And you, Wukong, your physical foundation is good, but it's not enough under this gravity. First you must catch Babulisi." The Realm King pointed at the monkey, making faces at them from the tree. "Catch a monkey." Wukong rubbed his hands together. "Looks like fun." Krillin gave a slight smile and removed the limiters on his gravity wristbands, instantly releasing a hint of the suppressed aura. "Then let's begin, Lord Realm King. Our time is precious." The gravity of King Kai's planet clung like viscous glue, pressing heavily against every inch of skin. Son Goku tumbled clumsily across the grass, chasing after a gorilla named Babulus like a monkey whose tail had been stepped on. The gorilla moved with impressive agility, flashing insults as it darted between the handful of trees dotting the tiny planet. It occasionally flung banana peels with pinpoint accuracy, sending the future warrior of the universe face first into the dirt. "Damn it, don't run." Goku wiped mud from his face, panting heavily. 10 times gravity was still something he needed to adjust to. Nearby, lounging in a recliner, Krillin sat with his legs crossed, sipping a glass of ice-cold juice that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, watching the spectacle with utter leisure. "Goku, lower your center of gravity. Don't just rely on brute force." Krillin took a sip of his juice like a retired old man. "You're hunting a gorilla, not competing to see whose skull is harder." "Krillin, aren't you training?" Goku called out between breaths. "King Kai said we don't eat until we catch it." "Catch it." Krillin glanced at the smug gorilla. The next moment his figure vanished. Babulus was mid-sneer at the bald head when a sudden grip clamped around its neck. Krillin had appeared behind it, unseen, hoisting the massive creature by the scruff like a chicken, while his other hand stuffed a banana into its mouth. "Done." Krillin tossed the bewildered gorilla before King Kai. "Mealtime." King Kai adjusted his sunglasses, nearly dropping his jaw. 10 times gravity. And that bald head hadn't even broken a sweat. "That doesn't count. You're cheating." King Kai protested. "This is foundational physical training." "Foundational?" Krillin gestured to his shiny head. 100 push-ups a day, don't go to waste, my lord." He continued, "Stop wasting time, just get to the real stuff." Far away on Earth, the desolate dinosaur plains howled with wind-driven sand stinging exposed skin. Tears and snot streaked his face as he repeatedly cried out for his father and mother. Not far away, 4-year-old Krillin wore a tattered jacket and gripped a leg bone he'd picked up from somewhere, his eyes scanning the surroundings with sharp vigilance. "Listen up, you brats." Piccolo's voice was like ice. "The Bald One entrusted you to me, so I won't hold back. Survive this wilderness for 6 months, and I'll come back for you. Die, and you can only blame your own fate." With that, Piccolo shot into the sky as a white streak and disappeared. "Wah, I want to go home." Gohan's wailing grew louder as he curled into a tight ball. "Shut up." Krillin barked impatiently, his young face carrying ferocity beyond his years. "Keep crying, and you'll attract the wolves." "What a crybaby. And here I thought you were a Saiyans, son." Though Krillin was afraid, too, his veins carried Krillin's cunning and Bulma's rationality, along with a certain inexplicable confidence inherited from Saitama's genes. Father always said fear stems from insufficient firepower. Krillin brandished the bone club in his hand. "As long as we crush anything that tries to eat us, we'll be safe." Gohan looked up through his tears, staring at this companion shorter than himself with a mixture of terror and bewilderment. Just then the ground trembled. A 10-meter Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from behind the rocks, its foul-mouthed maw dripping saliva as it fixed its predatory gaze on the two tender morsels. "Oh no!" Gohan screamed, instinctively trying to flee, but his legs refused to obey. Krillin didn't move. Staring dead into the dinosaur's eyes, the faint energy within him began to circulate. If Father were here, he'd finish this in one punch. Krillin grit his teeth. "I can do it too." The T-Rex roared and charged its bloody maw, engulfing both boys in an instant. "Moved." Talon shoved Gohan aside and rolled in the opposite direction. The T-Rex's bite shattered the rock, sending shards flying everywhere. Seizing the opening, Talon's small body launched like a cannonball. Raising the bone club, he concentrated all his energy into a single point and smashed it downward onto the dinosaur's toe. Break. Crack. Though the power difference was immense, it was bolstered by Saitama's anomalous genetics. The T-Rex shrieked deafeningly, its massive frame losing balance as it stumbled. Now crybaby, run. Talon shouted. But Gohan was frozen in terror, staring blankly at him. Enraged, the T-Rex swept its enormous tail horizontally. Mid-air, Talon had no leverage moments from being flattened into paste. No. Gohan's pupils contracted sharply. In that instant, terror peaked and transformed into pure fury. Boom. A massive energy wave erupted from Gohan's body, his forehead veins bulging. He became a blur, appearing before Talon in an instant, his small hands firmly holding back the enormous tail. He glanced at Gohan beside him, unconscious but completely unharmed, and a crooked smile spread across his face. TCH, not useless after all. Talon pulled out the last piece of compressed biscuit from his pocket, broke off more than half, and stuffed it into Gohan's mouth, keeping only a small fragment for himself. After this meal, we're brothers. These wilds belong to the two of us now. On King Kai's planet, Goku finally caught Bablis on the third day, then spent another 5 days beating up that cricket named Gregory. Excellent. Foundation training complete. King Kai surveyed his two disciples. One was bruised, but burning with fighting spirit. The other hadn't even wrinkled his clothes, and had set up a barbecue grill to roast fish nearby. Next, I'll teach you the true secret technique, the Kaioken. King Kai's expression grew serious. This ability multiplies the ki within your body exponentially for a short period. Power, speed, and defense all increase proportionally. However, King Kai paused, his gaze piercing through his sunglasses toward Goku. The burden on the body is immense. With your current physique, double is your limit. He turned toward Krillin, who was sprinkling cumin on the grilling fish, feeling somewhat uncertain. This guy's physical composition was genuinely incomprehensible to him. Open the panel. Krillin flipped the fish while issuing the command in his mind. Post Krillin race, human Saitama template fusion 35, combat power 6,000 steadily increasing. Listen carefully, control the flow of chi, instantly ignite the energy within every cell, but lock them like a dam, releasing only at the moment of attack. King Kai droned on like an old pedant, explaining the theory. Wukong was utterly confused, scratching his ears and cheeks. King Kai, can you make it simpler? Just a whoosh, and then a boom. King Kai almost choked. Are you a savage? It's compression. Compression. Then burst. After half a day's effort, Wukong finally got the hang of it. Jiawang's fist. With a low shout, a faint red aura ignited around Wukong's body. His muscles instantly bulged, veins like earthworms standing out, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Excellent. This is the one-fold Jiawang's fist. King Kai nodded. Try to maintain it. Be careful, don't push yourself. Wukong gritted his teeth, sustained it for less than 10 seconds, and the red aura extinguished with a puff. He panted heavily, his skin flushed all over as if he had just come out of a sauna. Amazing. The power did surge up, but my body hurts so much. Wukong rubbed his shoulders, looking both excited and pained. Of course, this is a technique that overdraws the body. King Kai looked at Krillin smugly. Bald kid, your turn. Although you have a good foundation, I suggest you start with 0. 5 times step by step. Jiawang's fist. Krillin didn't even wait for King Kai to finish, still chewing half a piece of fish, he casually shouted. Boom. A deep red aura instantly shot up into the sky, enveloping Krillin like a volcanic eruption. The entire planet of King Kai suddenly sank. This? How many times? King Kai's eyes nearly popped out, and the broom in his hand snapped with a crack. About 5 times, I guess. Krillin cracked his neck, producing crisp sounds. It feels a bit like just finishing a warm-up. My body is warm and cozy. Warm. Warm and cozy. King Kai felt his worldview collapsing. The load of 5-fold Jiawang's fist was enough to crush an ordinary earthling into pulp, yet this guy only felt warm. Add more. Kellen's eyes narrowed. The domineering nature of the Chi Yu template lies in no limits. The body is like an infinitely elastic container. As long as willpower is sufficient, it can hold infinite power. 10-fold Jiawang's fist. Rumble. The ground, which had only been trembling, began to crack. The beloved red convertible was directly blown away by the air pressure, tumbling several times in the air before crashing into the woods. My car! King Kai screamed. The red light around Krillin had turned dark crimson, and the surrounding space visibly warped due to the high-density energy. Wukong stared at Krillin in shock, the half-eaten bun dropping from his hand. Krillin, your chi. So terrifying. Krillin felt the surging power within him. The feeling of every cell cheering and roaring intoxicated him. This is power. This level should be enough to beat Naba, but it's still lacking against Vegeta. System lock, the critical point of bodily collapse. I want to see where the limit is. System prompt, host physical strength is extremely high, no risk of collapse for now. It is recommended to try 20 times. Then 20 times. Kellen took a deep breath, stomped the ground. 20-fold. Jia Wang's fist. At this moment the planet of King Kai seemed to have met its doom. A crimson pillar of light dozens of meters in diameter pierced the sky and earth, bathing the small planet in a bloody hellscape. King Kai was blown directly against the wall, stuck like a poster that couldn't be peeled off. Mad? Mad. Is this guy the reincarnation of the god of destruction? King Kai was disheveled in the wind, his hat blown off, revealing his bald head. Stop. The planet is going to crack. Krillin at the center of the storm was now looking at his system panel. Battle power 1200, 6,000 by 20, 120,000 battle power. At this point in time, this was simply a dimensionality reduction strike. At this moment, Felicia's first form was only 5300, and Captain Jinyu was only 1000. The red light dissipated, and the suffocating pressure vanished instantly. Except for some torn clothes, Krillin didn't even have a single bruise. Feels good. Krillin dusted himself off and looked at King Kai on the wall. Lord King Kai, what did you say just now? Step by step. King Kai slid down from the wall, picked up his hat, and put it back on his hand, still trembling. Freaks. Are you earthlings all monsters? King Kai looked at the devastated backyard with heartache. My lawn. My car. My house. Wukong ran over, circling Krillin several times, his eyes full of stars. Amazing, Krillin. How did you do it? Doesn't your body hurt? Pain. Krillin thought for a moment. It's probably like being bitten by a mosquito. Wukong, feeling dejected, immediately ran off to continue training hard. All right, Lord King Kai. Krillin walked up to King Kai and adjusted his sunglasses. Don't worry about it. At worst, I'll have my wife build you a better one, and you can teleport back. Now teach me that spirit bomb. King Kai sighed, feeling he had no dignity as a master. The spirit bomb. That is a technique that borrows the chi of all living things, requiring a pure heart. King Kai looked at Krillin with suspicion. You a kid full of mischief, can you really learn it? Let's try, I'm not busy anyway. The night sky of Jia Wang's star was always so clear, though there was no true darkness here. Krillin raised his hands high, as if surrendering to the sky. Feel the breath of plants, the breath of the wind, the breath of the planet. Jia Wang instructed patiently. Do not forcibly seize with your own energy, you must request and call forth. Glowing motes of light gathered from all around, condensing in Kellen's palm into a fist-sized orb. Too slow. Kellen frowned, dispelling the orb directly. Slow. Jia Wang jumped up in agitation. This is borrowing power from all things. You must be polite. Do you think it's a robbery? In battle, who would give you minutes to raise your hand as a target? By the time I finish borrowing chi, the moment would have passed, and Earth would have exploded 800 times. Kellen retorted bluntly. It's your lack of proficiency. No, it's the skill's mechanism that's flawed. Kellen stroked his chin, his genius wisdom operating at full power. The essence of the spirit bomb was a high-dimensional aggregate of life energy. In the original story, Wukong always used it as a one-time nuclear bomb. If it hit, it was a divine skill. If it missed, it was just fireworks. Moreover, the startup was too long, easy to interrupt. What if I don't throw it out? A glint of sharp light flashed in Kellen's eyes. Don't throw it. Then what are you holding it up for? As a street lamp. Jia Wang was puzzled. Since my body is a bottomless pit, why not devour this spiritual energy? Kellen's idea was insane. Although spiritual energy was gentle, it was still foreign energy. Though forcibly inhaling, it could easily cause energy chaos, even death by explosion. But who was Kellen? He was the man with the Saitama template. His cells excelled at devouring and adapting. Let's try. Kellen raised his hands again. Whoosh. The surrounding spiritual energy no longer drifted slowly, but surged toward Kellen like being pulled by a black hole. Hey, what are you doing? Don't mess around. You'll explode if you absorb like that. Jia Wang was startled. Kellen turned a deaf ear. When the spirit orb condensed to the size of a basketball above his head, instead of throwing it, he abruptly clapped his hands together and slammed the orb directly into his chest. Insane. Jia Wang covered his eyes. Buzz. As Kellen forcibly slammed the high-density spirit orb into his chest, the data stream on the system panel frantically refreshed like a waterfall. Red warning boxes flashed wildly in the corner of his retina, eventually replaced by a line of golden text. Warning: high-dimensional energy injection detected. Attempting assimilation. Assimilation successful. Saitama template no limiter responding. Energy conversion rate 100. A burst of wholly pure, yet endlessly majestic white light emanated from Kellen's body. Kellen's skin became translucent and crystalline, as if carved from white jade. On his bald head, originally hairless, now, due to the overflow of high-density spiritual energy, a huge floating halo of pure white energy formed behind his head. His eyes lost their pupils, becoming a vast expanse of pure white, yet not appearing hollow. Instead, they radiated a coldness and compassion that overlooked all beings. The previously violent aura of the 20-fold Jia Wang fist vanished, replaced by an unfathomable calm. Like a living Buddha, but a mere approach revealed the raging power beneath the calm enough to shatter stars. Kellen slowly clenched his fist. He could sense that the spiritual energy not only enhanced his strength, but also formed an absolute defensive spirit coat on his body surface. Moreover, in this state, his stamina and recovery were nearly infinite as he constantly drew energy from the environment. Converge the spiritual energy inward, strengthen the physical body, form an impervious body. Krillin's voice became ethereal with its own reverb effect. He paused, a hint of incongruous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, breaking the sacredness. Serious series, Saint Buddha form. Meaning, kill while exorcising. Krillin casually waved his hand, and a white energy blast instantly sliced off the top of a distant hill, the cut as smooth as a mirror. This is sheer chaos. This is blasphemy. Although Jia Wang cursed, his eyes behind the sunglasses were full of shock. This guy had actually improved the spirit bomb and turned it into a permanent transformation state. If he mastered this in future fights, he wouldn't need to move. He could stand and let others hit him without effect, and with a backhand slap, he'd hit them with a spirit bomb. His normal combat power, which had stabilized at 6,000 after gravity training on Jia Wang's star, began to skyrocket exponentially in that instant. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. The numbers were still jumping, but Krillin no longer cared about that mere number. This feeling. Krillin raised his hand, looking at his crystal-like palm, the pure white halo behind his head slowly rotating, emitting a heart-stopping fluctuation. It's not just that power increased, the rules have changed. The system interface displayed a detailed skill enhancement analysis. Host Krillin status, Saint Buddha form, spirit, impervious body, combat power, normal 10,000. Due to Jia Wang, star, environmental limitation, insufficient spiritual energy concentration, burst state. Current state duration, Saint Buddha form 175,180 seconds. Krillin deactivated the state, the white light dissipated, the halo vanished, and the feeling of exhaustion that had yet to appear was instantly repaired by his body. Jia Wang's star's gravity is too low and the spiritual energy is not rich enough. Krillin was somewhat dissatisfied. Without collecting enough spiritual energy, the Saint Buddha form's duration is too short, and I can't try combining it with the Jia Wang fist. Training here is too inefficient. Only 10,000 combat power. Although much stronger than in the original, for Krillin, the growth rate of this half year was like a leisurely stroll. I'm going back to Earth first. Huh, so soon? Wukong asked in surprise. But the Saiyans won't arrive for another half a year. This place no longer holds any challenge for me. Krillin pointed at the sky. I'm going back to find Bu Ma and have her build a 300 times gravity training room. Besides, those two little brats on Earth should be about done with their special training. I need to go check their progress. In truth, Krillin was fed up with the poor food here and the lack of his wife to hug. 300 times. Jia Wang didn't want to speak anymore. He felt his role as a god was quite redundant. Then go back first, Krillin. Wukong's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. I'll keep training here and won't lose to you. Alright, I'll be waiting on Earth. Krillin walked behind Jia Wang and placed a hand on his shoulder. Lord Jia Wang, lend me your back as a springboard to send me back to Earth. Hey, I'm a god, not a taxi, Jia Wang protested. Next time I'll bring you a full set of Playboy limited edition. Over there, that direction. Jia Wang immediately pointed the way, his attitude doing a 180-degree turn. Krillin smiled, faintly pressing 2 fingers to his forehead. Krillin's chi. He's gotten quite a bit stronger. Seems Bike has a knack for raising kids. Swoosh. Krillin's figure instantly vanished from Jia Wang's star. Jia Wang looked at the empty space beside him, let out a long sigh, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally sent that plague god away. Now my lawn can finally grow. He turned to look at Wukong, who was staring at the direction Krillin had vanished, with a look of admiration, then started doing push-ups with even more vigor. 10,000. I'm going to get stronger too. Jia Wang nodded with relief. Good, at least he had one normal disciple. Though a glutton, at least he wouldn't casually try to dismantle his planet. On the desolate Gobi Desert, fierce winds swept up sand and gravel, whipping against the exposed rocks like lashes. This was one of Earth's most inhospitable uninhabited zones, and also the special training ground chosen by Piccolo. 2 small figures collided at high speed in the air. Kamehameha. Trin's childish voice carried a shrewdness at odds with his age. Leveraging his compact stature, he twisted his body in an uncanny manner midair and fired a yellow beam from his fingertips straight at his opponent's knees. Final flash. Despite Son Gohan's timid appearance, his reflexes proved startlingly sharp as fighting instinct took over. Both hands shot above his head before driving down with crushing force, unleashing a far more massive energy wave that slammed directly into the attack. Boom. The collision exploded overhead, the resulting dust cloud swallowing them both in an instant. Krillin hovered 10,000 meters above, arms crossed, watching the spectacle below with keen interest. He deliberately suppressed his ki entirely, so completely that even Piccolo failed to sense him. Observing the children's combat, Krillin's lips curved into a smile. TCH, this kid Trin. He's as sly as his mother, always targeting the lower body in fights. Who taught him that? Before the smoke could clear, Trin slipped through it like an eel. Rather than trading energy blasts, he used the explosion shockwave as cover and instantly repositioned behind Gohan. Hee crybaby, you lost. Trin gripped a handful of sand, dug up from somewhere, and was about to throw it into Gohan's eyes. Huh. Gohan sensed the danger behind him, and his eyes turned sharply focused. He unleashed his ki in a circular aura that erupted around him. Bang! The sudden burst of power sent Trin flying backward, doing 2 flips in the air before barely regaining his balance. Ow! How are you so strong? Trin rubbed his bruised bottom, grimacing in pain. You cry over bugs normally, but in a fight you're like a mad dog. You don't call me a mad dog. Gohan's face flushed red as he assumed Piccolo's fighting stance. Uncle Piccolo said that showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to yourself. Krillin activated his AR data display midair. Target Trin. Race human with trace Saitama factor. Combat power 520 normal state. Assessment exceptional combat intelligence excels at exploiting rules abnormally resilient constitution. Target Son Gohan. Race human. Combat power 515 normal state burst state. Extreme emotional volatility. Assessment boundless potential currently in passive counterattack phase lacking aggressive instincts. Over 500 in normal state. Krillin touched his bald head deep in thought. Not bad, both have improved significantly. Though it seems a bit lower than the 1000+ they had at this point in the original story that was their explosive power after Raditz arrival. It can't be used to judge their normal capabilities. There's still half a year until Vegeta and Nappa the Saiyans arrive, and this foundation is already solid. Excellent. Just as the two kids were about to start their second round of fighting, a cold voice cut in. Enough, take a 10-minute break. Piccolo emerged from behind the rocks with his arms crossed, still wearing that arrogant expression. His white cape billowed in the wind as his sharp gaze swept over the two children. Trin, you rely too much on dirty tricks. Against absolute power, throwing sand will only get you killed faster, Piccolo reprimanded coldly. And Gohan, your reactions are too slow. If Trin had been holding a sword just now, your head would already be elsewhere. Gohan shrank back. I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. Winning is winning. What method you use doesn't matter. Trin pouted resentfully, but when he saw Piccolo's murderous glare, he wisely kept quiet. Well said, winning is winning. A teasing voice suddenly echoed behind Piccolo. Every hair on Piccolo's body stood on end. He spun around violently, veins bulging on his forehead. Someone had gotten within 3 meters of him without him detecting it. Who? Krillin waved cheerfully. Hey Piccolo, tough work raising kids. Are they restless at night too? Dad, Uncle Krillin. The two children exclaimed with delight. Trin immediately launched himself at Krillin, clinging to his legs like a koala. Dad, you're finally back. This green-skinned uncle is abusing children. He won't let me eat meat, making me eat sour wild fruits every day. Piccolo's eye twitched. Shut up. Those are Senza bean substitutes. They restore stamina. He eyed Krillin warily, his pointed ears trembling slightly. 6 months ago, the power this bald man had shown had already filled him with despair, but now he couldn't fathom Krillin's strength at all. Krillin stood there like an ordinary person with no ki whatsoever. But his instincts told Piccolo it couldn't be that simple. What are you back for? Piccolo snorted. With half a year until those two Saiyans arrive, are you here to right your will early? Quite the opposite. I'm here to give you an edge. Krillin ruffled Trin's black hair, his expression turning serious. Piccolo, the training efficiency here is too low. Even if you train for another month, you'll only gain a few hundred points in combat power. Against those monsters who can easily kill you, this improvement is meaningless. Then what do you suggest? Though Piccolo talked tough, he knew Krillin was telling the truth. Come with me. Krillin gave a thumbs up toward behind him. West City Capsule Corporation. Bulma built something good in. I have a new technique you might want to learn. Not interested. Piccolo turned away haughtily. Oh, is that so? A wicked grin spread across Krillin's face. The air suddenly grew thick and viscous. No earth-shattering aura erupted from Krillin, just a faint ruby-like glow shimmering across his skin. Kaioken X1, normal state. In that single instant of release, Piccolo felt as though an invisible hand had crushed his heart. It was a terrifying sense of oppression, pure qualitative dominance. If his own ki was a rushing river, what Krillin had just revealed was an unfathomable ocean. Cold sweat dripped down Piccolo's face. What technique is that? His voice came out raspy. Kaioken. A technique that instantly doubles your combat power, or multiples of that. Krillin suppressed his aura and smiled like a salesman pitching insurance. As long as your body can handle it, the theoretical ceiling is limitless. How about it, Great Demon King Piccolo? Interested in a Makio version of Kaioken? Piccolo fell silent for 3 seconds. Since you're asking so earnestly, I suppose I'll indulge you. He flicked his cape. But let me make one thing clear. If this turns out to be some cheap trick, I'll kill you on the spot. Alright, do whatever makes you happy. Krillin grabbed Trin, who was still exchanging glances with Gohan, and seized Gohan's shoulder with his other hand. Hold on tight. We're picking up a few more people. Swish. Instant transmission activated. In the next moment, the barren desert landscape shifted to a cloud-wreathed temple. Inside the sacred land of Korin's tower, Tien, Shinin, Kairatsu, and Yamcha were engaged in tedious sparring sessions. They were drenched in sweat beneath heavy-weighted clothing. Can training at this level really help us against Saiyans? Yamcha collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Even Goku was taken out in one hit. Don't speak so pessimistically. Tien wiped away sweat, his 3 eyes filled with determination. Even if we die, we'll die on the battlefield. Well said. That's the spirit. Krillin's voice suddenly rang out, causing Yamcha to nearly fall off the temple edge in fright. Krillin! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. King Yema emerged from the depths of the temple with his cane, and upon seeing Piccolo beside Krillin his expression flickered with alarm before he quickly composed himself. Krillin, you've returned from the King of Heaven? King Yema asked. Yes, for advanced studies. Without wasting words, Krillin turned his gaze toward Yamcha and the others. Everyone's time is short. The temple's training is adequate, but it's far too sluggish against opponents of the Saiyans' caliber. I have a training method that's far more ruthless, efficient, and naturally more painful. Wanton. Tien studied Krillin, his vertical eye narrowing slightly. He could sense that effortless composure radiating from Krillin, the kind of confidence that only comes with absolute power. I'm in. Tien didn't hesitate. I'm coming too. Kaiatsu followed right behind. Yamcha hesitated, glancing at his own fists. If I don't go, I doubt I'd even qualify as cannon fodder, right? Yamcha managed a bitter smile and rose to his feet. Count me in. I want to see what kind of hellish training this is. Good. Krillin snapped his fingers. Everyone's here. Next stop, West City Capsule Corporation. Get ready for your rebirth. He glanced at Piccolo, who snorted and looked away. Then he turned to the two boys. Trin and Gohan were eagerly staring down at the sea of clouds below. He extended his hand, signaling everyone to place their shoulders on him. Hold on tight. Don't throw up. Swish. Their figures vanished from the temple in an instant, leaving only as stunned bubbles and King Yema with a grave expression. Earth's fate is in the hands of these young ones now. King Yema sighed, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. In West City at the Capsule Corporation headquarters, when Krillin materialized with a large group of people on the neatly trimmed lawn, the gardening robot, which had been watering the plants, short-circuited from the shock, drenching Yamcha with a jet of water. Oof, what kind of welcome is this? Yamcha wiped the water from his face, only to be stunned by the sight before him. The already futuristic headquarters of Capsule Corporation now resembled a fortress of steel. Massive hemispherical energy shield generators stood sentinel around the perimeter walls, while countless microdrones patrolled the air, emitting a faint hum. This is Bulma's house. Tien Shinhan was also taken aback. Looks like they're preparing for an interstellar war. To guard against those two alien monkeys, Bulma's really gone all out. Krillin explained casually, though a warmth spread through his heart. All of this was to protect their home. Mom, we're back. Trunks broke free from Krillin's hand and dashed toward the main building like a tiny cannonball. The automatic sliding doors opened and two figures emerged. The one in front was Bulma. She wore a crisp white lab coat over a tight purple bodysuit that accentuated her figure, still fiery and alluring even after giving birth. In her hand, she held a holographic tablet. The dark circles under her eyes were concealed by meticulous makeup, yet the anxiety within her remained unmistakable. Behind her stood Lunch, clad in a maid's uniform and holding a feather duster. The moment she saw Krillin, the duster slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Trunks. Bulma caught her son as he leaped into her arms, kissed him fiercely, then her gaze swept past the crowd and locked onto the bald man. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. You still remember to come back. Bulma thrust her son into Lunch's arms and strode toward Krillin like a storm. Piccolo instinctively took a step back. He would rather face Raditz than a furious Bulma. Yamcha even shrunk behind Tien Shinhan. Krillin opened his arms, a placating smile on his face. Honey, I came back early. Smack. It wasn't a slap, but an embrace that took his breath away. Bulma crashed into Krillin's arms, her own arms locked tightly around his neck, as if she wanted to meld herself into his body. If you dare die out there, I'll have Lunch turn Yamcha into a sieve. Bulma's voice was choked with tears as she buried her face in Krillin's chest. Yamcha caught in the crossfire. Krillin gently stroked Bulma's iconic blue hair, feeling the tremors of the woman in his arms. The Saitama template had granted him invincible strength, but only this embrace made him feel like a man of flesh and blood. Don't worry, even if the universe is destroyed, I won't die, Krillin said softly, then looked up at Lunch, who stood not far away. Blue-haired Lunch blushed, wanting to approach, but hesitating, nervously twisting her fingers. Achoo! A gust of wind carried pollen from the garden into Lunch's nose. In an instant her blonde hair burst forth and her gentle eyes turned wild and sharp. Blonde Lunch pulled a submachine gun from under her skirt, cocking it with a sharp click. Baldy, you finally decided to crawl back here. Blonde Lunch swore as she strode over, pressing the gun muzzle against Krillin's chest, while her other hand roughly grabbed his collar and pulled him into a kiss. MMPH. Dead silence fell over the scene. Gohan covered his eyes, but peeked through his fingers. Trunks let out a whistle. Piccolo turned green and flew straight to the rooftop to avoid the sight. After a long moment their lips parted. Blonde Lunch licked her lips, her eyes both dazed and fierce. Tonight I'm going to inspect the goods. If you're missing even a single ounce, I'll shoot you. Ahem. Krillin's face flushed. Though he had thick skin, this was a bit much in front of so many people. He looked at the stunned Yamcha and the others. Everyone go rest. Dr. Brief will arrange rooms. The gravity chamber is on the 5th basement level. Use it freely, no need to stand on ceremony. We're leaving. Right now. The air here is thick with the stench of romance. Can't stand it. Yamcha dragged Tien Shinhan away in a hasty retreat. Night fell and the stars scattered across the sky. Bulma's bedroom had been specially modified. The walls were lined with sound-absorbing material from Namekian spaceships, and the bed was a custom-made alloy suspension bed designed to withstand Krillin's superhuman impact. Under the soft glow of the lights, Bulma had changed into a translucent lavender silk nightgown holding 2 glasses of red wine. Her eyes were so seductive they could drip with desire. Do you have any idea how worried I've been these past 6 months? Bulma handed a glass to Krillin, her fingers lightly tracing over his firm chest. The scouter showed that Raditz is just a low-class warrior, and there are 2 stronger ones after him. Every night, I dream of Earth exploding. Krillin took the glass and downed it in one gulp. As long as I'm here, Earth won't explode. He set down the glass, pulled Bulma into his arms, and whispered in her ear. More than Earth, I think your current temperature is far more dangerous. You're terrible. Bulma lightly punched his chest, her cheeks flushed crimson. Just then the bathroom door slid open. Blonde Lunch emerged wrapped in a towel, her wet golden hair draped over her shoulders, water droplets tracing the curve of her collarbone into the deep valley of her cleavage. She toyed with an exquisite Browning pistol in her hand, her eyes challenging. Hey scientist, we agreed. First half is yours, second half is mine. Don't think you can hog it all. Blonde Lunch sat boldly on the edge of the bed, crossing her long, shapely legs. Who agreed to that? Bulma shot her a glare. This is my house. TCH, this Baldy is my man too. Lunch showed no signs of backing down. Krillin looked at the 2 women, so different, yet both deeply in love with him, and the Saitama factor within him began to stir. No more arguing. Krillin waved his hand, and the lights went out, leaving only the moonlight spilling across the floor. Only children make choices. As the strongest in the universe, I'll take both. You greedy Baldy. Oh, bastard. Don't think just because you have the Kaioken I'm afraid of you. Take this. That night was destined to be the greatest challenge yet for the soundproofing system of Capsule Corporation. Krillin didn't use any techniques, merely relying on his body, which had broken the limiter. He displayed what it meant to have boundless stamina. System notification detected the host engaging in high-intensity, life harmony activity. Passive skill, absolute control, activated precisely regulate the strength of every muscle, ensuring the partner's experience reaches the pinnacle without injury. After an unknown stretch of time, the sky outside began to pale with the first light of dawn. Krillin leaned against the headboard, refreshed and invigorated, even tempted to do 100 push-ups. He opened the system panel. Host Krillin race, Earthling breaking the limiter status, Sage mode, pseudo combat power, 8-5 is our normal state, mood boost, stamina, Saitama template, trait, never exhausted, charm locked, at 199 peak of mortals. Saitama template fusion rate 36 skills, serious punch, consecutive normal punches, Bukujutsu, divine, level Kienzin, incomplete development, divine healing technique, S-rank serious series, Saint Buddha form special talents, star adapter, near death, empowerment, Scion factor, conversion, new achievement, bliss, of multiple partners, S-rank. Reward acquired skill, Chi resonance, can slightly enhance partner's combat power through dual cultivation. Chi resonance. Krillin glanced at the 2 sleeping women and scanned them with his data eye. Bulma's combat power had risen from 4 to 8. Lunch's had risen from 150 to 300. Good grief, this is faster than training. Krillin was both amused and exasperated. Looks like I'll need to do more cultivation in the future. He gently pulled the covers over them, put on his training clothes, and slipped out of the room without a sound. The bed of roses is a hero's grave, but it is also the reason a hero draws his sword. Next, it's time to whip those guys into shape. Krillin stood on the balcony gazing at the rising sun, his eyes gradually sharpening. Vegeta Nappa. Hope you don't cry too hard when the time comes. 5 levels underground lay the core forbidden zone of the Capsule Corporation. The immense gravity training chamber was divided into 7 independent pods, each equipped with top-tier medical bays and food synthesizers. Listen up, everyone. Krillin stood before the central console, a colossal holographic screen behind him displaying each person's current physical data. The Saiyans will arrive in half a year. During these 6 months, you have no rest days, no entertainment. Only cultivation aside from eating and sleeping. Krillin's voice echoed through the empty hall with an undeniable authority. The gravity system here can be adjusted up to 300 times Earth's gravity, but I suggest you start at 2 times unless you want to turn yourselves into pancakes. Yamcha swallowed hard. 300 times. You said King Kai's planet's gravity is only 10 times right. We're not fighting ordinary Saiyans, we're up against the elite among them. Krillin pointed at the data on the screen. Yamcha, your chi is too scattered, and your flashy techniques are too many. From today on, you'll practice only one move, the Spirit Ball. But the Spirit Ball's power is limited. Yamcha weakly protested. That's because your previous training method was wrong, Krillin interrupted. What I want you to train is to fuse the burst principle of the Kaioken into the Spirit Ball. Not to have your body endure the Kaioken, but to make your chi bullet endure it. Use the Kaioken on a chi bullet. Yamcha was stunned, as if a new world had opened before him. A glint of sharp light flashed in Krillin's eyes. Exactly. Compress it further until it becomes an unstable miniature nuclear bomb. As long as you can control it from exploding in your own hands, one shot like that will bring even Na Ba to his knees. Yamcha's eyes lit up. If he succeeded, he would no longer be the mere background character who only knew the Wolf Fong Fist. Krillin turned to the 3-eyed powerhouse. Tianjin Fan, your physical constitution is the best aside from Baiko. Your Kikaho is devastatingly powerful, but the side effect is that it consumes your life force. I want you to learn within this month how to use the Chi recovery technique to offset that consumption. Simply put, it's like letting blood and transfusing it at the same time. Tianjin Fan nodded thoughtfully. I understand. As for Baiko, Krillin looked at the green-skinned, prideful figure who had been standing in the corner with his arms crossed. Your special beam cannon takes too long to charge. In this gravity chamber, I'll have Lin and Wu Fan take turns harassing you. You must complete the charge while moving at high speed and taking hits. Baika snorted coldly. If I wouldn't have it any other way. Krillin glanced at the blonde Lan Chi, who was cleaning her gun. He thought he might as well find something for Lan Chi to do even if he didn't expect her to be of much help. Lan Chi. Guns are no different from water pistols against opponents with a power level over 100. Krillin gathered a sphere of chi in his palm, wrapped it around a coin, and flicked it casually. Boom. The coin instantly pierced through 3 layers of special steel plates, leaving a molten hole with red-hot edges. Wrap your chi around the bullets, or even use chi instead of gunpowder to propel them. Krillin continued. I want you to train to become the magic bullet shooter. As long as your chi is strong enough, your gun will be an anti-material sniper cannon. The fervor in Lan Chi's eyes almost overflowed. Sounds exciting, Baldy. Over the next 6 months, the underground chamber was filled with screams, explosions, and the hum of the gravity machines. Yeah, my back is breaking. That was Yamu Cha trying to control a rampaging chi bullet under 10 times gravity. Lin, you little brat, stop kicking my butt. That was Baiku being ambushed by Lin while charging. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. That was Lan Chi firing wildly, each bullet trailing a blue flame, blasting the training targets to pieces. Krillin wasn't idle either. In the 300 times gravity chamber, he engaged in the simplest, yet most monotonous training, basic punches and kicks. He was trying to perfectly fuse the absolute power of the Saitama template with the techniques of chi. System notification, simplified Kaioken principle analysis, progress 100. Skill generated constant overdrive passive. Effect maintains body cells in a low-level Kaioken 2 to 5 times active state. No need for burst, no obvious side effects, only consumes extra stamina. Host stamina is infinite, thus consumption is ignored. Time flew by. There was only 1 day left before the Saiyans' arrival. The training room door slowly opened. Everyone walked out. Their clothes were tattered and ripped, and they bore wounds, but every one of them had undergone a radical transformation in their eyes. Yamu Cha toyed with a chi bullet the size of a ping-pong ball, but the space around that tiny sphere was warping, slightly radiating a heart-stopping heat. Spirit Ball Kaio conversion complete. Yamu Cha wiped his nose with confidence. Tianjin Fan's aura had become deep and restrained like a towering mountain. Baika's cloak had been shredded into strips, but he stood there like a drawn sword. Lin and Wu Fan followed behind him, their eyes having shed some childishness and gained the steadfastness of warriors. System scan, everyone. The data stream in Krillin's eyes refreshed wildly. Baiku power level 3500 normal state, burst mode. Tianjin Fan power level 2800, Yamu Cha power level 200, Spirit Ball burst power, can reach 400, Sun Wu Fan power, level 180 normal state, anger boost, not calculated. Lin power, level 190, Krillin power, level 180 constant, overdrive mode, Saint Buddha, form, not activated, excellent. Krillin looked at his revitalized comrades and nodded with satisfaction. These stats had completely surpassed everyone in the original story except for Wukong. Even if Naba power level 400 came, he might very well be taken down by the current Yamu Cha through a sneak attack. Everyone, tomorrow is the day those 2 aliens arrive. Krillin walked to the front of the group and clenched his fists. They think Earth is a lamb to be slaughtered, a planet to be bought and sold at will. But tomorrow will show them. A cruel and excited grin curled at the corner of Krillin's mouth, his bald head gleaming under the lights. This is hell. Welcome. Oh. The group roared in unison, their fighting spirit breaking through the underground chamber, surging up to the skies. And in the distant reaches of space, 2 spherical spaceships pierced the darkness, trailing long tails of flame, hurtling toward this blue planet at breakneck speed. Earth was descending into an unprecedented frenzy. Broadcast signals across major television networks had been forcibly cut, replaced by emergency evacuation notices issued by governments worldwide. The scrolling red subtitles at the bottom of the screens were alarming. Unidentified flying objects are approaching. Estimated impact site, Eastern Capital. This is not a drill. Order had long since collapsed in the streets and alleys. Supermarket shelves had been raided clean, with even expired dog food being fought over. Highways were paralyzed in endless traffic jams, the air thick with desperate car horns. Some abandoned their vehicles to flee on foot, while others knelt by the roadside praying for mercy on Judgment Day. Fear spread like a plague through radio waves and the internet, infecting billions across the globe in moments. Yet at Capsule Corporation in Western Capital, the atmosphere was entirely different. It was as if a tranquil island lay at the eye of the storm. A massive protective barrier shielded the compound from the chaos outside, while central air conditioning circulated a steady breeze at 24 degrees Celsius, and the scent of freshly baked cookies filled the air. Bulma sat in her leather swivel chair at the main control room, cradling a steaming cup of black coffee. Before her stretched an entire wall of holographic displays, data streams cascading across the screens. Orbital calculations complete, error margin corrected to 0.001. Bulma took a sip of her coffee, her fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard with practiced ease. These 2 certainly know how to pick their targets. Straight for Eastern Capital, the most densely populated region. It seems they're not just hunting for someone, they're here to send a message. She glanced at the countdown in the lower right corner of the screen, 3 hours and 12 minutes until impact. Only I could predict a landing zone with this kind of precision. Bulma stretched lazily in her chair, showing no sign of tension despite the impending catastrophe. After all, her bald husband had sworn to her last night that even if Earth were destroyed, he'd find a way to rebuild it. At the same time, upstairs in the children's room, the atmosphere was almost uncomfortably cozy. Beneath the soft amber glow of the nightlight, Krillin sat cross-legged beside Trunks' small bed. He held a copy of the Encyclopedia of the Universe, conducting what could only be described as a pre-battle briefing. "Dad, who's the uncle who looks like a hedgehog?" Trunks pointed to a sketch of a man with an extreme hairline. "Oh, that one." Krillin stroked his chin and launched into a wildly exaggerated explanation. "That's a poor soul. His name is Vegeta, a tsundere little prince. His favorite pastime is bragging about being an elite only to get flattened by someone much stronger. And what about this big bald guy?" Trunks pointed to another figure beside him. "Is he as strong as Dad?" Krillin immediately recoiled in disgust. "Tsk, tisk, don't compare this riffraff to your old man. This fool's name is Nappa. He's just a dim-witted brute who relies entirely on raw strength. His baldness is from dead hair follicles. Your dad's bald because he's too powerful, get it? That's the essential difference." Trunks nodded uncertainly. "Then why are they coming to Earth?" "Because they're looking to get killed." Krillin closed the book and tucked his son in. "Sleep well, son. Tomorrow I'll take you to watch the show." "I want to go too." Gohan peeked out from the adjacent crib, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After 6 months of intensive training, the boy remained somewhat shy, but the Saiyan warrior spirit deep within him had been thoroughly awakened. "Go, both of you." Krillin smiled and ruffled Gohan's hair. After settling both boys, Krillin slipped out of the room quietly. At the end of the hallway, Bulma leaned against the doorframe, clutching the radar device. "Are the Dragon Balls ready?" she asked. "Yes, they're all in the basement." Krillin nodded, his expression growing more serious. "Goku should have finished his training under King Kai by now. Though he probably wouldn't be needed to save the day anymore. Something about a crisis of this magnitude felt incomplete without the main character." The two of them descended to the underground vault. 7 orange spheres rested quietly in their shockproof case, glowing with a gentle luster. Krillin studied the Dragon Balls, a flicker of worry crossing his mind. After the last wish to remove the gene lock, he had clearly sensed some turbid energy accumulating within the Dragon Balls. That was the nascent form of negative energy. "System, scan the Dragon Balls status." "Scanning." "Target Earth Dragon Balls status, negative energy accumulation at 12. Warning, overuse may trigger the premature manifestation of the evil dragon. Recommend the host exercise caution when making wishes." "Only 12%, we still have room." Krillin felt more confident now. He returned to the surface and selected an open area. He took a deep breath and spread his arms wide. "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." Rumble. The once clear night sky darkened instantly, golden lightning tearing through the heavens. A massive pillar of green light erupted from Capsule Corporation's backyard, coiling upward into a colossal dragon. Its towering form blotted out the sky's scarlet eyes, gazing down upon the insignificant humans below. This was Shenron. No matter how many times one witnessed it, the oppressive aura emanating from this higher dimensional being still inspired awe. "O wielder of the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Any wish shall be granted." "Shenron, please bring son Goku back to life." The dragon fell silent for a moment, its crimson eyes flashing. "This wish is simple." The instant the words left its mouth, light years away on the afterlife's planet Kai, the halo above the porcupine-haired man's head dissolved into particles of light. "Your wish has been fulfilled." Shenron lowered its head. "Until we meet again." The great dragon fragmented into 7 beams of golden light, scattering across the world. Krillin made no move to intercept them. At his current level, he no longer needed such measures to maintain a sense of security. He checked the mission panel. Current mission: Saiyan invasion. Countdown 2 hours 58 minutes. My base combat power is 18,000. Krillin clenched his fist, feeling the oceanic surge of power flowing through his body. When Vegeta arrived on Earth, his combat power was only 18,000. Which means even without the Kaioken, I can hold my own against him. And if I activate the Kaioken? He couldn't help but laugh aloud. In the underworld on planet King Kai, this was a small planet only a few hundred meters in diameter, yet its gravity was 10 times that of Earth. The ground featured only a circular track, a domed hut, and a few sparse trees. "Wow, my halo is gone." Goku touched his head excitedly and turned a somersault on the grass. "Great. Lord Kai, I'm revived." The Dragon Balls worked. Beside him, the short, stout North Kai stood with his hands behind his back, his antennae quivering slightly. He adjusted his sunglasses, his tone turning grave. "Goku, though you're back, the situation is dire. Those 2 Saiyans will reach Earth in less than 3 hours. Even if you rush back, now running the Snake Way at full speed, you won't make it in time." Then what?" Goku was stunned. "I forgot to account for the return trip." King Kai sighed, about to say something solemn, when suddenly a strange fluctuation rippled through the air. Whoosh. A figure appeared out of nowhere between Goku and King Kai. Dressed in an orange martial arts gi, his bald head gleaming under the star of King Kai's planet, he wore that trademark harmless smile. "Haha, Goku, Lord Kai, good morning." Krillin raised a hand in greeting as casually as if he'd just stepped out to buy groceries and run into a neighbor. "Kr. Krillin." Goku's eyes widened, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. "How are you here?" Weren't you on Earth? King Kai was so startled his sunglasses went askew. Had just a little trick. Krillin pointed at his forehead. Instant transmission. As long as I can sense a key, any corner of the universe is a direct trip. Instant transmission. King Kai well-traveled as he was immediately caught on. That's the yardration technique. No wonder last time. Wait. Their instant transmission requires specific poses and prep time. Yours looks completely different. Krillin smiled without a word, as if he'd waste the system's skill book for nothing. His instant transmission had long shed its cast time, becoming a truly divine skill. Alright, we can catch up later. Krillin grabbed Goku's shoulder. Goku, those two Saiyans will be here in just over 2 hours. We need to prepare a surprise for them. Oh, right. Though still a bit dazed, Goku trusted Krillin and gripped his arm tightly. Lord Kai, we're off. Thanks for everything. Goku waved at King Kai. Wait. King Kai was about to warn him about the taboos of using the Kaioken. Whoosh. The two vanished instantly, leaving only a faint crack of displaced air. That kid, does he think Planet King Kai is a bus stop? Coming and going as he pleases. King Kai stamped his feet in frustration, then sighed helplessly. Still, with him around, Earth might actually be saved. The power hidden in that bald man. Even I can't fathom it. Earth, outskirts of Eastern Capital. A range of rolling mountains just a few dozen kilometers from the bustling city center. Once a scenic tourist area, it had now been declared a military exclusion zone. Whoosh. Krillin and Goku materialized out of thin air. Wow, we're really back. Goku looked at the familiar blue sky and took a deep breath of the earthy air. Earth's air smells the best. Save the sentiment, look over there. Krillin pointed to a mountain peak ahead. There's several powerful auras converged. Tien, Shinhan, Kaiotsu, and Yamcha stood in a row, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the sky. Everyone! Goku shouted excitedly and flew over. Goku! Seeing Goku return, the group felt a surge of confidence and gathered around. Kakarot, you're finally back. Piccolo opened his eyes, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Your combat power has increased quite a bit. Hee Piccolo, you've gotten a lot stronger too. Goku scratched his head, then looked at the others, his expression turning odd. He stared at Yamcha for a long moment, then at Tien, and finally fixed his gaze on blonde Launch, who was polishing a heavy sniper rifle. Did I step into the wrong scene? Goku looked bewildered. Yamcha, your ki feels so dangerous. Like a bomb ready to explode at any moment. Hey Goku, don't underestimate me. Yamcha puffed out his chest proudly, twirling a highly condensed spirit ball in his hand. After 6 months rolling around in hell, I didn't slack off. Now I'm a man who can kick Saiyans around like soccer balls. Alright, enough reminiscing. Krillin clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. He looked up at the sky. By now 2 fireballs were visible to the naked eye against the once blue firmament. They were 2 spherical spaceships slicing into the atmosphere at tremendous speed, the fierce friction making them look like burning meteors. They're here. Krillin's voice was calm, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. Target locked, Scion ships X2. Predicted landing zone, Eastern Capital Central Plaza. Those bastards really intend to crash straight into the city center. Krillin sneered. He turned to face his comrades behind him. Everyone, let's teach our distant guests a lesson. Roger. Tien made the first move. He formed a triangle with his hands and aimed at the fireballs in the sky. Key blast cannon. Boom. A square golden beam shot upward, striking the side of one spaceship with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately after, Yamcha's spirit ball, Piccolo's demon wave, and even Launch's custom armor-piercing rounds burst through the sky like fireworks. The 2 meteors, originally falling in a straight line, were forced off course by the concentrated barrage of firepower, crashing instead into this desolate wilderness. Now that's proper hospitality. Krillin crossed his arms, nodding with satisfaction. Brace for impact. Although the 2 spherical spaceships had deviated from the city's center, the kinetic energy of their descent was still horrifically suffocating. They carried dark red exhaust flames and piercing sonic booms like 2 heavy hammers crashing violently into the mountains on the outskirts of the eastern capital. Boom. The earth trembled as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. 2 enormous mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and debris and soil were hurled several kilometers high. A once lush and verdant mountain peak was instantly leveled to the ground. The massive shockwave, like a bulldozer, uprooted trees for several kilometers around. Even countless panes of glass in the eastern capital dozens of kilometers away were shattered by the tremors. Smoke and dust billowed, blotting out the sky. Cough, cough. This is way too loud, isn't it? Yamcha waved away the dust before him. Though he complained, his body was taut as a bowstring, his eyes fixed intently on the 2 enormous craters. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, 2 white spherical spaceships lay quietly at the bottom of the charred craters. The surfaces of the ships were still sizzling, radiating an oppressive, suffocating heat. Click. With the sound of pressure being released, the hatches of both ships slowly opened. A nauseating chi, filled with bloodthirst and brutality, instantly swept across the entire area. This was not merely a matter of energy intensity, it was a sense of oppression at the level of life itself. The first to step out of the hatch was a burly, bald, muscular man. He wore a tan battle suit, his muscles bulging like granite, a sneering grin on his face. It was Nappa. Immediately after, a short man emerged from the other ship. With a spiky flame-like hairstyle and a stern countenance, the brown tail behind him coiled around his waist like a snake. He stood with arms crossed, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a group of dead men. The Saiyan Prince Vegeta. So this is Earth? Nappa twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. Gravity's as light as cotton, and the air reeks of weaklings. He pressed the scouter on his left eye, and the numbers on the lens began to jump wildly. Beep, beep, beep. Nappa swept his gaze over Krillin and the others standing on the distant mountaintop, his expression shifting from disdain to mockery. Hey Vegeta, look at this bunch of garbage. Nappa pointed at the group and burst into laughter. Battle power, 980, 1200, 1500. Except for that Namekian, who's a little presentable, the rest aren't even worth a Cyberman. Vegeta shot a cold glance. Don't let your guard down, Nappa. Raditz died at the hands of this garbage. They seem to have mastered some technique to instantly boost their battle power. TCH technique is a joke in the face of absolute power. Nappa nonchalantly cracked his knuckles. Let me first clean up these flies, then we'll find the Dragon Balls. At this moment on the mountaintop, Krillin activated the system's AR data vision, directly scanning these two arrogant invaders. Target: Nappa race Saiyan elite warrior, battle power 400 normal, 7500 full power burst, skills mouth energy, blast, destructive wave, wild rampage, evaluation, a brute with nothing but muscle, suggest hitting him in the face. Target: Vegeta race Saiyan royalty, battle power 180 normal, 280 Gallic gun, burst 180 great ape form, skills Gallic gun, artificial moon, dirty fireworks, evaluation, a proud Sundara prince with an extremely strong ego, the current final boss. If we don't stop him from transforming into a great ape, there will be big trouble. Is that all? Piccolo snorted coldly, unfastening the gravity cloak from his body. Boom. The cloak crashed onto the ground, directly smashing a deep pit into the rock. Piccolo's aura instantly surged. Though he hadn't activated the Kaioken, yet the sharp, distinctive Namekian presence had already triggered Nappa's scouter to sound an alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power 3,500. Nappa was stunned. How is that possible? It was only 1,200 just now. This is how Earthlings fight, you idiot. Taylin stood beside Krillin, hands on his hips, making a face at Nappa. That piece of junk scouter of yours needs new batteries. It can't see straight. You little brat. What did you say? Nappa's forehead veins bulged. Being mocked by a 4-year-old child felt like a great humiliation. Nappa, stay calm. Vegeta spoke coolly, but the killing intent in his eyes grew even denser. Since they're so eager to die, let's play with them a little. But killing them all outright would be too boring. Vegeta took a small bottle from his pocket, poured out 6 seed-like objects, and casually tossed them to the ground. Come out, Cyberman. The seeds burrowed into the soil and green liquid oozed out. Immediately the ground cracked open and 6 ferocious-looking little monsters with flowers on their heads emerged, screeching piercingly. Show these Earth scum what you've got, Vegeta commanded. The rules are simple: one-on-one deathmatch. Whoever wins gets to live a few more minutes. A game. Krillin looked at the 6 Cybermen, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. But now, Krillin glanced at Yamcha, who was itching to fight. At this moment the excitement in his eyes was nearly uncontrollable. He stepped forward, assuming the starting stance of the Wolf Fang fist, while a faint red aura shimmered around his body. Hey Baldy. Yamcha pointed at Nappa and flipped him the middle finger. Don't insult us with these rotten potatoes and stinky eggs. You want to play a game, huh? Fine, I'll take them all on myself. All of you come at once. The whole place fell silent. Even Vegeta was taken aback for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Ignorant fool. Kill him. The 6 Cybermen received the order and screeching pounced on Yamcha simultaneously. Krillin stepped back half a pace, crossed his arms, and watched the scene. Go Yamcha, Krillin thought to himself. Reverse that iconic scene for me. On the desolate Gobi Desert, the fierce wind swept up gravel, cutting into one's face like countless tiny knives. The air was thick with a suffocating sense of oppression, the electrostatic reaction of 2 entirely different chi colliding on the brink of impact. Standing on the rock behind, Krillin stuffed his hands in his pockets as the system panel frantically refreshed, a cascade of data streams flashing before his eyes. Current target data: Yamcha. Status: normal, overclock. Imitation Kaioken, stable output. Combat power estimate: 2100 normal, suppression. Burst threshold. Krillin muttered inwardly. Yamcha, if you can't even handle these rotten potatoes, I'll throw you into the 300x gravity room and lock you up with that little monster Talon for a month. As if sensing Kellen's gaze filled with malice, a chill ran down Yamcha's spine. He took a deep breath and the chi within his body began to circulate wildly through the unique circuit Kellen had taught him. The 6 Zaipai Ren's attack arrived in the blink of an eye. Their speed was astonishing, instantly transforming into 6 green afterimages, sealing off Yamcha's front, back, left, right, and even the path above. Their claws tore through the air with a sharp shriek, and acid sprayed down like rain. In the original story this was a dead end. But today it was merely a joke. Too slow. Yamcha's voice was soft, but pierced through the clamor of the battlefield clearly. A brilliant red aura exploded in the air. This was Kellen's improved, internalized chi method, locking the burst power of the Kaioken within the body, reducing visual effects, and increasing striking efficiency. Slap. The The first Zaipei run that pounced before Yamcha had its claws just a centimeter from his nose. Its ugly mouth was already open, ready to bite through his throat. Yet the next second the monster's head exploded like a ripe watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. Without any extra movement, Yamcha merely raised his hand through a punch and retracted. His speed was so fast that even an afterimage was invisible, as if his fist had never moved. Naba's sinister grin instantly froze Nanny. Before Naba could react, Yamcha's figurehead vanished. Whack-a-mole begins. Yamcha's ghostly form appeared above the two Zaipei Rin on the left. He brought his hands down like hammers seemingly casually. Boom. The two Zaipei Rin didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into the ground. The hard rock surface instantly collapsed into a deep crater. The chests of the two green bodies caved in, killing them instantly. Then came the fourth. Yamcha executed a spinning side kick, snapping the spine of the monster trying to spray acid. It flew like a broken sack hundreds of meters away, embedding itself deep into the distant cliff, impossible to pry out. This series of movements was fluid and seamless, filled with a violent beauty. The last two Zaipei Rin, possessing some biological intelligence, sensed the terror of their prey, and with a strange shriek attempted to turn and flee. One of them began to glow red, its energy core becoming dangerously unstable, trying to initiate a self-destruct sequence to drag Yamcha down with it. Want to self-destruct? Yamcha's lips curled into a cold, confident smile, the smile of a strong and assured warrior. He recalled the days in the basement of the Capsule Corporation, being chased by Kellen's spirit disc that blasted at his heels. Compared to that desperate training, the self-destruct was nothing but slow motion. Spirit Ball, twin dragons playing with a pearl. Whoosh. Yamcha waved his hand, and two highly compressed blue spirit balls shot out. These were not ordinary spirit balls, but an improved version that incorporated rotational cutting properties. The two spirit balls traced strange arcs in the air like two agile blue dragons, precisely bypassing the Zaipei Ren's defense. Splat! Splat! The heads of the two Zaipei Ren were pierced cleanly by the spirit balls. The one about to self-destruct had its energy core destroyed before it could detonate. Its body twitched twice, then collapsed into a pool of green liquid. 6 Zaipei Ren total annihilation. Standing amidst the green remains, Yamcha lightly brushed the dust off his training uniform. He turned to face the utterly stunned Naba, slowly raised his right hand, formed a thumbs up, and then inverted it, pointing downward. So these are your Saiyan elite bioweapons. Can't you bring something a bit more durable? I haven't even broken a sweat. Silence. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Even the wind seemed to stop, only the sound of distant rocks rolling echoing sharply. Sun Wukong held a handful of senzu beans, his mouth wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. Wow. Yamcha's chi has become so sharp. That technique of instantly compressing chi into a point and releasing it, then immediately retracting. Even I haven't fully mastered it. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes narrowed simultaneously, a thin layer of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. That guy actually did it. Integrating the burst power of Kaioken into normal attacks. Is this what Krillin calls perfect control? The combat power scanner on his left eye had its numbers frantically jumping a moment ago, then let out a mournful beep. Beep beep beep, buzz. How can this be? Vegeta gritted his teeth, pressing the scanner's restart button with his fingers, his knuckles whitening from the force. It must be a malfunction. How could the combat power of a lowly earthling jump from 1400 to over 400 in an instant? Even that waste Ladizi couldn't kill so thoroughly with such explosive power. Naba, like a man who had swallowed a dead fly, his face shifted from shock to livid, finally erupting into extreme rage. Bastard. You bastard. Naba tore off the earthen yellow battle armor cape, revealing muscles as hard as granite. The veins on his forehead writhed like earthworms, and a golden aura exploded around him, instantly pulverizing the rock beneath his feet. I'll tear you to pieces. Tear that stinking mouth of yours. Naba roared like an out-of-control heavy tank, step by step approaching Yamcha. With each step the earth trembled. The full release of his combat power, reaching 400, made the air thick with oppressive pressure. Naba's fury had become tangible. As a warrior of the noble Saiyan aristocracy, having followed Prince Vegeta in campaigns across the universe for years and slaughtered countless planets, when had he ever endured such humiliation? 6 Cybermen, each equivalent to a combat power of 1200. Every single one was priceless, yet they had been swatted to death by an Earth native as easily as flies. Even more infuriating was that the Earthling was still gazing at him with that look one reserves for refuse. That dismissive stare had once been something only Naba and Vegeta directed at others. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Naba's muscles bulged violently, the surrounding rubble trembling as his aura intensified and lifted into the air. Each footfall carved deep indentations into the earth. I'll tear you to shreds. Rip that foul mouth apart. Let you experience what provoking a Saiyan truly means. Yamcha's eyes hardened. Though the earlier skirmishes had come easily, he understood the fundamental difference between Cyberman and an actual Saiyan warrior. Naba's current ki surge dwarfed his earlier display, far exceeding even double its former intensity. Breathing deeply, he bent his knees and prepared to unleash the Kaioken X3 to confront this battle. At that precise moment, whoosh, a tiny pink-purple figure shot from the side, like a bouncing ball positioning itself directly in front of Yamcha. Uncle Yamcha, take a rest. Those green monsters were ugly and disgusting. This bald giant at least looks somewhat cleaner. Leave him to me. It was a 5-year-old child wearing a pink jacket emblazoned with Badman across the back. His black hair stuck up wildly in the wind, his small frame radiating an endearing cuteness. Terran turned his head and winked at Yamcha, those large blue eyes inherited from Bulma twinkling with mischief. Dad said you're the technical fighter, so this brute without a brain is perfect practice for me. I want to see if I can punch him away in one hit. Yamcha froze, his gathered energy nearly dissipating as he managed a bitter smile. Terran, stop playing around. This guy's got a combat power of 4000, and he's lost his mind. It's dangerous. It's fine, it's fine. Terran turned to face Naba, who towered over him 5 or 6 times his height, and beckoned with his finger without a trace of fear. The same casual gesture Krillin always used. Hey you bald big guy. You're fighting me now, Terran called out in his childish voice, naive yet brimming with the fearless arrogance of youth. Naba stopped mid-step and glanced down at the tiny figure barely reaching his knees, his rage twisting into a grotesque, menacing grin. Huh. Ha ha ha. Have Earth's defenders run dry. Sending a breastfed toddler to die. Naba pointed at Terran, laughing until tears streamed down his face, then shouted toward Vegeta. Vegeta, look at these fools. They're sending a kid to block me. Do they look down on me? Vegeta watched the scene coldly, without smiling, his brows furrowed deeply. His instincts warned him something was off about this child. No tail, not a Saiyan hybrid, but the energy radiating from him. It was too steady, too composed for someone so young. In the distance, Krillin leaned against a rock, making no move to stop his son's reckless behavior. He even pulled out a bag of melon seeds from his jacket and began eating them with apparent interest. System scan. Terran's current status. Name Terran. Race Super Earthling, Saitama's Limit Breaker Factor 3. 5 Brief, Family Genius Genes. Combat Power 2800 Normal. Burst. Talent Power Escalation inherited from Super Earthling, 1-hit kill potential inherited from host. You brat. Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you. I'll crush you into paste. Naba finally lost his patience and was done listening to these Earthlings' nonsense. Boom. Naba vanished in an instant, reappearing directly above Terran. His fist, larger than Terran's head, descended with terrifying force, capable of crushing tanks, showing no mercy. Terran, move. Piccolo shouted from a distance, his body instinctively tensing to rush forward. But the next moment, everything froze in place. Thud. A deafening impact echoed like a sledgehammer striking solid steel. Dust erupted as the ground collapsed into a 10-meter-wide crater. At the crater's center, Terran hadn't shifted his feet at all. He simply raised one small hand and held it up casually, as if blocking the strike was nothing. That tiny palm, still soft with baby fat, steadily caught Naba's mountain-splitting punch. The rock beneath Terran's feet had completely pulverized, his heels sunk half a foot into the earth. Yet his childish face showed no pain, only a hint of confusion. Is that all? Terran blinked his large eyes and pouted in disappointment, his tone dripping with disdain. So weak. Even weaker than when Dad gives me massages. Big guy, did you skip a meal or something? Want me to share some chocolate with you? Naba's pupils contracted violently as his entire understanding of the world began to crumble. That punch had been held back at least halfway, yet even at partial strength it should have been devastating. No one who'd faced the Cyberman killer could have blocked it so effortlessly. What is this kid made of? Steel plate. Naba felt as though he'd struck an indestructible cosmic alloy rather than flesh and bone. The shockwave traveled up his arm, rattling his bones and sending tingling numbness through his entire right arm. No, I don't believe it. Roaring in fury, shame driving him to madness, Naba unleashed a barrage of punches. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid-fire impacts echoed like a pile driver. Naba attacked with frenzied intensity, each golden-flamed punch capable of leveling a small hill. At first, Terran blocked with one hand, then simply raised both arms to protect his head and let the strikes rain down. Oh dear, I'm getting so dirty. These are new clothes for Mom. They cost a fortune. Terran complained loudly amid the relentless assault. All this dust. Rude bald man. Mom will scold me. Dad will scold me too. Far away, Vegeta's face darkened to the point of almost dripping with anger. This can't be. Vegeta stared intently at Terran, his fingers nearly crushing the armor on his arm. That kid. That physical toughness is even harder than the cyborgs in Frisia's army. How can there be such a monster on Earth? Goku watched with wide eyes, eagerly shaking Krillin's shoulder. Wow. This kid Terran is tougher than Gohan. Krillin, what do you feed him? I want Gohan to train like that too. Krillin spat out a sunflower seed shell and calmly responded. Nothing special. Just push-ups and 30 times gravity every day and some nutrient drink whose ingredients I can't even explain myself. Of course it's mostly good genetics. At the center of the battlefield, Naba had finally exhausted himself, panting heavily with sweat dripping down his face and terror in his eyes. As the dust settled, Terran stood unmoving, his hair slightly tousled and a few gray boot prints on his jacket, but otherwise completely unharmed. Terran brushed off the dust from his clothes, his expression suddenly turning serious with a tight little face. Are we done? You've dirted my clothes, and I'm going to be upset. Whoosh. Terran vanished in an instant. Pure physical speed so swift there wasn't even a ripple in his ki. Naba barely registered the movement before searing pain erupted in his abdomen. Ugh. Nappa's eyes bulged as his body curled like a shrimp. Terran's tiny fist had punched deep into Nappa's abs, cracking the armor on his back. The sheer force sent Nappa's 200-plus-pound body soaring into the sky. Not done yet. Terran bent his knees and cupped his hands at his waist in the familiar gesture. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. A massive blue beam shot upward, striking Nappa midair with perfect accuracy. Boom. Nappa's battle armor shattered completely as he was launched like a meteor, crashing deep into the distant mountainside. Dust billowed and rubble flew. Nappa's massive frame was embedded in the mountain, drenched in blood, his once imposing battle armor reduced to tattered plastic shreds hanging from his body. One of his eyes was swollen like a walnut and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked utterly disheveled and pathetic. Cough. Cough. Nappa struggled to crawl out of the rock pile, his body trembling violently from excruciating pain and seething rage. Disgrace. Unprecedented disgrace. As an elite warrior who had followed Prince Vegeta across the universe in countless battles, he had been knocked flying like a soccer ball by a brat from Earth. And with such unadorned brute force. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Nappa's eyes became bloodshot, his reason consumed by the flames of fury. He stared at Trunks, who was making faces and slapping his butt in mockery, and his murderous intent erupted like a flood. He no longer cared about Vegeta's orders, nor about the Dragon Balls. All he wanted now was to utterly obliterate the boy who had humiliated him along with this damned planet. I'll turn you. All of you into ashes. Nappa suddenly opened his mouth wide, aiming at Trunks. Terrifying energy gathered in his mouth, distorting the surrounding air with crackling static. The golden light grew brighter. His ultimate technique, the super explosive wave. This was no ordinary ki blast. It was a high-density destructive beam condensed by overdrawing Nappa's energy, capable of instantly leveling the entire eastern capital and even piercing the Earth's crust. Die, you little brat. Boom. A massive golden beam shot from Nappa's mouth, hurtling toward Trunks with the force of annihilation. Where the beam passed, the ground was gouged into a bottomless trench, rocks vaporized instantly, and even the air was ignited. Trunks was still young and lacked combat experience. His earlier Kamehameha, though powerful, had drained considerable stamina. He was in the rigid recovery phase and had never expected such a sudden large-scale attack. Facing the oncoming beam of destruction, Trunks froze, his face turning pale. The heat enough to melt steel triggered primal fear, and he instinctively raised a hand to shield himself, but his body felt as heavy as lead. Trunks. Piccolo and Gohan screamed in terror, trying to rush to his aid, but the beam was too fast, faster than sound itself. In that critical moment, time seemed to freeze on the battlefield. No explosion, no shockwave, not even the whisper of wind. Trunks slowly opened his eyes a crack. Less than half a meter in front of him, a broad back had appeared, as if from nowhere. It was a tall figure clad in the orange turtle school gi, his bald head shining brightly under the energy beam. But in that moment, that silhouette seemed more towering than the highest mountain, more steadfast than the strongest fortress. It was Dad. Krillin simply extended his right hand, casually spreading his 5 fingers. The raging energy beam, upon touching his palm, vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. Sizzle. The energy wave was forcibly compressed in Krillin's hand. The thick beam, originally several meters in diameter, was squeezed into a ball of light the size of a tennis ball. The orb spun madly in his palm, emitting a furious hiss, yet it could not break through that thin layer of skin. How is this possible? Nappa, still in the middle of his beam attack, felt his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. He felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, forcing the remaining energy back, causing him to choke and cough, his face flushed red. Caught it. With one hand. Vegeta's pupils shrank to pinpricks, every hair on his body standing on end. Without even using ki. Just sheer physical strength. That's impossible. Even I couldn't casually catch a full power beam like that. Krillin ignored their terror. His expression was terrifyingly calm. He glanced down at the energy sphere in his hand. A ball of power enough to destroy a city, now as docile as a toy. He closed his fingers gently. With a soft pop, like bursting a bubble, the energy sphere containing cataclysmic force vanished into nothing, leaving not even a wisp of dust. Krillin turned slowly, first checking on Trunks behind him. Seeing that his son was merely frightened and uninjured, he let out a sigh of relief and gently patted Trunks' head. But when he turned back to face Nappa, his eyes changed instantly. Those eyes, usually filled with warmth, now dropped to a freezing point. He did not flare his aura or roar. Yet standing there, he seemed like the center of the universe, radiating a pressure that made the soul tremble. Hitting my son. Krillin's voice was soft, as if greeting a neighbor. But every word struck Nappa's heart like a hammer, making his eardrums ring. Did you ask for my permission? Boom. With those words, an indescribable, terrifying aura erupted from Krillin, sweeping across 100 miles in an instant. The ground groaned under the unbearable weight. Countless fragments of rock defied gravity and floated upward, only to be crushed into powder by the pressure. Nappa's legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. The terror rooted in the depths of his soul extinguished even the thought of escape. He felt as if he were facing not an earthling, but an ancient primordial beast that had just awakened. A deathly silence fell over the entire battlefield. Everyone held their breath staring at the bald figure standing on the ruins who had crushed an energy wave with one hand. Only one thought echoed in their minds. This man was absurdly strong. Krillin stood before Trillin, his orange turtle hermit uniform rippling without wind. His hands hung at his sides, and his bald head reflected the harsh sunlight. Huff! Krillin let out a soft breath. In an instant, a white surge of energy erupted from him in a ring-shaped blast expanding outward in all directions. All along, to avoid disrupting Earth's ecology, and to give the Z fighters motivation to grow, Krillin had suppressed his power to around 5000 base. But now the restrictions were lifted. Rumble. The entire eastern capital trembled. Mountains in the distance began to collapse, and the clouds in the sky were torn apart, revealing the pitch-black, deep cosmos beyond. Beep, 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 beep. The new model combat power scope on Vegeta's left eye let out a piercing alarm, its shriek, as sharp as a violin string about to snap. The numbers on the lens no longer jumped, they rolled wildly too fast for the retina to capture. 5000, 8000, 12000, 18000. This. How is this possible? Vegeta shot to his feet, his face pale, as death-cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. He pressed the side button of the scope, trying to reboot what was clearly a broken device. Malfunction. It has to be a malfunction. How could a backwater planet like Earth have someone with these numbers? But reality delivered the most resounding slap to his face. Bang! With a sharp crack, Vegeta's prized high-tech scope exploded into fragments, emitting a puff of black smoke, and leaving a bloody gash at the corner of his eye. The final reading stuck at 22000. And that was just the instant when that bald man started releasing his aura. At the center of the battlefield, Nappa was utterly dumbfounded. As a veteran Saiyan elite, he had slaughtered countless natives of numerous planets and encountered all kinds of strong warriors. But never before had he felt such despair. The bald man before him was no earthling at all. He was an abyss. Nappa wanted to move, to flee, even to beg on his knees. But to his horror, his body refused to obey. His legs felt as if they were filled with millions of tons of mercury rooted to the ground. Not even a single finger could budge. It was the terror of primal instinct. Like a little white rabbit locked in the gaze of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Nothing but trembling. You. What? What are you? Nappa's teeth chattered violently, his voice fractured and broken like a bellows tearing apart. Krillin didn't answer. He slowly raised his right fist. The motion was absurdly slow, like an old man practicing Tai Chi in the park. But in Nappa's eyes, that movement was faster than time itself, sealing off all paths of escape. Krillin's lips moved slightly, uttering a few words, just an ordinary punch. Krillin's figure vanished from the spot. The next instant he appeared before Nappa, his right fist resting lightly on Nappa's granite-hard abdominal muscles. Slap. A crisp sound. Nappa's colossal mountain-like body didn't even have time to form an expression of pain. It exploded from the abdomen outward in all directions. Boom. The terrifying force of the punch did not spread at the point of contact, but instead burrowed entirely into Nappa's body, then detonated in a single instant. Nappa's eyes bulged, the fear still lingering as he dissolved into a mist of blood. Then the punch force tore through his body. The entire mountain range behind Nappa, along with the sea thousands of meters away, was carved into a vacuum channel 100 meters wide and stretching endlessly by the shockwave of that single blow. Seawater evaporated, rock vaporized. Only seconds later did the delayed sonic boom roar across the sky, rattling everyone's eardrums. Nappa, the famed Saiyan warrior with a combat power of 7500, vanished without a trace. Not even a single intact bone fragment remained. Only a rain of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs drizzled down onto the scorched earth, producing a sickening sizzle. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's jaws dropped, eyes nearly popping out. Yamcha swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing, his legs feeling weak. Is this Krillin's true power? How much did he hold back during our training sessions? Tien Shin'in's third eye went out, a focused cold sweat streaming down his cheeks into his neck. One punch, not even a ki blast. Nappa's energy vanished in an instant. Piccolo stared intently at Krillin's back, his green skin looking even paler. He clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. So this is the gap. I thought after half a year of training I could at least see his back. But now I'm not even worthy of looking up at him. Krillin, on the other hand, jumped up excitedly, waving his little hands in the air. That is so cool. That's the move. I want to learn it too. A single punch, and that bad big guy turned into fireworks. Krillin stood in the rain of blood, yet not a single drop stained him. All filth within 3 inches of his body was automatically repelled by the invisible protective aura. He slowly withdrew his right fist, gave it a light shake, as if he had just swatted an annoying mosquito. Then he turned and looked at the completely petrified Vegeta in the distance. Next, Krillin's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly across the entire battlefield. Vegeta shuddered, snapping back from his shock. He glanced at where Nappa had vanished. Nothing remained but a smoking crater. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh, the only proof that his comrade had ever existed. The cold sweat on Vegeta's face evaporated rapidly. In its place came a twisted, almost maniacal fervor and excitement. Ha ha ha. Vegeta suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his laughter filled with madness. Interesting. Most interesting. He tore off his slightly damaged battlesuit cape, revealing his muscular physique. Golden ki blazed around him, sending nearby rubble flying. I thought this trip to Earth was just a boring cleanup job. Who would have thought that on this remote abandoned planet a monster of this caliber was hiding? Vegeta stared at Krillin, his battle intent burning like physical flames. Combat power over 20,000. Maybe even higher. Such strength would be top tier, even in Frieza's army. Excellent. Only by defeating an opponent like you can I prove the pride of the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta assumed a fighting stance, every muscle taut, like a fully drawn bow. Come on, bold man. Let's see if your fists are harder than the bones of the Saiyan Prince. Just as Vegeta prepared to charge forward, Krillin's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. The intimidation was done. Now it was time to hand the stage over to the true protagonist. After all, if he finished off all the enemies himself, wouldn't all of Goku's training in the Kaioken over the past half-year be wasted? Besides, according to the original story, this battle between Goku and Vegeta was the beginning of their bond or fate. If he interfered too much, it might affect the course of the Namek arc later. With that thought, the terrifying, suffocating aura that had enveloped Krillin vanished like a deflating balloon disappearing without a trace. His once upright pine-like posture slumped. Ouch! Krillin suddenly bent overhand on his lower back, a pained expression on his face as he cried out loudly. I can't. Hold my back. That last punch was too hard. I strained my back. Getting old is no good, osteoporosis. Everyone. Vegeta, who had just taken half a step forward, stumbled and nearly face-planted. He glared at Krillin, veins bulging on his forehead. Are you kidding me? How could someone with that kind of power strain their back? Krillin ignored Vegeta's roar, rubbing his back while pretending to retreat. He casually pulled out a bottle of eye drops from his pocket, put 2 drops in, and feigned a weak, tearful look. Goku, I can't do it anymore, you take the rest. It's a good chance for you to practice and test the results of your training under King Kai. I need to take Krillin aside. The kid was scared, he needs some fatherly comfort. With that, Krillin teleported to Trillin's side, scooped up his stunned son, and dashed to a rock formation hundreds of meters away, where he pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and started cracking them. Krillin looked bewildered, a half-eaten chocolate bar still in his mouth. Dad, your acting is so over the top. Shut up and eat your chocolate, Krillin whispered. At the center of the battlefield, Sun Wukong watched this scene, scratched his head, and broke into his signature goofy grin. Krillin, that guy. Honestly, his ki hasn't wavered at all. Goku flexed his wrists, stomped his boots firmly on the ground, and walked step by step toward the furious Vegeta. But since Krillin gave me the chance, I won't pass it up. Goku stopped, his gaze growing sharp. His ki began to rise slowly. A pure, passionate battle intent completely different from Krillin's domineering aura. You're the Saiyan called Vegeta, aren't you? I don't really agree with your philosophy of killing, but as a martial artist, I'd like to see just how strong the so-called Saiyan Prince really is. Vegeta stared at the man who bore a slight resemblance to Raditz. His anger subsided a bit, replaced by an even stronger contempt. Kakarot. A low-class warrior sent to a weak planet, and you dare to boast before me. Vegeta sneered, his body slowly rising into the air, looking down on Goku. That bald guy had some skill, but you. I saw the data Raditz sent back. Your combat power back then was under 500. Even if you've been resurrected, how strong can you really be? Let's find out. Goku's lips curled upward as a burst of white ki erupted from his body.